I'll never complain because I've always got something to say about funny money, but just trying to figure out how it happened.
I think the part
So
about
you said something about erasing the debt.
I need to turn Sunny up. Sorry, guys.
that's all right. Sorry, it's the lag.
Somebody was
It's
talking about
the latency.
what if we had control of NASA's budget. No, my bad, Sonny. I spoke over you, but I remember now. Is someone said something about taking over NASA's budget, and I was like, look, just doing nothing would be better than or burning it. But carry on, Sonny.
I was just going to say, I thought it was very interesting, the part about how capacitors don't work in a vacuum. I guess they had to change where the atmosphere ends. I guess we're going to have to keep changing that now. They sure gone.
And 630,000 kilometers.
And because of Winston a lawsuit was forthcoming to sue NASA about the IOS.
They're going to crash it.
Fakery. Now they're going to crash it. 5 hours later, they announced they were going to crash it. Amazing. What a world.
What? I'm curious. Why does the capacitor not work?
I don't know. It just doesn't. According to these guys, I don't know. I don't have any confirmation of that.
Yeah, I'm dubious of such a statement. I understand propulsion not working in a vacuum, but capacitance, that strains credulity for me at least. But carry on.
Oh, so what I was going to ask is, does NASA license its logo? Have they ever sued anybody for trademark infringement for like printing NASA T-shirts without like their permission? And if they do license it, how much money are they making? Like, I'd like to dig into that.
Well, I would just
that would be a bit boring, but I'm sure they license it or get some kind of kickback, right?
To answer your question,
it'll give us an idea of what they're really doing. Because if you actually look, so there's budgets, right? But then there's actually like the financial report. And if you look at NASA's financial report, they have a lot of assets. A lot. They have very low amount of liabilities. So,
to answer your question,
the devil's always in the slush fund. Anyway, go ahead.
I had a question because apparently those lifters don't really work too well in a vacuum, and they're capacitors, right? So I figured, well, does the capacitance work? So I just asked a question in the internet browser: do capacitors work in a vacuum? And this was talking about somebody building one of these 1 kilogram CubeSats and the PCBs, and he wanted to know what kind of capacitors, because somebody told him that capacitors don't work in a vacuum, and he wanted to know what his alternatives were. So they said electrolytics do not work in a vacuum, simply because of the fact that the electrolyte would degas and sublimate off. But the tantalums will. However, the tantalums are subject to temperature. If the temperature gets too much, they'll break down.
They're saying if you don't build a closed capacitance system and you just leave it open to the environment, then it would just mess up. That kind of makes sense, but that's kind of a weird thing to jump to. Surely if you're going to build capacitors, it would be a contained system if you're going to operate within a vacuum for whatever
capacitors are sealed.
That's why That's why my initial thought was that's bullshit. Because why wouldn't it work? But if you're gonna not build it properly, of course it's not gonna work.
Yeah, and I like what Indio said earlier about grounding. How did they achieve grounding?
The same way they had a landline connection between the moon landing and the.
Where did they ground their electronics to? Please tell me.
Hey, it's the same thing. It's the elevator, right? The moon elevator.
So also, according to them, up there, right, is the ionosphere, right, which is full of charged particles. So
you'd be getting zapped.
Why isn't like the ISS have some gigantic amount of charge built up, and then when they come from Earth, like some huge freaking spark shoots out from the Soyuz spacecraft to the to the ISS. None of that stuff happens. They don't compensate for any of that stuff. They never said that they compensate from that stuff. So like, did you just like forget that these other like laws of physics exist?
Of course, it's just like with the Van Allen belt. If you didn't know about it, it doesn't affect you.
Oh, right.
I mean, what is it like for every
So
for
if you
every
don't,
meter
so if
of
you have
height?
sex before you know the birds and the bees, you can't get pregnant, right?
Isn't it for every meter in height there's an increase by 100 volts, something like that? Which is why we get static
Ignorance is bliss,
electricity,
right?
because our feet aren't really getting grounded and our body's getting the charge from the air. And then when we touch something that's grounded, then the charge dissipates. So there's no static charge when these Soyuz craft attached to the space station, right? Because the space station is up there collecting this charge. That's bullshit. They're in water, guys. So of course they're going to say they're going to crash it, and all they're going to do is just release it from the bottom.
We're gonna have to find a new analogy because bullshit is way more tangible than what they're talking about.
Okay, fairy farts.
There you go.
Or hen's teeth. I mean,
Um, honest politicians.
yeah, because I know how bullshit is made. I've seen it happen. I've had to pick it up. Cow pies. So apparently ODD has been getting attacked quite often. We all know that he got hacked. Um, he just got hacked not too long ago. Again. And this time, since he knows how to get his content restored, he got it back within a day. And then they said, well, we don't think your content is good enough. So then he did it again. And then they come back and said, well, it's good. So he's got a way to say that what YouTube's decisions are doing is simply based off of the complaint that's made at the time in writing on Twitter. And you can even do it via private messaging. Team YouTube, Twitter. Holy shit. Hey, you guys ever heard of Adoniji? Adonitology. It's a religion.
Yeah, it's a religious order, right?
It's a religion where people worship curved butts.
Yeah. It's weird as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange. Why? What are you looking into it right now? You thinking of becoming one?
No, this just popped up, and I'm just like, wait a minute, what? So then I'm thinking, the music
Yeah.
industry since the 90s with the rap and the big booty hoes and all that shit.
Oh yeah, of course, that was all big butt worship. There was like, that used to be like the porn, like back then as well. That was like what the porn used to be called, like big booty worship and all that.
Yeah.
That was all about interracial mixing and stuff like that as well, I think. Like, not that I'm against interracial mixing, I'm just saying that like it was to promote interracial mixing.
What are you trying to say? I'm mixed. I'm white and Japanese.
Good. I think you've probably got good genetics because of it. Slightly smaller penis, but that's about it.
Nah, it's actually
I'm playing with you, brother. I know all that's a myth.
different.
It's just different. That's brilliant.
That's just extra right there, man.
Yeah.
No, the main thing is if your earlobe's attached to your fucking
Yeah,
side,
dude.
you're not.
If they
Your
just go
earlobe
straight
attached
into
to
the
your
side
jaw?
of your neck. Yeah, like
There's a
like
wiggle
Hitler,
side
Hitler,
to it.
Hitler had Stalin's earlobes checked out. Did you hear about that, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I find that
Well,
story
apparently
great.
Hitler found Stalin. He recruited Stalin.
But
From
Stalin's
Hungary.
ear had actually did have earlobes though, didn't he? So he was like, oh, okay, he's got separated earlobes.
Yeah.
All that was done by the Rothschilds. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, the investigation, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course I know that, bro. What are you saying? Are you trying to say I'm a baby truther or some shit? I'm just imagine getting like that.
Wasn't
Imagine getting like that.
I heard you for like 3 hours. No, yesterday. Anyway, I went for a bike ride for an hour and a half. I came back. Crack was still talking.
Good. There was nothing going on, bro.
It is good. I know. You have a wealth.
Well,
of
people call me the king of monologuing, and it's like, well, okay, I'll shut up then, and let's hear how quiet the actual in English hours, especially, bro. Like when there's nobody talking, and it's like, if I don't speak, then sometimes no one will speak.
No, I like it because
So
you have
it's
a lot
hard.
of information. You have a ton of information and knowledge that you have for someone so young. To me, is astonishing, and I freaking really appreciate it. Like,
I spent 2 years in bed, bro, like pretty much bedridden. So, you can imagine, yeah.
to hell with the haters.
I was blessed with the knowledge by way of research, and I also think some of it's God given, genuinely. Just discernment to know what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's false.
I think it's the family you grew up in.
Maybe, but like they didn't have too much to do with me. They didn't have too much influence on me. Maybe it's my mum alone, and that's it.
Maybe your mother.
My father. Yeah. Because I wouldn't say they had like a whole deal of influence on me.
But if you grow up with parents that are kind of like seeking truth in some way or are able to discern BS when it comes along, then the child's going to kind of learn, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I heard that in Japanese then.
I'll do my own investigation.
Sorry, Joshua. Joshua just said like he's Japanese, and then we're taking piss out of Japanese. You do this to me. You remember the Japanese movies like back in the day, and like when they would be dubbed, yeah, and they were the best film. and they were so good, bro. Because like, you talking to me, and then the mouth would continue moving. Like I remember doing that for like my godchildren, like, or for my goddaughter. Me and my brother would be there, like, like continue moving our mouths and stuff like afterwards, and she'd be so confused. And then we eventually showed her a kung fu movie, and she just erupted into laughter, like because she's a bit older and she started to understand it.
Okay, tell me
She's
what
like,
this word means. Buddy. Arigato. What does that mean?
arigato. Come on, man. Come on.
Hi.
You serious? Why are you
Very
asking? You
much
know
is what arigato means, but domo arigato is thank you very much.
Domo, oh, that's right. Thank you very much. That's right. And doi tachimaste is don't mention.
Don't mention it. Don't touch
Don't
your
mention
mustache.
Doi tachimaste.
Doi tashamase.
Doi tachimaste. Maste. Doi tachimaste.
Doi tashamase.
Doi tachimaste.
Domo arigato, Mr. Ribato. Everyone remembers that, but Japanese culture never been the same since. I'm just saying, bro. The Japanese are one of the craziest warrior cultures. Why is there gas leaking out of the side of this lighter onto my fingers, man? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Is that gonna burn me?
That was
Yeah, that's gonna burn me.
That stuff is very resinous. Oh, yes, I was going to say my bonsai plant are doing very well. So.
Asshole. Come on, bro.
I'm being genuinely funny, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Joshua knows that.
Genuinely funny? Oh, you're being genuinely funny, are you, bruv?
Authentically
In London, we would say that would mean that you're being genuinely a piece of prick shit.
I'm being a genuine dipshit.
No, because in England, being funny with someone is being like nasty, narky, like being a prick, being nasty to someone. You know, I'm just being funny, brother.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, would you be using the word dickweed by chance?
No,
That's never used? Okay.
never.
Just checking.
When did you ever see weed grow out of a dick? English are a little bit more literal than that, mate.
I think it's a kind of a auxiliary dickhead comment.
I get it,
Sorry, this is.
but we've all seen dicks grow out of heads.
Let's
We've
not
never
go
seen.
there. Let's talk about something a little more adult, shall we? Why don't
Got any suggestions? How was your bike ride, actually? Why didn't you start Crackville? Why would you say let's go more adult, and then say why don't you start Crackville?
I know.
Silly way of going about it, really, don't you think, Sonny? Realistically, let's face it. So anyway, I will be adult. How was your bike ride?
I didn't go yet. I need to go.
You said you were on a bike ride yesterday, so you're lying to me. I'm on about yesterday. So,
No, I
yeah.
was yesterday. Yes, it was awesome, man.
Right, sweet, awesome sauce. That's what I wanted to hear.
I'm starting to walk down these gravelly hills because I have a big old front basket where I carry all my weight because I have a drive wheel in the front. That's the hot rod part. Motor on the front that I can spin the front wheel, and I don't have very thick tires, so I can't go down gravel roads. I've fallen on my ass a couple times, and I can't afford to do it. So now I'm getting smarter. I'm walking down the really steep ones. And
Yeah,
the one
that's
really steep one I go down, there was a freaking tree that fell across the path right in the middle of this really steep hill. That's more than 15% grade. It's probably 20% grade. It's like a freaking super steep hill. And it's like gravel. It's like trail gravel. Like if you get in the wrong part. I learned how to go down this one by just not stopping. But when you get to the certain part, your velocity starts picking up. And it's right where there's gravel, right where you need to control your speed because there's a creek that you have to cross that's steep and narrow. So you go, bam. If you don't take that, and what I do is I just angle my tire to go, my wheels to go right through diagonally through the creek bed up to this little place. It's fun, man. I have fun on my rides. Like I go, it's pretty wild.
Sorry.
Like generally, I'm just taking my time, and there's plant life all over the place. And I could stop and pick up big old handfuls of sage to burn in my
Nice.
house, and use the sage for.
Why are you burning sage?
It cleanses. It's supposed to cleanse the air.
No,
Like a natural
no.
incense. Listen, I use it as a natural.
Use it as an incense if you want, but don't give it any spiritual meaning. Don't give it any of that shit. I'm telling you right now. Otherwise, you're. That's just my opinion.
I think in Jesus' name, I could ask.
No. Okay.
Cleanse the area, please.
It talks about that in the Bible about
No good.
burning incense. That's all I'm saying to you. You should
Oh,
read
it's not
about
good.
it.
It's part of the fallen ones. Probably is.
It's part. Yes, it is. It's part of. It's part of fallen technology. Exactly right. You're exactly right.
So I like the idea about incense because
Why? Listen to this. Let me talk about it to you like this. Okay. So why? When we have thermal exchange into a room, yeah. Okay. Right. So we have thermal exchange. When we put gases into a room, right? What does that do? It changes the atmosphere. When we speak life into a room, it changes the atmosphere with our mouths.
Yeah.
Resonant frequencies. So by pouring sage, which is just like a plant, right? Like, and some sage is actually a hallucinogenic, like Salvia divinorum, right? That's for instance. Yeah. So I'm just saying, what you're doing is you're filling the air with basically a breath of plant life, right? Of plant life. So you're filling it, but it's carcinogenic. It's dead plant life, not life itself. It's dead. It's death.
Yeah.
You're better off getting sage, twisting it, putting it in the corner of your room, and smelling the aromatic from it.
Crack filling. No, listen. There's this place where I go sit, and I notice there's these little mosquitoes, and I burn some sage.
Yeah, and it makes them go away because they're life.
No more mosquitoes.
Yes, because you're burning something and turning it into a pume of death unto life.
Good. If it gets rid of the bugs.
But that means you shouldn't do it in your closed house. Do you get that?
I know. I got you there, but
I'm right. I'm sorry to say it to you like that, Sonny.
I shouldn't smoke in my closed house either.
Well, yeah, but green plant material that's alive is a bit different to burning. You're taking off the resin off of it first, which still has properties that work, right?
And
but then I disagree with smoking cannabis, so you know that anyway, don't you?
I know you do. I know you disagree with it. I know that.
Even though I'm the crack villain, like I prefer you to smoke crack than cannabis. To be quite honest with you.
Are you serious? No way.
Yes, bro. I think crack's probably better for your brain than cannabis.
No.
At this current time.
Listen, crack villain.
At this current time, the hydroponically grown shit.
Yeah,
bro.
Young too, crack feeling. I'm 63 years old. Do you know how much pain I have? Like I haven't lived a real easy life. I've been fucking tumbled, hit by vehicles, like falling off of shit, like slid across the ground, like all kinds of weird. Like,
why are you smoking cannabis then? It's a dissociative of pain, not a painkiller.
Look, it solves like more problems than it causes. Like I truly, honestly, it's the only medication I use. Period. No pharmaceuticals.
I get it, and I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying the route of administration is what I take issue with, and I think the route of administration is so enjoyable that everyone wants to defend cannabis before they start to check themselves and maybe what the route of administration is doing to their body.
I have an oil too. I make my own oil. I cooked it 2 days.
Nice, good.
And it's the leaves from my plant I'm growing right now. So
always the leaves, never the bud, right? See what I'm trying to say there? Like you have a propensity to want the flower for your. I have to just be honest.
The flowers are growing. They're on their way. They're just.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I thought you had like separated the flower to smoke with, and then I'll make some oil out of the leaves.
No, I just took all the trimmings off of the leaves I've trimmed throughout the whole time, and I just they're still pretty potent, even though they're young.
Yeah, of course they've still got lots of THC on them.
But I had about a half ounce of leaves, and I put just little another a half gram of some good bud with it, with some used vape stuff that I had. It's nice. It's a small
Nice, bro.
one.
No, seriously, nice.
2 teaspoons, and I am like fully medicated. Like,
Listen, you're growing this stuff yourself, correct, as well, and
yeah,
you're using just a full water grow, right? Like just a water grow, like hardly any.
water. I do have some Fox Farms Bloom Grow, which is a balanced nutrient.
But what is that built up of? What is that built up of? I don't need to know the name of it. I need to know what it's built up. Huh?
Back guano and Sparrow. Oh, I have
Couldn't hear him at all. Joshua, did you?
it has back guano.
No,
Back
I'm sorry. I'm working on something right now. I didn't realize I was hot.
back guano and what?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, good. It has. Let me read it. Earthworm castings, bat and seabird guano, rock phosphate, sulfate of potash, magnesium, and kelp.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not hydroponics or nothing. Yeah, that's different. That's just normal food that they would receive from the earth, from, you know,
Yeah.
that's what they would receive. That's what plants would receive out in the world. So yeah, cool, man.
This is so well balanced of a nutrients that you just use it like half strength, and you can feed it general feeding every other feeding. So I've been doing that.
I would say you could give it as much of that shit as you want.
No,
by the sound.
I'm rinsing out the soil now because it's in the flowering stage. It needs to be cleared out.
But flushing, you know the process of flushing?
Flushing, yeah, just slowly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's do it very slowly, yeah.
Watering it, just tap water that's been sitting out for 48 hours or longer.
It's like people think when I say I'm against cannabis, it's like I'm not against cannabis because like of ignorance, like, oh, I've never smoked weed before, I'm a Christian boy. It's like, no, I smoked cannabis every single day of my life until about a year ago. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I remember you told me the story
from a very young age, and I know exactly how damaging it can be.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to get my household in order because my sink drain and my bathroom drain are both freaking stopped up. Like the sink barely drains, but the kitchen sink, I had to remove the pipe, put a bag over the exit drain, because it's completely stopped, and use a bucket because otherwise my kitchen like off limit. I don't even have a kitchen, so now I'm getting my kitchen, reclaiming my kitchen back.
Good. That's genuinely a good thing.
It sucks, but see,
House in order, bro.
Work though, because like I have to use a bucket under my sink. I have to go empty the bucket every couple hours. It fills up. I'm gonna have to wash all my dishes because they've been sitting. Because there's been nasty, filthy water in my freaking sink because it won't go down at all. So I got
oh yeah, that stuff's scummy.
Again, put some bleach in it, put some tea tree oil in, cleaned it all, emptied all the water out into a bucket, and got rid of all.
We tried using vinegar and just like vinegar,
baking soda, but it didn't work
instead.
Yeah, it was like
soda crystals.
Coming out, still didn't clear it. So it's
soda down. Crystals.
It's further down.
Soda crystals.
No, listen, it's in a high-rise building. It's further down. It's stopped up further down.
Oh, it's just stop up. Okay, I get you. Sorry, when you said it, all right.
My next door neighbor's is plugged too.
Now I've got you. Now I understand you.
So that probably means that the whole entire floor, or this half of the floor, is probably all plugged up. So
yeah,
I'm gonna wait until she calls the plumber and gets cleared out, and I'm sure that I'll clear mine out too. I don't want them in my apartment. Fuck that. No one needs to come and see. They need to give me 24-hour notice if they're gonna come visit.
In it.
So she's like, I'm the
same.
She goes, I'm gonna call just a personal plumber after hours, and they have to send a plumber.
Yeah, personal plumbers.
Not the regular contracted guy here, because I don't trust him in my apartment.
And he's there to report and snoop, bro.
Yeah.
You can't let him see all the. You can't let him see all the crack pipes, bro. You can't let him see all the crack pipes.
They don't even do what they're contracted to do, because they've put in here more than a year ago, and about 4 or 5 things that in here that need to be fixed. according to their contract, and they never did, and they won't replace light bulbs or nothing. So I'm like, I mean, I understand it is my own place. I don't mind buying those things myself.
Nah, but I know what you're saying.
When it comes to like my AC filters and stuff, those are expensive.
Right, he looks okay.
I'm gonna go
Right.
out now because it's like what? It's gonna be 78 degrees today.
That's alright, just leave me and Joshua to talk about some stuff that we shouldn't. If he's still here.
Yeah, I got this great little. Well,
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just working on stuff.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this.
Why isn't that
melt
working?
so I can take a couple of teaspoons. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to snort some water that's like full of like.
What?
Yeah, let's fill it.
Oh,
It ain't working though. Nothing's going up my nose.
don't get too much moisture up there.
But I know what I'm doing.
Well, maybe you don't have to worry about it. But too much moisture gets in my nose, or it starts draining too much. It gets in my lungs.
Oh yeah, obviously. I'm not.
And I get a bunch of congestion and shit.
Yeah, but that's because it's going straight up your nose all the way back your throat, and dude, I could snort water all day into my mouth. I can close my gullet and I can open my gullet too. So that would never happen to me. We figured that out when me and my cousin was waterboarding me.
Go down in your nostrils. I've done that before, and out your mouth. Yeah, that's clean it out with salt water.
That's what I'm doing. Himalayan salt water.
Yeah, I've done that.
More info on the waterboarding, please.
That's probably not bad at all.
Me and my cousin waterboarded each other before.
I believe
a couple of times.
Use your own urine. I know that probably sounds.
Damn. I couldn't handle that for a second, dude. Sorry, Sonny.
We managed to get it up to about 5 minutes each of waterboarding. And realizing at about 5 minutes is about the point. If you can make 5 minutes, you can pretty much make any distance of time, I think. Because there's a technique. There's a technique to it, basically, is the point, is what I'm trying to say. Is like if you can close your gullet, right? And then if the flow is constant and it's a pressurized flow, it's really difficult to do. Obviously, if you've got a cloth over your face, which is the way that they're supposed to do it. If they don't do it with a cloth, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you've got the cloth over your face, then obviously, like I was saying, you can breathe, is the point, is what I'm trying to make. You can breathe, but you have to kind of breathe out heavily and then breathe in a little bit and then hold your breath. So it's like and then breathe in a little bit. Do you see what I mean? Like breathe out of your nose or your mouth quickly, and then after you've done that, breathe through one of the other parts, and then hold that breath in for a bit, and then once you feel the flow sort of change a little bit in some way, you know what I'm trying to say? I get it.
Yeah. So like you just Wim Hof method in a way, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's not a foolproof method. Don't get me wrong. It's nothing special.
So if they come for us, and one of us is going to be captured to be tortured, you're the man for the job.
I did it because someone actually was threatening to waterboard me.
No way. Damn.
Yeah, so they were saying that if they got hold of me, they were going to waterboard me and stab me up. So I was like, all right, let's see what it's like. He who makes a beast out of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man.
Yeah,
that was my motto.
Good prepping.
That was that time when that was a threat that actually came from the police. That's why I took that seriously. The police were the ones that delivered that threat to me. That you're going to be stabbed and waterboarded if you get caught by this group of people. We have credible intel to say that you're going to get waterboarded or stabbed. And I was like, all right, cool. I was like, yo, cuz, you need to waterboard me, shit.
So the police were doing you a solid by letting you know? Or
not really. They made me less safe because the moment they did that, it meant that I couldn't walk around with a roll of tinfoil in my pocket or something like that. A roll of tinfoil was basically a metal pole, right? I used to carry one everywhere with me because I'm going to a barbecue, you know? And you could use it for buckets and stuff like that, when you're smoking weed, whatever, you know, you could use it. But it's a metal pole, and I used to tape it up, and I would have a string going through it with a knot, right? So then it was a metal pole on the end of a rope that was legal to carry around, and it was fast to swing around because it's got that air hole in the middle, right?
Yeah.
And but now the police have given me this Osmond warning. It's like, look, they said to me, like, what have you got in your bag? And I showed them and everything. They said, look, if you're carrying this around with you, they said, you're going to get done for going equipped to do damage. Meaning, and I said, how? And I said, because we've told you that you have somebody after you that's trying to hurt you now.
Yeah,
It's
there's a threat
got
of violence
baseball bat on
against you.
you. Yeah, a cricket bat, a baseball bat, anything like that on you. You know there's a threat of violence out against you. You know that you're potentially going to have to use this in a violent situation, which means you're going equipped to do damage. So they made me less safe by telling me anything.
Yeah, that's true. Damn, boy. That's crazy.
Cunts. Not really cunts, to be honest. They did look out for me a little bit, you know. They liked me in the end because the people that I was dealing with, the police really didn't like. I'll put it that way. They were actually hoping that I'd end up killing one of them, and they said that they would defend my ass in court to the hilt if I did end up killing one of them. And I was just, I ain't listening to you. Like, I'm not killing one of them. But they were pretty much telling me to kill one of them. I was just like, what the fuck are they saying, bro?
So have you moved away from this area where this happened now?
No, bro, not at all.
No way.
Why would I move away?
I don't know. Don't know. Sounds dangerous to me, man.
Well, it's not anymore. It used to be. It's not anymore. Most of them guys went to prison.
Yeah.
/ tried to continue fucking around with me and didn't really go too well for them, to be honest. The whole reason they didn't like me was because of the persona that I put out anyway, right? And that persona was like no retreat. Like, you know, I wasn't gonna give an inch to any of these guys. Let's put it that way. I had to leave school because of these pricks. Like they literally came to my. This is the first morning that I got. They came to my school with knives and balaclavas trying to stab me. Stabbed the deputy head of the school.
Oh.
Yeah, because they used to go to the school. So when they couldn't find me and they saw him, they stabbed him instead.
I never
it was
been
with
England again.
shitty kitchen knives anyway. So like they wouldn't have really done any damage to me if they found me. Like,
Yeah.
they didn't know what they were doing, but that way, right?
Damn, man. Gangster. Look.
That's just a very small. That's what happened. Yeah, like that's just a very small part of the story. I'll tell you the rest of it another day. Maybe I've told it in here enough times because I want people to understand what it's really like. Because I don't even live in London, bro. Do you know what I mean? I live south of London, quite a ways away as well. Like I live in quite a nice area as well, considered, right? It's considered a nice area, but there's fuck all to do here. So it's just drugs and gangs.
Yeah.
And when you're a young kid who isn't even from the area, and then you've got an Iranian foster brother, should I say, you're classed as the N-word lover growing up. And my foster brother was stabbed up by the same group of people. He got stabbed 9 times in one sitting with either a chisel or a butterfly knife. We still don't know because they never found the weapon, but based on the wounds, it looked like a butterfly knife or a chisel. I think it was a chisel because he didn't. It nicked his liver, and the wounds, because obviously a chisel's got a flat front to it, right? So to me, if he was stabbed with a butterfly knife, which is pretty much almost like a dagger based on the geometry of it, it's got like a clip point edge on it, usually a bell song has, and a very sharp edge. I feel like there would have been a lot more internal damage. You know, he's got the puncture wounds that are like full stab wounds, but like there wasn't that much damage done to him. Like the guy was out of hospital by the next day. So like to me, I think he got stabbed by a chisel.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good thing because obviously getting stabbed by a chisel, there's a lot of surface area for that sharp edge to go through. So by the time it had gone through, a lot of it would have slowed down. You know, much like punching, like trying to like punch a big, wide, circular fire poker through like a piece of like gelatin or something.
Yeah, there's nothing sharp following it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Exactly. There's no sharp edge there to help with, you know, causing incisions on the inside, and left or right.
No damage on the way out either, then, because there's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, what it did is what it did. My brother was fighting him, and My brother thought he was just getting punched. He said it felt like punches, and the sound sounds like punches as well, and it was like in his rib cage and around his side. So to me, that sounds like he was getting hit with like a solid metal object that was like poof, poof, like this. He wouldn't have heard or felt a bell song going into him like a punch, you know?
Yeah.
He wouldn't have felt anything, in fact. And then the moment they realised that something was going on was when he started feeling faint and dizzy and started falling to his knees. And then my brother realised that there was blood everywhere on the floor. And my brother just turned around, and because my brother was toying with him, like boxing him.
Oh, okay.
Because he wasn't as good at fighting as my brother. My brother was a professional boxer. And so my brother at that point just was like whack, elbowed him in the jaw and then just headbutted him as hard as he could and knocked him out. And then the problem is there was no repercussions in court either for this, because everyone that was there, that was my friend of my brother, even the guy's friends didn't stick up for him. They were like, what the fuck's a weapon, you know? People proceeded to stamp on his head, and he was put in intensive care. He was damaged worse than my brother for stabbing my brother. That's what I'm trying to get at.
You put yourself in a lot of violent and big boy situations, Craig.
I wasn't there. I was a 9-year-old boy when this happened.
You're pretty much a badass at 9, huh? Beating the shit out of adults. Crazy.
I didn't. That wasn't me. That was my brother
kidding.
in that scenario.
I'm just
don't make jokes like that.
My bad.
That makes
I'm
it.
trying to fill it with joviality, but are you and your brother okay?
Yeah, my brother's fine, man. He's absolutely fine.
Super.
He's absolutely fine, thankfully. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. He probably deserved it, to be quite honest. He probably had sex with one of their girlfriends or something, I don't know.
Whoa.
Not that he deserved to get stabbed over that, but you know.
I was going to say, damn, bro.
I'm just saying, he probably did some shit himself that caused the commotion.
I would say the thing that you said deserves a swift punch to the neck and throat, for sure.
But, like, you know, it affected me a lot. It affected me a lot, you know.
Oh, sure. 9 years old? Damn.
Well, no, I was 9, but they started to pick on me when I was 15. I looked like a fully grown man by the time I was 15. Same dudes, yeah. That's the people that I had the beef with when I got older, yeah. Those the same group of characters, yeah. Yeah.
Well, at least you knew how to insult them at that point, right? Take them down a couple notches. Because you knew him for so long, you know?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of them were from, like, Liverpool and stuff like that. Like, Liverpool gang lads that had moved down south and thought they were something big.
They're all dirty as fuck.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Yeah. They used to use their Stanley blades, mate. They used to love fucking carrying Stanleys, and they're very dangerous. Stanley blades were more dangerous and more scary to me than the big kitchen knife.
Some of those dirty Liverpool lads.
I carry around a spider coat.
What?
A spider coat. It's more like a pocket knife.
Oh, nice. It's good.
Yeah, it does the job.
They're well built. Folding those.
You know where I got it? It was really surprising. I was in Texas at a huge Walmart, and I found it. It was the last one there. It's crazy.
It makes sense that you found it at Walmart, to be honest. They had a contract with them.
I have a pretty good little tactical knife I keep with me.
Well, it's weird because in the South, you're right, Crack. It's like you're likely to find stuff in the South, but now I'm back in the Midwest, and our Walmarts are slim pickings.
So, like, for me, what I have to carry around to protect myself is basically either a walking stick, right? Like, just a genuine walking stick. I've got one with an antler horn head on it. Mm-hmm. It's been sharpened. That's if I know I've got a problem. But if not, then I'm not under any Osmond warning. I can carry a roll of tinfoil around still. I genuinely don't do that, though. Because I just can't be fucked. I don't want to have a string bag on my back, which has got that in it. Because then obviously, like, I just can't be bothered. That causes problems itself. Someone could grab hold of the string bag and they basically got a harness around the top of my body. But then, so, like, the main thing that I carry is just a form of a Cubaton / knuckle duster, which is a massive carabiner. and it works as a knuckle duster perfectly.
Oh, really? It's a big one.
Yeah, but it'd be illegal if it was anything but a carabiner.
And depending on which side that you choose, is one of the sides with the tooth on it that it might be able to cut someone if you
It
hit
hasn't
them the
got
right
a
way.
tooth on it.
Oh, okay.
I'll send you a picture out in a minute.
Okay.
I have it on the end of my keychain, so I can swing it as well. Basically a mace. Got it.
Right. Are you? So you're in a part of your area where violence is kind of if it happens, it happens kind of deal.
It doesn't happen to me anymore.
Okay. Right.
I've sort of got a reputation. Like, people have tried to, play around with violence with me already before, like, and it's not really gone their way, so they don't really try that shit anymore with me.
When I was doing Uber, I would carry that knife around, but my city's so tame, man. Everybody here is, I guess I could just say lazy. There's not a lot of crime. You know what I mean?
Maybe there's not a lot of drug use. Maybe that's what it is.
There's enough for it to be like, I know where the parts of the city not to go to, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm.
It's not a big city.
But the last violent location I was in was like 4 months ago. I was in a shop, accidentally knocked a thing of biscuits off in the side. I tried to pick them up, I couldn't because I had too much stuff in my hands. Bent down, picked it back up, kept falling back down. So I left it, I pushed it underneath the counter so I'd pick it up after I'd got my shopping, right? Once it was all bagged up. I thought I was going to grab a couple of things, I didn't. I grabbed more than a couple of things. And I was already flustered. And then as I walk off, there's this Polish guy there with his other Polish friend, both stocky guys. Both drunk. Like half cut. And all I hear is, sorry, I'm making a screen. And you disrespectful fucking cunt. You're disrespecting the shop. I'm like, alright. Half ignore it, but that amped him up because he's like, oh yeah, he might be afraid now because I ignored him.
Mm.
And he's like, fucking come and pick these up right now. I said, bro, you do not want to speak to me like that. I had a mask on, luckily, because it was and it was the one time I'd worn a mask in like a month. Because I'd just been to the chemist next door, and you have to wear one to get the prescription, and I was getting my mum's prescription.
Mm-hmm.
So luckily I was wearing a mask. Everyone in the shop that was in there knew me. There were kids in there, for fuck's sake, as well. And all of a sudden I go, bro, I'm not the person for you to start trying to bully right now. I said, the biscuit thing, I said, no. I said, you're causing more disrespect. I said, I know the people that own this shop. I said, I'm not disrespecting them. I said, fucking leave it now. That's it, end of, right? I said, I'm going to queue, get my stuff. I started queuing up, and they both come and stood behind me. Instantly. And so they're standing behind me, and I'm like, for fuck's sake. So I walk out of the queue, and I stand behind them. I said, yeah, that's right, you go in front. And the whole time he's facing me with his friend facing toward the kiosk, he's facing, staring at me. And one of the guys behind in the queue turns around and he's like, bro, just leave it with him, like, trust me. And I'm like, and I look at him and I'm just like, look, I'm telling you, leave it out. I said, I'm telling you, mate, leave it out. I said, if not, I said, go outside and wait outside of the shop for me now. I said, leave out the shop and wait out there now. I said, you're intimidating kids, women, whatever.
Yeah.
Don't like it. So I get my stuff. This is where I get annoyed. He goes outside to wait for me. I get my stuff. I turn around. I go back, loop back round to go get the packet of biscuits to pick them up. As I do it, he stood in front of the biscuits. He's picking them up, puts them on the counter side, and he goes, "Oh, look." Like, and I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "You just made a commotion, tried to embarrass me like I'm a disrespectful prick." I'm so annoyed now. I said, "And now you're picking them up." I said, "You could have fucking done that originally." And he was just like, look, like that, going, look. And I'm walking towards him, and I said, "You're a fucking idiot." I said, "Why would you do that?" I was like, "What was the point in all of this if you've done that?" I said, "You realise when you stood outside, you didn't want to." I said that I was being serious with you in the crowd. I said, if I wasn't as outspoken, I said, you would have been a bully, man, and waited outside for me and beat the fucking shit out of me. I said, get outside. And he's like, look, brother, I don't want no problems. Obviously, he's gone outside, and then I look. when I go and leave the shop afterwards, there's a group of lads out there, and the group of lads that are out there, they must have said something to him like, "Oh, you're about to have a fight with him. Like, trust me, you don't want to go there. Like you just don't want to go there." And so as I'm saying this to him, there's like arms moving around, and I'm shouting. He anticipates that as like aggression, so he tries to like throw a punch at me, and so I just move out the side and I just palm him in the jaw, and he hits the ground. And as I do that, his other Polish friend that's there, like throws this weird ass kick at me in like this tiny little space in this aisle. Throws this weird kick. Yeah, he throws like a kick
there. Oh,
he throws
God.
a little kick. I just move out of the way, grab his leg, and I've got hold of his leg, and then I just like go whack, palm him in the jaw as well. And then like I just walked out of there. And then as I'm walking out, the guys are like stumbling. They come outside, and I'm like, "Bro," I said to the Polish guy, I said, "Your name's Sasha, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "Sasha," I said, "Your child comes to my house to play Fortnite with my godchild." I said, "And you're starting on me in a shop, and you don't even fucking realize who I am."
Yeah.
I said, "You're putting yourself in more danger than you even realize." I said, "You're literally starting on someone in public drunk." I said, "That has access to your child." I said, I know the name of your child. What's it?" And I told him the name of his kid. It was like Red. And I was like, "Exactly." I said, "You're lucky that I'm not that sort of fucking person." I said, "Because if you have bullied me," I said, "some people are nasty people." I said, "You could have bullied me today, beat me up." I said, "And I could have just waited for your child to come round and give him a slap." I said, "You're a little fucking 14-year-old boy." You know what I mean? But no, I said, "I'm not like that, and I'm letting you know." I said that, like, be careful who it is that you're saying stuff to, because you're drunk and you think it's fun to bully people. I said, like, it's not always going to work out for you boys, you know? But like, that's the last time that anything like that has happened with me. And I couldn't take it because it was him trying to embarrass me.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
And it was a weird one, yeah.
You're very, very connected to that situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just some rando. It's like there's a lot going on in that scenario.
Like, straight up weird. At the same time, I'm thinking, like, I didn't realize that was Sasha, the guy whose child comes to my house, until after I'd hit him and he was on the floor.
Oh, okay. Still, that's crazy.
Yeah, man. And then so actually, let me finish the story, because I might as well finish the story. So about a week later, those two were, so Sasha wasn't there, but the other guy that originally started it, Sasha was the guy that threw the kick afterwards, like defending his friend, yeah? The guy that I originally hit was sober this time, with two other drunk Polish guys in a walk through like alleyway, and it's like a field, like a marshland, right? Yeah. And I'm walking through. It's like a connection point from one part of the town to another. I'm walking through, and they're shouting at me from over the benches, and it's about 100 meters away because they're in the middle of the field, and I'm on the walkway. Like, "Wait, come over here, big boy, come over here." There's three of them. I'm on my own, right? So I just ignore it. And then they start walking towards the path. By the time they get to the path, I'm 100 meters still ahead of them. Then I look and I realize there's a girl walking, like behind them now, like on the path. And then they grabbed the girl by the hair and then slapped her across the face to antagonize me, to get me to go over. So obviously I turned around straight away, fucking run at them. Like, I run at them and just basically run in there, just like, boom, just like, I was brutal this time, obviously. So running, bang, kneed one of them straight in the fucking like chest, like / shoulder. Flattened him. The girl was there. I'm like trying to fling her. I just threw her flying, like flung her. I didn't care, like. And then literally I just started like whack the other two straight away. And then the two drunk ones that were more drunk was like tying themselves up in it. The other guy's trying to like back off, and I'm more sort of focusing on him. And I grab him, pull him in. At this point now, I've got like three people like holding on to me. The girl comes over and like whacks him from behind in the ear.
Nice.
And makes his ear pop, and it's like bleeding. And I'm like, nice.
Cool.
Like, yeah, man. And like, so I'm just using open hand strikes, just like going whack as they're holding onto my coat. For some reason, they're all holding onto my coat with two arms. I'm like, there's no damage you guys can do to me. You got all your arms holding onto my coat. I'm just gonna stay here. Like, I can see where your hands are. You haven't got any blades. You're wearing t-shirts and shorts. Like, I'm just gonna stay here. Within 2 seconds, the police come over and just like bosh into the group. They'd obviously already been called because they've been being like shouting at people. So yeah, man, the police like start splitting it up, but there's only two officers, and they're failing to arrest three men. So they asked me for help, and I'm like, I'm going to help you. I said, but I'm going to help you like properly. And they said, okay, no worries. And they didn't know what that meant. Like they're holding on to one guy, come over and just go whack, like palm him straight in the jaw, knock him clean out. I'm like, now put the cuffs on him, and I just basically proceeded to knock every one of them out. And they was like, look, we're going to have to arrest you. Like
To you?
just in case anyone's watching what just happened, is you have just assaulted people while the police were holding on to them. And I'm like, yeah, it's fair enough. I said, but like you guys were like panicking, saying you couldn't handle the situation. Help us. Like they asked me for help.
It's funny.
So
like,
like,
you say, hey guys, give me a badge and a gun, and I'm the smartest guy on your force. Seriously, by like 100 IQ points. Anyway, go ahead.
And then so they arrest me. They take me around the corner, and then they're like, right, so where do you live? And then I told them. They drove me back to my house, let me out, and it was like, no worries, de-arrested. Like, you won't hear anything else about it. Like, we just won't include it in the report or anything. They said, we'll just leave it. They said, luckily, there's like no cuts on any of them at all. Like, they said I had broken the collarbone of one of them. They said, but that could have happened when we were slamming them into the ground or something. They said it's nothing like cuts, like they've been punched. But I know when I broke his collarbone, it was the first guy, the reason that's why he was backing off is because when I run at him and I kneed him straight in the like chest, I broke his collarbone, man.
Crazy.
Like I felt it. And the only other wound was by the girl, and she was like willing to admit that she hit one of them after they'd hit her, and you know, it was luckily
didn't look good for them.
It could just be swiped. It could just be swiped, and they like, do you want to press charges against any of the people that were involved in this? And they're like, no fucking way. Like, it can just be dropped. Like, one of them had charges pressed against them for like assaulting her though. But he was luckily the least damaged guy out of the lot. And that was the last scenario. And I saw them the other day at about 12 o'clock at night in a group of 6 of them in a small sort of alleyway where I couldn't avoid them. And I just like put my hood up and just bust through really quickly, like ready to like just throw an elbow at one of them. I had to. I think they have noticed me, but I think they sort of wanted to not notice me. They were like kind of trying not to look at me. Like I just don't think they could be bothered to continue with me. I think the police would have given them like a word of warning as well.
Yeah.
And that was the last thing that had. That's the last violent altercation I've been involved in. I've been extremely lucky every time that I've been in these violent altercations. Like, to be honest, like I forget to say that in that altercation, obviously, like yeah, I had like marks all over me, you know, like I got hit in the face a few times, but to me it was like nothing. Like I've done judo and boxing for years. Like that's something that I used to go and walk into for fun, you know, like it wasn't anything like a knockout blow or anything like that hit me. So it was just superficial stuff. But, you know, the Polish guys that hang around on the corners drunk, they usually never cause any problems like this. So, but sometimes stuff happens. I think the problem with me having my face covered that day, in the shop, that's what caused it. If my face wasn't covered, they would have seen my face and seen how serious of a guy I was, and they would have never have said shit to me.
It's a strange deal, man. I got mugged when I was 12.
Really?
By like 13-year-olds. Yeah, my dad, he was deacon at Lutheran Apostolic Church in the ghetto. And he lived there. He lived atop it. They let him live there for taking care of the place. And so I'm out walking around, and I go to take something out to the dumpster, and I'm all alone back there, and there's no cars in the parking lot. It's just empty. And these group of 3 kids come up behind me out of nowhere, and they want to rob me because they see I have like Abercrombie and Fitch clothes on and stuff. So they're like, oh, he's got to have some money. And I had a chain wallet too, so it was easy for them to like, they grabbed it and took it off me. And then they're like, there's nothing in here, rich boy. And I'm like, I don't have any money. And they're like, well, that means I forget what they said. I was 12, so it was a while ago, but something about beating me up harder because I was broke. And so they, you know, not beat the shit out of me. They gave me like a couple punches to the gut, couple punches to the chin, and that was it. And they were, you know, we were all like 12, 13. It's not like any of us could really hit. So it wasn't a big deal, but it was so weird to get like, it was like that was their standard. Like they'd done that a million times and they came to do it to me. It's so funny. Weird. Yeah, and then I saw them at a service at the church months later. And I was like, these motherfuckers. And they just looked at me and they were like smiling and they were with their mom and it's just like, this is fucking weird.
That is weird, bro. Dude, that's pretty intense, man. Fuck.
Yeah, but they didn't listen. They hit me like they felt like they had to get it over with, like out of the way, and then they just left.
Yeah. Like one
Yeah.
of those things. It's like, oh, it's to show to the gang that like, oh, I'm willing, I'm on this, I'm about this.
Exactly.
Like.
White boy ain't gonna scare me away, even if he ain't got no money. Let's fuck him up, you know, that kind of thing. And it was a race thing where I was. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I was a well-dressed white kid in the fucking ghetto. You know, I didn't belong.
And it white, how dare there? Like, you know.
Exactly.
It's your own fault, as far as I'm concerned.
I think so. It was my mom's fault. No, I'm not blaming anybody. It's nobody's fault. It was just,
no, it's not. I'm just fucking
that's
around.
how it goes. If you do something like, I should have known at 13, I should have been just stayed inside. You know, been like, yeah, I know where I'm at. Anyway.
That's funny. Sorry, that's funny to me.
It is fun. I think it's great. It's hilarious.
It is now. It wouldn't have been when you were a kid.
Well, you know what's really weird is I told my mom about it when I got home. She was pissed, and I was like, fuck, I shouldn't have told her that. She got mad at my dad. And then, but I kept thinking to myself, like, that's what getting mugged is like? That's not that bad.
Like, yeah, right.
I mean, I guess. Huh. But I forgot about weapons and guns, the things that they didn't have, right? They had their attitudes, and that's it.
What was the age of the robbers?
12, 13, maybe 14.
Oh,
and I was 12.
Well, that's different.
Yeah.
I was 9, and they were in their 30s.
Oy.
And yeah, I was coming from school like 20 o'clock, 30 minutes. It was dark.
He lives in kind of a rough country.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they took me from behind. They just kicked me with the feet, in the back. I fell in the front. I had my backpack. And yeah, they put their knees on my head and searched pockets, and then they left. Yeah,
that's all right. At least they didn't kick the living shit out of you. Like,
yeah.
Well, like I said, they didn't do that to me either.
They did hit me.
No, I know, but they didn't beat the living shit out of you and put you in a coma as well.
Either of us, yeah.
They said, they threatened that if I shout or stuff like that, they will do much worse.
Yeah, they probably would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both did the right thing in that scenario. To be honest, just just let it happen, get over and done with.
Well, I was a weakling. Like I had maybe just started skateboarding and hanging out with like the cooler kids, right? The tougher kids, but I wasn't tough at all. Like no way. If somebody would have been like, you need to stand up for yourself, I would have started crying at the thought of it at 12 years old.
Man. 12 years old, 9.
I was a tough kid at 12.
You're no way tough.
I was
quite tough.
But I wasn't.
I was quite tough. I'd been doing judo competitions at that age. I weighed like 40.
Yeah, that's probably.
So
you were tough.
You're nothing against an adult.
I just thought.
Not against tough. Well, I had a fight at the age of 14 against an adult that was drunk, and I knocked his teeth out. And if he wasn't drunk, he probably would have killed me.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That was because I asked him for a lighter, and he was on the phone having an argument with his girlfriend. Good times. Good times.
But the worst I hate are the rapists.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
From the bottom of my heart.
Yeah. I mean, clearly.
Glass like, really? Oh. You really hate the rapists? Oh,
I'm surprised shifted gears, man, from 3rd to 6th. But all right.
Time for a couple of teaspoons. Oh, yeah.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, the rapists are the worst. The people that will actually rape kids and stuff like that, especially. That's messed up shit. It's like, yeah, we're mugging you, but really we're going to rape you, right?
Yeah, I saw it. 5-year-old got raped. A boy got raped by 25-year-old. you know.
That's
And
never
it
good.
was
Man.
gay. It was gay.
Of
It's
course,
gay
it's good.
rape. Yeah. So
Always the worst type. Well, not
it
always the worst
destroys
type.
you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
like
victim is destroyed for life. It's stealing his
their
soul, the
soul a
victim's
little bit.
soul.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it steals their soul. I don't
Yeah.
contend with the idea that you can take someone's soul, but like
Yeah.
it destroys the vibrance of one's soul.
That
Definitely.
child is never gonna grow up. Never.
No, never. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%.
No matter how much
Love you put into him.
psychotherapy and stuff you're doing, you know, you can bring all the psychologists, whatever, all the experts. They won't fix him. They will not be able to undo what happened to him.
100%.
And yeah.
I guess that's why I speak quite openly about some of the experiences that I've had, because it helps other people. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully, I hope it does.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form. I hope that it would help someone else. You know, that someone that's been
You
through
know,
something. No?
people don't listen until it's happening to them, you know, because today's people, they are not stupid, they are dumb.
Mm.
You know, a stupid learns from his own mistakes. A wise man learns from others, looking at others. But a dumb one will not learn, not even from his own mistakes. And that's how most of people today are.
That's true. It's very, very true. I'm listening to you get me get. I'm just doing something at the same time. So,
Have you heard of Lambada Earth?
no.
I was thinking about it last night at work. Lambada, you know the song, the dance Lambada,
Yeah,
and
of course. I know that. I know
yeah,
that.
it's the globe spinning around its axis and it's tilted, so it's wobbling. It's Lambada dance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. Funny.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you can have it, you know. With the Polish people, it's lightweight. They are drunk heads.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's easy with the Poles,
Yeah,
bro.
but
Unless
if it
they're
were
sober
Romanians,
ones.
if it were Romanian mobsters, thieves, and stuff like that, oh, those are. Um, I don't want to deal with them, you know,
Different
because
kettle
they
of
do
fish.
you. Yeah, yeah.
No, I hear that.
They do crazy shit in England. I saw how they rob lorry trucks on the motorway.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I know how they are robbing the clothes. Get to be get.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know how?
I stole too.
But not from the shop, man.
Where from? Oh, from yourself.
From people.
From people.
From people. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how?
I hate muggings though, like that.
No, I hate
People.
that.
Depends how
I,
you did it.
Mhm.
I saw other people doing. I didn't do. But
Yeah.
they was waiting that people dry, their clothes outside, and then they
Uh,
took it.
yeah,
That was awful, but yeah,
that's disgusting. It's low
Wait,
life.
say
yeah,
that
yeah,
again. Say
yeah.
that again. How are they doing
You
it?
know, for example, I live in some building with eight apartments, and outside we had this place for drying clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you take that dry things and you put there in corner, and everybody in the that space in
they
the, but it's
feel.
open space. Everybody from street can come inside. That's the
Yeah.
problem. And then then you have Romanian.
I've dealt with Romanians. I always got along with them though. Always have gotten along with the Romanians. They've got even Romanian gangsters I've gotten along with very well. Very, very, very well. In fact, actually, when I think about it,
Yeah.
I've always got
Uh,
along with. They like to dance, and so do I. you know, and that's true. That's true. They
Yeah.
like to dance. They're not they're not always like they don't just sit there standing still in the corner like, oh, I'm a gangster, I gotta stay still. Some of the
They
Russian
like
guys,
to show
they
off.
stand still.
Yeah.
They
Go in
stand still in the
clubs.
corner.
Mm.
It was very weird when we ended up with lots of Eastern Europeans in my area, bro. Like, because a lot of people were afraid of them, and I didn't show any fear towards them, so they showed me a lot of respect. And that actually was a big portion of the end of my problems with the people where I locally lived, the local gangs, because the Polish and Romanian, and so like it was almost like right before it would have been Polish, Romanians, and Russians were all separate, right? But because there were so few of them, they became more selective, that they got on better with like some of the Polish guys got on better with some of the Russian guys, and there would be like the toughest group and the toughest group, and drugs wise as well. Some could get weed, some
Yeah.
could get whatever, right? So it made sense that they mixed. Like the Polish were brilliant at getting cheap weed. The Romanians were very good at getting heroin. And then the Russians were really, really good at getting like anything else, like anything, basically, like weapons and stuff. So like it was like a group of them. And I remember like you had Belinko. I probably shouldn't say their name, should I really? Szymborski, Puścinosilo. These were the Polish guys. They had a Russian guy that was called Flicky. I don't know why they call him that, but they did. It was a nickname. And Flicky. But I got on with these guys because I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid of them, but like it meant that like we had normal conversations, whereas other English people would just like avoid them like the plague, like fear for them. And I was like 15 years old, bro. They were like fully grown men, and I was very strong for a 15-year-old. So they invited me to a party, and I beat nearly every single one of them in an arm wrestle.
Yeah.
Right? And they respected it. I thought I was going to get beaten up. I beat this big Chechen guy, been in the Chechen War.
Yeah.
He was Yugoslavian, and he had fought in the Chechen War as a mercenary type. He wasn't in the national army of any kind or anything like that.
Yeah.
But like you know how those wars go. Everyone from every country takes up their cause, and potentially they might be involved in the war because of their families from this place or whatever. And he had scars all over him, machete wounds, bro, where he'd been caught in a street battle without guns, basically. Like he had a pistol, it misfired. He got too deep into enemy territory. They all had like machetes, and he had a crappy like Karkarov or whatever it is pistol, crappy Russian-made pistol that they used to give to the people in the Soviet bloc. And he tried to shoot it, and it backfired and fucking blew up in his hand, and he got a piece of metal in his arm, and he started bleeding. And then all of a sudden, loads of them ran at him, and he was a big guy, so people were afraid of him walking down the street with this pistol. Obviously, like they were all backing away, letting him go where he needed to go. And they ran at him and just started, like, one guy pulls out a machete, and he was wearing a vest. So unfortunately, he got hit across the back, and he said he felt his shoulder drop where one of the ligaments had been hit. And he said, I thought I was dead, you know. And he's got like a big wound across his stomach. Luckily, he was a big guy and he had a lot of fat on him as well. He's got a big scar across his stomach. And I mean, when I say big, I mean like it's thick, wide, and long. And it's like gristly when you grab it and touch it, you know, like it's fucking ruthless. Sorry, Abayar, for swearing. And
Well, I know, for example, in England, I had
but these guys, let me finish. I'll
Romanian
finish what I was saying.
mobster. Yeah,
What
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is it was Russians, Romanians, Bulgarians, and the Polish, right? They had all joined up as friends because they didn't get on necessarily with everyone that was Russian or Polish in their own group, like because they there wasn't as many to choose from. If there was more Polish guys there, more Russian guys there, they would have never been in a group together. But because like it was better than them making friends with English guys, and they were tough guys, bro. And I remember the day I got in a car with them, right? And this is what happened, and this was one of the things that was a catalyst as well. This was part of it, partially some of the work that I'd done. This is the thing that ended my beef with the older lot of the people I had problems with. Because people I had problems with, they were already older than me, my brother's age. But the older lads than them that were like 31, that were like really dangerous and scary. A couple of them, one of them had done like a murder. They'd stabbed people and stuff, been in and out of prison, you know, since they were like kids. One of those lads, I saw him on the street. He had hit me from behind with a full can of beer, and like fractured my cheekbone and nearly knocked me out. It didn't knock me out, thankfully. I've never been knocked out. I don't know how. Lucky, I guess. But it caused me a worst concussion ever. Like that affected me for 2 years. That concussion. Anyway, he hit me from behind, and I saw him. I was in the car, this BMW with an English driver who was half Polish. He'd lived in England his whole life, but he'd learnt the Polish language. He'd gone over to Krakow with my friend Lucas, and they'd gone over there together. And he met Russian and Polish mafia guys alike when he was out in Eastern Europe, right? And he had brought back a load of them with him, and like, you know, they were all a good group of friends, and that friend group fractured, and the best of that group ended up with the Romanians and stuff. And so he was driving, Lucas was in the car too, another guy called Sasha was in the car, and then a couple of Russian guys, and like I'm a small kid, like in a five car, like five, and I was sat on the lap of the big Russian dude, basically. And I'm a kid, you know, and I'm a big kid, like, and we're driving, and I see the guy who hit me with the can like the year before. And I point at him and I go, that's the guy that hit me from behind. And I still had swelling on my face a year later, you know, from this. Like when, you know, disfigurement almost a little bit. Luckily, all my shit repaired back pretty well. And I turn around and I go, that's the guy there who did that thing to me. They pulled a car over next to him. And like, oi, come here. They're like, get in the car. And he's like, there's no space in the car. And he's like, lay on top of those two's lap. So like he lays on their lap and his face is like facing down. He tries to like lay on them, like sit on them. He's like, no, lay on your front. Like he didn't want him like sat up at all. And then his face is right next to me. And he looks at me and he goes, punch him in the face if you want. And I'm like, no. Because to me, I was like, I'll fight him for fair. I said, take us somewhere off and I'll fight him one-on-one, right? Because now I'm not worried about his boys getting involved, you know, because he was in a gang. And I said, I'll fight him fair. And they said, no. That's the reason why this is a problem. They said, you fight him fair. They said, this is the point. We want him to realize that you're not to be fucked with at all. They said, we don't, no, not at all. He said, if anything, one of us is going to fight him for you. And I'm like, well, I'll win. And they're like, we don't care. They said, there is a risk that you won't win. They said, there's a risk that one of us fighting him might lose. They said, one-on-one. They said, but two of us will beat him up in a minute. And then when we're driving, Lucas was a guy who was extremely smart. Lucas turns around and starts speaking to the guy, and the guy's shitting himself because he realizes who I am. His head's next to me, and he's looking up to me going, no, please. And I'm like, oh, and he goes, promise me nothing, like really bad's going to happen. Promise me. He's like, hold him back, stop him from hurting me. Because I didn't make this happen. I didn't want this to happen. When I pointed him out, I was just pointing out, like, oh, that's the guy who did that thing to me a year ago. Like, you know, and when they pull over, I'm like, oh, no, leave it, allow it. Like, I don't want to cause any more problems anymore. No, like, I shouldn't have said anything. And Anyway, so we're driving. Lucas is really this intelligent one. He's the intelligent group. He's the drug dealer and he's a pimp out of this group. And he turns around and he's going to the guy who's laying down. He's like, "Oh, you sell drugs, don't you?" And he was like, "Yeah." I haven't got any on me. He's like, "I'm not trying to rob you. I'm not trying to rob you." He's like, "We don't need to rob people." He said, "That's stupid." He said, "You're a bigger guy, could have bigger guys than him." He said, "We're not trying to cause wars, right, over this little incident
Yeah.
between kids." He said, "But you sell drugs, don't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay." And we pull up, and I see him whisper to the guy who's driving, the English guy who speaks Polish. He's sort of half whispering in Polish to him. And then they all start laughing, the guys that understood it. And then they drive somewhere, and he points at a house. He goes, "I want you to rob that house." He says this to the guy sat in the car. He goes, "I want you to rob that house." And the guy who's on the guy that had hit me, and he's like, "Oh, bro," he's like, "You know that that's my drug dealer's house, like the guy I pick up off of." So he's taken him to where he gets his drugs from, and he's like, "I want you to rob your drug dealer's house." He's like, "Do it or you're getting fucked up big time." He gets out of the car. He knew how to get into the premises, obviously, because it's where he goes every day to pick up his drugs, obviously. And he goes there and breaks in, I guess, through the back gate, or just walks in, comes out with like an Xbox and some stuff. As soon as he gets back in the car, the Polish guy's on the phone, rings up the drug dealer that he's just robbed, and he's like, "Right, I've got your worker in my car. He's just robbed your house. I've just caught him robbing your house." And then you hear the English guy that's in the car with us, me going, "He made me do it. He made me do it." And then you can hear the drug dealer on the phone. "I don't give a fuck if he made you do it. You know, you did it." And he's like, "Okay, we'll keep him in the car until you come." All of a sudden, the van pulls up, and then he gets out with all of his stuff in a bag, takes it, puts it in the van, and then the drug dealer's like, "Right, get in the fucking car. Come on, we're going. Like, we've got to deal with this." They take him off. After that, the guy had like these two big black eyes that were like really bad. Like, I mean, like he couldn't see for like, he had black eyes for a year, you know, like for real. Like his own drug dealer fucked him up so bad. So like, and then I realized, I was like, these Bulgarian, Russian gangster types, they're smart. Like, they didn't cause a beef with the drug dealer. They caused a bond with the bigger drug dealer, who could have been the guy that got funny if we beat him up, this English guy, because instead they ended up creating a bond with him because it was like create trust between them. It was like, "Look, we made one of your own people rob you. We told you about it and we held it for you and gave you your stuff back just to prove to you that he's a weak link," you know? And that made them tighter, and they obviously did business already together, like in some way. And like, I was like, wow, that really dealt with the problem. After that, like, it was kind of like all of the older lot from that group, they didn't want nothing to do with causing problems with me.
Man, I tell you, England is some weird country. I had, for example, a Romanian friend. He was a mobster. And in Romania, he killed about 10 people, and he's being given to the Interpol, you know. And this guy was living in England, in London, but under fake ID. And his nickname is the Pig, you know. Yeah, but he's a very tough big man. He did rugby and boxing, you know, and he's doing all sort of this proxenetism, human trafficking, weapons, drugs. You know, he's into everything.
Mm-hmm.
And late in 2005, something like that, he was making a team of hackers. You know, he heard about these things, and yeah, he took a lot of these young Romanian guys who know how to do these things and bring them to England. And install these copycats on ATM machines and stuff like that, you know. And I knew his network, everything, and how I got friendly with him was
So wait, they were doing the were they
his
doing the ATM
his
card
wife.
catching?
Yeah, his wife was living in Palma de Mallorca, and with
Makes
his
sense.
fake ID, uh, he said he can't leave England, you know.
Yeah,
And I
stuck
told
there.
him, look, if I make you a plane ticket, you can fly to Palma de Mallorca, no problems, and come back, you know. Because I was making business class or first class tickets, you know, and those cost a lot of money, you know. But
Yeah.
when you go to the airport and you
When it's
show a
yes,
first
first
class
class ticket, they think
ticket,
you're all
they
that. Yeah,
don't check
exactly,
you. They,
exactly.
yeah, yeah. They, you go on the red carpet in the lounge.
There's
You
like
take
it's as
whiskey,
least
drink,
there's going to be as
smoke.
least friction as possible
Yeah,
in it. It's like they're not going to stop
yeah,
you. It's like it's about
yeah,
it being an easy experience. It's like first
yeah,
class for a reason, you know. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
They don't dare. They don't dare to do this bullshit they do with us, like economy class people. You know. Yeah.
That human trafficking shit really pisses me off because nobody's tried to traffic
Yeah.
me. What? Nobody wants a 49-year-old male?
Well, when I said that, I mean I'm saying something like, you know, he's taking Romanian girls from Romania, bring them to England, and uh, put them in
Once you
this
get it, you're
network of
fine.
prostitution and stuff like that. Yeah. So,
Mm.
you know.
Well, his girl wouldn't have been like a prostitute anyway. By the sound of it, she would have been like more like a
Yeah.
madam, you know,
Yeah.
like a
And
pimp, woman
well,
pimp.
and he was telling me, you know, like how the Interpol is searching for him and all this stuff. But in England, he was living with this fake ID, and he even had social. How do you say social? Not social income, but they give you a house to live on that national insurance number, Nino, and stuff like that. He had
Mm,
all that, you know.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
That's a cool story.
yeah,
That's what I was thinking myself about if I went to go somewhere with like you know with the jab with that passports and that like I might get first. That's to go even get if I had to get by plane
yeah.
because really I'm trying to like move away from where I am right now. Anyway. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to go to America. You know that guy's called Rookie,
I
yeah.
know. You want to
You
go
know
to
that guy.
USA
You know
now.
that guy. Do you know that guy called Rookie?
That
Yeah.
asshole rookie. Yeah.
He's a bit of like a fucking weirdo, isn't it? Shit, he's not as I said that. So, fuck.
I can only be what I am.
Yeah, I love you, bro.
Yeah. And oh, by
I
the
might,
way,
I
yeah,
might go down to beginners Effie in a second.
this
Listen.
mobster also knows the mafia boss, Romanian mafia boss, Nicu Gheară. This guy is,
Nickel Gal, yeah.
yeah, this
Mm-hmm.
guy owns the island of Ibiza.
Ibiza, yeah.
Yeah,
Ibiza.
he owns it. In
I know
Romania,
he does, yeah. I know who he is. Yeah. He's
yeah,
a serious guy.
yeah, and he's with
He's a pretty
Gucci,
serious.
Prada. He's with those guys together. Yeah,
Yeah, people used to speak about him. The Romanians would talk about him
yeah.
sometimes, like because he wasn't
His girls,
necessarily as
his
well
girls,
known 10 years ago, but
they show
he's.
his girls on FTV, fashion TV. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, he's not some low life, you know. Yeah, and they are friends. The funny thing.
So I accidentally clicked on the thing I was going to go to already.
Mm.
But yeah, no, yeah, he's involved with lots of things, isn't he? Like he's got his fingers in many pies, as it were.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Well, the thing which he was most involved was credit card hacking, internet scams, frauds. You know,
Yeah, he would have been
in
involved in that
Romania.
card catching stuff as well, though, like
Yeah.
catching the cards and copying the numbers
Yeah.
with a camera. Yeah,
I
bro.
worked for him, and he gave me like the penthouse apartment next to the Romanian Senate in Bucharest. The building next door is his building, you know, and in that building live only all these people who work in the television, like news and TV shows and stuff like that.
He
All
owns.
those famous Romanians, yeah.
Wait there a second. He
And-
owns like literally, I think it's almost like 39% of Ibiza. No, like Ibiza.
Yeah.
39% of it, like, and it's mainly the
Yeah.
coasts of it as well, which is like the coast of the island,
Yeah.
which is mainly the bit that makes you money. Like he owns like something like 40 nightclubs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like this guy
Yeah,
has somehow been a gangster that's put his like he's done
Yeah.
well as a gangster. Like he's done well out of it.
Yeah.
And he did well because all of the gangsters before him had managed to launder their money well, get it into accounts, and he didn't have to do
Yeah.
too much. Once you've got enough money to make money illegally, like you never have to like risk yourself being in a situation where you're gonna look like a criminal, you know. Like he's
Well,
been
in
he,
Bucharest-
I've seen pictures of him, bro, with like presidents and stuff like that of
Oh
countries.
yeah, he has pictures with Pele, with
Yeah, bro.
you name it, you name it, the famous people, and yeah, he knows them.
He knows
Yeah.
what he's doing. That guy. He's yeah. What's his name again? It's
Nicu Gheară,
Gara. That's it. Like Nico
Yeah.
Gara. Yeah, man.
Gheara. Yeah.
Straight up gangster.
And also, all the Romanian footballers. This guy has the agency in Romania for the best agency for photo models, and vast majority of Romanian singers
go through
he
him too.
owns them, you know.
Yeah, he
And
owns their contracts.
He decides which footballer marries which girl, you know.
Yeah, like, well,
Yeah.
he doesn't decide who marries who. He like, but he does fix them up, doesn't he? Like, puts them together.
Yeah, exactly.
And he thinks like who would work well together and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but he does it through parties, basically, right? Like
Yeah,
he throws big
in his
parties.
clubs, yeah.
Yeah, man. He also travels between.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about this gangster that's a mobster that's very well known on the earth. Yeah, man. Someone that me and Get personally both had some semblance of dealings with, which is just weird.
Yeah.
That's all. Why, you want to get involved in the conversation? Do you know him too? Wait, what?
No. You picked the one conversation I don't want any part of. Cool.
No problem. Battle mode, we can switch. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not
European
finished.
mobsters. Yeah.
Well, no, so like, yeah, like, but yeah, he owns like 39 nightclubs, man. Like,
No,
and
I
like, and
Yeah,
like,
in Ibiza.
yeah, and I think he owns the main construction company out there now too. It's like anything that gets built out there now.
Yeah.
Like you could say he's pretty much not a gangster now.
Is
He's
he a
pretty much a businessman.
politician?
No.
He's in
You would like
the
him.
fashion
Well, all the
industry.
politicians are gangsters. That's all.
I know.
Yeah, but
But
they're in the
he's like-
public
he's-
sector. The street gangsters are in the private sector.
He's a private sector gangster.
Oh no,
bro.
no, they mingle with the mafia.
He
I
is
got
the
it.
mafia. He is the leader of
Well, the
the
mafia
mafia.
is the state too, so there you go.
I know it is. It's like the numbers game in, the numbers game that was happening in
I got a video on that, man.
Little Italy and in, places like in New York.
Everything's a rich man's trick.
Well, but think about it, like the American government banned the numbers game that the
Like
mafia
a
were
3-hour
doing.
video, man. It's deep on this subject.
Send it to me. If it's a YouTube clip, then I'll watch it. I can't
Yeah.
download the 3 hour.
When you
I saw that
see,
one
for
too.
example, a
I watched that
Gucci
one
or
too, Mike.
when you see a fashion show
You watch
like
it?
Gucci, Prada, all this stuff, and you see Romanian photo models,
I shared
those
it.
girls
They are his.
his. Yeah.
Oh, them aren't chicks. I've seen them.
Yeah.
No, the ones that we're on about, they're his chicks. This guy, this
No,
gangster.
they're dudes. He's got trannies.
Maybe, but
I'm telling you, them ain't chicks.
he ain't paying for transitions. I'll put it that way.
No,
Not all of
that's
them.
why
Not
He
all of
wants. Listen, the models that he has, he wants models
that's
that
why
people
most
can
of
pay
them
to have sex
haven't
with,
made
bro.
it to the chop shop yet.
Bro, he has models, yeah, okay, that people can pay to have sex with.
They don't have sex with trannies. The elite,
Not every man. He's not involved with just the elite. He's the. You're not understanding the type of guy that we're talking about. Like he's.
Oh, I am the mafia. They're politicians, the elite. They're all the same shit. The world
know
is
that.
run by one form of mafia or another.
I understand that, but I'm saying his girls.
brought up
I've
this
met some of them. They're not trannies. That's all I know.
They all love trannies. All the rap artists, they're all married to trannies.
Yeah, that's true.
All the
That's
biggest
true.
rock stars, all the
They
biggest
could
country
have got
stars.
their
are all
penis cut
trannies.
off, and
And they don't want the penis cut off, bro. That's the thing they like. Is the
Listen-
secret between the legs.
listen.
Yeah.
Some of them you
They
can't
get off
tell.
on it.
There are those ones you can't look at and tell.
I know. Start them young on hormone blockers.
I would
you
say
can't.
those are the ones you tell.
But like they like the fact that there's a secret between their legs because it's like another thing they can get over on someone. You know, it's like an occultic thing.
And it's not all of them trannies, it's enough to be like 20 or 30% of those girls to be trannies. And then when you look at those TV shows or fashion shows and stuff, you admire them all, When you see a woman, yeah, you're okay to admire her, but next one is this guy's
Most
man.
supermodels.
And
Most
then
supermodels
you
are
are in
trannies.
the
Yeah.
wrong. You are gay.
What? Hold on. Did he just say no supermodels are men?
I said most supermodels are men.
Oh, I thought you said.
Gives whole new meaning.
Oh man, you need to wake up, naive man.
No, most supermodels are
gives
men.
whole- Gives a whole new meaning to rebuilding the tranny.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I didn't know shit about that. A tranny went in a hot rod. You know what I'm saying?
You've rebuilt plenty of trannies right about them, just not those types.
Right. And if it wasn't a tranny, it was a gearbox.
I've never heard of transgender people referred to as gearboxes. So I don't know what you're talking about now.
Get your motor running.
Get on the highway.
Oh,
Adventure.
Or whatever comes my way.
Hoping them trannies don't come my way. Fire all my guns if it happens. Watch them trannies get explode into space.
I'm going to go down to FE beginners. I want to listen to what's going on down there. I'm not in the mood for singing and shouting today. I've got a headache.
Listen.
Oh, come on.
Headache,
Now
man.
you got a headache.
Listen. Yeah. Put that pipe down and go to sleep at night. You'll be all right. But watch that video, man.
Shut up. Don't make those sort of jokes. I don't even smoke cannabis.
Uh-huh.
I don't. You motherfuckers are all the fucking...
That's too bad.
It's not too bad, bro. It fucks me up, bro. It makes me feel ill.
Smoking trannies, but hey.
I don't smoke weed, bro.
Take it
orally. Watch that video or you're smoking every drug there is.
Do you do edibles?
I'm serious, man. That motherfucker's deep, man.
I do prefer edibles. It gives me less pain and hypertension.
People who think their government's corrupt should watch that damn video and be enlightened to the actual amount of corruption.
Oh, of course. This is why prohibition happened. Prohibition happened to
like
all the gangster
like the fact
community
that
too.
American industrials supported the war in Hitler, the Hitler regime. They gave him free gas. His trucks had Ford motors in them. His tanks were built by Ford. Ford Motor Company built the trucks that ran over Americans in the war against Hitler. You know what I'm saying? They were selling them guns. American industrialists got rich off that war, and then they started playing fake war nonstop because it makes good money. You ever thought, well, we do it because it's economically smart? War. You should watch that video. That dude gets deep into it. He even tells you exactly why JFK got killed. He went against a mafia who owned the entire government at that time. They were all on the payroll.
He was also going to disband the IRS.
See,
Probably, yeah.
That's why. Listen, this is why politicians got greedy and quit taking payments and started running the rackets themselves.
Savage. I wish I thought about that, bro.
Yeah, JFK, I believe, made a deal with the mob.
Listen, the same reason, you can argue otherwise, but people who make deals with the mafia usually shot in the head as long as they follow through. That's some Clinton shit. But this is the reason why there was a certain time when countries started locking up all the mafia men. It's just so the politicians could take over their rackets, their numbers rackets, the casinos, the Teamsters. You own the union, you own the laborers, you own everything in America because somebody in a union job site got to build it.
That's how you get all the contracts for the construction. That's how you do it all. I've got 2 more. The following content has been identified by the YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences.
No.
I understand and I wish to proceed.
It's age. It's age restricted.
Can I have one of them? Oh, yes, mate, because I can just plug it in with a HDMI.
We're not using it, it's just broken at my house. Yes, the HDMI cable, and I put it on there.
Where?
HDMI.
Oh, bro, get me one. Yeah, get me one then. Get me one of those laptops, because if it only thing that don't work on it is the screen, I can plug it into TV.
I didn't think about that, mate. I always kept this one up to leave the screen works.
What?
Yeah, Johnny Boy was supposed to get his brother Robert
have one.
back off the mob, and after he got elected, he didn't, so they whacked him.
Hey, what? Yeah. So, what kind of he got advantage of him? He got elected, and then he turned against him. He talked with him and all that until he got elected, and then he turned against him. But hey, tell me what kind of laptop that is, Crack. I got a bunch of old laptops for from my company, man. I'll probably get you a screen.
Hey, Crack, I posted the picture I just found. I was searching that guy. He's in the middle in that picture, but look what's written in the top right of that picture in the live stream.
I will do now, bro.
Joshua?
Yeah, Colibri Bird and Yeshua.
Yeshua.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the
It's
guy in the
Yeshua.
middle is Nico Gara, and the guy in the left is Walter Zenga.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that the bird is a Y.
Yeah, it is a Y.
Or more like the iron.
Well, you know, the bird could be the resemblance to the dove that came down from heaven when he said, "This is my son with whom I'm pleased."
Yeah, but that's a colibri bird there.
I might be getting a new laptop because my cousin's got 3 of these
Hummingbird.
laptops. They're
Hummingbird.
good laptops as well. But 2 of them, the screen don't work, and I'm like, I'll just plug that shit into a monitor with a HDMI cable.
You know, the Hummingbird is like native to Americas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
think
you
it's
know,
anywhere else. I think the Japanese have a type, but it's like very rare.
you can just hook up a regular old tower monitor to most laptops, bro.
Yeah, even the ones that don't have HDMI, they still have a line out for CRT monitors or what I can't remember what the fuck build
Yeah,
connector is
but
called.
you can get converters for all them HDMI too. You can convert it to RC.
But basically, I'm gonna get a new laptop then, yeah, because I can just plug it in.
You might even be able to completely remove the monitor portion to where it's just a keyboard. Customize it, you know?
Well, you can do that. You just have to take it apart and unplug it from the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Some models, if the ribbon cable's not plugged in and go into a board, so you'll have to like make a dummy circuit for it, then none of the output display won't work. The secondary, because it still needs to activate. And so I think it's just a simple switch to pull it down low instead of have it high open.
Yeah.
When I change the administrator
makes sense.
account on a PC, let's say a PC you got it from somewhere like a school, yeah, so it's restricted so that only kids can go on only certain things, right? Yeah. Like, you can't go on sites that are 18 plus. I could just use a VPN, but like, I mean,
Well, that
how do I
shit's
take off that administrator code? Download like
Reinstall
Linux, maybe?
Windows.
Reinstall Windows.
Reinstall Windows. Yeah.
Reinstall Windows. Done.
So you have to delete all the windows and reinstall it. But I don't know
You
if you
can
can do
probably
that.
even make a recovery drive
Oh,
from
I
the
think to
system
be able
itself.
to wait there to uninstall Windows on it, I think you need the administrator account even.
No, you need access to the
Yeah, right.
BIOS, and if the
For
BIOS is
14 and
blocked,
above.
you need to take it apart, take the battery out of it for the CMOS, or if there's a jumper, jump it, cycle it on, cycle it off, and then jump it back, and all passwords will be clear for BIOS. Then enter BIOS. Starts off with a splash screen that's custom. Hit tab and it'll bring it to the C prompt, and then that's when you hit activate keys, the F1 through F12 keys, like
We'll
real
have to
quick,
do this another
and it'll
time
pop up with the
together.
options. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it now, Brand. Alright. We'll have to do this together at some point. Try and help me unlock one of these laptops, because I've got 3 of these laptops that are like school laptops, so I need to unblock it. Like, they've been given to us, like, it's not like they want them back, they've been given, but like 2 of them have got the screens broken, but I can just hook mine up to a 42-inch monitor. I've got a 22-inch HP monitor as well. I can just hook it up to that, because my laptop's so slow. This laptop's quick. You know, I can do everything on it.
Yeah.
Wait, what about like connectivity of like a headset? Is it a single or is it a dual port connection? It's a single port. It doesn't even need a splitter. That's so ideal.
Well, it depends. Look at it. If it looks like it's just a headphone, then it's just a headphone. But if it looks like a headset, then you can plug in, headsets, because
With a
it's got
microphone.
the 4-band barrel instead of the 3-band.
It's a proper laptop. Like it's a proper laptop,
Yeah.
bro.
Like, usually if they have a separate line,
It's got a line with a microphone on it. Yeah, it's got a microphone coming out of it.
So it's
for a
got
head.
the green and the red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got them both, basically. It's got the ability for me to plug in a headset without having to have a splitter like on my old laptop that I'm using now. Careful. Just need to put that.
Yes.
Yeah, because I have
don't worry about
dongles
any of
that
that.
go from the twin to the single barrel, from the 2-barrel to the single barrel.
But I was just making sure, because it doesn't have two things on it, whether a headset would work. Just go on, in a minute, try and go on Discord. And if Discord works on it, I'm not that bothered. As long as I can go on Discord on it.
Well,
Then I need to be able to go on YouTube.
One side
Not
will look
about
like
that.
headphones, and the other side will look like a speaker. It'll have the emblem.
I know
etched into
that. I know that. I know that. I know that. I know that. But I'm saying on this laptop, it's got one pin hole. That's it, right? And it's got a
then
headset with the microphone that comes down from the headset.
Then it's
So
the
it's
full
both
camera.
pins in one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
modern,
it's singular. It's modern. Yeah, it's a modern laptop. It's brand new.
like the one on your mobile. Yeah, so you could just plug your
Yeah.
earbuds in. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is that it needs administrator code in order for us to like get onto websites that are like bad or whatever. But I could just use it. I could
Well,
just
if
get a
the US
VPN.
They probably, since it's a school, they probably disabled USB key, which can be unlocked
No,
in the BIOS. But without that USB
right.
key unlocked, you can't even download. You
Yeah,
can't even have the little daemon program that'll pop the admin
in
code.
your browser.
Well, it's not in your browser. It's when you're starting
No,
it
it's
up.
not. Well,
It boots to this
Discord
device and it
works.
pops the passwords, and then it reboots it.
Go on yours. Your username. Yeah, and then you know your password. It's like that password. It's Lula or whatever.
Or just call the school and find out what the administrator password is, so you can unlock the notebook.
Can't we just call the school?
They forgot we've got it, mate.
They forgot.
Yeah.
Forgotten. Okay. These are my godchildren's laptops. That's why.
Yeah, I would
They've
say
forgotten
go to
about.
the school or ring up the school.
No, because then they'll ask for them back. Yeah, it's like that. It's just one of the things. We've got 3 of them.
Well,
I just think
if your godchildren are up for the op, they can
We'll find out.
go in there with certain code with a macro, open up the system. As long as they don't mess with the grades and they erase
Well, I
all
want
traces.
Linux anyway. I was thinking about removing Windows.
Yeah, do that. That's what I'm saying. Install a different operating system or update the system.
But what if to install a new operating system, it's like you need administrator code to
No, you
install
just
Windows that are on it.
you don't need to install anything because you do it from.
I could just take out the fucking hard drive, couldn't I?
Well, you do it from Python.
And put my hard drive in.
Listen, you do it from Python. If there's a password on the BIOS, you switch the BIOS, the CMOS chip, or you remove the battery from the laptop, start it up again. Not the main battery, but the little button cell battery. And if the button cell battery is soldered in, then there'll be a jumper pin, right? And then you cycle it on and off, and then switch it back. You cycle it on, let Windows load, and then turn it off again. And then put the battery back in or reset the pin. And then put the computer all the way back together,
I'm not
start
going
it
to
up,
be able
then
to
you have
memorize all
access to
this.
BIOS, because what that does is it clears BIOS. It clears all passwords.
Right, that makes sense. I'm not going to memorize that. When I get a laptop, yeah? Will you do it with me? I'll have 2 of them to do it with. So will you be willing to like help me do it on camera?
Yeah.
We'll both go on camera.
Yeah.
On camera.
Just let me know when you're getting ready to do that.
When I've got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do it privately.
Yeah, but you put those fucking emojis in your way there. You put those stupid emojis in your name, bro. No, you didn't. You changed it for Halloween, bro. No, listen. You changed it for Halloween. Yeah. So don't tell me I changed shit.
Yeah, but it was originally. Yes. Changed it.
Well, it's that now. Look.
What is it?
That. There.
Pumpkin, Rambo, pumpkin.
Line, pumpkin, line, Rambo, line, pumpkin. Why would you put pumpkins in it? So fucking gay. Just put in line, Rambo, line, and then put the hashtag 6623, and then do your password.
You know, pound sign.
You're gonna have to find
the quid.
The hashtag.
Not on there, mate.
Yeah, it is, mate. Right.
I don't know, do I? Numbers?
Not there. It is
You know
there.
what's crazy about that hashtag? Like here in the States, we call it pound.
Yeah, that's just bad for you, right?
But
We used to
there's
call it
no.
that before it was used as a hashtag. 'Cause, you know, we used to call it the pound
But
sign too.
yeah, but it's a tic-tac-toe sign. It's not a quid.
I
That's
know
why I was
it's
like,
not.
huh? But I guess the keyboards over there are different.
They're a little bit different.
Like the vector, right?
What do you mean? So how can a username not contain a hashtag? The usernames are based of hashtags. How can a username not contain a hashtag when? Wait there, mate. I really don't know what to do then, Brandon. I don't know how to help you with that. All I know is that Discord works on it already, so. What, to download it? Yeah, just use the app on the thing. Log in with the QR code. Let me just log into mine quickly. Right. No, but I mean, I might as well just do it. You'll have to use this headset anyway. It should work because it's for 14 and above. Yeah, there you go. Email wrong.
So I have to go on my email.
Fucking hell. I can't get on my emails at all on that phone. I have to, like, it's so annoying. You might have to update the whole fucking thing. Log in. There you go. Got it. I'll join the live stream in a second and we'll see if it works. Right, I'll unplug the headset. So let me plug the headset.
Hey, real quick question. Do you know how you would raise your privilege level from inside the command prompt for running executables inside the command prompt of Linux, the terminal? Crack. Anyways, you type in sudo space su, hit enter, and then a prompt's going to come up wanting you to type in the administrator password. The administrator password is the password that you set up with your account when you installed Linux. If you didn't set it, then it's default nothing or admin. Sometimes root.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jenny.
Are you guys all taking a nap? Are you watching movies?
Oh no,
I read
you're
books
robot.
here. Oh no.
I'm already got from Mr. Robot.
Is it just me, or did that robot sound like Jenny?
It still does. It's Miss Roboto.
Like, check.
Check, check. I hear you.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Cash that check.
Where all the damn Clovers at? It's quiet.
I don't know.
It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. Damn it, you got me.
The spiral is imminent.
We're in the eye of it.
They always come in crowds, so it'll be a troll train here anytime.
Well, I am expecting quite a bit of trolls coming in because I did join a bunch of Facebook groups and shared this stream. Last night I had a reach of like 842 people, something like that. So the thing is the message is getting out there and the link is getting out there. So hopefully we get some people coming in.
Awesome.
And that was just like a 2-hour segment at the limit right now that my page can stream. It's the only thing I can keep analytics on for Facebook.
They come in waves, man. They're like the Chinese in the Korean War. They just come running with their sticks. They don't even have guns and just throw themselves against the barbed wire.
So I can climbeth over thee.
Oh, it's not coming up. Well, up green there, but it's not coming up. Wait there. Maybe it's because I'm in here.
I haven't been muted or anything like that.
Oh, you're there, right there.
I can hear you.
You hear me? Oh, okay. So it works on the server profile. Like I can come on Discord on this laptop even if I don't do anything. At least, just I can't download the app.
And it's working quite quick in it as well.
It's quick as well. Yeah, it is quick. But wait there. Where was it on Livestream voice text? Like, let's see if I try and watch the video that Batmob posted, which it won't let you watch. No way. It lets you go on YouTube and watch any video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Any video.
Oh no, you can't watch certain
18 plus
like,
stuff.
No, there's a lot of 18 plus stuff you can watch. But there's certain music videos I can't seem to watch. But some ones I can with swearing all sorts in. So it just depends really.
Let's see if this video here you should definitely not be able to watch.
Well, see, I have my
wait there. Wait
I have
there.
my
I bet
channel
it
set.
works. This video age restricted.
I have my
What else?
channel set to non-age restriction, but not meant for children.
This is different.
It's been
Like
basically a minute
it's a min. It's because it's been given by a school.
Yeah, it's video making. Play anyway. I understand.
Your discretion is advised. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's working. So basically, I can use it the way it is anyway for what I need it for, bro.
Yeah, the other ones
So bring me one of these down so I can fucking Discord my way this way, bro. This
See
is
if you can
one
install
jack.
Cody.
How do I
See
sound
if
as
you can
well,
install
Joshua?
Cody on it. Pretty good. Really good. No crackling, nothing. Crystal clear.
Dope.
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
Never crashed me ever. Never crashed me before ever.
I love that.
Everything works pretty much.
Amazon Prime stream perfect. There's
No, everything works on there.
It never
I can't
loads.
even hear
Doesn't
God
stop me
child.
from watching anything.
Not on Amazon or Netflix. No, anything.
But see if you can download Cody on that device. If you can download Cody, then you should be able to get a repo for it. Even
Basically,
if
wait there, Joshua, everything I need it for, watching stuff on YouTube, which is 18 plus, seems to work.
Videos doesn't you can't.
Yeah, I can't download any apps like the Discord app, but I can just use the browser version, which I'm using now, which is
well,
working.
no, that's what I mean. You side load it through your phone, so you would go ahead and download the exe for Kodi.
Yeah, I've already downloaded the exe, but then once the exe is downloaded, and you go to open it, it blocks it.
Well, I'm just saying Kodi is it's Xbox media source, right? But what this thing is it's a repo, so you can watch like all kinds of movies, television shows from around the world, Netflix, all of that stuff.
Oh, this is
movies
kind
and
of dope.
theaters. That's what I use. But you can't get links from it to share, so I have to use another source to find those resources, but they're never the same quality.
This is kind
like
of dope.
you can take an Amazon Fire Stick,
yeah,
because it's USB, HDMI type thing, and you can ADB sideload onto it apps. So basically, you pop it open, root it, and then remove the cord and reinstall, a base system with Kodi on it, and you basically make it a hacked device to where the first thing that starts is the VPN.
What I was going to say is when I do get this laptop brought down, will you help me try and like uninstall everything though, so we can try and get it to like be just a normal Windows 10 or a Linux or something instead, and then just I want to get rid of this administrator control on it if I can. If I can't, then I can use it the way it is currently. Just
if you can get access to the USB, like the best thing to do to see if USB drivers will install automatically, take your mobile phone and plug the USB cord into it, and then plug that into the USB port of that computer, and see if a prompt pops up installing drivers.
We'll do it when I've got it, alright?
Because if it'll do that, then you're golden. If it won't, then there's Fortress on it, and Fortress is a motherfucker.
I think that's what it is on it, to be honest. It's something like Fortress, because this is British government. technology that I'm talking about right now.
Well, it's the same thing. That didn't stop me when I hacked the school. They had Fortress on.
Just like the schools, they have the administrator control over the whole laptop, so it stops you from uninstalling or installing any apps or any add-ons or drivers or anything like that. It's like set up the way it is. It's got everything on it. It's already got Linux on it. I just realized as well.
Yeah, and it can block the networking. It can block certain ports. So even if you do connect to sites, these certain sites use certain ports for showing
What if
videos. It will block that port. Yeah.
If I remove the hard drive, though, it's fucked, right? Surely, because it will be on the hard drive. This control, right? Like,
no, the control's just software control, but it's
but the
preloaded,
software
so
will
it
be
starts
on
up
where?
before Windows. It runs in Python
Where will it?
library.
Right, but what I'm saying is where's that stored to? Like the control from the administrator is going to be stored on the hard drive, correct? So I can remove the hard drive and put a different
No, you
hard
just
drive in.
you reinitialize the hard drive with a new image. That's it. An image without it.
Okay. If not,
That's what I'm saying.
If that fails, though, I could just put a new hard drive in there. That's all I'm asking, bro. If that failed, I could put a bigger hard. I would need a bigger hard drive in it anyway, because it's got a small hard drive, right? Okay.
Well, you need a USB drive about 8 gigabyte because the Windows installation files takes up about 4.7 gigs.
Yeah, no, I know that. I've got all of that, right? I've got 16 gig.
And you get the AIO. You get the AIO OEM installation one.
I know, but I'm
That way you
asking
don't have
one
to worry
specific
about.
question. I'm asking one specific question that I want to know the answer to. I understand all of that. Saying if everything was to fail on it, right, and there's no way of getting around this administrator control that they've got, right? That administrator control has to be installed on the hard drive, correct?
No, it can be installed in the BIOS memory. So I said the first thing is wipe the BIOS. Wipe the BIOS and reconfigure it. Because the first thing that'll happen is log you into the BIOS and you make sure you unlock legacy devices.
I'm just thinking about how I can remove
and what that does,
like basically
listen,
factory reset the whole thing and then reinstall Windows
Yes.
afterwards on a new hard
Yes,
drive.
that's what I'm telling you to do.
Do.
So, listen, after you do that and you set it to legacy, it's going to nerf the installation. So, whatever program would be written to run in Python prior to the WinExe command is nerfed. Then you can go in there and wipe it. And then before you wipe it, right?
Yeah.
You just initialize and then you stop the installation. Though it's going to be a critical error, cyclical critical error, right? You start it up again, go back into BIOS, you disable legacy mode.
Right.
Make sure that USB is set to open and have the option for F8 to open the boot options. Then as soon as it starts up, hit F8, stick your USB key in, hit boot from USB CD drive, and hit enter, and it'll read
It
from
doesn't
that and
have a
start the
CD drive
installation.
on it at all. It doesn't have a CD.
Yeah, neither does mine.
So,
Neither does mine. So that means it should have USB-C connection port.
All right. Well, as it is, really, I can use it for nearly everything I want, which is just like YouTube, Netflix, everything like that.
It should have Bluetooth on board too, built-in Bluetooth.
Bluetooth, yeah. Bluetooth works.
So you can use your phone as a display.
Yeah, I could use my phone as a display, but like I could.
You can also display your phone on the computer through an ADB program. It's called Screen Copy. S-Copy.
I'm just going to use a HDMI wire, dude. It's got a HDMI cable.
Fully master resetting it and wiping off every single account on there.
That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, just rebooting it.
Administration user as well. If you can figure out.
No, we're just going to smash the castle.
We're
just
Why are you so quiet?
Who, me?
No.
Me. I don't know. Am I quiet? Am I? I haven't looked at any of my settings. Let me look.
Oh, maybe
no.
not.
You're pretty
I don't
loud.
know. It just sounded like you were
Turn me
far
up,
away.
then. Turn me up. Output volume. Input volume.
I already have it all the way up.
Output volume. Right. There you go. What about now?
You're good. You sound great now. Maybe you were just spacing away.
Onto your set, if you go down here, mate, go to
I know.
Just go ahead and give me a hard time about it.
What about now?
Yeah, is it still good?
Literally, it's got controls on it though. It's insane. Like I can't change hardly anything on this. Speech, UX configuration, recorder, voice recorder. If I try and turn voice recorder on, it works. Alright. Mixed reality portal, HP Smart desktop app web viewer off. Why?
When something's great, you can't change it. If it's coloured like that, you can change it.
Right. Well, yeah, Brand. This is the way it is. It works. So for what I need it for now, it works.
Discord will work really fast. It won't fuck up. It won't glitch or anything like that, which is good. That's what you want it really for, really, innit?
Kind of, yeah. I want it more for that. And I
I'll
want to
tell
be
you
able.
what,
Well, I want to be able to
what kind
stream.
of
Always use Chrome. That one is
find out what kind of administrative command is on that thing, and see if it's poppable. Usually, it's not because it's hard baked into the registry. So you have to clear the
Right.
registry. The only way to do that is to do like I said and nerf it, NOP it by switching on legacy devices. Means it corrupt the previous Windows and it will not install from it.
I'll be honest, I don't know how to do any of that at the moment. So that's
So
not
corrupted
that.
code cannot be called on. It's a very simple way to NOP the operating system.
We do all of that when it happens, bro. When I get it. I'm saying I'm not that much of a nerd when it comes to computers because I haven't used a computer like this for so long. I used to be a nerd when it came to all this shit, but everything's changed. But at the minute, as it is, even if I get one, I can use it for what I want to use it for, which is what Discord. I can watch any video on YouTube that I need to watch. I can go on Netflix. I can go on Amazon. I can Amazon Prime. I can go on to much everything that I need to go on to. Skype, I think, as well will work on it.
You're just being lazy.
No, I want to do that. That's what I'm saying, but I don't have the computer yet to do it with. This one ain't mine to mess around with. This is just one of the other ones. We've got 3 of them. I can't do any of what you're talking about on this computer.
Yeah, but I'm saying once you get one of them running right, create a system image, an ISO system image, and then you can just use that
I
on
would
the
need
other
to be
ones to clone
shown
the system.
step by step how to do that. Do you get what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't, like you can tell me that, like I'm not gonna feign intellect. Like, oh yeah, cool, dude. I know how to do
Basically,
that.
basically, the Windows installation works off of a system image, a base system image, a base build. So you update the system on that. If all the systems are identical, then you can create one master system image, your own custom one, copy it, and then send it through to the others. So that when you install it, it installs a custom image. It's a program. That's it. So
Okay.
it means you won't have to sit there and install drivers on the other 2.
I'll be right back. All right. Thanks, dude.
All right. Any flat earthers want to talk about like the blatant truth about it? Water is level. 71% water, they say. So 71% level plane. That does not work on a ball. It's simple math, guys.
Simple math.
Even if you say 70%. That's still 30% land. Some overall majority, it's flat. And then they'll argue, well, what about the terrain under? Well, the terrain under is pretty much flat. I mean, the abyssal plain. The landmass with the highest elevation is, in fact, Antarctica. And we live in a place called the Antarctic Basin. That's every human. Fun facts.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I don't think there's a shape to dry land. Right? The Earth is just the land. The portions that stick up out of the water. So, flat is a surface feature. It doesn't necessarily denote a shape. Kind of like smooth or rough. Like I can sit here and rake out a bunch of gravel, and I know that's level and flat. But when you get down to it and look at it, you'll notice that it's just, a field of boulders stacked on top of each other. It all depends on your perspective. And I see a lot of these flat earthers sitting here trying to explain a model, saying this is what it looks like from space. Well, that's logical fallacy right there. And I call them out in these groups and on their posts. It's like nobody's been to space, so how can you sit there and claim what it looks like from space? You don't know. You're going off of an azimuthal equidistant map based off of globe projection.
I know what we can talk about.
What's that?
The difference in the nature of the globe Earth claim versus the flat Earth claim, and what we use for evidence versus what they use for evidence.
Well, they can sit there and claim that we use photos for evidence, but the thing is you can actually go out and test the photo in real life. Right? You can test the film in real life.
Exactly what I was talking about.
But their evidence,
exactly what I was talking about.
we can't really go there.
I understand. Yeah, of course, and like I'll tell. Listen, I admit, photos they're subjective. They really are because it's just like a visual impression. Unless the photo has unless the camera that's taking the photo is calibrated to accurately represent the world. Right. So you design the camera so that it preserves angles and things like that. So if I take a picture of something and it's sometimes a physical angle of, say, 1 degree out there in the world, that in the camera, that angle is accurately represented in proportion to all the other angles, right? So it's geometrically correct, right? Geometrically accurate. And we know all
How would
cameras
a
are not
lens like
100% geometrically accurate. It's just impossible at this point in time.
how,
It'll be possible at some
how
point.
how would we be able to design optics like that, or perhaps not even an optic, but a sensor, right? A sensor that has no distortion without a need of an optic.
You have to have a planar lens.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah. Has to be a planar lens.
The material we use is refractive unless we could actually do away with refraction altogether.
Actually,
But
there is a lens that does it. It's called a confocal lens. Now I think about it.
well, they can.
Confocal lens. They use it in industry to manufacture parts and to measure parts to tolerances. But it has to be at the exact correct location, and the sensor has to pretty much be the same size as what it is you're taking a picture of. So if you're taking a picture of a 1 inch by 1 inch cube,
that works too.
Your sensor needs to be, at least that size, because you need that straight lines, right? You need to because you need like a straight line. You need straight lines to go to each pixel of the sensor. Because if it's think about it like this, if it's up at an angle, this is a stupid thing. Like with Cobras, it's the same thing like perspective. You know what I mean? If I'm, looking at a tile and I'm right overhead, it's a square. But once I start looking at it from some off angle, it's not square anymore, and it kind of turns into like a trapezoid, right? So a camera's the same way. If you have the sensor taking a picture of something on the optical axis, right, dead center of the camera, it's correct. But as you get to the edges, it becomes not correct because it's coming in at an angle. So that same tilt that you observe from looking at a square from an angle, right? That tilt is being, instead of you looking at an angle at a square, the square itself is tilting relative to what you're taking a picture of. That square being the sensor itself.
Yeah. See, I know, like there's a difference in refractive index, but there is a liquid that has the same refractive index as a certain crystal, and if they make the lenses out of that crystal, I think it's sapphire, and flood the whole thing, like submerge it in this oil. I think it's wintergreen oil or something like that. Spearmint oil
I've
or
heard of
something.
this. Yeah, I've heard
That's
of
just how they do like the lithography for like the extremely small like circuit boards for our phones. They have to use that because the traces are so small and intricate in places that without using that, there's going to be too much of a fuzz and refraction, and there's going to be electron leakage, and the circuit's board's going to fail. Yeah, or the chip, right?
Yeah, it's getting as close to the diffraction limit without distortion. That's really what they're doing.
So if they could do that like that, then how would we be able to create a lens that has the same refractive index as air? You know what I mean? Create a medium, a crystal that has the same.
Well, they're working on it. It's called what do they call it? It's called a metasurface. That's what it's called. A metasurface lens. But they haven't it hasn't been engineered yet. No. It's a metamaterial. It's a metamaterial. It's basically the same concept as making a meta. So the way a metamaterial works is you have, it's called them features, right? So you have features which are sub-wavelength. So that's the problem of designing it, right? So light is 400 nanometer to 800 nanometer. So you need to have like 16 at least. So it's like 16 little capacitors sandwiched in one wavelength, evenly spaced. 16 is like the least amount you can get away with. But it's even better if you have more. But good luck getting Think you need like to make quantum dots, right? Because it's called superfocusing. Just
Yeah.
look it up. Look up metamaterials, right? So just look up metamaterials or anything like that. You'll get things like invisibility cloaks and a bunch of hooey shit like that. But really, that's not. That's kind of like the press novelty shit that because the press thinks things like that are cool. But that's
Well, there
like
is.
you can make lenses that beat the diffraction limit.
I think it's the Polish government, or the Polish military, they have a Polish tank out there that has active camouflage from infrared and X-ray.
That's
Based
absorbing,
off
right?
of metamaterial. It's metamaterial.
Oh,
They said.
then they must be. What are they doing? It
But
basically
the problem is, mud will foul it, like dust.
Well, of course. Think about it like
So
this.
all you would need to do is just pop smokes, and they'd come up on the imaging. It'd be a hollow. You saw, there it is.
Well, see, light has electromagnetic energy. So one wavelength is an oscillation between an electric field and a magnetic field. So what you do is you make one wavelength. So you have one wave crest and another wave crest. So it moves across the medium, right? So in that little space of that oscillation, that magnetic and electric oscillation, if you have, like I said, little capacitors in there, right? So they couple to the electromagnetic wave, but they have to be sub wavelengths. There has to be enough of them between the crests of the wave that it actually couples to the wave and interacts with it, so that you get something called you get what is a negative index of refraction. Yeah, that's right, negative. So when you do this, you actually get two focal points. Yeah, they call it left-handed metamaterial because instead of the right-hand rule, the left-hand rule applies. They didn't think this stuff was capable of even being made, but someone dug up a paper that this guy named Victor Veselago wrote back in the 60s in the Soviet Union. It got translated, and then some Westerners got a hold of it, and a guy named Pendry made it real, but in the microwave frequency, in the microwave wavelengths. So microwave is like it's easy to make that because that's like 1 meter waves, right? That's 1 meter wavelength. So it's pretty easy to make. So what they did, they used what they call split ring capacitors. So it's basically, think of the letter C. Think of it. You have a PCB circuit board, and in that circuit board, the traces are they're copper traces, right? Formed in each trace is like a C pattern. They're not connected to each other. They're alone, right? So one of these little split ring capacitors is not connected to another one. So it's like a C inside of a C. So one C is backwards to the other one, but they're embedded in each other. And you put 16 of these in between each wavelength. So when you send microwave across this, like I said, it has a negative index of refraction. And actually, the phase of the wave is actually superluminal. And they can even get the phase velocity to go backwards. But it has not been perfected or even developed for optical frequencies because there's a bunch of problems that make it difficult. And one of the problems also is parasitic losses, because you get inductive coupling of these little split ring resonators, so you get losses in power. So the metamaterial absorbs stuff. Anyway, part of this development of metamaterials, they're making something called metasurfaces, right? So think of a sensor, and like when light hits the sensor, it shapes the wave and it shapes the wavefront in such a way as to get what is called sub-wavelength information out of it. It's almost like a hologram. I don't know. I'm not sure if you know how a hologram works. They make holograms.
Yeah,
Holograms are
isn't
made out
it
of the
usually through
holograms are made out of interference patterns.
like laser
So
refracting off of a prism or something, right?
no. What you do is you illuminate an object with a laser from one angle, and you illuminate it, and then you take a picture from another angle, and the interference pattern of the light that's already there and the wave, that wave interference pattern is three-dimensional. So you expose they think they expose like an aluminum film, right? And then they can recreate that three-dimensional interference pattern on the film, and then we see holograms. But it's because it's because the light that's being captured is actually 3D in a sense. So you get depth. Anyway, there's more information in that obviously, right? So there's more information in that 2 to 3-dimensional image than there is in a 2-dimensional image. So
Right.
these metasurfaces, they can actually retrieve some of the 3-dimensional information that you can't regularly pick up with a camera, right? And because of this, they can make an undistorted image. I mean, you guys can Google all this, dude. I mean, seriously, like it's something I looked into for years, dude. Years. This is why I know so much about refraction, because I studied this for a long time,
Yeah.
and I was still
Makes
studying
sense.
this when I saw the Chicago skyline, and this is a mirage. So then I got distracted. So I knew at the time just about everything there is to know about mainstream science's models of refraction, all of them, right? So, like, I would say metamaterials is like at the cutting edge of what our knowledge of light and how it refracts and how it changes. So when I saw the Chicago skyline, I knew that wasn't a mirage, and I'm like, holy shit, there's something wrong here. And yeah, so now I'm a flat earther. Because that's not a mirage. Yeah, so just like
It's
a
not a mirror,
coincidence, man.
Reen.
It's like one of
Well,
those coincidences of serendipity.
yeah. Well, it's not a mirror. A mirror inverts the image. It was not inverted. I mean, that's
Oh, exactly. Doesn't have any feature, any characteristic of a mirage. Not a single one.
a
I mean, back
socialist
in the day, like in the beginning, like
Cleo.
in 2017, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's a mirage." I'd be like, "Okay, put that image in paint, right, and draw an arrow right to the part that you see that indicates it's a mirage." I've never gotten anything. I've never gotten any Goldberg to like draw me a picture that like, yeah, okay, this part of the image says this is a mirage because I see this or I see that. No, they're just like Earth's a globe. It has to be a mirage because Earth's a globe.
Earth glob. It must be because Earth
But
glob.
but it has to be.
Really, that's really that is the entire basis of the refraction argument. Is Earth's a globe, so it has to be because that's the only possible way. Because we know Earth's a globe, so it has to be refraction because that's the only way. Even though there's no indications of refraction, it's the only thing that makes it plausible. So we'll just say the only thing that makes it plausible.
Yeah.
Come to find out, it's not plausible. It really isn't.
But it's has to be.
Oh, I'm so glad I got that feature working.
So, and that goes to the nature of the globe claim, which is kind of what I wanted to talk about. So, their claim, so when they come into the server, they're right. Science proves it. Science proved the Earth's a globe. What does that even mean? What are they really saying? Oh, I know what they're saying. Science proved gravity. And because gravity forms balls, Earth's a globe, and that's what science proved. So I was listening to yeah, really, this really is their argument. Even though they don't know they're making that argument, that's their argument. And the reason they don't know they're making the argument is because they're parents. But if they really thought about it, like, what argument am I making? I'm making a geometric claim, right? I'm making a claim of geometry. I say this is this shape. That is a claim of geometry. But instead of like what a normal person would say, right? If I said this table is square, well, how do you know it's a square? I took a tape measure and I measured it, and it was 48 inches on this side and 48 inches on the other side. There's 48 inches on all the sides, and that's a square. No. Instead, a Goldberg makes an argument like this. Oh, I know the carpenter that built the table, and he told me it's a square. Or he has a saw that can only make squares, so the table's a square.
Or they'll ask, how come you use a triangle to find out if something's square? It's like, really, guys? You know nothing about 3, 6, 9? Or 3, 4, 5? Yes, the 3, 4, 5. 3 inches by 4 inches by 5 inches. That's a square. That's like you say you're building something and you want to rack it. You know, it's.
Oh yeah, 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean theorem. Yeah.
Yeah. It's easy.
It's actually what they call diaphanes trip. It's called a triple, Pythagorean triple.
Yeah, they don't understand their own like logic and science and mathematics behind their own claim, right? Like Eratosthenes' claim. They think Eratosthenes claimed that it was a ball. He never said no such thing. He thought it was a rectangle, and so did Mariner of Tyre. It was actually Claudius that made a map based off of everything, and he said that it was a correction of the Eratosthenes and Tyre map that everybody was using that was based off rum lines, right? And the thing is Ptolemy corrected it. Well, Claudius of Ptolemy, he corrected it, and the projection was round. He said he corrected the projection and made it round, right? Where lands were contracting towards the poles and expanding towards the equator, which gives the distortion, right? And if we're still using that projection to draw up a flat Earth map, then it is going to be distorted. We actually have to do cartography. That's measure every landmass straight on rum lines, chart it out. Even vast distances in the ocean. It's the only way. And like the Alberuni, all that was him just looking down on a sand dune and then rising up above the sand dune and noticing he could see more stars as he rose above the dunes. That's nothing. That proves nothing. So really, they have no proof.
Told you that. Plus, they didn't know anything about perspective anyway. So, like,
true.
They didn't know anything about projective geometry or anything like that. The perspective wasn't even a thing. It wasn't invented for another 1,000 years.
Like, take for instance, right now, I can see the moon in the sky. It's about quarter moon, half full. I can see it in the east, well, northeast. And yet the sun at this time is more on this side. So it kind of equates, but the moon will still be in the same phase as the sun sets. And the moon will only move about maybe to about 90 degrees in the sky, where it so-called rises at sunset, but it doesn't rise because it's always visible in the sky. It's all perspective. And it's not the sun that's causing the light of the moon. Especially sunset, and it's still the same thing. Well, right now it's above the Earth, where it makes sense for it to be a reflection of the light. It's like, anyway. Somebody actually said, well, the eclipses make no sense on a flat Earth. So actually, yeah, they do. They make perfect sense on a flat Earth. Did you know you see other heavenly bodies near totality?
So I was listening to Wolfgang and somebody from the other 2 days ago. Wolfgang's talking to him, and then he's like, "Well, what makes you think the Earth's a globe?" And he lists seasons, blah 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 blah. Okay, all this stuff, eclipses. I'm thinking, not a single one of those things about the shape of the Earth, right? And they're all just stories. And if he grew up,
right,
and if everybody assumed that the Earth was flat, we'd have some story about everything, right? We'd just come up with some other concoction. No matter what the shape of the Earth was, if you start with a presupposition and then you try to explain the world within that framework, and you can't actually do the experiment to get the true causes, you're just creating a narrative. And the only reason he believes the narrative is because repetition, he's been told it over and over again. Because I'll give you, for instance, the seasons. What causes the seasons? First of all, which seasons? Meteorological seasons? Astronomical seasons? Okay, astronomical seasons. What causes them? Astronomical seasons are just the position of the sun, right? In the day, in the length of day. That's the astronomical season. What causes that? Oh, orbits. Anybody ever seen an orbit? No. Okay.
The position of the sun, right? The summertime, the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, right? Or is it Capricorn? I forget, right? Yeah. It's in the northern tropics, where all the deserts are. And then you have the southern tropics, which has a lot of deserts as well. It's funny, the tropical environment is full of deserts, but yet the equator is very tropical. I think we have it.
The point is, nobody knows the cause of the seasons. Nobody.
Mm-hmm. That's that 12 degrees, right? 12 degrees arc in the sky. From solstice to solstice.
Degree tilt or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is falsified by other information, but other points of data. Like, I mean, each one of these things, like they say, oh, this is the cause of that, right? It has something to do with the globe. But that claim is falsified by some other piece of data. And then you can,
what about?
Go through all claims, where they claim the causes of this and causes of that. Orbits cause this, tilt causes that, rotation causes this. And you can go through all of them. And there is some data point that falsifies that claim, which proves they just have a story.
Well,
we have a lot of stories. So because I have a lot of stories, it must be true.
We got all these books from
Tolkien,
all
he can
these
outdo all
people.
that, man. He has even more stories. So Middle Earth is true.
So I get back to the seasons, right? We have solar seasons, right? We have a solar minimum and a solar maximum. Those are different seasons of the sun. We have astronomical seasons, so to say. You know, the zodiacal season, so to say. Like we're about to go, or we have entered into the age of the Aquarius. This is what has happened. This is why they say now is the time to do their thing. But we're in the age of Aquarius. We were in the age of Pisces, right? Previous to the age of Pisces was the age of Aries. And prior to that was the age of Taurus. So it goes backwards from the way that the zodiac moves in the sky. So it's strange. And that's those seasons, I believe, are what the great ages are. The age of iron, the age of gold, the golden age, the silver age, the bronze age, the iron age, because we're in the iron age and it's about to end to be in a broken iron age for 300 years. It's the end of the Kali Yuga, but that doesn't happen until 2025. So they have to make their kingdom, or it's doomed to fail.
So when that day comes around, does that mean I can get $5 a piece for my cans when I return them?
I don't know. I think that's 2025 is when the agenda or whatever, where everything's supposed to be switched over to the new system, monetary system.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings must have been a true story because it was such a long book.
There was so many other chapters to it, plus the Silmarillion.
Wait, there's no place called Middle Earth?
I guess in a certain sense there might be.
Maybe that would be the North, or perhaps a land beyond Antarctica. Don't know. I'm guessing it's just the land.
Did he fake all that paperwork?
Well, see, how that story started, how the Lord of the Rings started, was Tolkien telling his children bedtime stories and decided to start writing them down.
Well, I mean, there's whole languages, man. Like,
yeah,
possibly create whole languages. I mean, who could fake all that paperwork? No way. Has to be real.
He's got the elven language, and they went to the stars on ships, and we're going to do the same. I think that's an allegory for the fallen angels or whatever, the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, Elites, elves, right? What do the elves have in common with
Star Trek? Should be real too, right?
Well, I mean, the Vulcans could be the elves. Think about it. They all have long ears and big noses, just like all the central banksters.
And their own language.
Yeah.
But wait, how can both of those stories be true at the same time? How can there be a Middle Earth on a flat Earth and Star Trek is real and the vacuum of space is real too, and we're on a ball at the same time?
Because it's all in their minds, allegories. They're rewriting mythology. The whole thing is the CIA figured the best thing we need, or the one thing we need to do to create a deception plan so that everybody believes falsehoods and they will follow what we say regardless of the source. They will think the source comes from within. And the best way to do that is we need to create a modern mythology. And that's what they're doing. The globe, space, all that shit. Mars travel. Oh, we went to the moon. And then here comes all the other ones, like, you know, what's going on now with critical race bullshit theory. Excuse me, it's not bullshit, because bullshit is actually tangible. You can have bullshit. So something that's absurd, you know, it's hen's teeth.
Yeah, it's an excuse to get angry at everybody, everyone angry at
Yep.
each other. Theory.
To keep us divided and fighting amongst each other instead of teaming up against them. It's the same thing they do in the prison systems. They enforce these gangs and these cliques so that the inmates are always at war with each other instead of rebelling against the staff. They far outnumber the staff. But politics, right? So, and all politics is policy, and that's all enforced by the guards, and that is racism. So that is the systemic racism, but that's not what these guys are talking about. You can think evolution for all of that. It's the only thing that justifies the division. But color is an illusion, my friend. More than likely, if you're a white man with a red beard, you're actually black. It just takes a couple of generations for the color expression to change. So color is an illusion.
No, whether it is or not, it's irrelevant for the most part.
Exactly. Exactly. We're all the same. We're all the same breath, all the same spirit. We all have the same red liquid inside of us that gives us life. We all breathe the same air. We all eat the same food. We all drink water. We all poop. We all pee. There's nothing different between anyone else, right? So the absurdity of a king or a tyrant to think they are superior to somebody else based off of, you know, provenance is absurd. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all races are equal. I hate everyone equally.
I say that all the time.
What?
I say that all the time. It's one of my funnier things to say. That's all I say.
Yeah. In my 30s, my slogan was, "It is what it is. It's all it ever will be." But in my 20s, that was my slogan. I'm not racist. I hate everyone equally. And now my slogan in my 40s is like, come on, man, stop the bullshit, wake up.
Too old for this shit.
Oh man.
Yeah.
At times, I've felt tempted to make a T-shirt that says "No lives matter."
You should put Golden Labs Matter and have a picture of a dog in a hunting gear with a duck in its mouth, you know?
Oh yeah, I've actually seen that similar kind of joke somewhere, except like it was a poster somewhere saying "All labs matter." There's a bunch of dogs.
Yeah.
So a few days ago, I was over at Gem Panda's server, just arguing with people about various things, and I came to the realization, and I even told this to them in their own voice text thing. After I was like saying to them, like, well, what's with all you guys' profile pictures? They're always like more than half of you are like, really dark, scary looking, blah 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 nonsense that you put as your profile picture, and it just seems like you're putting on a show for your inner feelings when you're not really that strong or dark or scary of an individual. You're probably just a wimp, right? And I was basically explaining to them, like, oh, now I know. They were asking me, oh, why are you getting so hung up on this, Orion? Why are you getting so hung up on our profile pictures? And I said to them, oh, it just dawned on me. It's because of all the time I've spent in downtown Portland around Antifa people while they're putting all these black masks on their face and trying to make themselves look tough when they're really just a bunch of wusses, And I was like, that's what you guys are like. You guys are just a bunch of Antifa wusses. You're just doing it online.
They're AT&T tough guys.
Yeah, but in their mind, the Earth is a ball.
Well, in their mind, their government loves them and cares about them and wants them to prosper and be more successful than them.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
What's that?
Yeah, that's what's going on in their minds all the time. Exactly that.
I like that one.
Good one.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Facts.
Anybody seen those videos of rockets hitting something in the sky and blowing up? You ever check that out before?
Oh yeah, it's like the Norway spiral. Right? They originally said that it was a rocket that went astray, but I don't think it went astray. I think they keep hitting a certain spot, and that spot moves with the stars, right? I think it's the same spot where they did Project Fishbowl, all those launches, because there's a specific
so
window
too.
at a season, you know.
Cracks me up the music in the background. Like, here at this flat. What happened?
No Globers want to talk. It's a sad day
Oh,
to be a Glober.
baby want to get their butts kicked. Just kidding.
Yeah, I've been meaning to say this for a while. I think at moments like this, it's not that Globers don't want to talk as much as it is that they're not really ones who care about the truth enough to like come in here and talk with us. You know, like what I'm saying is most Globers I run into, most Globers that are friends of mine, most Globers that I know at work, most family members of mine that are Globers, it's not that they aren't willing to talk about, you know, the Earth being flat or the Earth being a globe. It's like they, how should I say this? They don't care about the truth. They just plainly don't give a damn about the truth. And so that's why they're not coming in here and talking to us. They just rather go off in their own space, in their own world, and be like, yeah, the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball in my head. I'll just ignore those flat earthers.
Good luck to them trying to ignore reality. Still got to leave the house sometime. They're going to leave the house, and it ain't going to be a ball when they get out there.
I guess it almost seems like it boils down to the question of how long will they keep believing that, 50 more years and we'll all be going to the moon, or 50 years after that, 50 more years and we'll have hotels on the moon. 50 years, after, they're going to be dead before 100 years goes by. So it's like, I don't know. It's just I think it all just boils down to a question of, how far will they believe? How long will they believe?
There's an interview on RT, Russian TV, of Gerald Hoof and some girl. Gerald Hoof is like a physicist. I think he was credited with the black hole. He might have got the Nobel Prize. I don't know. Anyway, one of the questions she asks him, she's like, when I was growing up, now this is a Russian, right? She grew up in the Soviet Union. There was the promise of going to space, and everybody wanted to be like an astronaut, and we thought space was like our birthright. Now this girl's my age, maybe a little bit younger, maybe 10 years younger, maybe like 30, 35. It's like, I wanted to be a ballerina or an astronaut. And it says, and we're no closer to going to, like, people going to space than before. So, and she's interviewing this hoops guy, and this hoops guy is like 70 something, 80 years old, and he's like, "Yeah, the same with me. The same when I was growing up. We thought we'd all be going to space by now." And I'm just listening to this, sitting laughing, laughing my ass off, dude. There's 3 generations right there. There's his generation. She's too old to be his daughter. His daughter would be that girl's mother, right? So we're talking 5 generations of people thinking that they're going to space in their lifetime. And there's going to be a couple more. I can guarantee it.
I never wanted to go to space.
Neither did I. I think
I
some part
even
of me didn't even believe it then, like even when I was a kid. I mean, I was all into Star Wars and stuff, but I never thought like any of that was really going to happen.
but India, but I like it a lot, like space movies and everything, a lot, you know. But I never like it going to space. Never
Gotta love
had
them
in mind.
space movies, boys. What up? What up? Mute it again. Mute it again, bro.
Speak, yeah.
Joshua, you hear me? Anyone hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you. You just interrupted Get to Get.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, buddy. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
No need to be rude to me.
You made him quit the server. Great.
It's
No,
Crack Villain. It's not Brown Bear. What? Who am I talking
That,
to?
that was so rude.
Crack Villain,
India.
by the way.
No, you cut off Get Me Get, and he quit the server because he's so pissed.
Oh no. Oh man, I'll go over to Romania right now and I'll cheer him up. Because I came in, I couldn't hear anyone speaking at all. So I was like, what's going on? And then everything activates because it's a new laptop. I'm on a new laptop.
Yeah, I'm sorting out Crack Villain on the laptop. He was just checking whether you could get the app.
Yeah.
What are you saying? India was speaking.
That's what I have to say. No one's going to space, Glovers. You're not going to space no matter how hard you believe it. You're not going. No matter how much Elon Musk cock you freaking suck, you're still not going to space.
Hey, along these lines, I'm not really so much an expert on rockets myself, but I have noticed that things, even in my lifetime, have become drastically more efficient. You know, electronic items, gas-powered vehicles, airplanes, etc. So my question is to anyone here, like, does the same thing apply to rockets? I mean, certainly a rocket today is more efficient with fuel than a rocket in 1969, which is when they claim we first went to the moon. So the thing I'm wondering is, you know, shouldn't people be getting suspicious about just that fact alone by itself? Like, you could build a rocket, you know, with enough fuel in it to get to the moon with some amount of money, drastic amount of money in 1969, but you can't do it with, you know, a little less fuel and a little more efficiency and maybe more people along the ride today so easily. Like, where's the efficiency range with that? Is what I'm wondering.
They're still trying to make a rocket that was as powerful enough, as efficient as, and with as much, as many parts and engineering and like this as the Saturn V rocket. Like the Saturn V rocket blows all other rockets away. Like nothing else is even close to like what it could do, according to them. And it really sucks that we lost the homework, that we lost all that paperwork. It really sucks, man, because those people took them a really long time not to be able to fake it. Hard to build that technology back.
Well, you call again that engineers and you make again.
Oh, that's not possible. Like once you destroy something, that's it. You're done. You got to start from the beginning, just like you never did it before.
Yeah.
Like if they destroyed all the tires in the world, it could take us like millions of years to invent the tire again.
This one is good one. Yeah, that's the process.
Yeah, we'd have to like evolve a second brain just to be able to do it.
Yeah, they act like they say we destroy the technology, but that also somehow means in their mind that they destroyed the scientific principles that it's supposedly supposed to work on and all that stuff and all the memory of that, and no one knows anything about it anymore, and so we can't do anything to work on that. We need decades more to try to figure something out.
Want to know what the real story is? It sounds just like a drug addict. They actually pawned it and went and got high. Like, oh, what happened to my VCR? Oh man, someone must have stole it. we lost the
it was the
VCR.
60s.
Yeah, they had weed, LSD. People were getting high in the 60s. I don't know if they were pawning their stuff to get high, but they were getting high.
That may have been a contributing factor of how the moon landing was so believable to so many people.
That certainly was a contributing factor. The copious amount of hallucinogenic psychedelic drugs people were ingesting, I'm sure, because their imagination was, heightened. Put it that way. They became more suggestive to absurd things.
I think if you show them in the school, the kids, the video from 60s, moon landing, they will feel like I felt when I watched that from 1918 or something like that. Now kids watching all these video games and everything, and now they need to watch that video from 69, and it looks so fake that it's incredible. With kind of what's that black and white, foggy. You can see through the astronaut.
Yeah, but I think that black and white foggy thing you're talking about, I think that was deliberate because I think the reason why they do that, I mean, it's a guess, why they do that on purpose is because it's meant to look like a hard thing to do. You remember Kennedy's speech? We will go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it's hard or whatever, or do these things because it's hard. The hell's up with that speech? It makes me wonder if he really knew what was going on. Like, was he in on it? I'm guessing he was, but I don't know. Maybe even he thought the Earth was a ball. Maybe it even fooled him.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cybro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well,
take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
When the shadows interrupt, I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
What's that?
Any Globers in the house?
We got a VC
I actually
verify.
feel bad for any Glober that comes in here, man.
Not new. What's up, Quick
You guys
Man?
are all gonna jump on him
Who's Brambo?
like a rat on a Snickers bar.
Off with his head. Yeah, Sasha, you're special, that's why.
No, only mathematically I'm more Glober than Flat.
You mean you balance both sides, like you keep tipping the scale, like
No.
like...
Only because I'm 50 years old and I believed too many years in the globe. Only mathematically, I'm saying, nothing else. But no, I don't believe in globe. It's flat?
Wait, so you believe in the globe math, you said? Because you've been so brainwashed for so many years.
Yeah, that's the point. Maybe mathematically. 45 years. 43 years? 7 years plus. What I am now.
Yeah, it feels like a waste of fucking time when you think about it.
Oh, fuck, I was angry on myself, not on other people, you know. I didn't care about other people. I was like, why the fucking you didn't, how you didn't, like, realize this before? You're, like, an idiot. Something like that. It was in my brain. Saying for myself, you're a fucking idiot. You didn't realize that before.
How dare you?
Yeah, same. I mean, we all started the same, from the same point, basically. So
Now I'm idiot on another side.
Or at least we realized it at some point. At least, you know, better late than nothing.
Yeah.
That's what some say.
Can you imagine that water could be flat?
To be honest, I think I knew that inside of me, but I just didn't think of it that way.
Okay. Because that should be the question. Because if we have some facts that it's not like that, can we at least imagine that could be?
No, I never mentioned that. I don't think so. The only time, you know, waterfalls, sure, they go down and, you know, they bend, whatever. But that's it. Nothing else I can think of at that time. And also at a young age, you know, when you're, you know, teenager or whatever, it's always been about the group pressure. If you're not in it, then, you know, you get bullied really hard. Doesn't matter who it is. As I see you as a stranger or like outcast or whatever, because you think a different way or believe in some different things that they doesn't align with them. You know, so it starts off from young age, you know, school, like teenager, whatever.
Yeah,
it has a great impact, yeah, in a way. The bullying and whatnot. People of being so brainwashed into thinking there's only one way in life, or certain ways, or and I think outside the box or whatever.
Because lie is so big that cannot be true.
Finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, There is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're ramping in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off the
beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue gas. See white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July. And the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July. And then the 20th. And the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that documentary is mind-blowing, to be honest. First time I saw it, I was like, holy shit.
Me too. I was like, what? No way. They really actually cut. I was like, how lucky.
And that's where the global
How
is
unlucky.
from, guys.
So they must have tapes to play the tapes, huh? Or did they send him a copy or something?
So this will be all right. Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you
I won't.
swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
We're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We're asking you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. And we only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
Roger, the ATC's working real well. The F-22 looks good, over.
Charlie. Houston, did you copy? Over. Did you copy, Charlie? Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over. Okay, how do you read me now? Roger, 5 by now. Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
Discussing their
What is your proposition that we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you
Here
did.
they discussed that these
I know for a
television
fact that you did
transmissions
not.
were in fact
You know
not
for a fact that we did
broadcast
not.
live, as
That's
everyone
correct.
believes.
As you'll see, this tape
They were
proves
first
that.
Okay, well,
screened and
I'm not interested
for playback later.
in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you'll see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the
doing an
camera off,
illusion with
please.
the window.
Sunlight from entering
Turn the camera off.
through the other windows. As
You're
to
full
not
of shit.
Shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? And
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my
the reason
reaction?
this was done.
I know for a fact that
That's
you didn't.
slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
Is,
If
if
You ought to be ashamed of
if you read the
yourself.
document that I have in here, you'll find that it's
this
not.
is a view of Earth from
That this is a
distance
personal
out of the
plea to do what is
spacecraft
right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you want to see.
Is place the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact
But
that
what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't
Outside
believe
of which
that?
It is completely
No, I do
filled
not.
with the Earth
Well,
in low
then
orbit.
we have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
this is where you were using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when
That
to
is why
speak.
they wanted the interior.
You believe in UFOs?
No, I
You
do
believe
not.
we've been visited by? Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this stuff?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and you're in, and it's dated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
I know for a fact that it didn't. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this
It would.
tape was never used.
Why don't
It
you
would.
try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the astronaut.
No, but you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window? It's shot to make it look like.
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
You know that it
To
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
Will you give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card?
It's all in. It's all
But
in there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz.
Who's that?
How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a
focus
thief.
on it?
Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get in the middle of anything.
Tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
We paid.
Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I have nothing to do with this. But you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this.
Keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Straight up decked that dude.
Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program that's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and moved the camera of the Earth and moved the camera back away from the window, turned off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys as we did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future. And if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
under penalty of perjury.
Treason?
Treason? No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon, I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon
But you won't
go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
That
about
isn't treason.
under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason.
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to make holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
oh, yeah, sure.
Pop that one out.
Is that? Can I get the check that one? Good. Oh, that was stopping.
Yes, check it again.
Yeah, we can edit this that way. We don't have to worry about.
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems to be.
I think it's shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front of it.
Now I thought that was the arm of God moving across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely. that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There
About
it is
like
again,
that.
130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it was pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see it. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You want to get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us.
That was
See you later.
content.
In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Yeah. Gotta love that admission of or confession, whatever.
What up, pissed off they get? I reckon I like that too. Yep. I'm roboting.
So his son said, do you want to call the CIA and have them whacked? I thought that was an interesting thing to say for some people who just came over for an interview.
Well, as long as you're whacking them, let me get my sling blade. Mm-hmm.
What are we watching? A video or something? What am I missing? What interview?
Interview. I don't know. What interview?
You guys didn't hear the Apollo something funny happened away the moon, Bart Sabril. You guys didn't hear any of that?
Yeah, I did. I was just giving him a hard time.
Oh, the Apollo interview of the astronauts? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Bart Sabril's film.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. You didn't hear that playing just now, Michael?
I just now got back in, unmuted, undeafened. I was deafened. I'm watching. I'm watching that. Everything's a rich man's trick. And I reckon that their movie is reality. Them their politicians. They're Kaiser blading people left and right. Don't be fucking with their money. I just got to pick on my daughter again, so I remembered my sling blade voice. All her friends over, I said, I reckon you ought not talk like that. I love embarrassing her. She says, she gets so mad. She's like, Dad, I'm going to ground you from your Discord. I'm like, sure. How are you going to do that? I will limit your use of the internet. Since I know how to program that there router. Oh, look. Your internet's not working because it ain't got no gas in it. And then I call her tater tot. She really hates that when I do that in front of her friends. They're all like, tater tot. No, your daddy loves you. He got a nickname. It ends up, get out of my room, Dad. This is my room. You're lucky it's not my house yet, or I would evict you. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm done. You're good and mad. I told you good. I did that to one of her teachers when they called. When we let her go to school for 1 year because she wanted to go meet new friends. Homeschool. Not a lot of social interaction when you're homeschooled. Mom's the English teacher and dad's your math teacher. So we let her go to school, and then she didn't like it, because she didn't like her teachers. But in her defense, like she said, Dad, they tried to tell me there are 300 genders. Gender is biological, Dad. There's only 2, and then you got that weird one, hermaphrodite. I don't know where that fits in XXYY or XY. I don't know where it fits in there, but it's in there somewhere. God bless you. I love you, tater tot. But she told me the teacher was going to be calling. So I look on that ID caller and I'm like, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Smith. I reckon I don't like them 360 genders, and my kid won't be back to your class. I'm gonna sling blade that class. I'm gonna drop it like it's hot.
Well, how did you come up with 300 genders? Where did that number come from?
My identity. You could be a attack helicopter if you want.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Or you can identify a lawnmower with no gasoline in it. I'm a lawnmower, and your ass is grass. Yeah, and then so then we go back to homeschooling, and they change it to where you can't just teach your kid all the subjects and then test them on the internet every 3 months. Now they give required classes, and I'm like, required classes, and I look into it. I'm like, well, the place that runs this isn't even from my state. So how are they requiring classes for my child when they're not part of my local curriculum? So I called the school up and bitched, and they're like, "Oh, that's not ours." I mean, they said they had my local school, Concord. They've got online courses now for kids that just don't want to go to school during that stuff. And they're like, "No, none of them are ours." So I talked to my lawyer, and my lawyer's like, "They can't do it, Mike. It's illegal. That's not part of the state curriculum." So I got on there when they were trying to teach her all that crap, and she's arguing with them, and she yells, "Dad!" So I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Another one of them classes." And the teacher's telling my daughter to shut up and be quiet, and she can't drop her class. And I'm like, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but this class isn't a part of my state curriculum, so it can't be an elective." And she's like, "Oh, no, we're a federal curriculum." I said, "Yeah, no. I've already talked to my lawyers." And she said, "Lawyers?" I said, "Oh, yeah, I own a paving company. I got a team of lawyers. Lots of lawsuits come with contracting."
Damn.
I told her straight up, could be a lawsuit from this if you don't choose your next words wisely. She said, "Well, sir, it is. This is just a federal funded course. It's not part of your state curriculum. You don't have to follow it." I said, "Well, I just told you that. Just told you to mark my kid out of all of it. We're not going to be entertaining any of your courses. We'll get them from our local school district so that they reflect our curriculum." You know, she didn't argue. I was hoping she would, but as soon as I said plural lawyers, "Oh yeah, I got a team of lawyers." Well, I do. We averaged out what I spent a year, so they just said, "Well, from here on out, you can we'll work for you for this set amount," and I pay at the beginning of the year, pay it all in cash. So they get it all up front, they get to split it. But the funny thing is that I do a hell of a lot more business now than I did then, and so now they're doing twice the work for the same money. But hey, they're the ones that insisted on that 5-year contract. You know what I'm saying? And he's always he's trying to get me out of it on good faith. He's like, "Well, Mr. Smith, you know we're doing twice the work." "Sure, I do, but I also know you fucked yourself. You and I got a contract, sir, and I'm not letting you out of it by my word. Stop calling me, or I'll hire another team of lawyers to sue you sons of bitches for breach of contract and harassment." The thing, the law fucks the average person because they can't afford lawyers or a lawyer, So they just get raped and taken advantage of in court. But if you have the luxury of money, then you're doing better than other people, I've had friends get in trouble that I can appreciate that fact so much that I've helped people, gave them my lawyers. Okay, so when you pay taxes every year, my company pays a large amount of taxes. 15% of that, I can take it and give it to non-profitable organizations. And I can claim that against my taxes, for each company. So I own 3. I own a repair service, which repairs a heavy equipment fleet service. I own Mike's Automotive, Mike's Custom Auto. We're knocking out the competition. We do rods, cycles, and classics, you know. So that's custom or a museum quality restoration or, you know, whatever you envision for your classic car. And then the paving company. So I take this money the way my grandparents raised me. People matter more than money. The way my parents raised me, I was fortunate enough to grow up in a home. I live on third generation property. I run a third generation paving company. The whole family gets paid off. It's part of an estate. So is the farm. So I don't really own the farm. It belongs to the family, the bloodline, you know. But I take what money, every percentage I can from each company, and I'll adopt people. I go to the homeless shelters. I ask churches around town if they have parish members who need help, you know. I let my daughters do it because I want it to continue. That's part of my bylaws. I had that written in the bylaws. They actually have to do hands-on charity or they don't get their money from the estate. You know what I'm saying? So I will pay for people. I get them a home. My nephew started a remodeling service. So part of what I do is I'll buy him a tax repo home, you know, or a condemned home, and then pay my nephew to remodel it. I put them in a home and pay their bills for 2 years, and I put them in a car. Because I got a salvage yard out here, but that's not a tax-run company. I just buy used cars, put them on my property, and I got a bunch of friends that always come here looking for parts. So that's not a licensed business. That's just a barter system. I'll trade for hot rod parts, all that shit. But I put them together a car. I put them in a car, get them a license, and I had a mother of 3 kids, you know, still married to a piece of shit who's sitting in prison for beating her fucking ass. So I had the lawyers do her up, you know, hook her up free of charge. And I've had vice versa, men who were single parents and at the shelter couldn't work. They lost their, one dude lost his job as a Ford engineer because he had a babysitter, plus they were on layoff, you know. So when the layoff came back, he couldn't afford to fucking pay for a babysitter. So he ended up losing his home and everything, you know. And those are the kind of people that I want to help. Are not drug addicts who are at the shelter because they choose to be, so they can just worry about supporting a drug habit, but hardworking, good people who are down on their luck. The auto industry crashed in my state, you know. That's 90% of our jobs, so I helped everybody out I could that was in the shelter because they lost their auto industry job. You know, you lose your home, your income, your car. You can't even afford to you can't go nowhere and look for a job, you know, or ride the city bus, but you're at the shelter with 3 kids, you know. How do you do that? It's a trap, you know. So I like to help people out. Generally, we pick them before Christmas, like a month before Christmas, and 2 months before Christmas, I'm already looking at them. And so I'll buy them the homes, and before a week or 2 before Christmas, I generally have them come stay here at the farm, because I have my grandparents had 10 kids. My parents had 10 kids, 11 kids, and adopted 3 kids, you know. So I got 6 bedrooms here we don't use. And I'll move 3 or 4 families into my house on Christmas, give their kids a good Christmas. You know, put them in a home. I put them right in my home and start feeding them. I'll cook for them. I cook. Nobody gets. I'm a dick about the kitchen. I ain't married no more. That's my kitchen. I love to cook. So You know, imagine if you was down and out hating the world, thought nobody give a shit, and then Mike come along, took you all home with him, bought you a house, took you, showed it to you, said, hey man, tell my nephew how you want it remodeled. I'm paying for it. Got you a car. Christmas comes. You're wondering how you're going to hook your kids up, and I already got 10 presents for each one of them under the tree. You know what I mean? Make them help decorate. I do some things that, Christmas things that my grandparents and my mom used to have us do because I enjoyed them. Get red and green crepe paper. Make the hoops. You know, the red and green chains. Hang them everywhere. Make snowflakes, hang them. Make the popcorn streamers, hang them. Make the wreath for the door out of coat hangers and garbage bags. Kids love that shit. But it also gives them the feeling that somebody does care. And when you tell them, hey, you don't got to worry no more. I'm setting your parents up. Your bills are paid for 2 years. You're not going back to the shelter. Your dad's going to get a chance to get a job. My sister's going to babysit you all while your dad goes looking for a job. Generally, the kids tell me this. Well, we could just hang out here with you, Mike. You know, like I had 2 black families out here this year, and they wouldn't get comfortable. I kept telling them, hey, man, you could be my cousin. And dude's like, yeah, sure. You know? And so I had my cousin come out who's black, and my other cousin come out who's dark brown, Ojibwe, you know? Then my Mexican cousin come out, and they knocked on the door, and I told him to answer it. Say, hey, man, go let my cousins in, man. He was sneaking outside to smoke weed. And I said, hey, my cousins are here. Go let them in. We're going to go to the barn and get high. You want to smoke some weed? You've been sneaking outside to do it. I told you I got the good weed over here. He's like, I grow it, man. You know, I got pounds. I was like, dude, you want some weed? Take a quarter pound. Once he seen my cousins, he was relaxed like a motherfucker. But that's why I brought him out, you know. And on Christmas, they all come out here anyway.
Hello.
So my aunts, I generally, my aunts, they grew up on this farm. My uncles. So I try to invite the whole family out for Christmas. I try to make them come out for Christmas dinner every year. I give
That's
my,
nice.
I let my, well, we all grew up here. You know, my aunts and uncles.
Oh.
That my aunts and uncles still get a percentage of the estate, you know, the profit. Most people think, oh, Mike, you own a large asphalt company. It's probably do $1 million contracts. Yeah, I do, but that money's not all mine. It gets split up between like 200 family members, and I get a percentage. That's my estate percentage, but I also get a wage for being the chief executive officer and the general manager. So I run the company, plus I run the estate. So, and the rest of my family's cool with that. So they don't want to do it. Their kids don't want to do it. A lot of my nieces and nephews work for me, you know, because they want their estate money plus a paycheck. You know, they want to end up being a big part of the company. But they're cool with my daughter being the chief executive officer, so, and that's how it goes. My sisters and brothers picked me to run the company. None of them wanted to. So the next generation picks the chief executive officer. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool. My grandfather knew what he was doing. We were all raised Adventists, so my grandfather, well, these are Ojibwe natives who studied the law because the law fucked them. They wanted to see how it fucked them. You know, they learn about estate laws and how the rich stay rich. And, well, my grandfather said I should set up that structure, and we try to encourage each person to start their own business. You can get a loan from the estate, you start your own business, and make it a part of the estate, so that eventually there's good people who are rich people, people who know people matter more than money. You know, good people, godly people. I mean, if you can get that, and that was my grandfather's wish. Our bylaws are specific. You know, you can't be a greedy bastard in this family and still get your money. Can't do what would be called shrewd business practices. So we can screw people, we can screw customers, and it'll be legal. And yeah, we could triple our profits, but it's not right. Sell a service, an honest service for, you know, an honest price. And you put a guarantee on that. You don't pay until you're happy, because if you didn't get what you wanted, then, or what you ordered, you shouldn't have to pay. It's no different than Burger King. My grandfather was a really picky man, and he had a specific dream. The reason my sisters and brothers wanted me to do it is because I was, you know, I wasn't just a mama's boy. I wasn't just a baby of the family, but I was also grandma and grandpa boy. You know, I was a little ass kisser. So, like my brother said, well, you know where grandpa wanted it and what he wanted you to do. So you got a better idea of what grandpa wanted than I do, and you could probably relay it better to the next generation. Somebody's got to know what grandpa wanted and why the bylaws are the way they are, so that it can be ensured that it'll continue. We can add to the bylaws, but we can never change the existing bylaws. And it's structured on goodwill and charity. That would be the best way I could explain it. My grandfather is the one who, when I was younger, he was letting me pick families. You know what I mean? Now I do it for my children. And you know how you get a smile when you buy some stuff for Christmas that they really wanted? So that smile, that happiness, I couldn't even compare to the joy I see from my children when they're like, you mean we get to go in here and just change people's life for them, Dad? I get to tell a bunch of kids that they don't have to live at the shelter no more, that somebody does care. My daughter's like a little bleeding heart liberal, so, I mean, she like her daddy. I'm not a liberal, but, you know, I was a mama's boy. I'm a little emotional guy. I play tough, but truth is it, I got a big heart, man. You got to.
It's okay, we all do.
Yeah, you just.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Truth
Well,
comes out.
when you got a specific purpose, you just got to be firm on that, non-bending and unwavering. It doesn't make you a unloving person to say, we're going to stay true to the purpose we built this for, or we're going to stay true to the purpose my grandfather had when he started this, or we're going to follow the rules. That's not being uncaring. That's you actually care about people and you want them to follow the rules, because the rules are there for a reason. Just like, it's no different than when I'll be the biggest dick you ever met when I'm teaching you how to work on a car, but when I'm done, if you live in paycheck to paycheck, you'll never get a car payment again. You'll just buy a used car and start building it, because I gave you that. And you know the proper way because you paid attention and I made you. You know, so you want people to understand stuff if you're going to waste your time, or not waste your time, but teach them. Because if they don't understand, then you are wasting your time. But if you're teaching them, I mean, I tell you like my grandfather told me, I don't care what skill you have. If you have one skill that you can sell as a service, you shouldn't work for other people in your life. And if you do, it should only be to build capital, to start your own damn business. everybody should work for themselves. You can get one skill, roofing houses. You can roof houses for the rest of your life. You can be a plumber. That's not that hard to get a plumber's license or learn plumbing. Drains and pipes. It's really not that hard. Fixtures, showers. I'm not a certified plumber and I do all that, but I mean, I'm just a mechanical minded person.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I'm pretty crafty when it comes to most things.
Yeah, if it can be teared apart and put back together, I can do it. That simple. You know? I don't care if it's a computer, a house, or if it's a damn alarm clock that quit working.
Yeah, I can do the same thing. I'll tear it completely apart and piece by piece and try to figure out what's broken.
I know my brother's always like, you got money, don't be a cheap bastard, would you? Don't tear the damn alarm clock apart. I said, it's just a button, bro. I'm going to put a switch where the button was. Shut up. Well, you got money. Well,
Yeah, leave me alone. Well, why not be a skimp when you don't have to spend it? Why wait?
Yeah, how the fuck do you think you keep money? By not spending it? But I got a purpose too, you know what I'm saying?
Well, don't get me wrong, I love spending money. Especially when I need stuff, whatever. I love spending.
Yeah, I don't want to leave my children just the just a estate inheritance. I want to leave them all my money too. But I'm not gonna leave it to them. I'm gonna give it to them before I die. They already know. Like I made my daughter came home from service, you know, because I told them since they were kids, there's gonna come a point in life where you're gonna run the company. And you're going to take care of me, and you're going to maintain the farm, and you're going to pay all the damn bills. And I'm going to give you all my money, and I'm going to keep enough to, for retirement. And when I die, what money I have is going to go to my brother's son and his daughter because they've had a hard life. Their mom got murdered, and then their dad was diabetic, and it just stressed him out so bad that within 3 years of her dying or being murdered, he died too. Just didn't want to take care of him anymore, and you can't do that as a diabetic. You know what I mean? So I take care of him. I told him the day we buried his daddy, you don't have to worry because I'm his daddy now. And I'm a man of my word. When I go, he ain't gonna have to worry. That's the one that started the remodeling. He flips houses. He listens to Uncle Mike. The kid can make $150,000 a year, but he doesn't spend it all. He only spends what he has to live. And the rest, well, he'll put in a car collection or he'll buy another house to flip. Keeps investing in it. Good kid. He pays attention though. He knows I got money in him. I'm only trying to tell him how to get to a point in life where he ain't got to worry about money. Money's not a worry. You just continue to live the way you live. Keep your habits. If you form money habits that make you money, like working for yourself, then all you got to do is learn how to manage money and not spend money, and eventually you won't have to worry about money. The biggest part of it is not spending all your damn money. For me, it was never hard. I've known how to rebuild a car from the ground up since I was young, so that's one of the most expensive things for people. They make car payments of $300, $200 a month, plus they pay insurance. You got to have full coverage to have a car payment. I ain't never had a car payment. I bought a car that I could afford, and over a period of time, I'd rebuild it, set up a maintenance schedule. It's how I was raised. I ain't never worried about a vehicle. When I was 14, my dad said, "Pick a car out the junkyard, boy." I said, "Well, I'll take that Yanko Nova, Dad." He said, "All right." Pulled it up in the barn with a tractor, and we went to tearing it apart. And my dad taught me how to do everything. rebuild it from the ground up. I mean, my dad was like me. He would invest in the company with all his money, even though the estate should pay for it. He still invests all his money because the estate split up and then only keeps so much money on hold. And he would work on cars when he wasn't doing asphalt to pay the bills and have money in his pocket. My dad never really. My oldest brother, he got out of high school and he moved out of the house, and he'd already flipped enough cars to buy his own house, you know? And that's all he's ever done is buy classic cars, restore them, and sell them. And he's a millionaire. He's got a couple $1 million collection of cars. You guys think I got nice cars. You would shit if you seen my brother's collection. He owns like 400 acres. He's got his own Route 66 out there. He got an old log cabin forge from the 70s that he bought the whole building from Kentucky and moved it up here board by board and rebuilt it. Because it's an old school metal forging. And he's got his own gas station, his own mechanic repair shop. Not that he uses or runs, it's just part of his real life Hot Wheels set. I mean, really. Got an old restaurant, got a truck out front like Potsy's, got his own fucking Happy Days hookup. Bonzi's bike parked over by the door. My brother's a weirdo, but he's also 8 years older than me, and he grew up on Happy Days, so he's living his dream. That's all that matters to him. I got good.
Does he have a men's bathroom and then an office, which is the women's bathroom? Hank, you're breaking up a lot.
No, he don't have. My brother he's on his third wife. He got 2 alimony checks and a third wife, dude. He don't, he don't play all that. Oh, that's funny.
So he's not a fast learner.
No, this one's even younger. This one's even younger, and he was trying to give me advice. I mean, he gave me some great advice during the divorce, but I'm just. That's where the advice stops. I'm not taking advice from women.
No, this is how you get your second ex-wife, and this is how you get your future ex-wife, and this is how you get your last ex-wife, your future widow.
So
no, bro. No.
You marry the youngest hot digger you can find. She'll take one of your Benzos, one Corvette. You'll have to pay her this much in alimony, and it'll be all good. You just move on to the next one. No, I'm cool, bro. Look, I just got the Extinction of the Dinosaur gift for about the 10,000th time from some dumb Glover that thinks, oh, these dumb flat earthers probably never seen this.
Well, hey,
so what you're saying?
I've been promoting the shit out of this place. So expect more people coming in doing that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Hank. I know, Josh, you're bringing in a lot of people.
So you're not saying... Yeah, thanks, Josh. Good job, bro. For real. Yeah, so you're not saying that you're going to go your own way. You're saying you're looking for a heart of gold and not someone who has an empty heart who's looking for your gold.
Amen. I think I already found one, so I'm pretty good in that department. No, she's not way younger than me either. I'm good with that, too. I don't want no damn young women. And not because they're young and undecided yet, but just because, a 30-year-old woman deserves a 30-year-old man she can grow old with. Not some 40-year-old man, 49-year-old man. You know what I mean?
Oh, bro, I'm 30 and I'm trying to find me like a 22-year-old. What are you talking about, Mike?
Oh, well, that's just
normal.
Great. That's fine, bro.
Oh, yeah. It's like, I don't want no fucking clapped out 30-year-old, and I'm 30, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, as long as you can keep up with the garlic you need to intake, you'll be all right.
Oh, yeah, plenty of fucking garlic. It's all good.
My grandma used to crack me up with that shit, man. She's like, see, but my parents said, you know, it was their job to teach you everything. And when I was a kid, she was always like, when I'm gone, boy, make sure you always grow 4 kinds of garlic and just eat garlic all the time, raw and cooked. And I'm like, why are you always on that, Grandma? I know it's healthy. She's like, no, it's blood health, boy. Gotta have good blood
Right.
health.
Thins your blood. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, I know that, Grandma, but why is it so? She said, look, if you want to keep a woman married to a woman and satisfied your entire life, you need to eat garlic like this. It'll keep you from having that limp noodle disease. I'm like, okay, Grandma. All right, TMI. She's like, it's not TMI. If we don't teach you, who will? I'm like, well, you got a point there, Grandma.
Grandma was saying, boing, yoing, yoing, yoing.
Yeah, and so nowadays your medical doctors aren't going to tell you there's a way to fix erectile dysfunction rather than get a blue pill or whatever pill it is now, you know. So in
Yeah.
an
Claiming
osteo
someone needs one when they don't.
right,
Should
so
be a capital crime.
an osteopathic doctor would teach you that they give osteopathic doctors would give you medicine to address it as a temporary fix, and osteopathic doctors would have you do lifestyle changes, diet changes, and try to correct things like erectile dysfunction, stiffness of the joints, hypertension, blood pressure. All these things can be cured. You don't need to take a pill the rest of your life for hypertension. What you need to do is adjust your diet because you get too much caffeine, too much sugar, and too much sodium.
Hmm.
But that doesn't sell you blood pressure pills for the rest of your life.
Yeah, ride your bicycle every day.
Right.
Come on, people, what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, so medical doctors have big pharma has gotten rid of all osteopathic hospitals. They don't like osteopathology. It's everything is habit changes. They'll only use medicine as a temporary fix, and they literally try to get you to change things in your life to correct your problem. Health problems are diet. Almost all health problems are diet related. And they know this.
Yeah, diet and attitude.
Actually, MD doctors, they're fucking retards. They don't actually know it because they don't study nutrition.
I know. They never. You're right. They never give nutritional advice, like hardly ever. Only once, I think, in my entire
Because
life.
they actually don't fucking know it. They're retards when it comes to nutrition. Like retards.
I think Michigan, I've talked to a lot of people about this. So we still have one osteopathic hospital in Michigan, here in Jackson. And we have a lot of osteopathic doctors. But I've never talked to anybody that said on here, oh, we got one of them in our state. Most people don't know what osteopathy is, or an osteopathic doctor. They've never heard of it.
They were all, the ones that were all outlawed at the beginning of the 20th century.
You could still go to an ND November, December, I guess.
Yeah, well, they weren't outlawed. They just Big Pharma tried to buy out all their hospitals.
Yeah, you still have the naturopathic
out of existence.
Yeah, just like right now, University of Michigan owns almost every hospital in Michigan. But those guys aren't. They're not giving up. Because here's one thing. Like my doctor said, medical doctors, they take advantage of welfare and get all the welfare patients they want. With their is it Medicare, their welfare insurance? But osteopathic doctors, the welfare insurance and disability insurance won't pay for. So they can't even have those people as patients. Unless, of course, they can pay. And that's crazy. That's like a disabled person because of heart problems or diet problems. He can't ever get the possibility of getting cured and maybe living longer because his disability insurance won't pay for that possibility. Fuck you. You're going to take our pills till you die, motherfucker, and that's just how it is.
And that's why Richard Nixon said, this HMO thing is going to be the greatest thing, insert some euphemism, since sliced bread, or he said peanut butter. I can't remember what he said, but, he was like all excited about the HMO thing because it was going to make everything contractual instead of you having the freedom to just go where you please.
Yep. Yeah, it's bullshit now. I've always had Blue Cross Blue Shield full coverage, so except when I was in the service, but I switched the insurance company that I had when I got out the service.
So,
what's up, Corestone?
Anybody like salad?
No, actually, I don't. I feed salad to the rabbits, and I eat the rabbits.
I like salad.
It's rabbit food. So, is that it? Only question you got?
Yeah.
All right. Do you like meat?
I like Toitos.
Of
I'm down from the
course.
south. I like Toitos.
You like what?
Like bacon.
Toidles.
Toitos. Turtles.
What?
Oh.
No, I'm just joking.
Does anybody know where
well, people do legitimately eat like snapper turtle, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, not me. I was only joking.
Never tried it.
Now I'm kind of down to try it.
Oh, I'm totally down to try it.
Anyone want to go down to Alabama and kidnap a snapping turtle?
Alabama.
For scientific research.
Just called food.
Or that.
Yep.
Isn't the preparation of food akin to chemistry?
Yes. As my science teacher says, cooking is yummy chemistry.
That's right. I'm down with that.
Literally.
Science teacher? Like, what subjects is that? Like, what science teacher?
Biology.
Oh. Biology's alright.
Yeah, I'm down with biology. You can prove things. I think the number one problem is that people see symptoms as like the cause when really it's the effect. But yeah, please continue.
Continue what?
We're just yapping, man.
We were yapping about snapping turtles.
Yeah.
Or should I say...
You want to talk about Earth?
Snapping
Snapping
turtles.
turtles snap on Earth. You want to talk about Earth or not?
Guys, snapping turtles are now invading Earth. We better watch out.
Yep. So how do snapping turtles work on a globe Earth?
They eat you.
Okay. That's how they work on flat Earth too.
And they hurt.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Has anyone here been bit by a snapping turtle?
No thanks.
I've been bit by a redneck turtle. That's close enough.
Ow. There was this TV show called like Snapping Turtle something. This guy went around.
Oops, did I just fuck some shit up? Oh my god. No,
Yes.
No, I didn't. I thought I did. Oh, you're roboting, bro. How much should I charge for half a day's worth of labor?
At least 2 cents.
I'm debating now. I don't know.
Wait, you have to charge?
Yeah, just finished up a little job. She didn't need an estimate. She told me. I was like, okay, I don't like to work this way, anyways, but whatever. Just wrapped it up.
The sky's the limit.
Now I have to determine how much to charge. Like, I already had a set number in my head, but it was way easier than I thought. So we still charge the same.
Are most of the people in this VC actually listening? Or are they like AFK?
Yeah.
Oh, we here, boy.
Good to know.
Well, I mean, if everyone talks at once, becomes a mess.
It would sound like a Fortnite lobby. I agree.
Never played Fortnite.
Good.
Yes. You're in high school or what?
Yes.
No. What year?
Yes, year.
Yes, year, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. There we go. Not smoking, right? So what do you think the shape of the Earth is, man?
The good old yes year.
Round.
What the fuck is round?
No, it's pyramid shape, man.
What is round? It's round to shape.
Round.
Yeah, it's like what?
A sphere.
Ah.
Well, technically, it's a little elliptical, but
Oh, technically, so you're taking the WGS 84 model. Is that it?
what the hell?
Still, World. What is it? Fuck, I'll get it for you. World Global Survey.
It's the most current model. There's been like 300 models before this one, right? And you and I all agree that those models suck. It just you still got one more model in your head, and you reify it to reality. Please continue. I'm sorry.
No, dude.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so it's World Geodetic Systems 84. That's the current globe model, the oblate spheroid.
Cool.
So when did you ever see curvature?
All the time.
Where?
The sky.
Oh, okay, that's fair. How about we're talking about Earth, bud, not sky. But it's okay. Sky could be curved. I don't care. I'm talking about that which is beneath my feet, not that which is above my head. Are they the same? Are they equal? How about let's start there. That which is beneath your feet and that which is above your head.
What do you think?
Of course not. What do you think?
Why, of course not.
Because they're not the same.
Okay.
So they can't be equal, can they?
Well, if you're assuming they're not the same.
It's not. I'm not assuming. You can verify this. They're not the same.
All right.
What's above your head?
Just a bunch of dead stuff. See, I agree. Earth is not the same because we have life.
What dead stuff above your head, bro? Got air above your head, don't you? Gases.
Well, space is pretty fascinating.
Never been, have you?
No, but I observe it all the time.
What, using what? A telescope.
Telescope.
What kind? What's the brand? And give me the model number.
Brands.
Yeah. What kind of telescope you got, man? How about what type?
What does that have to do with?
What type of telescope? Well, I'm just trying to verify the horse shit that's coming out of your mouth.
6-inch Dobsonian telescope.
Oh, how big of a Dobsonian?
6-inch.
Oh, that's not bad. Cool.
6-inch radius.
I wanted to make my own mirrors. I want to make a 24-inch one, which is fucking massive.
Okay, I know people who've made their own mirrors.
Yep. Especially the Dobsonian, like it's really easy to make one. So. Nice, man. So space, like you're looking at lights that are like light that's coming into your telescope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know that it, like the vacuum or the ever expanding vacuum of outer space actually exists, right?
Well, technically, everything's not like 110 million% vacuum. In deep space, every like cubic meter has a couple molecules of something in it, like hydrogen or oxygen.
How'd you verify that? I mean, I'm with you. With your telescope? How'd you do that? Yeah, funny, right? I know, I'm a funny guy. How'd you do that with your telescope? Because that's a badass Dobsonian.
Well, I can't prove it with my telescope, but
how'd you prove it?
I can see. I can observe nebulae, and those are made of hydrogen or oxygen.
How'd you verify that they're made out of hydrogen and oxygen? I know you can see them. And you can call it nebulae or X.
No.
I don't care what the label that you put on that thing.
What other gaseous thing could it be made of? We could go with.
How did you wait? How did you know that it's gaseous, man? And doesn't gas expand? Right? Yeah. Okay, so if you have check this out. If you have a high pressure,
gas expands into
right
into other places because the pressure difference.
Correct. That's it. Thank you. All right. So if you have a vacuum of outer space that's ever expanding, and then you have a collapsed ball of gas. 1, how did they collapse? 2, how are they staying intact? Right?
Because gravity.
Gravity of?
Well, all mass has gravity, including hydrogen, so it will pull itself together.
So how come the gas molecules spread apart when you let them? When you open up the container, how come they spread apart? How come they're not attracting each other if there's a pressure differential? See, that right there contradicts itself. Expands and collapses at the same time. You can't, it either expands or collapses, bro. You have to choose here. So which choice are you making? They're collapsing upon themselves?
Well,
then who's doing the work?
Depends.
Okay, so fine. Gas is collapsing.
If I were to get a jar full of air, and the air was, and I were to bring it to space, and I were to open that jar, it would expand, and then it would like kind of start clouding around it.
No, it would just instantly expand into the fucking void, right? To try to fill the space equally. Do you agree with it? That's the modern kinetic theory of gases, you know. So if you want me to pull it up, universities of
modern theory of what?
Kinetic theory of gases. Google it right now. That way you know that I'm not, just talking out of my ass. Called the kinetic theory of gases. Gases are always jittering. So,
oh no!
And the jitter. No, well, check this out. We can do some fucking experiments on this. Don't worry. I'll take you down to charts. We're going to all right, pressure, volume, and temperature. Because now we have to enter thermodynamics, right? And that's why I asked you what year. Remember? And you said the yes year in high school. I wanted to know your level of education.
Well, maybe I just don't want to disclose that information.
Well, I can adjust my education accordingly. So if you're a graduate student, I'll talk to you on that fucking domain. If
talk to me on that domain, then.
All right, then. You want to go to Einstein, motherfucker?
Yeah.
You want to solve some tensors? Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Einstein.
All right, gravity then. Cool.
You
so the
fucked up, yo.
He did. So the nebulae.
I'm sure I did.
Yeah, the nebulae that you were talking about. How did the gases move inwards towards each other, collapsing upon one?
Gravity.
Of what?
Okay, everything is made of atoms, including hydrogen and everything else. And
hydrogen
atoms are mass.
I was positive we were talking
gravity.
Kinetic theory.
I was talking kinetic theory.
So not the explanation that comes from kinetic theory.
Let me crank you guys up real fast.
Well,
You said talk to you like a graduate.
Would you like to explain
so
kinetic theory?
your answer was wrong.
Or kinetic theory.
Sure, go ahead, explain it.
Yeah. 1, gravity has little to no effect on the gas molecules, and you can demonstrate this.
Yeah, because
2,
they're very small mass. They're just
check.
they're very thin.
Yeah,
so which one is it?
Debate about gravity. He's just trying to explain kinetic theory.
Well, the more mass,
as it's taught at a collegiate
Yeah, the more mass, the more ass. We know, bro. Hold on.
just
let me just get you the
bro.
kinetic.
I got a bachelor's.
You're
preaching to the choir. Just listen to him or tell him you don't want to hear about kinetic theory.
No, I'm down to listen. Tell me about it.
I'll get it. Hold on. I'm just gonna copy pasta from NASA. You want NASA or what source would you like?
Whatever source you think's best.
No, fuck NASA then.
No, go to a university.
Yep. Right here, but
What university do you suggest then?
Whatever.
MIT,
All the same
Alabama Tech.
Kinetic theory.
I thought you guys said the public school education system was teaching you wrongly.
Well,
no, not here. I don't know. I never said that. I never claimed such.
I have. Common Core. What do you know about it?
Oh, you're gonna need better connection, Hank.
The public school is. This is why I homeschool all my children. So, Common Core education in its curriculum is an advancement.
All right.
It's a decline in curriculum. You spend more time showing your work than you do learning.
All right, man. That link right there, pretty decent, man. I like it.
Yeah. Then at the end, they tell you learn more in 10th grade than we did in college, and they're just lying to you.
Well, how do I know you're not lying?
Well, you don't even know what kinetic theory is. So if that was true and you finished 10th grade, you would be explaining kinetic theory to me, son.
Well, maybe I do. I'm asking if you would
I
care
have
to
a
explain kinetic
bachelor's of
theory.
science.
Oh yeah. You don't
I have
sound
a bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. I mean, you can explain kinetic to me, or we can debate what it actually is that is collegiately taught.
Well, okay. So if you're saying that you're saying
I didn't say anything yet.
If you're saying that like they should expand in space, then what is it? What is this?
Okay, cool, awesome. Since that is
gaseous substance,
that it should. These are the gas laws, Gus Hicks.
Quick, before kinetic theory, what do you think determines the phase of matter? You know, from liquid, solid to gas. What changes those things? Like if you have water, what changes the phase? So the phase of matter is dependent on what? Solely dependent on what?
The phase of matter?
Yeah. The phase of matter.
Of matter.
You can pick whatever iron if you want. It doesn't matter. Talk about iron. Cool. It's irrelevant. Pick any fucking material you want. If you don't know, say I don't know. I'm not trying to grill you. I'm trying to educate you if you don't know.
Go ahead and educate me then.
Well, you have to say I don't know first. It's just how this works.
Right.
I'm sorry, are you...
We need a concession.
I said go ahead. Can you educate me, please?
Oh, I can, but like, do you know or you do not know? I need an answer. Nothing? Alright. I will assume that you do not know. Now I will preach.
You guys are
It's
really
kinetic.
passive aggressive.
It's
Bro,
not
it's
passive
kinetic energy. I'm
Your
just.
goal is to teach people.
I
then
am
you should
fucking
teach them.
aggressive motherfucker. I am not passive aggressive.
I want to
right?
say this. Listen, yeah, education is specific. The English language is specific. There's nothing wrong with being hyper fastidious on your terminology or explanations. You want to know what level of understanding people are at. All this applies to whether or not I can relay information to you.
So, what are we debating exactly?
you said talk to you like a we haven't debated anything.
The gravitational collapse of
Because
gas
I feel like you guys are just kind
stars,
of like
bro. No, we're debating
being a bit
the
pushy.
collapse of gases forming stars. That is exactly what we're debating. Now you know. If you did not know, that's why we went to kinetic theory, because we're talking about gases in space, bro. That's it. Are you down or are you not down? We can just have a chill convo and just fuck the debate. I don't care. Just let me know.
Well, I just want to know if you guys think it's not just gravity having effects on hydrogen, which pulls itself together, or even sometimes the stars will suck the hydrogen into each other.
What is gravity?
Then what is it? I just want to know what it is.
What is gravity? You're using a label, a term.
Gravity bends space-time a bit.
No, it's mass that bends space-time, asshole. It's not gravity.
So the answer to the question you asked, isn't it
Whoa,
dependent
don't
on
swear, man.
pressure and temperature conditions? Pressure and temperature, right? The phases of matter. Solid or gas.
Yep, it's the kinetic energy of the molecule that determines the phase, bro. Now you get it, okay?
As determined by pressure and temperature, right?
Yep.
Because temperature and energy are related, right?
Of course.
As is heat is energy.
Corestone?
Yeah, we can stop being we can stop picking on him and just start going right.
Okay, you guys just need to explain simply your ideas.
Hey, bro.
Because my idea is to come here to learn.
Not all ideals are
and
simple.
you're being a little passive aggressive.
Listen, if all ideals were simple, you would have busted out Einstein's tensor equations the minute he said it.
Okay.
But you did not.
Look, dude.
All right, I just simply want to know what you guys think what the hydrogen
I think
whatever
it violates. All right, I got you.
You say it violates stuff. You say it's not this, but what is it?
I didn't finish, bro, because I didn't finish.
Please finish.
All right.
It violates gas laws and kinetic theory.
It violates the first and second law of thermodynamics.
I would like to know what it is, not what it's not.
Wait, just hold on. The gravitational collapse of gases in a vacuum violates the first law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics, creating a perpetual motion machine of the first type and the second type. Now, what's your rebuttal to that? That's my fucking claim.
Well, I want to know what it is. Just tell me what substance
That's my claim.
is making this cloud in the sky.
There is no cloud in the sky. You have not verified that it's a cloud at all.
Well, what is it? We're seeing light
That's it. You're seeing light enter your
being
telescope.
blocked by something. And it gives off color. If you were to use an oxygen filter or a hydrogen filter, we can see it more clearly.
Of course, yeah, but that's filters in your you're filtering what's coming in already. It's not like you're adding anything. You're just removing stuff when you filter. That's why it's called a filter, right? It's not an addendum, is it? You put addendums in front of your lens? No, you don't.
It could. What is it? That's all I want to know. What the hell is it then?
Okay, a filter. Well, it depends on the
what you think,
alloy.
What you think? Okay, the Orion Nebula, for example.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but neither do you, because you've never been there to verify that it's gases.
Well, I can observe it.
Okay, so can I.
And it looks gaseous.
Oh no, it doesn't. It looks solid to my eyes. Solid with a gaseous cloud.
So let's go with your theory. Let's say it's not a gas. Then what the hell does it prove? What does it mean?
Well, I'm disproving it. I'm disproving your theory. That's what I'm doing.
So when you disprove it, then what is it like?
Well, it's not the horse shit that you're spitting. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So if you're saying it's gases collapsing, and I provide the science that says, no, sir, cannot happen, right? Then fuck your theory, because it's just a theory. It's not even a scientific.
What's yours?
Oh, no, mine is scientific. It's backed by experts.
It's not even your theory, bro. You didn't invent this shit.
It's not mine.
Just somebody told you.
And mine is not mine either, yeah. The modern mainstream science. I mean,
okay, so let's say we were discovering the sky for the first time.
Discovering the what? So are we done with kinetic
Dang
theory?
it, I can't send images. I took a photo of the Orion and it won't let me send the image.
Orion, I know Orion's belt. I know what it looks like. And?
Well, let's say you're observing the sky and you were to see these pretty images you see from NASA with the stars and the
Is it an image or a photo or a photograph? Well,
you're
actually,
observing it with your own eyes. Like
No.
you're like Galileo. You're like
the nebula
like
is
one of the first people to see it. Like, what would you think it
problem. I got you. The nebula is from the nebula images from NASA says it's an artist's rendition. So they're all colored by man because only data comes back from the telescopes they use to draw those themselves.
You can see that
not optical. The ones they take. Now I know you can look at.
You're not answering my question.
Post your pics of what you're talking about. How about that?
It won't let me send photos for some stupid reason.
Send it to Battle Mod and he'll post it.
Battle what?
Mod. All the way up top on the list. Just tell him to post it on Livestream. Anyways. Are we done with kinetic theory?
Yes. I would just
we are. Okay.
My question, my very, very simple question is, let's say you have a telescope, you made the telescope yourself, and you're to see this
you can buy
cloudy substance. You can actually see, like, you can verify, like, if you look at it with just your eye and the telescope.
Like a translucent.
It looks cloudy.
Translucent?
Yeah, it looks cloudy. It's like you can tell something's there, and it's like.
But how do you know it's actually clouds? Like, how do you know it's actually gases? You can assume that, right? That's fine. It's fair.
Well, what?
Well, if you assume that it's gases, there is set science about gases, right? That you can use to determine if your theory could be fallacious or not. And it is. You know what I'm saying? Gravitational collapse of gases does not happen. That's why they're a gas. Right? So if you get Cavendish masses attracting mass, that's for solids. Right? So where are you going to go? Einstein with bending and warping of space-time, right? All right, then. Now we go Einstein. Yeah.
Okay, so
what's keeping the gases together? Gravity. Okay.
Gravity.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I got you, bro. Coming right up. You just grab his tensor equations real quick, and you're gonna have to explain to me exactly what you mean.
Well,
yeah.
You guys come here, and then anything I say, you just spit out something. And you don't actually try to teach anything simply. You just say, that's wrong, that's wrong.
No,
that's
I
wrong.
will teach you general
then what
relativity
is it? Like,
right now.
What the hell is it?
Like, I got equations
teach me
coming up, man.
general relativity.
Yes, I will. Hold on. Okay. Get my snipping tool up. All right, sir. All right, this is gravity. Can you show me how to use this equation? Can you identify each of the variables in there?
Okay, let's say you guys suck at teaching. I'm not gonna.
No, okay, fine. I'll teach you. Just tell me I don't know what this is, bro. That's all I want to hear, and I'll enter teacher mode, and I'll stop being an asshole.
Well, it's big G versus little g.
He wasn't asking you.
No, you see that little g, bro? That's called a metric tensor. It's called G sub UV, right? No, it's not little g at all. See that G, bro? That's Newton's gravitational constant on the right. See the other G? That's another tensor. So you have two tensors on the left. You have lambda. What's lambda? Yeah,
you tell me. You're the teacher.
This is your God. This is how your gas is collapsed. So you have to explain to me, using this fucking equation, how your gas is collapsed. And if you do not, then, you must abort.
Your goal is to teach me.
Abort mission. No, it's not.
You're just trying to push me into saying the word I don't know.
Do you know?
No, but I do know how gravity works.
Yeah, I gotta know out of him. Cha-ching. That's all I wanted, man. You do know how gravity works. How does it work?
So, basically, how gravity works, and you guys need to do this too. Just break it down simply. Like, don't just spit out some equation and demand people to know what it means.
Can I stop you for just a second, Core?
Sure.
Hey, could you try not using this thing, you guys, because it's a logical fallacy. We're not a hive mind here. We're all individuals, unique with unique thoughts and ideas and beliefs and opinions. We're all different here. So could you stop using you guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have to call me sir.
Let me actually try to find who I'm debating to then.
No, it's Cyrus.
Cyrus. All right, Cyrus TM.
Let's go back to Einstein. Yeah. All right, man. Teacher. Part on the left, that's curvature of space-time.
So-
It's called the metric tensors. So check this out. Space-time is on the left.
No
gravity-
equations. No
gravity's on
equations.
the
Let's
right.
just
No.
look at gravity.
No.
If I were to drop something,
I'm sorry.
it would
I'm
go
dumb as
down.
fuck. I only work with equations. I'm a fucking retard. Give me an equation or else my brain doesn't function. Sorry, bro. Like, that's just...
When you drop something on Earth, it accelerates at 9.8 meters a second.
Okay, cool. And? It doesn't really, but okay. Close enough.
You could literally measure it. If you were to
In a
put it
vacuum.
perfect
In a
vacuum,
vacuum. In a
it
vacuum.
would.
In a vacuum, so
Because air will slow
not an
things
air.
down.
That's what I'm saying.
Air just slows things down because of air resistance.
Anyways. And? Okay, I'm agreeing that things fall down to 9.81 meters.
So mass itself.
No. How'd you know that now? Things fall. Cool, great. You label it whatever the fuck you want to label it. Gravity, things fall. I don't care. X, Z. Doesn't matter. Things fall. Okay, I get you. What caused it to fall? That's what we're talking about, right?
You enter.
What? Did you cut out?
He's tapped out.
Come on, man. I'm just warming up. We need to get into the tensor equations. So I could show you how there's no mass in
So, what
Einstein's
is your
world.
guys' goal?
You guys.
To shred the fucking ball Earth model. That's my goal. What's up?
So, how does that?
Your ball religion. Because it's a religion. I'm trying to demonstrate that it's
Well,
a
that's
belief system here.
insulting.
No, it's not insulting. If you believe in something without evidence, then that's belief, right? Like, it's not verified. So beliefs are religion.
Yeah.
Like whatever flavor you want.
Yeah, you know what? You keep mentioning gravity. Do you have validation? In other words, an independent control variable from the scientific experiment that validates gravity has a cause and effect relationship. Do you have that?
Oh, nice. There you go. I like
Nice
that.
sound effects.
Dude, we're warming up. That's why. Nice. Look, if you speak that
I
word,
would like legit evidence. You guys are spitting out things that you can't understand, and you demand me to understand.
what don't I understand about
Get those
Einstein's
things
work?
you're trying to explain to me. Put them into actually use your brains. Observe the moon. Observe how how it lights up like crescents, because that's the shadow of the Earth.
About looking at Earth.
He just went a long way
Yes,
from
that
providing
is-
experiments for gravity.
Okay, bro.
Well,
So
I'm saying if
you're
you
not
know all this
ready-
goddamn science,
Hey,
then
man.
use it, and that's
Yeah,
it. Anyways,
yeah,
my
anyways.
biology, because my biology is
Science?
legit doing 1 hour.
Wait, science? Where's the experiment for gravity?
Biology is what I said.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here.
We're talking about kinetic theory, guys.
I apologize, but you guys are not.
What happened? Man? Where are you going, man? Bro.
You guys aren't really debating.
Did you just say
you're not even to the level
causes
of
the
debating?
moon's phases?
We're just trying to.
I was going to say that too.
Well, like
Even
it
if you're
feels
at
like
the
you guys are
level
kind of
being
being
able
aggressive.
to debate. You're failing miserably to even achieve
All right.
the level of an honest debate. You're not ready.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm being aggressive, and what's the problem with that? Like,
Bet I'll be back in 1 month, and I will crush you.
okay, good luck, man. You're gonna have to study a lot of
Anyways, for
stuff.
now I have some biology to do.
Good
For
luck.
now, you're
Einstein.
empty-handed, but in a month, you'll know your own claim. Cool.
No, wait a minute. Before,
All right, man.
so we boots,
All right.
scoots.
Fucking
Yeah,
abort. I need
no.
the abort meme right now. Where's the fucking abort meme?
He didn't listen. He didn't get the right homework. He needs that experiment, the independent control variable for his fucking gravity. Period. That's what he needs. But he blew it. Anyway.
He doesn't know what experiments or science is. He thinks that science is looking at the sky and making up stories about it.
Yeah. We got to give him some leeway, though. He's only in high school. I like I texted earlier, put in the text. I assume zero knowledge at someone from high school. So pretty close to the truth. Zero.
Sorry to rumpus in on you, Cyrus. I know you had it handled, but I mean, it was just too tense.
Dude, he fucking slipped away, man. See, that's what happens. Like, I could have held on to him for a few more minutes, maybe not.
I should have just let you do that. My bad.
It's all good, man. Shit happens. I get it. I mean, I've been on here for a minute, so like 3 years or whatnot. So it's all good, man. I don't care if I'm rumpus as long as you keep it on point. Like, I'll toss you the mic. I don't care. But if you fucking take it away from because I want Einstein. Like, I want their fucking great fucking holy priest, that guy out. That's where I'm always going. You know,
I was trying to lead it back to that because he kept slipping away.
Good luck. Yeah, tensor equations. Of course, he's gonna slip away. Fuck. What are you gonna do?
So you got to get him back to the whole thing. If they keep spouting science, I mean, you can go a couple different ways. You can like their whole entire gravity requires Earth's radius. So there's one point. They don't have a scientific experiment showing gravity has an effect on anything, that it's not a force. They've all admitted. So it doesn't have the ability to do work. So what is it other than just a thought experiment? I want the independent control variable to determine if that's true or not.
Well, he couldn't provide it, of course, so he just started spiraling.
That was a good blunt. Nice.
They want this ex post facto, like after the fact, freaking observations of the freaking solar eclipse in the rain. How you do that, I'd never know. But how that has anything to do with it, you're still looking up at the sky as shit. You don't have an independent control variable to try to prove something that doesn't have an independent control variable. Hilarious.
Can you guys hear me typing?
No.
All right, cool.
I also have like Reiki music in the background.
Okay.
Solfeggio frequencies.
All right. Shit.
Plus,
Get your
I leave the Discord on so my plant hears all your conversations while I'm gone.
Okay.
That's funny.
That little petunia is going to grow up to become a flat earther.
Wow. You would hope.
You're rattling his cage.
I was going to say, don't stay away a whole month. He'll probably be back.
Just needs a month to come up to speed on his own claims, and he'll crush us.
He needs to come here and do some homework, and then he'll crush us. After he looks at our information, does his homework. So in other words, we have to teach him his entire paradigm.
Yeah, after he
crush us.
After he goes and finds out what he should already know when he comes here, he'll crush us.
No.
Yeah. It's not like he said I'll be back tomorrow, right? He's like, no, he knew shit was real. He's like, oh fuck, I'll need a month of serious studying. He's like,
Yeah, this is going to take some time.
That's hilarious, man.
I have to figure these guys out. Guarantee he's coming back with the Southern Crocs or whatever, and Sigma Octantis for sure. He's coming back with the stars in the South.
More stuff.
I mean, that's why he's going to read. He's going to read, like, anti-flat Earth shit. It's all star stuff.
So the nebula, how are the nebulas maintained in a shape? If the gravity's holding them, why aren't they a ball too? What the fuck? I'm disappointed, gravity.
They're just there.
Little fucking balls out there. It should be gas balls. Like, why? There's other gas balls. Why are the nebula fucking shape of a fucking horse? Come on.
Oh, the horse is dark clouds.
Mm-hmm. I reckon I like them there dark clouds.
turkey. Gobble, gobble,
What?
gobble.
So, if gravity forms everything into a sphere, then why is the galaxy a disk? I reckon I like them there spiral disc.
Why aren't boobs perfectly spherical?
Gravity flattened out the damn universe, but it made a ball out of the earth. That don't make sense.
Sling blades onto it.
That makes sense too. It's Sling Blade.
Now I reckon I like some gravy on that there disc galaxy.
Gravy. Gravy on the disc, please.
You ought not be saying gravity like that.
We want extra gravy over here, ma'am. Thank you.
I reckon we're gonna need it to make it palatable, so it'll go down.
Can I have some?
Hey, Sasha. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm still in my aggressive hunt, bro. You're the only one here. I'm gonna fuck you up. All right. Unmute yourself now. We're gonna debate some all Earth stuff.
I reckon. I reckon I like.
I'm on the hunt, man.
That
I smell blood, man. There's blood in the water. Your buddy fucking aborted.
Hey, all they did was go let the dog in. You whooped his ass while I let the dog in.
Oh man, dude. He said he'll need to study for a month and he'll come back to crush
He
it.
said treat him like a graduate student. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I reckon that their boy put the gravy on his education.
What's up with that image, Sasha? What's that green web and two blue sphere, white sphere that you posted?
All right.
I'll repost it.
Oh, that's the curvature of space-time.
Where do you see that shit when you look outside?
Is that a physical thing or quantification over?
It looks physical in my eyes between the Earth, I'm supposed Earth and supposed Moon, right?
So is that their space time?
I don't see no fucking lines, man. What's up?
Is that a
It's
physical
orbiting.
thing, like
It's
my
orbiting
guy's
the Earth
play?
because it's stuck.
And why is this asymmetrical? Okay, so see how the space-time is warped in? So what about the other side of the ball? So there's high gravity at the bottom because this is the high warpature, but on top of the ball, what happens now? A wormhole?
Well, that's just like one layer. Technically, it goes in every single direction, but that's just what it would look like in like 2D kind of.
How would that shape go in every single direction? It would just be a solid, huh? Like a solid. It was a space-time liquid that we're submerged in. Yeah?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Why not? You might as well, motherfucker. Sure. Liquid, yeah. It's space-time liquid, guys. I'm drinking some right now.
It's getting a good ass beaten lately.
All right, Sasha, you got anything for Globe Earth, buddy?
Nothing new, I don't think.
All right. So I'll ban you for 5 minutes then because you got nothing new. Just fuck it. Why not? I ban. I'm sorry, bro.
Okay.
I'll give 5 minutes to the cooler to come up with something.
Alright, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
I reckon he said he was out for blood.
Told him, man. Give me something, man.
Hit him with the Kaiser blade. Fuck it, he don't know nothing. Fuck
Get
him.
a slide rule because whatever you're using now isn't working as good.
Hit him with that lightsaber.
So can that there space time fuck with my Kaiser blade?
The sharp.
I don't think so. I've never seen that occur.
I don't think so. I reckon I ain't got no reason to be killing no space time, but I do enjoy it so much.
Need a little small axe. I think
I better quit. My throat will be hoarse in a minute.
a little throwing axe. That would be handy.
I reckon I'm gonna smoke some marijuana, so I better quit this.
I don't know what that means, Sasha. Sigma male.
Yeah, I
Fuck
don't
is
ever
down.
hear Cyrus.
Sigma male.
I
So
don't
Look,
ever hear Cyrus.
the only alphas I understand is
is
alpha in the physical domain. Everything else is like was made up because people cannot compete in that. So I'm very alpha in like fuck you, let's just beat the fuck out of each other domain because that's the only alpha domain I know of.
damn it.
Everything else is just for bitches.
So you're one rage quit and I'm too stupid for this combo. Quit above me?
Hmm.
Nah, I reckon it's on. Damn it. I don't know. I got some. I don't even know how to reply to that. Listen, generally when I quit fucking around, and joking, I can make people be just quiet. I love that silence. I get so mad when I crush a dude's premise so much so civilly, without being aggressive, and then there's just a silence, and one of our fucking flat Earth friends breaks that silence. Now that silence golden, and I play for that shit. Damn it, that's like a quick scope on COD. Don't be fucking with my quick scope now.
Right.
Now when I hit that fucking sight, then shoot. Don't jump in front of me as my teammate, dumbass. Don't get one to the back of the head and there went my quick shot. Don't slip and fall on your own damn sword. When these people ain't got no reply, you let that shit stand. And if they're quiet, somebody else talks, well then it should be damn 5 minutes before anybody says a goddamn word, damn it. Because silence is golden when somebody was saying you're wrong and then you broke it down to a science on them. And they realize, well, they probably aren't equipped to have this conversation. I love it. Hell, some of them just do it though because they can't understand them words you use because they're not 3 letters, 3-letter adjectives and nouns. There's too many letters in that word for them. They got to look it up. Normally when I hear that's word salad, what you're saying is I'm ignorant. I don't know what those words mean, but I'm gonna make fun of you for it because I need to project.
Shoot, it was 82 degrees here today. It's 75 right now at 4 p.m.
Oh, yeah, the snow is turning into slush, man. Here,
Oh,
that pisses me off. I didn't get all my ice fishing in for the winter. Damn it, my shanty's still out on the lake.
That's so weird, though. Think about that. That change in weather from where you are to here, it doesn't make any sense. Like that.
I'm not a dumbass, though. My shanty's only 25 foot from shore, and I got a rope that runs through a tree all the way into shore. So if my shit sinks, I'll just drag it out with a pick 'em up. I see people lose their fucking shanty. I'm like, yep, we'll go swimming and get. I'm literally that guy that'll jump out the boat and swim down, tie a rope to your shanty if you were dumb enough to let this expensive prop up shanty go underwater. Yeah. Finders keepers, motherfucker. That's the law of the sea there.
It's gonna be 80 all week, and
That
then
was
the following week it's gonna drop 20 degrees to low 60s.
no shit. I wonder what the temps were today. It was a little warmer, but I didn't think that.
It's supposed to rain. It's supposed to rain next week in the 60s, like 60 to 52 to 62. Then it's going to 45
Where do you live?
San Diego.
Oh, you live in Cali, oh.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's 36 Fahrenheit here.
Yeah.
And that's up from 5. You know what I mean?
See, that's freaking freezing, man.
It was 5 yesterday. Maybe 6, 3 at night. Now it's 36. That's like a 40, 39 degree temperature change. That's not supposed to happen that quick.
I don't know what they're doing here in the summer, but they bake the shit like you can't stand it.
See, dig this here. This is my this is the fucking today. It's 36, and
the weatherman predicted snow for today, and then snow for Friday, and a week from now on Wednesday it's supposed to rain.
Hey, Mike, it's not too uncommon up here in Southern Ontario for us to have 30-degree temperature changes within a matter of hours.
24 hours.
I know. Listen, bro. A lot of Canadians, they try to tell me about their weather, but so like that's my family's land,
And yeah, he just has to go back and tell him back, eh?
I go to the res, I come over there, man. I don't need a passport, and I just go straight to the res. Like my grandmother and grandfather are full-blooded Anishinaabe, so
They got the primo maple syrup
I
there.
spent my childhoods in Canada,
That's the best maple syrup there.
Mike, you need some poutine.
No, I get Pouton. I'm just high. But listen, I used to, when I was a kid, we do it twice a summer. We go to the furthest northern point of Canada and then fly out to Prince of Wales Bay on these islands out there and go pike fishing. Fucking black flies damn near carried my ass away when I was 12. You sons of bitches got some Jurassic Park fucking bugs up there, let me tell you.
The further north you go, the bigger the black flies and mosquitoes
I
get.
know. No-see-ums. What the fuck is a no-see-um? The first time I went up there, my dad said, "Oh, you got a no-see-um sticking out of your eye." I said, "Well, if it's a no-see-um, how do you see them?" "Oh, well, there's a big red bump, boy."
Yeah, that's true. The biggest mosquitoes I ever saw were in Alaska, and I've been to almost close to the equator.
I said, what the fuck is a fucking no-see-um?
Quarter-sized mosquitoes.
Hey, I'll tell you what, it was worth it, though. Here in Michigan, we catch, 30-inch pike, 36-inch pike, 26-inch pike. Man, I caught a fucking 52-inch pike. The biggest pike I ever caught. Now, I've seen 60 and 68-inch pike taken out of Canada. Gar pike, big motherfucker. Look like a log. It looked like a log on the bottom of the lake. And I said, damn, look at that log, Grandpa. And he said, oh, shit, that's a fish. And he threw a spoon down there. And the next thing you know, this bitch is dragging us through the water faster than a fucking trolling motor. Because, you don't fight them. You got a 62-inch gar pike, gator pike. You better just let the bitch drag the boat if your line don't break. But we do it with coho poles or fishing rods.
About 10 years ago, I caught a 4.5-foot gar.
Yeah, Buck, I just let...
Friggin' gnarly.
Yeah. The 52, I let that motherfucker drag me around the fucking lake. Now, when he went for the shorelines, I'd start rolling backwards, have my grandpa do the pole because he was too lazy to roll. And when I finally started fighting this motherfucker, he would flip up out the water and flip sideways, and I was like, oh, I was geeked, I'm like, I hope the line don't break, that motherfucker's big as hell. But it didn't. I mean, I brought in 6-foot salmon with that fucking pole. I didn't expect it to break. Every time I catch a 6-foot salmon, I take off about 8 foot of line because it gets stressed. So you cut it, cut off good 8 foot so you're not using a stressed out portion of the test. Who's with me? Who goes salmon fishing?
Sorry, I'm texting work. I'm trying to get my paychecks.
But yeah, I grew up in Canada, man. I used to, when my grandparents lived up there in the res, because when my dad was a certain age, he took over the farm and the company and all that. So they wanted the res to them was like Florida, but they went to the res, then Florida during the winter, then back to the res, and then Florida. You know what I mean? For a couple of years, and then they came back home after they enjoyed a retirement where they drove all over 2 nations. So, but I fucking hang out up there all the time. Or I wouldn't know what a rump roast, a moose rump roast take. Like, hey, I was ootin' a boot in Canada with the grandparents, and there was a storm about, I say about 15 clicks north of us, eh? So we just stayed in the house and ate moose, eh? Moose and cocoa, eh? With a little tapioca. You betcha. We weren't lost, eh, buddy? We were good and warm and eating good. No, but really.
Oh, you had me at tapioca.
I know. But I'd go up there for
Yeah, you hoser.
the annual hunt. My
What was the name of that movie with Rick Moranis?
where they
Great
kept
White
saying,
North or something?
"Hey, hoser, yeah, Great White North, eh?
Yeah.
Hey,
Like
it's white too."
I got friends from Alaska, right?
Yo,
And I say, "Oh, so you're up there from Canada?" And it's like, "No, man, I'm Alaska."
yo,
Yeah, the Great
Bob,
White North, the frozen tundra.
Bob, what, Doug? Hey, hand me a beer, hoser, and some sausage, eh? Doug. What, Bob? I ate the sausage, eh? Oh, you hoser. Bob and Doug McKenzie.
This is brought to you by Molson. Because why not?
Mouse and muscle. Otter Oder, eh? I was drinking beer. I got a 2-4 from Timmy's, eh? And I said, oh my God, my Mosin muscle is big. You know what the Mosin muscle is, eh?
Belly.
That there be a beer belly, eh?
The Dickety Club. Ah, shit. Well, I had some real salty brown gravy, like real super salty brown gravy on some plain ass fries. Not that bad. Didn't throw no cottage cheese on it. What the fuck?
How about strange brew, eh?
Yeah, that was the name of the movie, wasn't it? Strange Brew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from Strange Brew, they had a few movies.
Well, the one where they're all like, it's hockey season or something like that. It was Saturday Night Live stuff or Kids in the Hall, something like that.
Oh, yeah, hey, my brother Doug, hey, once he got our dead battery going by mixing bird feces and spit, because there's like acid in it, eh?
Yeah, I think it is Kids in the Hall, because that's Canadian troupe, right? Jim Carrey got to start there, then he went to Chicago and Living Color. They imported him.
My brother and I used to say that drowning in beer was like heaven, eh? Now he's not here and I got 2 soakers. This isn't heaven, this sucks, eh? Hey, we found a dead moose in our beer, eh? That means you owe us a free case, eh? I always thought that was the funniest line. Dead moose, huh? Oh, hey, mouse. Oh, no, you said moose, motherfucker. No, that's a free rump roast. Not a free case. No way.
Okay, I'm about ready to roast this bowl with a nice crown of keef. Mm.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a so bad I can taste it, eh?
Mm.
Chief Keef.
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
that's
Sasha.
heaven. Eh? It sounds like heaven, eh? Broken toke, eh? You got enough for 2 there, eh?
Oh yeah, I got enough for a whole bowl. A whole bong load of fucking keef, man.
I got some Timbits. It's all I can
Forget
offer.
about them Timbits. Just bring some deer burger.
Yeah, venison, hell yeah.
Fucking, I've seen some deer out here, but we got mule deer. They got the long ass ears and the long tail.
Yeah, whitetail mule deer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the flag tag, the warning tag. When a deer, they hop away, like they're springy. They'll take 2 steps and just start hopping 15 foot at a time. And that white tail goes bing straight to the sky. And all you see is white tail going away. And as soon as that white tail goes up, every other deer in the area says, "Oh shit, hey, the tail's up, hey, it's time to run, hey. Don't look,
Fucking
run."
lion. Cougar. It's a cougar.
Yeah, dude, if you watch a herd of them, I mean, I've done a lot of shining and I've been in the woods a lot. So one deer will hear something, right? Like I'm sneaking up to my blind, I see a whole herd of them. One deer hears something, he starts looking around. Soon as his tail goes up, the whole herd takes off, you know? While he, and normally the one that spotted you will just keep looking your way. So the entire herd knows what way not to go when they fucking run. These motherfuckers are smart, man. They're not dumb. Like, yeah, not that way. Over here, yeah. He's over there. I've never had a herd of deer run towards me. And I'm pretty sure that's why. I could be wrong, but I've seen the correlation. If 2 or 3 of them spot you, they'll throw their tails up, and those 3 will sit there and stare at you while the whole herd runs away, and then they'll follow. Especially if they're younger ones. Older deer, I've seen them lay right down and go to crawling, just disappear. You know what I mean? Drop right down in the bushes or the field grass, like up north and where I would go, man, a steep. Old deer don't run away. They hide. They're so old they know. I'll fucking disappear on this motherfucker. They lay down. I'm camouflage. You can't see shit. Old deer are smart.
Stand by for today's beauty pick.
Like my dad was in a blind, like 20 foot behind me one day, and I heard him pop a couple shots, you know. Later on, I asked him what he shot at. He got a doe. So anyway, but after he popped a couple shots, I stood up and was looking behind me, and I seen this big gray looking swat buck just crawling on the ground on his hands and knees, going ninja by me and my dad. And he looked right at me like he smelled. He knew there were people in both directions. This is how fucking ninja this motherfucker was in the woods. As soon as I looked at him, he looked at me. I went to pull that rifle up. He was looking at me thinking, did he see me? Am I still camoed? You know what I mean? Because they think they blend in with everything. But as soon as I went to lift that rifle up, that motherfucker was gone. Poof. I mean, like, from the ground to 10 foot where he wasn't, you know? They do that first leap, and then they get their body moving with like 10, 20 fast steps, and they start hopping. Even big fucking deer. I've seen big deer, like 300-400 pounds easy, jump a 2-lane road and not touch till the other side. I've been up north. We were driving down a road in a 4-wheel drive truck. It was a little bit taller than a normal car. And a herd of deer came out of nowhere, and my dad spiked the brakes like we were going to hit them. But every one of them that was in front of us jumped right over the hood. And when we slid to a stop, an entire herd just kept coming and jumping right over the damn car and not even landing in the woods on the other side of the road. I was like, holy shit. As a kid, that just amazed me. I was like, no shit. And my dad's like, yeah. I've seen them. There's a sound barrier wall up north. It's like 18 foot tall. And my dad was like, I've seen him jump over that wall. Just jump right over it like it's nothing. Well, that's some Superman shit. Have you ever seen how skinny a deer's fucking legs are? Now, when you shoot a deer and you look at their legs with no skin on it and you see what kind of meat's in their fucking legs, you think it's physically impossible for these fucking deer to jump 30 foot. 12 foot of clearance, 30 foot across. Should be fucking impossible. I seen girls with legs 10 times bigger than that couldn't do 8 foot in a long jump. You know? It's always amazed me. Like, their fucking legs are so skinny at the bottom, right where they meet the hoof, that you can wrap your finger around and touch your thumb, your index finger. It just seems physically, that's like a white guy dunking. It's not common. Everybody can't be Larry Bird, but I've just always thought deer had really skinny legs they almost look like they're at flight. They're in flight when they're jumping roads, like they're defying physics and shit. Must be, maybe it's because, deer don't believe in gravity, so it's not real to them, They just float around.
Like Rudolph.
Yeah, Well, honestly, nobody told a fucking deer it's impossible for you to jump that road. Gravity. They haven't been taught limitations. That's why wildlife always amazes us, really. Because I think the laws of physics are only laws if you believe them. We teach our kids our limitations, but that's my opinion. I think there's a certain degree of power in the mind that allows you to do things you wouldn't do. If not, people wouldn't do shit in an emergency, like pick a car up off a motherfucker, move a helicopter off a dude, you know?
Sure.
Yeah, 90-pound chick carries a 350-pound man out of a river so he don't drown. You know what I mean. More like a 250-pound man, but it's because their mind was too preoccupied with the saving a life to remember they couldn't pick up a car. They'll tell you
that didn't work last time I did that.
Yeah, they'll tell you it's fear and all that adrenaline, but I say that's bullshit. It's just your mind doesn't have enough time to register that limitation you've been taught. That's what I think. Could I prove it through experiment? I don't think so, but we could test the amount of adrenaline you have in your blood when that kind of shit happens. When there's a large release of adrenaline, it takes a minute for it to get out of your bloodstream. That's how the wife can smell it. Most people that get scared of dogs, they don't know why they get bit, and they're the reason they get bit. Adrenaline flows when you're scared. Adrenaline flows when you're angry. Most people don't talk to their dogs so much that, like Mike, I talk to my dog all day long. I'll teach my dog to scare somebody, to play a trick on them and bark real loud and scare them. And then I teach them to recognize the difference between fear and anger. When I say, that dude's mad, my son gets all mad, busted his knuckle, I say, ooh, he's mad, Some lady comes out here that don't like dogs and she's scared of my dog growls, I grab him, she's just scared. There's a difference. But the problem is, they can't tell the difference. All they can tell is adrenaline's flowing. So if you get so fucking scared of dogs, like you're gonna die just because you see a dog, man, you got 10 times the amount of adrenaline flowing than a motherfucker does when they're pissed off. So the dog thinks you're about to fuck some shit up. And it's true. If you could control your fear, dogs would quit fucking perceiving you as a threat and always watching you. If a dog watches every move you make, it's because you're oozing adrenaline. And to them, it's only anger. It's anger. You're about to do something. The same reason wildlife reacts to you in that same way if you see them. Because you got a bunch of adrenaline flowing. You're scared. Go out and get real scared when a brown bear comes, and that motherfucker is just going to tear you apart for all the adrenaline he smells. Whether if he was hungry or not, he smells all that adrenaline. You make eye contact. Well, you made two deadly mistakes. You don't look a brown bear in the eye, and you sure the hell don't do it when a bunch of adrenaline is flowing, because now he thinks you wanting to fuck him up. You fronting him off. Oh, that motherfucker's staring at me? Oh, he fronting me. Oh, he about to do something. I can smell it on him. So, might not be a man eater. You scare him with all the adrenaline you got. I try not to let adrenaline flow when I'm in the woods, because I know that sends off pheromones that alerts the entire woods that I'm there. And as a hunter, I'm actually trying to stay stealth in the woods, so we consider shit like that. Like soap. The problem is that you need to cover. If you're worried about your body scent, they can smell soap a mile away, but they can also smell the stench of human sweat and shitty food. So you're better off to just get some skunk scents or get some heat bait. Heat bait is makes you smell like a doe in heat.
Oh.
So you attract them horny bucks.
Good idea.
Hey.
You might get so
That's a
excited.
real good idea. Well, it is, unless the horny buck sneaks up behind you and tries to rape your ass. But, I mean, it's been known to happen. It has. Those pheromones drive them crazy, and they use real pheromones for that scent. But it attracts a buck, so people want to use it. Me, I think that's cheating. I use skunk.
I agree.
Skunk.
That's cheap.
Yeah, I'll use skunk scents. Just smell like a skunk. Or something that got sprayed by a skunk, which belongs in the damn forest. Skunks spray other animals, so they smell skunk spray. It doesn't alert them to there's a hunter sitting over there with a fucking rifle, They're not dumb. I mean, they literally know when you're about to shoot them. They know he's picking the boomstick up. It's time to go. Go, fellas, go, 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 go. Like, they got a system. Deer are fucking smart, man. I mean, literally, they're ninjas. So the doe, they know they don't get shot as often as buck. They know this. So if they smell you in the woods and they need to cross a field to get to the bedding, the pines or the river, because they want to drink, the doe will walk right out in the field and get your attention, while the buck sneaks around you. And if that's not cognitive thought, I don't know what the fuck is. I mean, they're literally conspiring together. And I've seen it multiple times. It's not something I maybe misread. It's a well-known fact that if you see a doe, you should actually turn around and look behind you in your blind, because you might get a buck. It's just what they do. They literally have the common sense to distract your ass. And if the doe gets shot, hey, the doe gets shot, There is less bucks and more doe. per capita. Because deer will have predominantly give birth to females. Here's something most people don't know. You know Bambi's not a girl? Bambi was a young button buck.
That's right.
Yeah, a lot of people thought Bambi was a girl, didn't they, Sonny?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Now, if you said he was gay, you might be closer, but I would say
The first trans actor.
yeah, I would say he's just so young he's not worried about sex. His balls ain't dropped yet, so his voice is still squeaky and feminine sounding, you know. But it's funny how many girls use that name Bambi, and it's like, do you not know Bambi was a dude? What the hell? He's a buck.
He was just a little baby.
But it was just a little baby? No, I can't do British.
A little baby.
A right proper cunt baby, too.
His mum got killed in the beginning, you know?
Yeah. They ate his mom in the annual hunt, eh? They was ootin' the boot and they seen his mama and they did start to shoot, eh?
I prefer the fox and the hound better than I like that other one there.
I like the fox and the hound still. I like Ricky.
Yeah, me too. I got to admit. Yep, Ricky Tiki Taki. Yep.
Yup. I got Ricky Tiki. I got all that still on VHS.
VHS, I was gonna say.
I still got a VCR player that works, you know. VCR it works.
I got 2 or 3
So
of
I
them. I
used
got a
to
combo.
deliver pizza, right? And people have garage sales, right? So I get to like go through people's garage sales and
Oh
I'll
yeah.
find like rare, like vintage, like VHS stuff, and you know my family they just love it. Like, Dad, do you have any idea what you just got me? It's like, no, what is it, son? He's like, this is like rare, like Dragon Ball Z, like from the back in the day. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm glad you like it.
Like no shit. Yeah, I'm hip to that shit, but my kids like it. I hear you. I like garage sailing. I don't sell shit at a garage sale though. I hoard that shit, but I've donated some shit to the church rummage sale. Other people having garage sales because they're broke. They didn't want to borrow money. I'd say, hey, come get all this stuff out of my grandpa's barn. That area right there. I don't like the shit he hoarded, and I got some other shit to put in that area. They'd be like, all right. Like my brother, he had one corner full of boxing tackle. You know what that police? Boxing tackle police. He had he had a pile of them that was like a truck box full, you know? And I wanted to build shelves there and put my model collection there. Model cars from the 70s. My dad he knew what he was doing. He wanted to raise kids that knew how to work on cars. So he started them with models. That way you knew what a carburetor was or a set of heads. You had a general idea where it went on the motor. Because you've been building motors and models, you know? Oh, you're a robot. What is that? 1018. Connection down. Look at him. 10 to 1, whatever the hell it was. I even learned how to do body work with models, work with Bondo and Duraglass.
Oh yeah, I like to work with models' body.
Yeah. Yeah. So I got the basic concept of, complete color change. I mean, back in the day, old people used to think about everything and think about it deep. Nowadays, people want to be done thinking about it after they order a bacon cheeseburger and some fries. The last question should be, you want to go large with that? That's why half of them don't even cook their own fucking meals. I can't stand a motherfucker over 20 that don't know how to cook. Shit, my daughter's 13 and she can, 13. At 13, she can make her own meals. Now she's, I gotta say it, damn near 17. I say 16, but April isn't that far away. And you can't just throw out them 7 months, Dad. I'm like 16 and 3/4. Girls.
Yeah, girls are funny. Boys will be like, "No, I'm 17 already."
Well, this is what it is with girls. At 16, I'm 16 and 3/4, Dad. Now, when she gets to 20, she'll be like, I'm still 19, Dad.
When she's 40, she'll be saying she's 25 or 30. Right?
I'm 18 again this year, Dad. Yeah, you know what I mean. Girls are like that. They start out with I'm older than I am, and then get to I'm younger than I am. Men are like, damn, fuck it. I'm 16, but how long has it been since you felt 16 years old?
Say it every morning.
They hit on older women. They don't lie about their age. I can't grow a mustache. I know you know I'm not that old. But hell, I'll make you feel young. I never lied about my age. I'm like, you don't like 15-year-olds? I know. I remember when they said the teacher raped the 15-year-old kid. I said, no, she didn't. Shit, she put him in heaven. You can't rape the willing.
I was gonna say, it would take a lot to force a little kid to do something like that.
A 15-year-old
I told my stepmom that once, and she told me, no, they'll put bamboo shoots in there. I go, what? Bamboo shoots? What the hell is that?
Like you gotta beat a 15-year-old boy to talk him into having sex. Hell no. We all know what puberty was like.
Yep.
Right. It's like this. It's like this. It's like sitting in math class and the teacher asks you to go up and do a math problem on the board. But see, you're in puberty and you got wood. So you don't want to
half
go.
the girls in the class are in their cycle already, and you're going, oh my God. Or the teacher is, and you're going crazy.
Right, and you don't even know why. You're just like, damn it, go down. I got a problem I got to do. And I've mentioned that to grown-ass women before that said, no, really, does that happen to boys in school? Well, fuck, you weren't paying attention, or it wasn't that way in your school. So you was in city school, and they was eating so much Burger King, they already had ERD, erectile dysfunction. In a country school, man, the teachers expect it. They don't ask nobody to get up in the morning and do problems on the board, It's morning. These 15-year-old boys, they got morning wood, Like, I mean, not to be hyper specific, but like my math teacher, name was Mrs. Bell, and she had some bells every 15-year-old boy wanted to ring in puberty, and I'll just say 33D, and everybody knows. her boobs enter the room 5 minutes before she does. Before her face gets in the classroom, every 15-year-old boy in there is erect. Like, good morning, Miss Bell. That shit used to crack me up. Every boy in the class would yell it, and every girl in the class would look at us like we're dumb. Man, she's an old woman, you know. I mean, you know, you get bored on the farm, though. Country kids, we can't go do all the dumb shit city kids can. But my parents knew where I was all the time. Really, that was partly why I just said fucking went in the Marine Corps. Just to get the fuck away from my mom and dad's prying eyes for a minute. I ain't gonna lie, man. I was like, damn. Then I was like, well, that wasn't a fair trade-off. Now I'm not even my own boss. What the fuck? This is worse than mom and dad. But I was getting an education, experience. GI Bill don't pan out though, you know what I mean? Like you're like, yeah, I'll go to service, I'll get this, I'll get that. When I went, it was like 90 days later, yep, we're going to war. What the fuck is this?
Oh, I thought Marines had a hard-on for conflict.
Well, not all of them.
I thought Marines ran into battle with a hard-on that most military personnel wouldn't run into with a fully loaded AK-47 and body armor.
Well, at 18 years old, yeah. I mean, that's how I felt. First boots in, last boots to leave. I even felt this way. What's the most deadly force on the planet?
A Marine in his M14.
Hoorah! That's right. At least you know. And the Marine didn't have to tell you. And if the Navy ever make it to heaven, right, they'll see that the streets that are paved with golden heaven are guarded by United States Marines.
In fact, the weird thing is, if you think about it, that hoorah, where does that come from, that battle cry? Would that not be the battle cry of the name of the Most High?
To me, yeah, I think so.
So it's almost like atrocities carried out in his name, you know? I mean, yeah. Anyway.
Almost, yeah. I thought about that. Hoorah.
Right.
And a lot of
Egyptian
people
God.
will tell you, Ra ain't God, Ra ain't Yah. But I get the correlation.
See, America is Egypt, guys. I think that land over there
But Ra,
that they're fighting for,
yeah,
ain't the
Ra,
true land.
what Pharaoh said to Aaron and Moses was, Atat Ra'ah, behold, before you is pure evil. Ra'ah. Huh?
Apep Ra'ah. Apep Ra'ah. In the
Ra'ah,
Egyptian, Apep Ra'ah. Yeah.
yeah. Yep.
Ra'ah.
Yeah, Ra'ah.
That's a A-P-E-P.
Pure evil.
Yep.
So Ura is almost like, oh, it's, oh, here comes the evil. I mean, if you look at Oprah, opera.
Yeah. Deception is great. Deception is vast. But it is the cult that we are in.
It is.
Yep.
What happened?
On them coalition in Iraq, Kuwait, and in the desert, you could hear hoorah, hoorah, and yut all day long. I kind of like that yut. Yut. You guys sound all redneck with it.
See, the mystery of Babylon. Ur.
Or?
Ooh. Oorah. Right. Ooh. Ur. Ur.
Ur.
You are. Ur. Right? Fucking goddamn, what do you call it? Babylon.
Oh, I thought you were saying hoor.
You are
Ur.
Ur.
W-H-O-R-E. Ur.
Hua.
Who are
Hua.
you, Ur?
You hua.
Yut.
That's what hua is. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, hua, yua, oorah, yut. It tells the story, though.
Yeah. I bet it would shock Bong to find out that he indeed is an Egyptian.
I don't know. I think he's a Native American.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think Samoans. Well, if you mean in a lost tribe of Israel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because they kept some of the culture from Egypt.
Well,
their
yeah,
time in
I
Egypt.
know. That's why I asked them when they said, well, that God is an Egyptian God. And I'm like, well, where was Moses from?
In fact, the Egyptians' name for the Most High was the hidden one, the unseen one, the one that you shall not name, because to name it may wake him.
Right. Well, you're not supposed to use his name for, petty purposes either.
Because we're still in the seventh day, apparently, where he's resting, is how they figure it. Kind of reminds you of Hinduism, That's what I'm saying. There's similarities in all of them. There's
No.
truth in all of it, but not all of it is truth, right?
Well, Amun meant hidden, right? Hidden God. Amun wasn't a name. Amun Ra was. The hidden God Ra. But they had a pantheon. And Ra is the hidden one. Osiris, king of the living, right? Who's the king of the dead? Anyone?
Set.
The underworld.
You mean the king of the day?
Yeah, Set.
Set was not king of the underworld. That was Osiris.
No, Osiris is the king of the living. He may have been the ruler of the underworld too, but pretty sure it was Set. No, Seth was the god of chaos. Okay. Anubis. Yeah. Osiris was god of the underworld. He also symbolizes death, resurrection, and the cycle of Nile floods, agricultural and fertility.
And vegetation, agriculture.
Yeah, agriculture is vegetation. Yep.
I'm sorry, bro. I got called away to take care of something that somebody couldn't do. Story of my life.
Who knows who Ta is? Ptah. The Egyptian god Ta.
I don't know, but I know they have a Loki.
Well,
But the Loki god, he's one of luck. Looks like a leprechaun.
Loki also be the snake in the garden? Trickster, right?
what?
No, it's Samael.
Yeah, the guy that but Lucifer in the or Baal in the garden.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, it's how Zeus is. This guy. Loki would be Samael. Is that what you said?
Lucifer's not the devil.
Is it like a certain angel or something, or is it like?
No, Lucifer is not the devil.
Well, actually,
Yep.
Gadriel let him in the dam.
His name is Azazel. That's the devil.
Yeah, Azazel is. Or
Halael. Yeah.
or by another name.
When he was in heaven, right, his name was Halael. Then his name was taken from him and given to another, and his name was changed to Azazel. Azazel. Lucifer is the name of a king of kings. Like Nimrod. the one who bears the light of the world. Now, who's the light of this world, Bong?
They're both also the fucking morning star.
Yep. But one is the root of the offspring of David. The other one is the root of the offspring of the Pharisee. They are not the same.
You know, Azazel's the one they sent the scapegoat out to.
Yep. See, it's a lot of people get their vision of the devil and the name Lucifer from what the hell is his name? Dante, and I can't remember the other guy's name.
The other one that had the 9 layers of
Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, the Divine Comedy. But who was the guy that wrote it? I can't remember his name. He wrote a couple of them like that, and it was medieval writings, romantic
I'll
writing.
look it up. I'll look it up for you.
And that's like where the envision of people being tortured in hell comes from. And there's 7 different rings for 7 different deadly sins.
Yep.
A poem by Dante. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I wish. Okay.
Like Magus or something like that, which means magician.
Yep.
Okay, it's not actually. It's just called Inferno.
Yep.
So it's Dante.
It's
Ali.
Dante's Inferno, so it's written by Dante. And
Right.
It's Algariri or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to say, who wrote Dante's Inferno?
Yeah.
It's kind of in the fucking in the question.
But there's another one.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like
I'm looking at the
Morton or
Wikipedia right
something by
now.
Morton. Divine Comedy by Morton.
Yeah, the Divine Comedy is the one you're thinking of, and that's not Dante's Inferno.
No, I know, but those are the
by-
2 books where we get like the common misconceptions and
Well, it says
identification of the devil.
here it's divided into 3 parts: Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's Dante's Inferno.
No, that is the
No,
Divine
those
Comedy.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Which is where
Divine
the idea of
Comedy is
purgatory comes.
all 3 of Dante's books together. Yes.
The Devil's Inferno.
There's a sweet cartoon movie.
Is that where you have to get
Really?
time out?
Yeah, he's he's part of the Knights Templar. He's a crusader. He was sent on a crusade by the Pope.
Yom Kippur.
I think if you want to get out, you have to climb out of Satan's nutsack or something like that. I forget.
What?
You got crawled out from between his balls or something. I don't know. I forgot.
Dude.
Layers. Layers.
That sounds pretty serious.
I think there's like 7 rings to hell or something like that. And then purgatory is
Yeah, and
for,
it accompanies
the worst of the worst.
7 deadly sins,
Yeah.
7 ways to win, 7 holy
levels.
paths to hell, and
I have
your
a
trip
question.
begins.
I have a question. How did you guys get on this anyway?
Out of what?
On this topic?
We jumped up on it.
You guess you did. Yeah, just like Bong. Okay, so at 2 minutes after the hour, he said ISIS had to look for his penis.
I don't know. Yeah, we started talking about Egyptian gods for some reason.
Oh,
It's
okay,
not my
okay.
fault. that there are penis references in all these cosmologies.
I
right?
know. It's so
They-
strange.
Uranus, penis, I don't know. It's like their words. It's like phallic.
Now, I'm willing to bet that, since they said Uranus smells like farts, I'm guessing that there's a brown hole there.
Good God.
Probably good.
Full of methane. Full of methane.
Rosebud. Just thinking of some dude farting and his underwear is so hard
Really?
it goes brown.
Really?
Jenny,
Uranus?
okay, look, we have Jenny, we have KJ, we have any other women? For sure we do.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, don't forget we have the World Wide Web listening too.
We have people
Yeah.
listening that don't fart, so sorry about that.
Yeah. Nobody listening. Nobody listening.
Sorry. What I mean, all these cosmologies always have these weird things in it. It's always like eating your children.
Well, yeah. What about people walking around with that symbology and not knowing where it comes from? What about that? My favorite is Under Armour.
Well, it's about Kronos. Like the Greek mythology, he ate his children. Right? It was like, why are you guys always
I heard
fighting?
that smile, by the way. I heard that.
All right, that was that dude. And then
I heard
she gave him a stone to eat.
That's symbolic, though, of how time beats us.
Right? Right? What about the Big Bang? Is that also symbolic? How nothing exploded into everything? It's got to be symbolic, right? Or is that one literal while this one is symbolic, right?
Symbolic.
Look, when we say we're going to Mars, we're not saying we're going to the god deity Mars.
It's symbolic.
It's symbolic. Oh, is it? 7 wandering stars. The Pantheon. Okay, symbolic.
Mars is a good place. They be going somewhere.
The globe Earth is symbolic? Are you saying the sphere?
They go
somewhere.
Is he being spurious right now?
Are you spirit?
I'm very.
I am so serial.
So serial.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that sphere is a symbol for something?
I was reading, so I really don't even know what you were saying.
I am saying. Are you saying that are symbolic and not mathematical geometry stuff?
Oh yeah, I'm saying the mathematical magic doesn't match the mathematical model.
Exactly. You're saying sphere, like the globe.
Yeah, it's not what we observe in reality.
Sphere, not spear.
Spurious.
Like a
sphere, not spear.
That triggered something. Hey, you guys remember Charm Pier? Bong, you remember Charm Pier from ODD?
Yes.
All right.
I remember the name. The name.
Charm was a little hot British chick that was a mod on.
Oh, dude, I do now. I do. Got that moment. Oh, what the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, now you remember.
It's a philosophical.
After her, Bong said, all you need is a good profile picture and Mike will be nice to you.
Philospherical. Yeah, philospherical. It's a philospiracy.
Yeah.
What's your worst fear?
They're sacrificing children to their god Moloch.
How
They considered it an honor to do that. I mean, ew.
What?
Well, didn't Pythagoras say the sphere is the divine shape? Like,
Did you say it was an honor to sacrifice a child to
That's
Moloch?
how they thought of it.
Oh.
What the fuck?
That's
Well,
how
makes
they
They're
me
still doing it
wonder.
today. They're still
It,
doing
make,
it today. They're lining up the
it
abortion
makes me
clinic.
wonder what God asked Abram to kill his son.
Exactly.
because everybody was doing it. That's why. Everyone was doing it to honor their gods, to sacrifice their firstborn. So that's why God did it.
Everybody's doing it, picking their nose and chewing it. That mean you're gonna do it
Oh
too?
my gosh.
The thing about like
Do we just
because
follow suit?
like these spirits kind of knew the prophecy. I think they all started setting up these religions and these rituals to kind of confuse the plan that God had, which was to sacrifice His Son to atone for sins. So all these copycatters are trying to strawman God, right, and can cause confusion. You know what I mean? Where you have to sacrifice to the gods, right? Some people bring the first fruits of their, of their farms, and people bring the first fruits of their cattle, lamb, animals, and then some people go as far as bringing their own children, and it's like, why? Well, we heard something about this from the demons. From I don't know. It's what the gods want. No, it's not what
Nope,
God
that's not
wants.
what happened. Bong, that's not what happened. I have to stop you right now. What actually happened is they had temple prostitutes, which was all the young maidens of the land had to go to the temple and they could not leave till a stranger prostituted them. They felt that the gods would return, and in their temple, they never wanted them to be without, be alone. So there
You
was
guys
always an accompaniment.
you guys never heard that song?
No,
Genesis 6:6, right?
yeah,
Or Genesis 6:5, right?
that's
It's
like
the
one
whole.
of the ways they do it. The stories they use to perform this
But
ritual.
the
Like, why
reason,
would anyone
what
in
they
their
would
right
do,
mind do this to their child?
what they would do to keep the giants from returning and the Nephilims from returning is they would take all those children of the temple prostitutes and burn them and sacrifice them unto Baal. That's
Yeah.
what this was about. And
Baal.
that's what Easter was about, and that's also what Christmas was about,
Baal. You
and
mean
also Halloween.
Baal.
Yeah,
Yes,
Baal.
that's what Christmas is about. Yeah, I think a lot of the holidays they involve children ones. A lot of
The
the
4th of July
Oh
also.
man, but what about the presents, man?
Oh,
got a lot
that means you
Yeah.
bow down to the Christmas tree. You bow down to that tree of Osiris or of Nimrod.
Bro,
Now, that was
you can't
originally
take
a
away
holly
them
tree.
kids' Christmas.
It was a holly tree.
Yeah,
But how you gonna
And
take
why?
Christmas? How you gonna take Christmas away
I think
from
it's a
them
death.
kids?
And how was
And it was
why was it a holly tree?
because it was the only thing that fruited in the dead of winter.
How can you take Christmas away? With great pleasure. I take Christmas away from you and throw it in
No,
the bowl.
no. We need Christmas.
What the hell?
We need Christmas. We can't do without it. We gotta work all year and spend all our money on one day.
We know, man. How else are
Cause
we going to
for
keep
the
our
kids.
alive? How are we going to feed all those million? What about all those expensive cars those millionaires have to afford? How are they ever going to have those things for Christmas?
Yeah, but I understand. You have like if you have like 9 children, you might want to like do something to like control their attitude. But the thing is, the truth's going to come out. So it's like, why even lie about it in the first place?
Yeah, be like, you're not getting any Bitcoin, any crypto this Christmas. You better watch out because Santa Claus is not coming this year. Okay.
I mean, I know a few people that have large families. This one lady, she's got like 12 kids, 12 children, and she come to the truth, and they all realize, it's not good to do that, but their relatives still get them gifts and want them to come over for the holidays and stuff. And the thing is Jeremiah 10 says, "Do not worship Yah like the pagans worship their gods.
Oh yeah. My parents this
Do
Christmas.
not bring into the house a tree
My
and
mom and
decorate
dad
it
are like, oh,
with silver and gold. Do
my
not bow down to it."
I was like, no, not Merry Christmas. Like this year, my mom and dad Merry Christmas, and it's like, oh no, we don't do that, mom. It's like, oh what? You guys don't do that anymore? It's like, yeah, we never like no, like you know what I mean? It's weird. It's like what do you? I was like, mom, it's a pagan holiday. It has nothing to do with the Bible. Okay, okay, son. I'm just saying, oh, I'm just calling to see how you guys are doing, and like,
I can't
mom,
believe you
mom,
guys never heard that song.
look, my
Everybody's
mom is
doing it, picking their
coffee
nose
street.
and chewing it, thinking it's candy, but it's really not. It's a
Like,
hot
mom, why
snot
are you
Sunday.
obfuscating?
It's a hot snot Sunday with a booger on top.
Come on. Our
You know
parents
you're
are
feeling
pastors.
runny, and it's gooey just like honey, and you think it's kind of funny. Well, it's not, 'cause it's not.
You think it's hard talking to them about
This
flat
is
Earth?
this is for kids, man. These are kids' rhymes.
Yeah, my dad asked me, so son, we're not bringing a Christmas tree into our house. This, I was like,
Listen, my
listen to
children,
what you're
and you
saying.
shall hear of the midnight attack of diarrhea, a 50-yard dash to the bathroom,
What? Why
first
don't you
on
bring
the
a coconut
bed,
tree
and
into your
then on
house?
the floor.
Or a banana tree? What is a Christmas tree? Oh, the evergreen tree. Oh, the evergreen tree that grows in
You
freaking
bring the
Seattle.
basin, you get the mop.
Yeah. Go to the tropics to celebrate Christmas. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
The
And
night was dark
Australia's
and
freaking hot.
stormy. The bathroom light was dim. I heard a crash. I heard a splash. Oh gosh, he's falling in.
Nah, Christmas is for the kids, man. What about the kids though?
Yeah, man.
Well, it's really not. That's the point.
What about the kids? I was like, what about mom and dad ain't got
Here,
no fucking money?
I got
Yeah.
I got the answer. What about the kids? So you
What
can
about mom and dad?
buy them gifts and teach them to celebrate goodwill towards men, but you don't have to engage in rituals. You don't need the tree.
Right. You don't need the stories. You don't need the Santa
And
Claus.
really,
Man.
if you're teaching, if it's supposed to be a time about goodwill for men, the gifts should be for your neighbors, not your children.
Yeah. Not about breaking an entry and leaving gifts in your house like a creepy pedophile old flying guy. Fucking high ass reindeers and shrooms or something. What? What are you talking? Santa Claus, dude. Oh.
Oh, you're talking
You
about
say
who
it like
Saint Nicholas
that.
was. Bong.
You said, yeah, breaking an entry.
It's the most criminal time of the year.
Oh man. Santa
Corporate
Claus
holiday.
is a big time criminal. What? Yeah. Mm.
He's been
It's a
wanted
corporate
throughout the
holiday, and you know what's fucked up? This is called December, right? December. That's 10. Why is it the 12th?
It's
Santa Claus is
all
Indian.
jacked up, man. All of it.
Because they fucked with our calendar in 17. Fuck
Okay.
was the year?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Santa Claus is the intergalactic fugitive. We have been hunting him for thousands of years. If you
Oh, but
guys
I
see
bet you.
him,
But there's people that get interviews, though. You know, isn't that
yes,
weird?
yes, we have heard he is here on Earth. So if anyone sees him, I want you to give us a ring.
Santa Claus is really Krampus.
You know, it's kind of, you know what that reminds me of? They were looking for Osama bin Laden for years or whatever, and then somehow, some way, some newscaster person was able to get, well, quote unquote, was able to get a interview with him
Yes.
in his cave.
Yes,
It's like,
he
are
is a
you
from
serious?
yes, he's a supervillain from the galaxy 666 planet planet Earth, and he has escaped into the galaxy, and we have tracked him down to Earth. He probably thought it was Earth, but it was actually Earth, right? Yeah. He wears a red suit. You guys know who I'm talking about? Big white beard. Flies around in these UFOs that look like reindeers. Yes. That's not magic dust. It's space dust. Yes, yes. Joe Thaler is his sister.
We have a random fact. We have
Yeah.
space apples now.
Just
Did you know that?
Yes, escaped our galaxy, and now he's in Earth, on Earth. Don't worry, we are here to save you from Santa Claus. You also might know him as Satan. Yeah, anyone.
Hey, yo, what's a man got to do to get a hearth around here?
You know what I'm saying? He's like, who? Breaking in there, he is a criminal, space criminal. Yeah. Working with NASA. All these
Sounds like some Rick and Morty shit, man.
Morty, let me tell you what. Tell you something, Morty. That's not level. You want to see level, Morty? Here, let me. This is level. Yeah, it is Rick and Morty shit, man. That's what Michelle Fowler is all about. That is your uncle Rick, your grandpa Rick. I have a grandfather named Rick. Anyone?
Pickle Rick.
Rick Sanchez. Rick Thaler. Rick Sanchez Thaler. Rick Thaler. So yeah, I mean, isn't this what we do when we talk about the globe? We start spinning our wheels and end up talking about ridiculous things like space time and what. That's why I've always wanted to be an astrophysicist or an astronomer, so that I can use my imagination and fulfill my potential, my purpose. What's your purpose? To dream about space. Yeah, because you can't experiment on it, right? No shit. Yeah, of course. What? Or did you think I was going to experiment in space? Come on, man. It'd be ridiculous. Not what astrophysicists do. We guess. And the best guessers will be hired. The best guessers. Astronomer. Guessicist. Astro guessicist. What do you do for a living? I guess stuff.
Did you ever watch the Big Bang Theory TV show?
A little bit.
Yeah, that's what they did. Well, I think they were theoretical physicists in the show.
Yeah. But can you guess the lottery numbers for next week, though? Can you do that? No. Wow. So you can estimate and guess how old the universe is? Wow. Probability. Cool. Statistics. Wow. You can't guess the lotto numbers for next week? How can you feel?
Yeah, what about them ancient astronaut theorists?
Oh,
Anunnakists.
the ancient astronaut theorists. That's a mouthful.
We were just talking about Egypt, right? That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Anulogists?
ANU?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anu,
I think is the correct way, right? Anu.
Yep.
So
we have to add an ist or an en or some kind of like at the end of it.
Hey, so would the pyramids work on a globe? Like seriously?
Pyramids on a globe?
I don't think they work now.
Well, no, they don't work, but where they're the stars that they're supposed to be pointing to.
Oh, yeah,
I guess it would be like in the same kind of like, lighthouses wouldn't really work on a ball.
Well, it would work on a ball that has flat surfaces on it. Technically, it wouldn't be a ball. Hey, you can't think of it as a ball, right? Because magic refraction.
Yeah, but the average individual doesn't know anything about that.
The average individual, the smartest individual, nobody would be able to know the difference. Yeah. Like we can
only infamous globers talk about refraction.
We can just assume it's a plane and it's flat. Can we just do it that way? It's easier. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not like we can see the curvature anyway. It's not like anyone can see that it's off, right? Yeah, except for the aliens and all the and fucking missing everything in space. Of course, it looks like we're hitting it on Earth because it looks flat. But in reality, we're not hitting shit because it's a ball. Not confused? You confused yet? Yeah. So on the ball, up and down, not the same. Not the same. It's more like in and out. You know what I mean? In and out. That's what a hamburger's all about.
What is it with you today? Oh boy.
It's all coming together, you know.
I guess.
Together, yeah. It's all making sense now. Space burgers. That's what we gotta make.
We have
Space.
space apples. They're called cosmic apples.
Yeah. We need some kind of
Cosmic apples. And you know what they engineer these types of fruits and vegetables to have a higher sugar content. In fact, they do that with grapes as well. They call them cotton candy grapes. There's another candy kind of name for a different kind of grapes. There's two different kinds. And it's. I just like regular old grapes.
Have a higher resistance to space, right?
What the hell does that mean?
These fruits have been engineered to survive the vacuum of space.
If there was one.
Is it edible? Yes, it's edible. Is it safe? Yes, very safe. For space consumption?
Well, okay.
I'm just picturing an engineer. I mean, ISS. Guys in the ISS. Eating apples on the camera. Like, you've seen us eat spinach. You've seen us wash our hair. Now watch us eat these space apples.
They ate spinach on camera.
Oh yeah. How to take it out of the plastic.
Oh, what is wrong with these people? Oh my God. Our tax dollars at work here, folks. That's what we get. A clown show.
Well, that's
my
what That's what I'm talking about. It's like from them. It's like, and now we are about to eat this apple in the ISS. Sexy. Look at this sexy red apple. It's so sexy, isn't it? Crunch.
Okay, do you think people are confused like a regular person who doesn't pay attention to this stuff? Do you think they think the ISS is outside in space? Because it's not. It's not, right?
People totally believe it. They do.
But that's what do you think that some people think that?
I do. Think and
So
believe
they
it.
think they're in the vacuum of space.
Well, not the people in space. People down here. Not the people doing the show, right? They're not in space. They know they're not in space.
Okay, but the ISS physically is in low Earth orbit. It's under the dome or whatever the barrier is.
I think it's here on Earth, somewhere.
Well, of course, but I mean, according to what other people think they know.
I don't know. I think they think it's in low Earth orbit. There's no dome, and we're going.
No, they tell us it's in low Earth orbit. Yeah. But I mean, do they ever make it seem like it's okay? Never mind. I need to think about that a little bit more before I try to rephrase it.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get the average person's perspective. It's hard to think of what you used to know before you knew all this stuff.
Yeah. When you question the globe, it's like questioning God. See, in my mind, when I was a glober, I wouldn't dare think anything about I wouldn't dare question God. I wouldn't dare question Einstein. I wouldn't dare question Newton or NASA.
Really?
Think
you
about
remember that?
Thinking about it made me feel guilty about myself. You know how You know that bad feeling you get after you masturbate? Yeah, that's the feeling I got. So even
Oh
questioning
my God.
Einstein gave me that feeling, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
Yeah,
the
like that
question.
times 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Jay!
You won't dare think it. That's the crazy. That's the thought control. That's what's crazy about it. People don't realize it's being done to them. Like you are afraid to think something, but yet you don't believe in God. Like who is going to judge you? The government?
Oh, you mean as a Christian you feel guilty after you masturbate? I'm like,
Well,
what
as
the fuck is wrong
reasonable,
with
because you don't
Bong?
have to be
Okay,
a
I got
Christian,
it
man.
now.
You don't have to
Okay.
believe in God. You don't dare think certain things about your parents. You know what I mean? It's just something you don't want to entertain. You know that your
Well,
parents
sure.
do nasty things in
Right,
the
right.
bed.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
music too. But you don't know, and you don't dare think it, right? That's not the exact kind of thought control they have over people. You don't dare question these things because one, how are you don't have the stuff to question it with, and two, there's smart people everywhere telling you what is, what's not, confusing you, and three, you don't believe you're smart enough to understand and to figure it out. It's all these things working together to keep people in cognitus.
You remember that guy from Saturday Night Live? He would look in the mirror and he said, "You're smart enough or good looking enough."
I don't
Who is
believe
that
in
dude, you guys?
Yeah, I don't believe in that because I also don't. Because
We could have a
look at it that
Glober look in the mirror and say these nonsensical things that
myself
they
doesn't work.
believe. All right, that shit down. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's saying
Thank
things,
you.
and there's
It
doing
worked
it.
for him, didn't it? He's an American senator, Al Franken.
Right. Oh, thank you, Al Franken. Thank you so much. I think we can do something with that. We can parody the shit out of that.
I think the character name was Stuart Smalley.
Thank you again. I thought of small something, Stuart. What better name can you get than Stuart? I love that name. Oh man. So wait, say again. What were you saying? You're good enough and all that. Go ahead. Back to where you were, sir.
Remember the Muslim guy last night that was going off at us and all? Like, he was just stupid, fucking stupid. This way, yeah, that's what was happening to him. Like he didn't know what to think or how to think, so he just, just started saying things. Like that's the cognizant, like one who wouldn't dare question what he believes in or what he's been told his whole life to be true.
I just thought, Bong, for some reason I was thinking about the 3 astronauts when they first came back from the moon and, they all looked like their dog died. I think they were double crossed. I think if they were told at one point that they weren't going to have to be in front of other people maybe. And I don't know, maybe they're pissed. I mean, what do you guys think? I know I'm going way kind of random and shit, so forgive me on that one, but
Well, what do you
anyone?
expect? They're being debriefed about going nowhere.
So maybe they weren't given the whole story. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they had to know from the get-go, from the whole thing?
Oh yeah, of course.
I think they're totally in on it. There's bad actors.
Yeah, it's the first time
Bad
anyone.
actors?
Like, the world didn't think it was a ball. So imagine lying to the world
Dude, I was
about
talking.
something this big for the first time. Like you're the first liars. Like you're propping up this lie in front of the whole world, right? God is watching you, and holy shit, are we really doing this? Is this really gonna fucking work, or are we gonna get hung? What the fuck is going on? Don't worry, it's gonna work. We've been
Do
doing
you
this.
think they were told about that they had to go in public like that and do a press thing or whatever, like at the last minute? You think they didn't know about that?
They knew about it long beforehand, but they just didn't plan through it, very carefully.
You don't they coach people with this shit? I mean,
of course
they do now. I know they do now. I mean, why wouldn't they then? It just doesn't. It's just weird.
I mean, the people today are not the same people as back then. The people back then were probably harder to fool than people today. So it was probably nerve-wracking, right? To know that people are
No,
stupid. But we're about to lie to them on the highest fucking biggest level. The whole fucking world is, you know what I mean? Like, is this gonna work?
so you think they were feeling like the biggest douchebags on the face of the earth?
Probably.
Yeah, but
And look at
see,
their faces.
oh,
At the subconscious level, at the very least, yes.
yes, what? Elaborate on that.
That they were feeling like douchebags. Because when you're doing something bad that you know is bad, subconsciously you feel terrible about it. But you might be a natural born asshole, so you might do it anyway.
Yeah.
So you don't think they were natural born assholes?
No. They are natural born assholes, but the
Okay.
natural born asshole part of them lets them keep a straight face while lying. But deep down inside, they don't feel so good, I don't think.
Yeah, people have gotten better at lying.
Well, that'll give you for sure.
Okay,
I don't know.
what about
It's kind of hard to do anything new. There's nothing new under the sun. I mean, but go ahead, Bong.
What about when they read that War of the Worlds script over the radio and everyone freaked
Oh,
out?
oh my God.
I mean,
Yeah.
there are all these psychological operations happening at the same goddamn time, as well as military operations. It's like, everybody look here while we figure out what's going on.
I would give anything to have been able to talk to somebody that actually heard that and hear about their experience.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot about this over the years, and just going by the multiple shows I've heard Clyde Lewis on Ground Zero, who's radio show that's produced here locally in Portland. I've met the guy myself a few times. Clyde is pretty cool. He's in denial about the fact that the Earth is flat, unfortunately. But he's gone over this story that you're referencing, this War of the Worlds over the radio story, many times. And just going by what I've heard from him over the multiple years that he's covered it, I think it's been blown out of proportion. Like, I don't think anybody died on accident. I don't, with any. The point is, I think a few people maybe got a little riled up for a few hours, but I think a lot of these stories have been blown out of proportion. I don't think that many people were actually taking it that seriously.
Yeah, I would contend with that. I mean,
it's exactly like the pandemic, is it not? At first, everybody was
it's
riled
to
up.
generate fear.
Yeah.
I think it was done on accident, not on purpose. I don't think they were trying to actually scare people with that. Like, the way that it happened is that they had these commercial breaks. It was over the radio, right? So they started reading the War of the Worlds over the radio, and they had these commercial breaks that were far in between. And I think half or so of the people listening to it over the radio, they didn't hear the very first initial announcement. This is now us reading the War of the Worlds over the radio. So since they tuned in halfway through, they didn't realize it was a story. They just thought it was, the news, and that the news was telling them that aliens were coming from space or something like that.
Okay,
That even those people, they didn't get that riled up, I don't think.
I didn't know there was commercial breaks involved, so that puts it in perspective a little bit more. Thank you. That's mighty interesting. That's a good bit of information to have, I'd say.
That
Yeah,
totally sounds.
And all like that, if they just reminded people throughout the story that this is us reading a story, but they only did that at the very beginning of it, and it was like several hours long, I think.
It's not like it was. It's not like it was Patricia Steer. If you're just joining us, this is a story read by ...
That's why it's a psyop. That's why it's a total experiment, man. Like, you're gonna read the story, right, about aliens invading the Earth, right? But nobody believes in aliens, right? And then then what you call it? You can see how people react to it, right? And you're gonna space it out, the commercials out so far, so that you get a natural, you get enough time to get a real reaction. Some kind. How are people going to react to this if they missed the first part? It's all kinds of experiments. How are the public going to react to this kind of information, right? Like any information, fill in the blank.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Wait, I got a question for you guys. Isn't it something that's documented about 9/11, like the rise in the Schumann resonance? Is that a thing?
I heard what you're talking about before. They said that when 9/11 happened, like something changed all across the world. I think it was the Schumann resonance.
Okay,
And I
so
want to
what
say that,
if? Oh, keep
go
going,
ahead.
Hank. No, you.
I think I remember, didn't it go lower for a second and then eventually it normalized, and that was because everybody was scared? I think that's
Well,
what I heard,
see,
but it's hearsay, so.
yeah, I get that. I'm with you on the hearsay part, but my wild mind kind of thinks that way about War of the Worlds. Because until that commercial break came, that person might have been scared out of their mind.
Holy shit! The aliens are here.
That would
Stop,
happen with it
stop
burst throughout
sticking
the
your
day.
nose and get in the cellar.
Yeah. So throughout the day, it was probably crazy when they read that.
When you see it, Jen, swing away, swing away.
Okay.
Quick, circle the wagons.
No, signs. Nobody got the movie pun. Signs.
Okay, so yeah, I was just kind of getting to the part where, when there's a reason that they do these things, and it's not something that I'm
Fear.
very knowledgeable about talking about, but yeah, fear. I mean,
Who's seen the movie Signs with Mel in it? Mel Gibson.
Me.
oh, it's been
I got a
forever.
religious interpretation of that movie.
Well, it all builds up to the moon landing. It all builds up, it all climaxes at the 1969, right? Like, oh, we landed on the moon because the Earth is a ball and they're aliens, and we landed on the moon.
Man, whenever I hear somebody tell me that they listen to the news, I always tell them stop watching the news.
Yeah.
I mean, because all it
Yeah,
does
my
is
wife.
make people mad.
My
Or
wife's been
scared.
telling me that for like 20 years.
You guys want to belittle,
Yeah.
like, arrogance of these people. People working on their people have dedicated their lives to get us to the moon. God damn it. What is wrong with these
Oh
people?
my God, son, I know what you're talking about. They just discount everything we've ever done.
Everything we've done and achieved in the club. Oh my God. Look at how awesome we are. How can we not?
All you got to do is watch Channel 10 News. Christ.
The arrogance to think that we're not the awesomest species in the universe and we figured it all out. 14 billion light years, guys. God damn. Where'd you go to school?
10 million years. It's evolution, folks. Evolution.
Oh, not aliens are coming.
Did you hear that guy earlier? He said, "You don't understand."
Yeah, I heard.
What the hell?
Well enough.
Like, yeah, we don't understand. We just got the same education you, but yeah, we just don't understand. It happened a little bit over a long, long period of time.
Aliens are coming.
Like, wait, how do you prove that long fucking period of time? Yeah,
It's just my baseless assertion.
Cut the shit. Yeah, you seen what I seen. Look, you see these three people with the tinfoil hats on? They're all Glovers. They believe in aliens. So you got to see the pun there. This is Signs. They all realize there's fucking aliens on Earth, and they put on tinfoil hats. So the Glovers who believe aliens come from other worlds are the ones wearing the tinfoil hats, not the flat earthers.
Well, the aliens are helping us form our new world order. That's the reason why we went to Iraq, because
No,
the
no.
aliens want to land
See,
on
see,
Jerusalem,
those
where Israel
demons
was.
got two fingers in your ass talking about they're checking your prostate while they're taking off your alien hat. It's probing time, bitch.
The aliens like the Middle East. That's where they want to land. I don't know why we're over there kicking people
Because
out.
their religion is against anal shit, so they're double trolling them when they anally probe them guys. In America, I guess it's no big fucking thing. I'm wondering why I never heard anybody but what the hell's his name from Family Guy? Peter. How come Peter's the only one that ever felt he was raped when he got a prostate exam? Peter, what's wrong with you, Peter? My doctor, he molested me.
Oh my God.
He stuck his fingers in my butt.
Oh, he's right. It's like, what the fuck is this all about? It's just
I know.
prostate, so you can look after your prostate. Stop being so paranoid.
I know.
This is my ass.
It's just part of the NASA benefits program.
Look.
Hey,
Well, in Peter's defense, his wife did tell him, "You like red carpet, don't you? Say you like it."
Stop thinking like that. It's not about your ass. It's about your prostate. Because the doctor can look after your prostate if you don't let him stick his fingers up your ass. No, I'm what you talking about.
That episode was so funny. He just walks out of their pants down, butt naked. Reminds me of my grandson.
Walk around the whole fucking day. Some dude just stuck his fucking fingers in my ass, and you're not.
Yeah.
Dude, somebody just stuck his fingers up your ass. He's a doctor.
My niece's son, my great nephew, he just thinks it's funny. I see the light on in the bathroom. I go knock on the door. Nobody says nothing. I'm
Why?
like,
You
okay.
just stand there and let some guy stick his fingers up your ass.
I say, okay, there's nobody in the
like that's
bathroom.
normal.
But it's always my damn great nephew. He's in the bathroom. He just don't say shit. I'm like, damn it, why do you do that to me? He said, poop on you. I'm pooping. I'm like, this fucking kid is long trolling me, man.
So let me get this right. You let him stick his fingers up your ass?
I wonder who taught him that shit. His mom or his dad poop on you. That's got to be a guy joke. I ought to kick his dad's ass.
You paid him his fingers up your ass?
Yeah, I'll try that. Next time I knock on this door and you don't tell me you're in here, I'm going to kick your mom's ass and your dad's ass so I get the one that told you about this joke. You don't say shit. I hate that. I don't like walking around people when they're pooping, especially not a 5-year-old kid.
There's a guy on the street that'll stick his fingers up your ass.
He's 4, actually. And so, but for the first month he did it, I guess he needed help wiping, so I felt like I had to fucking teach him how
You know
to
where I figured out that can't be right?
But
that
I
goddamn
love
movie,
my
American
niece,
Pie. Was it American Pie?
Huh?
Shit. Stifler, the movie.
Oh,
Was it
Stifler.
Yeah,
Yes.
the end of the movie. Yeah, he was like, "Did I say 2 fingers? Better make that 3." I was like, "All right, what's going on here? This must be wrong. What's this? It's called a prostate." No, that's something's wrong with this. It's like, what? Having your guy stick his fingers up your ass? Right? If it's a woman, I don't know. Does it? Still fingers up your ass. It's a prostate exam. It's a medical thing. Yeah. So is Windows 11 updates.
Oh, doctor, stick it.
What do you call that? Milking the prostate?
That ain't right, boy. I don't care who you are.
Okay,
Right.
we just hit the bottom floor, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's the lowest chakra you can get to.
Thanks, Mike.
Moving on up.
Bet I ended this one. Now can we get back to flat Earth?
Has enough to do with some manure, cow manure, but
Actually, I think we're already down there, flat level. Bam!
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? We're moving up.
You can milk anything with nipples. Dude, I love that show.
Man, listen.
Can you get pregnant? I don't know. Let's ask Google. Google. Can man get pregnant?
Don't ask the nurse that question if you ever go to sell semen.
The year is 2022. These are the questions. Can men get pregnant? What? 2022. People are smart.
Should that guy get his ass beat for asking that question? That's the second question of 2022. And should I beat that? I don't know if it's a girl or a guy over there in the corner, but should I beat its ass?
What do I call you? They, them, it. What?
I'm beating them, they, we, I, it. Right. Just so I get your pronoun down, bitch. I'm beating down everybody in them 362 genders, all right?
The year is 2022 and people are afraid to use words.
I just call them all dark cisgender.
So what are people afraid of these days?
Predatory homosexual.
What do you mean words?
Words.
People are afraid of talking.
He assumed our fucking pronouns. He said words.
You do not have.
Maybe I'm a noun. Maybe I'm a noun and he's an adjective, or she, or they.
Only scientists.
Conjunction. What's your function?
Call me a verb. I'm the word. You heard?
You do not have a license.
I'm an action word.
License to speak, right? What? Freedom of speech? You guys know what that's? What's that? That's illegal. You better not say
A double negative.
Speak.
An oxymoron.
Imagine that, right? License to speak. License of speaking, right? You have a license to speak, to be talking, sir? Be using words? Yes. Give me that fish. Let me pull it out of his mouth. Here's your license, bitch.
Yeah. Once I get my foot out of your ass, it's on the bottom of my shoe.
Yes. It's in my fist. You want to see it?
Right. Everybody asks that till they get punched in the mouth, officer.
No, you have lost your license to speak. Your teeth.
Oh,
I just saw a horse on a carriage.
I mean, you mean cops don't got guns in 2040? Oh, I'm so gonna fuck this timeline up.
Cops got words.
Right. You stop!
Don't have guns in Iceland. Most of them, anyway.
I don't know how the fuck they'd ever arrest me.
All right. That's the cop walking around with just a notebook.
Yeah, I got it. Wait, hold on. Let me say, I've seen a lot of fights in my day, and Mike is about 5'10", right? What about $130, $150?
Yeah, $150.
Those are the squirreliest little fuckers. You really can't catch him.
I hit
If they
3
grew up on a
motherfuckers
farm,
at one time.
I'm telling you, those fuckers are squirrely. You can't catch them.
Hey, that was my nickname, Hank. Because when I was about 8, my mom tried to whoop my ass, and I ran out the house and climbed up a tree. So she called me Squirrely.
How fast can you run a 40-yard dash?
She said,
Dude, I'm not joking.
Pretty fast, Bong. I still run miles. I smoke weed. I smoke.
Hundred like real quick.
I let myself have 6 cigarettes a day.
I'm here and then I'm not.
But I still jog, man. I can do a 10-minute mile, 4 in a row. Can you?
Nope. I can play basketball with my son. That's about it.
My son don't want to play basketball with me.
Until he beats me.
That's probably because till he got till about 15, I packed his shit every shot he took.
I was like, look, with all your prowess of being a young man, if you can't beat an old man with skills, what good is all
Yeah.
that jumping around?
No,
Stop jumping around so much. Damn.
I let him play when he was younger, but when he was 15, I slapped every shot I could down, and he's like, "Well, what the hell?" I said, "Well, if I take it easy on you, you just be a pussy that don't know how to play hoop.
You
Check
know, the
the
way
ball, punk.
the way my son plays is
Check
like
ball."
he tries to go for the shots and the layups. You know what I mean? He doesn't mind the defense too much. I'm like, look,
Yeah.
man,
And then I
you gotta
took it
mind
around my back, dropped the elbow into his shoulder, and said, "This fight 21, punk."
Like, I'm not gonna just let you, run up and put the ball in. Like, get out of here.
Right. My wife
Like, are you
said,
serious?
"You're
Dad, come on, man.
you're
I
too
always miss,
fucking."
bro. I always
She,
miss.
she said, "You're too fucking competitive." I said, "Hey, I'm
Yeah,
just treating him
exactly,
like
right?
my older, like I'm his older brother. My
It's
brother
like,
used to beat
yeah,
the shit out of me on a basketball court. I'm pretty good at basketball."
like get that LeBron James shit out of here. Like, flopping
Yeah,
all around the place.
like the first time I tried to play football with them, all I ever got was stiff armed, man. I had to learn to avoid the stiff arm before I could actually play football.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. My mom said, "I swear, if you boys break him, if he comes in with one fucking broken bone, I'm gonna take a 2x4 to the whole lot of you." I was like, damn. But I was,
Getting weaker, man. I'm really weak compared to my dad. My dad's, and he's weak compared to his
I
dad.
was
My dad said to
too.
me, he said, my dad, he said to me, son, my dad was like way stronger than me. He says like he could like do all these. I was like, what? But you're strong, right? I think he looks at me and he's like, but you're weak. You know, I'm like, what? In basketball when I was 17. What are you talking about? I was like, no, 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 no. Every day we used to go up that mountain. See that mountain? I was like,
Yeah.
shit, I could barely climb that. Like, holy dude, I went up there, man. And then I saw the work they did there. And I couldn't believe it. It was like fucking real labor. Like a community working together to get these rocks all the way up here every
Dude,
day.
you
I
know
was
who
like,
I used to
fuck,
see when I
you
looked
can't
at
even
my
do this
dad?
shit.
Listen, well, the first time I seen the Apache Chief cartoon, I said, "Dad, Dad." He said, "What?" I said, "Ene Chuck." He said, "Ah, the bitch slapped you." I was like, "Yeah, it was it." I was running. "Yeah, you big Apache Chief, motherfucker."
You know what they said to me? He's like, the only way your generation is getting up that mountain is with the helicopter. And then
Yeah.
they laughed. And then they laughed. And I was like, yeah, I might really bring a helicopter.
Then I called him Grape Ape.
Well, I laughed with him. I was like, high five. I know, right? Watch this. Show up with a helicopter one day.
Dude, first time I went to Canada, my dad said, "I should leave you out here for 3 days by yourself, just see if you could survive." I was like, "I'm only 13, Dad." He said, "By the time I was 11, I could survive in the woods
Well,
3 days by myself."
it's because our fucking lifestyles change. The technology changes the way we live our lives and the way we use our bodies. So it's like,
You know what I told him? "Well, I guess you should have raised me like Grandpa raised you then, motherfucker." I mean, I ain't gonna lie.
illiterate and
Leave
really
my
strong.
brother. I told him, "Leave my brother out here. I'll be all right." Where's my
Well,
brother? Make my brother stay.
muscle power had its time. Now we have to use the tools.
Yeah.
If this truck, right, or if this excavator, or if this can do the job like 100 times faster, then that's 100 men like that don't have to be here. Like,
I got all the old antique wood cutting and splitting shit, dude.
I mean, yeah. Times change, but does the way we think have to change? Do we have to be less competitive? No, we have to be.
I
That's what I'm
don't know.
saying. The kid, my son too. It's like,
Man,
even
I
though
grew up with 5 brothers, man. I'm competitive as hell.
Even though you're not a Maori Samoan warrior running around with a club and spinning the fire
Look,
knife and drinking
I
the
took
beer.
ass whoopings till one day when I started smoking weed. My brothers all went to sleep, and my oldest brother was one giving me high.
Yeah.
And they all went to sleep, and I said, I was watching TV, and they said, "You fucking be quiet, or we'll beat your ass if you wake us up." And I was like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna beat my ass while you're sleeping. You can't whoop my ass while you're sleeping." And I got a whim.
He's teaching him how to have big hearts, dude. I think that's it.
I got slapped by the epiphany that night, and I was like, "That's right. They can't whoop me while they're sleeping." And I got up. My oldest brother kicked my ass the most. So I got up and buried my little fist as far in his eye socket as I could. And then I ran to my dad's room.
Oh, conditioning. Yeah. It's called conditioning.
My dad said, "Oh,
Toughens you
man,
up.
Dad, you see my eyes? See what that motherfucker did to me?" My dad said, "You know what we call that?" My brother's like, no, don't go there. He's like, "That's a coming to an understanding, boy. I ain't your brother saying he ain't taking no more ass whoopings." I was like, "That's
It's
damn
like,
right, Dad. I'll black the other eye tomorrow, motherfucker."
seems like the more we go to school, the more we lose of that, and the more softer
Yeah.
we
My
get
brother
from
said,
school.
"Give me his own goddamn room, Dad. I don't want him in my room no more." He said, "That ain't your room. That's my room." My
Yeah.
dad said, "I don't know if you should do that again, Michael." I said, "I don't know, Steven. Monty and Jason all been whooping my ass too, Dad. I think I got 4 more motherfuckers to go before I can quit."
When I was little, I used to be afraid of my dad killing me, right? Because he was the only person that was allowed to kill me. And then all of a sudden, I heard about these laws that you could actually have your parents arrested for child abuse. I was like, no, 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 no. I'll be dead by then. No, no. Are you crazy? My dad's
What
crazy.
the fuck is that?
Crazy? Wanna die? It's like parents can't kill their kids. Oh, my dad can totally kill me, dude. What are you talking about? And now it's like you grow up. It's like, wait. But in my mind, if anyone is allowed to kill you, it's your parents.
Yeah.
Because
Hey, I grew up with that. I brought you into this world. I'll take you out.
Well, yeah, that's how it is. It's supposed to be,
Hey,
right?
listen. My dad was so straight up. When I told him I had 4 more brothers to sock up, the next morning at breakfast, he said, "Now I want to talk to you boys." He talked to the other ones. He said, "Did you see what happened last night to your older brother?" "Yeah." "Well, your younger brother said he had 4 more motherfuckers to go before he was done." They was like, "Oh shit." He's like, "Well, if you all don't want that, I think you should take heed to what your brother's saying. He ain't taking no more ass whoopings without getting even."
I can't relate. I'm the oldest, so I can never relate to
Yeah, you's one of them motherfuckers. Okay, all right, I
I'm
know who you are
sorry.
now. That's where your attitude comes from. "I'm the big brother here, man. Be quiet."
It's like,
I said be
Yeah,
quiet.
I'm the oldest too.
like that.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest of 3.
Hey, all
Oh,
my brothers was nice to me when we got home from school. We was in the field, and I don't want to talk, Mike. I'll leave you alone.
what about you, Hank? Are you the oldest, the youngest, middle child? So,
The oldest of 3 boys. So I
Yeah,
got 2
he
big
just
brothers just like me, but they're little.
yeah, Hank knows what's up.
Yo,
And Belmont, you're the
I'm
middle
the.
child?
That's just it. I'm the smallest.
Ah, you're the youngest.
I was like, see, 3 of my brothers had a different mom. 3 of my sisters had a different mom. My dad was
Bad,
his
man.
his first wife got killed in a car accident.
It's too bad you had to be a boy, because if you were the youngest girl, you would have been treated like a princess.
Yeah, so I was small like my mom. My mom was small. My dad was big, and my brothers were bigger like my dad. Now I was smaller.
Yeah. I always treat the youngest no matter what, you know, like.
Hey, I used to be scared, man, and think, well, what can I do? I'm smaller than them. But then I started wrestling and working out, playing football and shit. Plus, baling hay finally caught up, and I started ripping up, and I was like, wait a minute. This is an advantage. Me and my brother, you remember that game you used to play where you put your hands on your ears and you hold your hands out? And if I slap your hand, you got to keep holding them out till I miss, and then it's your turn. You ever play that?
Yeah, slap hands.
Slap hands.
Yeah, slap hands. And if you flinch, I get to slap the shit out of you in the face.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
so
damn.
I used to
I don't
play
remember
that.
that part.
I started. Yeah, that's how we played. I
I
started
never
playing with
I
my
never
brother.
liked that game.
Yeah, I started playing with my brothers, and none of them could hit me. And I was slapping the shit out of them. They was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Yeah, you got that long ass arm. It's hard to move that motherfucker. You can't move it quick enough. You heavier than me. I
could take a
done
punch.
growed into mine, bro, and I know I can hit you 3 times before you can flinch."
I could take a punch from a man, but if a man ever slaps me, I'm beating his fucking ass down.
And that's
Like,
why the little guys are squirrely and cocky, because we come under if you got a big family, you come off and under a bunch of ass whoopings to learn how to whoop ass someday. You know
I
what I'm
learned that in school.
saying? And then
I probably learned that at home.
because I was small, I always went into a fight. Not underestimating, but overestimating a
You know what sucks about being the oldest?
saying to myself, I'm too small to fuck around. I got to give it all I got. And then,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
and then
guys are lucky
it got to
because
where I put a 3-piece on a motherfucker and drop a right cross on their jaw, and they're sleeping. And then I'm mad because I got all scared and excited and, worked up for some shit that was 3 punches.
The luckiest thing about being the oldest is when you go to school, you have to look after your brothers, your little ones, right? But now you have to prove. Well, now you have to establish yourself at
Yeah.
school. You know, like so because your little siblings look up to you. So it's always like the hardest. You know, is the first.
Yeah,
Those
my
first.
brother had to set the example and
Hi.
not let a motherfucker talk shit to me. And
if you fight me, you will.
I always respected that. I got tired of the ass whoopings, but
Yeah,
I
I had to
always
like.
respected my brothers for what they did.
Is that protective, not being overprotective that got the job
The
done?
part I didn't like is when they said nobody gets to beat Mike's ass but me.
Yeah. Sometimes it got really violent, but hey, that's how you establish a nation, right? With violence, blood, lots of blood, and then you plant your flag down. Go Bong Nation.
That's how you win the Holy War too.
In the school. Gangs. All right, let's figure out who
When
the
I
gang.
lay my hands upon thee, when we kill ye and all ye descendants, ye shall know that my God is God.
If I were to choose a gang that would win, all right? Filipinos. I'm ganging with the Filipinos. But dude, Filipino. Hawaii.
Dude, the only gang I ever needed was my brothers. We go in town and go to the basketball courts and play against the city kids, and we're like, man, these city kids are all pussies.
Yeah. Well, all the Asians, man, they like hang out with the Filipinos because
My brother
the good
had
food.
the goofiest jump shot.
They got that pork, man.
He had
Adobe.
Dr. J Hook. If he shot from up by the top of the key, he was doing it granny style. But we still win. My brother was 19. I was like, still trying to teach him a proper jumper. He's like, look, man, it goes in like this. Leave me the fuck alone.
So yeah, I said the thing about the average size, farm boys. Also, someone else I've heard who's really badass is mountain men. Like men that live in the mountains, they're usually like
Oh
tough as
yeah,
nails, strong as fuck.
yeah, they are.
Rough, rugged, and raw.
Well, they got to carry everything down off a mountain or up a damn mountain to get it. My cousins in Tennessee, they live on the side of a mountain. Like 40, they got like 800 acres, man, and like 300 of it is the side of a mountain.
You just gotta go live there, and then
I
you'll
went
find
down
it.
there to bury my uncle when I was like 15, and I was joking around about moonshine. I said, "Y'all got some shine? Well, we got a still up there on the mountain. We growing some marijuana too, all along the trail, all the way still. You want some marijuana? We smoke some marijuana." I was like, "Hell yeah!" Halfway home, my dad's like, "What the fuck is that garbage bag in the back of my truck?" I was like, "That's my marijuana, Dad. My cousin gave me that. What?" I ain't waste no money on it. He was like, "God damn it, boy, if I get pulled over, it's still your fucking marijuana." He didn't throw it out though.
Yeah.
My dad was righteous though. At 15 I worked like a grown ass fucking man. And if I wanted a beer, as long as it was on the property and my dad knew, I could drink one at
My dad
15.
used to grow and smoke, but my mom got yeah, he was drunk too, but my mom got him off of it, so he stopped both. And then I told him about how good it is, and I started growing some, like
Oh,
and then
oh,
he was like, so this means we can smoke weed again,
yeah.
right? Right? Mom was like, okay, you can only do this weed,
Hey,
but not
my dad didn't quit when my mom told him to. He just started using the outhouse again.
Dude, I grew some and I came back to Australia. And then when I went back, man, he's like he passed it out to his friends. Oh, he saved me a couple plants, it's a couple in the bag, but he
We
had
wouldn't
some. Was like, man,
Hey, we wouldn't tell my mom because he'd hide all his beer cans, and then we could steal his beer cans for gas to go cruising the air, and he wouldn't say shit.
my dad is like legendary farmer down there. It's just like he doesn't do it anymore, man. He's just old now, It's like just does it because he's old.
When I was 16,
It's important.
my dad was in that outhouse drinking a beer, and I didn't know it. I had this badass air rifle. I started popping shots through the outhouse, and my dad was like, "Who the fuck? What the fuck is that? I'll fucking kill you! Come out, pants down, beer in hand." I was like, I tried to run. My brother's like, "Where are you going?" I told you Dad was probably in there. It's about beer 30. I was like, damn it. I should have listened to my brother. I said, "I did that, Dad. I didn't know you was in there." He said, "My daddy built this outhouse." I said, "Well, your daddy still lives here. I bet he'll think it's funny." He said, "Fuck you, boy. I'll be shooting holes in my house while I'm shitting at least."
Man, my dad took a long. He would never let me shoot because he doesn't want to waste the bullets, right? So he had to like train me proper, like every bullet counted. It's like this is
Yeah.
fucking hard to get it down. And it's like, damn, man, I
Hey,
can't even practice on my own. Fuck, I gotta go.
hey, we had money too, but every bullet counted too
Oh,
because
if we no, it's not even money.
bullets. Listen, bullets was our meat budget for the month.
Yeah. It takes like 6 months for it to, because it go like 3 to 6 months. It'll be in quarantine and fuck it, the customs. So it's like that's
Yeah.
why, because they're really strict about guns down there. Are you gonna shoot people with it? No.
Oh, we always had 22 rifles, man. When I was
Yeah.
12, I could just walk around the farm shooting a 22 all day long if I wanted to.
There's over
Long
the
as,
22, 12 guys. Yeah.
yeah, as long as I shot away from the house and not towards the neighbor's house or because
We had a
20.
38. Yeah, Dad had a 38 special he uses to kill pigs with. It's like, so this is for killing people? No, it's for killing pigs. He's like, really?
Yeah.
Dude, those bullets sat there for like 12 years, like brand new still. You leave
I like
two,
the
3 years.
38 specials, man. I still got my dad's wood grain handle
Yeah.
from
I stole it. Yeah, I went to practice with it. I took that risk. Got my ass whooped. Well, fuck, I was like,
You're
I
a
did it.
brave fucker.
I know. I was like,
I never.
That was the naughty years, man.
I
14,
wasn't
15.
scared. Listen, I wasn't scared of killing myself with a gun. I knew how to hand a gun. I was scared my father would kill me.
Yeah, I know.
I
I had
brought
this
you in this world, you little bastard. You gonna take my
I,
gun and just go shoot the country up? I'll take you out.
I snuck
My
off into the woods to shoot
my
to practice.
responsibility. Moment I know you ain't gonna be shit.
Took like maybe 4 bullets, but then he found out, counted them, right? And he's like, "Hey, where the four bullets are missing?" It didn't look like, oh, then the questions and no answers, slap slap. What you ever
Yeah,
do?
my dad used to reload them, so we just try to put the empty ones back in the box, and we would shoot them on the farm, but I never took them and left the farm, But when we did shoot them, we put the empty ones in there, hoping it was beer 30 the last time he shot it, hoping he wouldn't notice.
When I was 14 in Samuel, this senior bullied me. Big ass dude, man. This guy could crush you, snap me, man. Playing basketball. I couldn't, you know what I mean? Me being a fucking, I couldn't, let him do that to me. It's like, fuck you, man. That's a foul. Grabbed my neck, almost snapped him. You want me to fucking kill you, you little shit? And he threw me. He's like, fuck you. I'm going to get my dad's gun. I'm going to shoot your ass. Dun, dun, dun. That scared the shit out of him, man. I was like, yeah. Next day, I was sitting in the office with my dad, that guy, the principal.
I bet.
Who told you you can threaten people with my... Wait until we get home. Go in the car. I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Hey, country boys don't even swing that threat around. We're supposed to all know we got a shotgun. Here in America.
My ass whooped, man, so hard.
We don't even go there. Everybody got 2 brothers and a shotgun, you know what I'm saying?
And Bong, your dad telling you to go wait in the car was already a threat, bro. Your ass was in deep shit.
That stomach feeling, it drops down to the floor like you're dead, right? Like that's what
He was gonna make you feel, man, boy, you threaten somebody like that again, you're gonna learn your lesson now.
When I got sent to the car like that, I already felt the heat of 2 knuckles on the back of my head. I felt the knot already growing.
So the guy that is scared, right? He's like the scariest guy in the whole school, right? And after that day, he was scared of me. So it totally paid off, right? At home,
it paid off.
Yeah, but I was kind of smiling inside, like, yes, tomorrow I will be the king.
Bong said he'd shoot that motherfucker, but did you die?
Bro, ever since then, nobody fucks with me because they know I'm crazy.
You did not die, but don't keep talking shit because you might.
They think I'm crazy. You see how that works? It's like I got an ass whooping for it, but these are the price. These are the price for that you have to pay if you want to, aim for yourself.
Yeah, psychological warfare is a big part of it. I remember when I was in high school, there was this little tiny guy, and he kept talking shit and running through the halls, and I couldn't catch him because he was little. And one day I was like, "Hey, bro, you want to go smoke a cigarette?" Like, everybody knew I was smoke. Everybody. And he was like, "Yeah, let's go smoke." So I start walking down the hallway. The students that smoke, they go down the hallway to go outside. And I fucking pinned him against the wall. I was like, "You better not ever say my fucking name again. If I hear my name come out of your mouth, we're gonna have some problems." And after
I
that,
can hear Hank now.
I got
you now, you little squirrely bastard.
And then tough.
Hey, I've actually been there before, Hank. Come here, you little mouthy quick bastard. I got you now.
Oh, you have to, sometimes, like with that guy, when you're totally powerless, right? I mean, you gotta do something, right? It becomes a mind game after that. You gotta take it to the next level, right?
Once you're in the reach of a big guy, man.
Death is the
And
next
another
level.
thing I know about big people, they are quick for the first 2 punches, 3 punches, or the first 5 steps.
Sometimes you just gotta bluff when you have to,
You
but
gotta
make
be
it
smart
look bluff.
about when you talk shit. If you're within 3 steps, you want to take a couple steps back and say, "Look here, fatty. I never called nobody a big fatty unless I was a good 8 steps away from him." Because even if, listen, my dad was overweight and tall, but the motherfucker was fast for 4 steps. Christ, they got long ass legs.
But we had gangbangers come from America to our school, and they always talk shit about gangbanging. But when you come to Samoa, there's no gangbanging there, right? It's just
Oh,
fighting, right? But when you
you
hear
gangbang?
someone
You got
saying,
gun in Samoa? No, bitch. I get you with canoe paddle, motherfucker. You up shit creek, no paddle here, motherfucker.
well, when you're in Samoa and you hear someone that lives there say they're gonna
Don't
go
get
get your ass
coconutted.
and shoot your ass, that's not
Right?
gangbanging, right? That's personal.
Motherfucker say, bitch, I'll smack you with a coconut. Shut the fuck up. Punk
Hey,
ass
look,
little gang
look, I know
bang.
you got machetes too, but you got guns too, right? Well, my dad got guns.
Hey,
It's
we
a
had a
war,
kid.
man.
I had a
Dude,
kid
I fought a whole village by myself.
go to
I did
my
the whole village.
school.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
got my ass whooped. But it
he
was
was a city
like,
dude and a gangbanger. And he talked mad shit for a minute, but then, I said, well, hey, why don't you come over to the house, man? We're baling hay, man. My daddy pay you $4 an hour cash. Come help bale hay. We come to our house,
yeah.
and when you bale hay, you get a paycheck and a meal.
Get
You know,
that young gang banging arm strong so you can hold the
well,
gun.
listen, we feed you, give you drinks the whole time you're there. When he come in the house for fucking dinner, you come in through the back door, and my dad had AR-15, M19, M1000, M1A. This
You know,
motherfucker,
there
he's
are
like,
only
damn.
few people like that around me.
He said, y'all gangsters, huh? You got guns everywhere. I said, no, motherfucker, we hunters.
There's two that have guns in Samoa. It's
I said,
usually
we hunters. Look, we'll hide by a tree until your punk ass comes out. We ain't gangsters. We're not dumb.
man. Where in Samoa, hunting is just an excuse to have it, but
Or,
having it,
or we'll
everyone
track
knows.
your ass.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Hey,
stand it when motherfuckers in America started saying, "What do you need an AR-13 for to hunt deer?" I'm like, "We're talking about my Second Amendment rights, bitch. You got nothing to do with deer hunting."
Well, it can because
Who
it
the
can
fuck?
kill deer. That's why deer. That's why.
I told a motherfucker straight up, "Show me where in the Second Amendment it says you can use a gun so you can hunt."
I'd be like, well, I can use a rock, but I think an AR-13 is more efficient.
And then they're like, that militia, that only applied to government militia. I said, do you know who the government militia was in the days this was written? It was every armed citizen who was required to have a gun, bitch.
Yeah.
Are you fucking dumb?
Hey, I told my dad we could print some guns. He got excited.
You didn't read the Constitution.
Like that. Watch, I'm gonna
You
bring you a
didn't
print.
read history. Now
Print
you
all the
want to have an opinion on the Second Amendment when you're 15.
Now
You
we
know
just
what I
gotta
mean?
make some bullets.
Like we as Americans are dumb enough to let our 15-year-old kid fuck us out of the Second Amendment. Sure. You know what I told my kids? I'm going to let you get on the internet, but when you start telling me what laws should be at 15, 16, you're done being on the fucking internet. When you start telling me LGBTQ is cool, no more internet. When you start telling me there's more than a male and a female, you're off the internet and you don't get no fucking TV.
All the things that could cause no more internet to happen. See, there's a list.
All I had to say was, plus you got to clean the bathroom.
Yeah, I tell him, don't listen to this shit. Don't listen to that. Don't look these things up. If these
Look,
people say these things,
I'm not
this is
scared to
what
admit it.
power. I tell him, I tell
My
him exactly what not to pay attention to.
My son is 26 years old and he ain't never cleaned a bathroom in his life. Now my oldest daughter has, but that's because she was in the military.
That's all you want.
You know what I'm
All right,
saying?
so y'all check this out. Last night, I got home and I was talking to my children, and they were like, Dad, I just want to say I really appreciate you, the way that you raised us. And I was like, why is that? And they were like, well, because you were listening to such good music, you gave us a good taste in music, and you didn't raise us with the internet for the first half of our lives, and we got to play outside, and we went on nature trails, and we went to the lake, and all that stuff. And they were just like, man, I just want to say, like, nobody else in my age group, which is between 18 and 21, those two, like, nobody had the life that we lived, right? Like, everybody else grew up with screens and everything, and yeah, they had,
In their bedroom.
GameCubes. Right. They had Nintendos, and they played PlayStations, but they also got to go outside and shit.
Yeah, that's what they want.
At that age, I was playing with the girl next door. I went to school so long, I was ready to marry her. Damn it!
I was trying to kiss the girl next door. I just got caught trying to kiss her.
When you guys were playing video games when you were 16, I was trying to play with the girl next door. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
it was next town over, but same thing.
She made me wait too, but that's why I married her.
She didn't make me wait. I kicked her to the curb.
Yeah.
No, actually, she cheated on me.
My girl loves that 66 Impala I got.
I mean, it's that way of life is disappearing, and I think it's something that we want. That's natural to children, us as humans, as people.
I know. I want my son to know my life. First Corvette I ever got. I want him to experience the same shit. Have a wife like mine. First Corvette I ever got, my girl said, "Oh, that's my Corvette." I said, "What? No, that's mine. That's the first vet I ever got." She said, "Oh, you want to watch the next movie in the chain?" I said, "What's that?" "I'm never getting laid in my life because my woman can't get the Corvette." I said, "Oh, well, you look good in that Corvette, hon."
Oh, I don't get the Corvette.
I'll buy another one.
Yeah,
I started telling her all about it. It's a special edition too. It's got a big black 4-speed.
Yeah, because they're changing everything, right? And if they don't know what was, then how can they know the kinds of changes that have happened?
I want him to experience that.
Yeah, so it's almost like trying to hold on to trying to pass on the lessons. It's like we're being stopped. It's like there's a barrier, right? Like stop, from handing over the lessons.
So, a lot of people will make fun of that Wrapped, but Wrapped will motivate a man to go to levels he never went to. He'll quit seeing barriers because he won't think like I can't do that. He'll think like I'm getting late again, so I'm gonna make this shit happen.
What's weird about gangster rap, man, is that the police, right? The government, they're working together. The rap industry and the government to fill the prisons. So it's like we're going to really abuse these people, and these people are going to react, and they're going to cause everyone to want to rebel, right? And then we can fill more of these prisons. It's like, and we'll just call it the ghettos.
With men and women.
Yeah, we'll use these very populated areas of poor people.
You ever heard Master P? If she ain't a gangster bitch, then I don't want her. Don't want her, no. And if she ain't a gangster bitch, then I don't need her. You can keep that
violence, right? Promoting greed, promoting all these things at the same time. It's like, whoa, gangster rap.
I gotta say, my wife is a gangster bitch. One day she got ripped off over some greens. The girl never came through, and then she started avoiding her. That bitch drove right over that house and shanked that swimming pool right in front of God and everybody. And I'm like, man, that was a pool. I'm glad it was that fucking pool, not her.
I like to say my girl was a farm bitch, but if you jerked me out of the pickup and started whooping my ass, my old lady would pull the strap on you.
Mm-hmm. That's almost like a problem, reaction, solution.
Oh,
problem,
see,
reaction, solution.
I got one of them Cyber Blitz. I ain't painted it yet, but I'm doing a classic restoration on it, so it's gonna be
And you know what the solution is? Build more prisons.
That's a 63 split window Corvette. Mm-hmm.
How can be the problem be the solution? Well, the problem was, well, we're going to fill the problem was empty prisons. The reaction is, let's create an industry, right, that will cause more crime, more bad things to happen, therefore filling the prisons. And what is the solution to empty prisons and crime? Prisons that are full. Oh, prisons are full. We got to build more prisons, more solutions. Yes, we must build more solutions and fill them. Right? Problem, reaction, solution. And that's just to encourage the generations
If you build
all
the
over the
prison,
world.
they will come.
Yes. And this will also encourage children to want to be bad, rebel against their parents, make money, throw their parents in jail, whatever, right? And at the same time, fill all the prisons. What a world, nihilism, right? I mean, what a way to usher in the new world and unite. I can't help but imagine if there was an outside threat to our world, how quickly we'd come together and unite as one world, right? Put aside our differences. Outside threats, like what? Like empty prisons? Conspiracy? Or conspiracy theory? I think it's a total conspiracy. I mean, how is it not a conspiracy? Music. Don't you just love the soundtracks to your lives?
They're trying to build a prison, another prison system for you and me to live in.
Exactly. I mean, look at what they did to conscious rap. Right when gangster rap was like, shut the fuck up, conscious rap. It's time for gangster rap to take over. Yeah,
To all
bitches.
the homeboys doing time in the pen, gonna rock this beat for you once again. If you can't get out and you're mad as hell, say bitch. Now make it sound for real.
Yeah. I was like, what happened to
They
conscious
all
rap, man?
glorified prison like Bushwick Bill from Ghetto Boys.
Well, that's what they mean by hip hop is dead. You know,
God
hip
damn
hop
it,
was
good
this
to be
vehicle
again.
for the See, hip hop was this vehicle for the Freemasons and the New World Order to bring light to the world. But then all of a sudden, gangster rap came in and like, nah, this is going to be our New World Order. Darkness, not your soft,
Darkness.
not your soft shit. This is going to be the dark shit, the hard shit.
Imprisoning
Yeah.
me, all I see, absolute
That
horror.
white man bullshit. This is going to be black magic, gangster rap. It's like, whoa, the good guys, bad guys, Harry Potter versus,
Yeah.
really? You see, hip hop, conscious rap was never a good thing. You know what I mean? I know y'all want to go back to the old school hip hop, freaking, Thelema infested, Freemasonry inspired hip hop
I want
sound,
to rock right
Africa
now.
Bambaataa and the Black
I'm not
Mason
thinking
crew.
I
I,
can't get down.
I know y'all, but Jay-Z has already made it clear.
I'm
This
not
is where hip hop
internationally
is
known,
going.
but I'm known to bring the bitches
Yeah,
home. Cause I
yeah,
get
this is
stupid and mean outrageous.
of Aquarius.
Stay away from me, cause it's contagious.
You know what I mean? Like these guys think they're so slick
Yeah.
with their plans. You know this shit. It's like, nah, man, you ain't slick. Just like the
Yeah, I'm
psychedelic
the man, not
'60s
a
wasn't
loser.
slick.
To
Just
be
like
an
Jimi
MC
Hendrix
is what
wasn't
I
slick.
choose. The ladies love me, girls adore me. I mean, even the ones that never saw me like the way that I rhyme in the show. The reason why, man, I don't know. So let's go. It takes two to
This
make
ain't
a
music.
thing
This is
right.
this is this is slave. These are
It takes
sounds for
two to make
slave
it
stuff. This
outside.
ain't this isn't music. Uh, What the fuck is that, man? It's a beat.
Mm-mm.
Fucking
Mm-mm.
slave.
Mm-mm.
It's a slave mentality, man. It's a mentality. It's a mentality. It's a spirit, the spirit of oppression. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm a slave. Why? You need Jesus, dude.
The spirit of oppression widen you. Eyes are widened.
Yeah. I mean,
Heart
you're
of
not
justice,
you,
painted
you won't-
free.
you're
Mind
not
gas.
Israel that left Egypt. Like you were never slaves like that in Egypt. Like fair enough, but yeah, man, we all slaves to something, right? Sin. There's always a master in your life telling you what to put first in your life, right? Money. That's who you're a
Money,
slave.
money, money, motherfucking green. Can't feel
You're,
it in my pocket. I don't want to scream.
you're a slave to your
Drop it
desires.
the cash.
You're a slave to
That's
the
another
flesh.
Bushwick Bill song.
You want to know who your real master is?
I got a bone to pick because I'm sick of you motherfuckers talking shit.
Do you know why you cannot
I
free
put you up,
yourself from
you put me
oppression?
down, and I'm mad. Time to talk about your dog ass.
Ask your doctor today if this
Jealous
is right.
motherfuckers, it seems they want to try the act. How do
Right?
you do 'em? Fuck 'em up like a cardiac.
Ask your doctor if flat Earth is right for you.
And if you're
Side
jealous, you can
effects.
be the blood donor. I'll fuck you up so bad your own mama wouldn't know you.
Side effects may include
Pity the fool who
bars.
just the mastermind of breaking shit. Now let me tell you something, bitch.
Yeah.
Get yourself a headstone of plotting some fine, 'cause when I catch up with ya, your ass is mine.
Other side effects may include turning into a troll.
You know how much I got into that right there? In that condition right there. It took me about 45 minutes and I drove it out of the garage. The old lady said she'd sell it to me for $5,000, but I gave her a 10 stack.
What is it?
It's a 63 split window Corvette.
Oh, fucking speed racer, dude.
It was her husband's. She just needed to pay the taxes on her house, and I was like, no. She said, I'll sell it to you. I said, how much you want for that? She said, I'll sell it to you for $5,000. I said, no. I had a 10 stack on me because I
No,
had parts money. Listen, I was going to the parts store, and when I seen this sitting out front with a for sale sign on it, and I stopped and I bought it, and I told her I'll bring you back some more too, because there was no way in hell I was going to buy this $100,000 car off this old lady that drove for 10 fucking grand. You know, if her kids found out down the road or somebody, they could turn around and say I scammed her, and I gave her $35,000 for it.
That is true.
Yeah, so I gave her $35,000 for the car, and it's well worth it. I fixed her car too. She said her car was broke down. She needed taxes. The roof was leaking. I gave her 35 G's and said, don't worry about the roof, Grandma. Go get you a permit. I'll do that. I'll fix the car. I'll do the roof.
That's a sweet boy.
Pay your taxes and get a roofing permit. And she was like, really? She was thanking me, and I was like, don't thank me. I'm thanking you. Like, that's literally my, I said, I don't want to say it to an old lady, but she said, that's your wet dream. I said, yeah. She said, yeah, my husband was the same way. And I just love that car. I had to have him. I was like,
is that because I'm old, or is that because it's your
I
wet
didn't
dream?
say shit. I didn't say shit. I was like, okay, ma'am.
Are you
I got
giving me 5,000 because it's your wet dream, or because I'm old and I need the money? Which one is it?
Well, she got her money's worth. Nobody could
May
say
as well just make it 50. What are you saying?
we had a nice big 3-story fucking farmhouse. Somebody would have charged her 20 grand for a roof
I
just
would do
because
$5,000 on it and see
it
what you
was
would do.
tall.
I would ask for 40 and see what you would do.
She got the permit, and I bought everything else. I bought the shingles,
Well, it's just my cousin for bingo though, or do my thing.
She shit when I said I'd give her 20 grand because it didn't run and it,
Nah, that's a lot, bro. I'm just fucking with you, man. Shit,
she
35.
thought because it didn't run and it,
A lot.
wasn't painted, I was like, psh.
I was gonna say $500 of a day.
I just told her the truth. Well, yeah, but the thing is, the kids say, hey, this car was in my mom's name. Who bought it? It's in my name now, and it wouldn't be that hard to say, okay, this bitch gave my mom out $100,000 car for $500. You know what I'm saying? I would do it.
Be knocking on your door, hey.
If you fuck my old man all that because he had Alzheimer's.
I'll never come back to my grandma's house talking about next time you go talk to me, some bitch. Give me a call back.
Well, if her son was anything like me, I might have got my ass whooped first.
I was never coming over my grandma's house again.
I mean, I would have known what was up when I looked out front and seen the kid with the shotgun coming to the door. Oh, somebody got mad over that Corvette.
Oh, man.
She had two other ones, Bong. That's where I bought them two new ones, too.
Just put a sign on it. 20 grand.
The red one and the black one I got?
All right. Starting bid, 20 grand.
She drives a Lincoln MKZ. And she didn't care about them Corvettes.
Somebody turn those things into NFTs, man. What the fuck? Have you ever thought about that?
I hooked her MKZ up, bro. I had the exact same year.
Oh, try turning one of your cars into an NFT, man. I'll bet bid it, put auction it off, see how much, just see how people.
NFT.
NFT, non-fungible token.
Oh,
So let me explain how that would probably work. If Mike had one that was like from a movie set, like if he had one from like Charlie's Angels or something retro, or Fonzie's motorcycle, then he could say, hey, this is a cool thing, and when anyone goes to sell it, I get 1%, and then the first buyer, it's in the contract, and then the contract stays with the title.
Oh well, I got some.
But if they resell it, you get a percentage of that sale, like 10%. Is smart contract.
I got two dirt track cars in a Monte Carlo that was owned by a dirt track Hall of Famer.
Oh snap! Look at that.
That it was my uncle's. They were my uncle's.
Yeah, and if you got a community,
Butch Fidoa. I got a Burt Reynolds signature fucking Trans Am.
That's money, man. You're sitting on like a fucking gold mine there, dude. Look into NFTs, man. I haven't checked out auto yet.
I got an anniversary edition Smokey and the Bandit. It's an 81 Trans Am. It started at Daytona 500 and was raffled off.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if it's got some history, it's already a lot of value. Just by having
a special edition because in 81 the Knight Rider came out. They didn't make the Smokey and the Bandit anymore, and there's only like 30 of these cars produced.
Damn, that's one of 30. That's a part of a collection.
Yeah, that's the first. I had a Yanko Nova. My buddy's dad won this car. It got stolen. In a year and a half, they got it back, but they had already wrote it off and taxes. The insurance paid for it. They had a new Trans Am and shit. So he's like, "Well, it cost $1,500 to get the retitled. They had already wrote it off as stolen or scrapped." So his dad said, "If you want to give me $1,000 and pay the $1,500 for the title, it's your car." So, I mean, it took me a minute, but I gave him the $1,000. He let me take it home. I gave him the $1,000, and then when I saved the $1,500, we went and got the title.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and one of his older kids' sons friends was going to prison, so they threw him a going away party, right? And when he left, he stole that Trans Am and he drove it through the cornfield and beat the piss out of it. The rear end moved all around and shit when I got it, and me and my dad got under it, and the motherfucker had corn everywhere. Like my dad said, "Shit, you got Indian corn under here, boy." I was like,
Damn.
"Yeah, my dad." When I first got it, my dad was always joking about. I don't know why he bought that piece of shit, but the body was mint condition. It was red and black. It was sexy as hell. I called it my.
I always liked those in the IROCs. You know.
I called it the girl getter, the woman snatcher. You couldn't drive. I'm telling
Panty
you.
dropper, the coochie recruiter.
You could not drive this motherfucker past a fucking woman without getting a look. And if you look good enough, you got the second look.
Oh, they're looking at the car, right? That's how the car is attractive, eh?
Yeah, the car is attractive as fuck.
If the driver's attractive, then maybe she'll keep looking.
Yeah. So I'll show.
It doesn't have to be attractive. It just has to have a lot of money.
I took these motherfuckers. I took the Smokey and the Bandit and the Turbo Trans Am Turtle, the 81. I took them on deployment with me to the first Florida. I was stationed in Florida. I got pictures of both of them in the parking lot. Here, I'll show you. And this old man's walking by him when I took the picture. He's checking them out.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? The girl's looking at the car and the guy's looking at the girl, right?
Yeah. Well, no, he was looking at the cars. I know he was thinking, "Damn, I can get laid in that."
Without the car, right? It's only the guy looking at the girl, but the girl's not looking at the guy. But when the guy gets the car, now the girl's looking at the car.
Exactly.
Right? Almost looking at the guy, but close enough.
It's one of them. Yeah.
Close enough. She totally looked at me, dude. I'm pretty sure she looked at the car.
In our area.
Oh
then
no,
I got an AMC AMX that looked like a Mustang, like an older Mustang, dude. That was another one.
I used to beat Mustangs with my little Integra in LA, dude.
Yeah. You wouldn't beat any of my Mustangs with that Integra, but I can believe you'd beat a stock one. I don't own a Mustang that's stock. That's not why I like Mustangs.
No, my car was way lighter, that's why. And I knew how to get off the line real fast. And then just fucking, yeah, you can't.
Yeah. So the one in the immediate, the black and red one is the 81 anniversary edition Trans Am Turbo. And the black and gold one is the Smokey and the Bandit.
I had all the radar scanners, everything, man. Like I knew when cops were anywhere near me, so I would slow down. Everybody else, like people I race with, they usually get pulled over. I'll slow down, and they'll just keep going, and then man, like
they both still look that clean to this day too. I love Trans Ams. I got Firebird Trans Ams. That to me, that's a Corvette with a back seat. And I love.
So when I was doing the whole garage band thing between like 16 years old and like 17, 18 years old, my buddy had a Trans Am, and I invited him to come to the pool hall one day. It's like, hey man, I'll pay for your gas and everything. Just come hang out with me. And he fucking had like a little slipping going on with his transmission. Turned out to be his drive shaft. And he pulled out in front of somebody, and that 78 Trans Am was totaled. Bent the frame.
Oh, ain't that a bitch?
Oh, I felt so fucking bad. Because I was the one that got him out of the house.
Well, yeah, they got a unibody frame, so if you bend the frame, you bend the body. And there's really not... it's hard to come back from that. I mean, an insurance company will tow it, but I could repair it. But
I think they got equipment now that can totally do that, right? Like bring a car back from.
They're called frame straighteners. You put it on the frame straightener, and you might have to, because it's a unibody, you got to pull the body back out from the bottom. But that's what I'm saying. I don't mind taking a car totally apart and every part off of it, straightening shit back out, and then setting it on a frame straightener. Because the frame straightener is basically a true surface, just like a machinist block. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So if it's not all touching where it's supposed to be touching, then you got to keep banging on it or pulling it or whatever you're gonna do.
Man, well, I mean, dude, they got this new technology where they can, where the car can be scanned, like every single, measurement. Yeah, that's what I mean.
You
Yeah.
can do that with the frame straightener. You just got to have the alignment sensors.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're just
Damn.
the sensors. The sensors are just blocks. You put the blocks on them, and it'll tell you the distance. You put one block on the hood, another block on the hood, and then you connect the blocks down on the bottom where one side is even and the other's uneven. So it'll show you literally digitally the difference.
There's a point where it's just way too costly to even bring anything back. It's better to just build a new one, right?
Well, yeah, there is. Yeah.
I mean, why? Yeah.
But
unless it's like one of those 130 rare kind of ones, yeah.
Exactly. With the frame straightener, you can use hydraulics to pull everything back into place. You just got to weld chain attachments to the body.
Man, I swear I saw them using AI, dude, like to read, but there's certain things that they can't, you can't like get metal back to its original thing. You gotta patch it's warped, right? But it was pretty impressive. I forgot it was a manufacturer.
I got you, Chris. Is he in here?
What's his name?
Now I gotta find him. Chris.
Yeah, that's a nice car.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Oh, yo, Bong Sao, do you like what I posted in chat?
Yeah. GTR.
I mean, yeah, the GTR, bro. That's so sick. I need that, bro. I need it.
But my son wants to buy our neighbor's Sylvia. It's just sitting under the tree, and he wants to do it up like this. I was like, wow, save up your money and go ask him. He wrote a letter to the neighbor. Hi, my name is. His coworkers have been coaching him how to approach the neighbor.
Wait, he's trying to buy the GTR or whatever?
No, and Sylvia, the smaller,
Oh, okay. Does he have the money for it?
Yeah, he's saved up. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Good luck to him.
Yeah, I was like, well, yeah, talk to your friends. You guys fix it up,
Nice.
Yeah, but these GTRs are nice.
Yeah, bro.
Well, yeah, they are.
So my first vehicle was a 1974 Chevy Love, I think, and I think it was a 70 something Chevy Love. I can't remember. I think it was a 74. And I took the motor out and I took it apart, but my grandpa was too tired. He was getting older. He never showed me how to, like put the bottom of the engine back together. So the crankshaft was locked up and it needed to be replaced, and he never showed me how to do it. So I never finished it.
I wouldn't touch it. I would have been like, all right, I gotta ask somebody about, like, the way I do computers. Like I would have done cars like that. Like if I didn't know how to put the bottom back together, I would like at least ask. It's your car.
I asked all my friends, but nobody knew how to put the bottom of the engine back together. So, I mean, looking back on it now, it's like I didn't have like internet access when I was like 14 or 15.
You know what an Infinity is?
Yeah, those are nice. My uncle is so old school mechanic, right? When I was in Samoa, they couldn't figure out why the car wouldn't start. It's one of the newer trucks, right? And then I saw that the key was broken, and the key is electric. It's got one of those,
Yeah,
chips in it. And I said to
computerized.
my uncle, "Oh, I said, hey, it's the key. It's the electrical." Like, no, it's not the key. Shit, be quiet. Yes, stupid magic stuff. It's not the key. What are you talking about? It's the key. It's something mechanical. Dude. And this guy even got angry at me, right? And then a couple of days later, he found out it was the key, and he started smiling at me.
You ever seen an Infinity M30?
And it's like it's one of those new magic fancy cars, Uncle. It's like, I can't believe it. Still, he couldn't believe it. Like the way wireless technology works, he
They're not.
calls it magic.
Those
He
keys
he was
aren't.
upset. My uncle's upset, dude. He about being a mechanic. I
Yeah.
try to console him, man. I try to tell him it's not him, it's the world's changed, and he's like upset. I was like, fuck, dude, like this is
So
some serious shit.
these Infinities are, equal to a Skyline
He
R31.
look, he was angry that he couldn't figure out the problem. That the problem was nowhere near. Like it was like he could not have ever thought it could have been the key because key is just a
Comes
metal thing you use to turn the transmission with. Like, what are you talking about? It's like so I tried to explain to him the whole lock, thing with the electricity. He
them
got upset that he couldn't
those
figure it out.
Infinity was rated 90, one of the best drift cars to ever come out.
How would you feel, Mike, if that was you, a mechanic, upset? Like, what is this? How
Uh,
mechanics? Is that normal?
yeah.
He's a mechanic. His whole life fixes boats. Does what you do with
Oh,
cars.
I know to not know what a computerized cut key is. Yeah, I hear you.
He was
But
upset for a long time. Like it
it's
rocked his world.
like those guys that it's got an ECM, electronic
Yeah.
control module. Yeah, and
Uh,
it's like those guys. He just didn't know what an ECM was. He never worked
and he
on
was he was more upset that I'm not a mechanic because he was teaching me how to repair.
it.
Right?
Yeah,
But he was upset that I wasn't a mechanic, but I figured out the solution, but he couldn't. That's what he was upset over. And I was like, it's not about being a mechanic, Uncle. It's this new
yeah.
thing.
Well, well, my mama got a key like that. That's a computerized
Yeah.
key, nigga. Look, your key worn.
Oh man,
Yeah.
for him, that boy, dude, like
The key got a chip in it, Unc.
it changed his attitude, towards the world. I was like, God damn, man, how long have you been stuck in the
Oh
dark now?
yeah.
Shit.
Goddamn punk kid fucking telling me about fucking cars. That little take your little Samoan ass home. Matter
It's
of fact,
after
go
he
out back and
realized.
give me a coconut, boy. You don't know shit about cars. Your uncle knew
After he
that.
realized
I
that
knew
he had
that.
been left. So it's
I
the
was just
feeling of
fucking
being
with
left behind, man.
you.
That the world is moving
Yeah,
on without you. I
yeah.
was sad for him, man. I was like,
I can dig that.
fuck the world, man. Let's go fishing, dude. Like, show me how to make these baskets, man. Like, you never showed me. Oh, you're the only one that knows how to make it. That you're gonna die and not teaching you. Show me how to make this basket. It's like, it's fucking world. It's like, oh, you could preserve it by teaching me this basket, man. Like, get off the key thing. Damn. This guy was on it for like weeks. Everybody on the village was talking about it. How he did it. He was embarrassed and at the same time, sad that he didn't know that shit. And I was like, don't worry, Samuel, you're safe. I'm off to Australia again. Don't you worry about the world's problems. Oh, now everybody's vaccinated. I said it. Imagine telling him the earth is flat. Imagine telling him the earth is flat. Might give him a heart attack.
Look.
What's the challenge?
This is an Infinity M30, man. These are a popular drift car. They're pretty fast too.
Oh, yes.
That's
Good old 90s nostalgia.
yeah. That was a $25,000 car when it came out, though.
Yeah. That's a nice car.
It was
It's
the
like a
Lex.
drug dealer's car.
Yeah, the Lexus of the '90s. 162 straight out the box with 30 pounds of boost. I mean, just stock, they look awesome, dude.
Some speakers, some radar detectors, and you're good. No,
I've owned a couple of these, man. They're pretty tight. They got like technology from the 240Z Skylines. They got all that technology in them, and they're like one of the best steering cars you could get in that year. They handled the road better than they were rated one of the best fucking steering cars out there. My grandma had one of these, and I thought, well, Grandma, your old lady car look good. And she said, you better drive it, boy. I was only 15. I was like, really? Yeah, your nose ain't done yet, but go on, drive that, boy. I said, come on, bro. Grandma's letting me drive her car. My brother's like, really? That's a badass car, bro. You better
You see
take
that scene? You see that movie Rookie posted the ending of Cars? My son at school when he was little, after watching this movie, I think it was not 9, like 7. They were doing a race, and one of the kids tripped, and then he freaking stopped. He was all the way in the front, and he stopped, and he looked at me. He looked at me, dude. I was like, "Okay,
go, fuck
and
him,
then
let him tumble."
he started crying, helping the kid back to the race, and he started crying. Oh, I didn't know what to do. I just gave him a little hug and
Yeah, he was like, Cars, man, he crashed.
I was like, fucking Cars movie.
That's cool,
swear,
though,
dude.
man. Ain't nothing wrong with fucking.
I was like, come here, son. That was not Doc that fell, all right? Next time, finish your race.
Right.
It's totally different situation, but good job. High five. Put it there. I know it was a mistake. You did it on reflex, okay, and that cost you the race, but stop, may as well go back and help him, right? Good job. I feel so sorry for him, dude. Character, right? I guess. High five.
You know what the right tires are to put on a Nissan, right? Yokohama.
Yokohama.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where the Infinity headquarters is in
Yeah,
Yokohama.
all of the rappers educated me on what kind of tires and rims I should put on my cars. What kind of car I should put on.
Yokohama are good rims, man. These aren't just for
64
them.
Talas, 20-inch spinners.
Well, I do that just if I'm gonna sell them because I do live in a gangster boy state, so.
I'm just saying, like if you wanna market and promote your NFT, you just drive it down the street.
Fuck, man. I did a restoration for that.
Buy this NFT.
That rapper I know in Detroit, right? He got a '69 Chevelle, and this motherfucker wanted it cut up and customized to fucking put twomps on. I'm like, are you fucking serious? You put 6 on the front and 18s on the rear, and they fit in there perfect.
Why not just buy that kind of car instead of destroying a car?
Yeah, a car that's made for the twomps. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
But I mean, it came out all right. But it's still those twomps. Those twomps fucking beat up on your suspension, dude. The way you got to customize them.
I don't really drive fast. Like we got trucks, but we don't drive fast over bumps. Kind of. I'll fuck your shit up.
I'll show you a video. Look, I did the
Man,
Monte Carlo.
I see these
did the
commercials
Monte
from
Carlo in this car. In this video, I did the holiday special, and I did the El Camino.
I see like these Chevy
rap
commercials.
video. Look.
Yeah. These Americans are driving their trucks fast.
What I mean.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Those are nice.
Look at the holiday special. He had to have the spinners on there. The green El Camino, that bitch is sick. But that motherfucker had to have it lifted up like a big dick with 20s on it. I'm like, dude, this ain't a 4-wheel drive. It's a fucking El Camino Super Sport.
What about 18 or 6? Well, I guess, are there 16-inch spinners?
Yeah.
Yeah, then get those.
That's what I told him. We get 18s, man, and they fit under all that shit perfect. And you don't lose any of your handling capability. You actually increase it on tight corners with taller rims.
Yeah, there's more of a 2000s look, right? Like early 2000s look with that 20-inch.
Yeah. I didn't like doing that to any of them cars, but I mean, with the Oldsmobile, the holiday special, that motherfucker's still it's still tight. But
I just want because I want to say there's 20-inch spinners on it. Couple looks stupid. So
yeah, I think they look dumb up in the air like that. But
it looks like money, doesn't it? Like ugly money.
Yeah, that's what he said. And I was like, man, dog, I ain't trying to, you know.
Like, bro, it looks like a toy that some
I
fucking
ain't trying to dog on you, but your car looks stupid. But I showed him. Listen, I showed him. I got a '63 Chevelle with a 572 in that motherfucker, and I pulled that bitch up the joint and went up to this car wash in Detroit where it's like they got a quarter mile down there. The police don't even come and fuck with them, right? I ate up listen, dude. All these motherfuckers had newer Dodges, the Hemi Hellcats and shit. My Hellcat would fuck all their cars up, but I didn't just put a big exhaust system on it. You know what I'm saying? I put bigger injectors, upgraded cam, rebuilt headers, bored out fucking intake and exhaust valves. Then I put a motherfucking exhaust system on it. But my Chevelle waxed every car up there, man. And my boy's like, yeah, I can't do that in mine. I'm like, this is what I'm trying to show you, dude. I mean, he's got a 537 and he can't even fucking race it. What the fuck? Why have all that? Why have 400 ponies, dude? When if you take the corner too fast, it's gonna snap your rim right off your car and fuck your body up.
Yeah. I like that Monte Carlo from Training Day. You know, it's like nice and nice and classy, but you know,
It's a '79 Carlo. The Regal from that year looks just as good too, but it's a prototype for the whatever that twin turbo Buick Grand National. It's a prototype Buick Grand National. I mean,
one of my bosses here said, like, I worked for this guy here. He turned freaking Rolls Royce into his office, and he does business in it because he's always on the road or doing business. And then he bought a fleet of them and turned it into a freaking business. I was like, well, office in the car. That's why I had the idea to put a studio in the car. You know, because you can always, you know, if you're always working on the road.
The kid explained it to me. He's got two fucking Hellcats, you know, and one is done up like the Chevelle. The Chevelle's done up, and he said the same thing you said. Looks like money, don't it? Look at them big ass rims. He said, but if I want to race, I got this.
Hood money. Well, who's that for? The hood rats and fucking crackheads?
He said, if I want to race, I got this Hellcat. And so I told him, good, let's run your Hellcat against my Hellcat. You know? And he's like, all right. And I ate him up, and he's like, damn. And I'm like, well, that's money, dog.
Whatever.
I mean, I got decals and shit on mine, but, you know.
You know what this says to me? It says, I'm a fucking drug dealer. That's what it says to me. Arrest me because I'm a drug dealer, and I don't care.
My shit looks stocky except for the decals because I spent most of the money on the motor. You know?
Why you always want the police, man? What you a narc? Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Drive your fucking circus car around, dude. Whatever.
I mean, My 392 Hemi Scat Pack beat his Hellcat. But like I said, man, I bought that motherfucker and brought it home and tore it apart, dude. You know, it's that simple.
You know what I'd drive if I was a drug dealer?
What? A Chevette? I drive something that said no money, so other drug dealers, so my competition didn't want to rob me.
Like a Ford Echo, or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a Ford Focus, or it's just something small and economical. Fast enough to get me there, but
you
not
know
too
what I really
fast.
do when I want to be a dick? I take the Plymouth Roadrunner up there with the 340 in it,
or Toyota Celica, or something like that.
or the 72. I got a 72 Satellite with a 440 in it.
Shit, I even drive a motorcycle like a 300 or a 500.
I like, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If I was making my money illegal, I wouldn't want too many motherfuckers knowing I got it.
Yeah, or the cops. Yeah, you want people seeing that you're working. You want to look like you're just some commuter.
Yeah.
Making that money, though, right?
No, I'll be in a Chevette. No, nigga, I ain't got no money. Me? No.
You don't have to tell people.
I'm broke.
You don't have to put a sign on your back that says "kick me."
Right. Don't pull a motherfucker over. I'm broke. I got a Chevette with 4 rims and none of them match.
I'd wear a high vis boots, construction kind of look like just going to work, man.
Yeah. Hat on with some safety glasses on. Sitting on my hat. Yeah. See, me and you think alike. You don't want to average, especially in Detroit, but whatever.
Especially in the hood.
Yeah.
Now everybody can know you got it, you the man, right? But you don't have to be so obvious, right? Like everyone can also know that you're not being obvious about it, and everyone can learn from it, right?
Hey, tell me this ain't sexy, bro. I did this right. I bought this off an old lady too. But she put it on the internet for sale.
We don't have that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Looks like a woman. I mean, a female car. Sorry.
That's what my sister says every time she asks, can she drive it?
Is that a girl car?
Hmm?
Is that a female car? Is the car female?
Well, yeah, she got a name.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I call her Reaper. You fuck with that car, you reap what you sow. But
yeah, nice cars are hard to hide, man. You can't really hide them.
I love the way it handles. The one thing the motherfuckers handle good, dude. I mean,
that would probably if you were a drug dealer and you drove that, you'd use up all your profits on the maintenance and gas.
Yeah, I bought my son a Scat Pack 392 Challenger, and after I did that, I was like, no, I gotta have one of these motherfuckers. When I bought it, it was
like a nice cruiser would be good too. As a drug dealer, just as long as it's not too flashy. Nothing like a Cadillac. I'm talking about like something sedanish. Something mom and dadish. Like, hey, I'm just a soccer mom.
When I bought that, it was just white. I put that lower shit on there and them decals on there. I put the fin on it. Put them rims on it. Tinted the windows. It was a woman's car though. It was an old lady's car. My sister loves it. My sister Neva loves it. She's always wanting to fucking drive it. But I let her. I don't give a fuck. If you wreck it, you wreck it. Fuck it. Look. This is my sister Neva. Yes, she looks more native than I do. That's her. And my
I can't drive these cars. Too much. Man.
Look at that smile. Look,
I can
she
drive
couldn't.
them with
She
the
couldn't
windows
believe
up.
I let her drive it. She said, "Can I borrow it, bro?" I said, "Yeah." And then
Too much attention. Yeah.
I was cruising in town in the Ford truck, me and my daughter, and my daughter said, "Look, there's Aunt Eva," and she said, around this corner sideways, right? And I pulled up on her, and that's the smile I got. I said, "Oh, you like my shit, huh?" She was like, "Yeah."
Is this stock? The engine? Like
Mine? No, hell no.
This one.
Huh?
Is this one stock? This white one?
No, that's the same one, dude.
Oh, okay.
That's the exact same fucking car right there. Just before I did all the custom work to it. So it was stock. It was stock when she drove it. Yeah, I got it. It was just pure white. It had pinstripes on the top. I took that shit off, dude. Coated it with pearl white. Put that black on the bottom of it. Put the decals on it. I had the intake polish and ported to board the heads out. Put bigger cams in it. Higher amp ignition system. Or more spark to the plugs. Bigger injectors.
Well, damn.
Hey, that's my fat sister. I'll be telling Deuce to marry. She ain't that fat, yo.
If you've souped it up, I'll definitely drive it. Yep, hell yeah.
She's cute, ain't she? She's my sister. I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't drive a stock one, but I'll drive that one. Hell yeah.
See my niece? I said, well, you guys just out cruising my stuff, and she give me the peace signal and smiled. Yeah.
I want to drive it every weekend. Okay.
Yeah. And then before I could leave, she said, Uncle Mike. I was like, what? Can I have some pizza and coney dog money? I said, well, why don't you guys just go through the drive-through restaurant? We got a drive-through called Rudy's, and people hang out there with their.
So she asks you for a hot dog so she can go for a ride in the car.
Well, no, they were already cruising the car. She just wanted me to buy her dinner too. I said, well, go to the drive-through, go to Rudy's, man. That's where. Then you can talk like your hot rod people with the other guys.
So you can talk like your hot rod people.
Yeah. Well,
hey, hot rodders, how is everybody doing? Just getting a hot dog.
That red '65 Mustang that I show pictures of, that's my sister's car. That's her car.
Yeah. Sounds like a place my son would love to go and talk hot rod talk with them.
Yeah, my son wants one like mine, and he's doing so well running the company. I'll probably get him one like mine and just give my sister his Scat Pack Challenger. I mean, he's like me.
A hot rod talker. I'm more of a hot rod driver.
You'd love that. That bitch is comfortable. It's got fucking airplane looking dash, bumping air system, remote start, alarm. You'd like it. It'll make anybody want to race. Your average driver would be like, oh yeah, I can race this.
Dude, you'd fucking love it if you're in Australia, man. Everybody here are into cars like all the fucking time, man. Like every, I mean, it's a different culture. It's a very car culture here, man.
Yeah.
My son hears you talking about cars and he sees the shit you post and he's like, damn.
Man, I can't really see your sister's face all that well because she's kind of making a face squinting, but she looks pretty damn good to me. You know, I wouldn't rate her a 10, but she looks pretty good to me.
Well, see, I told Deuce I'd buy him a brand new truck of his choice to marry her. I mean, you got to come down here
you
court
talked about? Is that your fat sister you're talking about? Or
Yeah,
is it the...
she ain't really that fat, man.
No, she ain't fat. She looks good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell because she's making a face, so I can't tell how good she looks.
Are you trying to say Mike is hot? He looks good?
No,
Bro,
my
when my
sister
friends saw
with it.
when my friends saw my sister for the first time, they freaked out. They're like, "Oh my god, man, it's like a fucking female version of you, bong." It's like gay.
Ah, that's funny.
Yeah, but Mike doesn't look like his sister, though.
No.
What are you talking about? I can totally see the resemblance.
No, I don't look
I
like
see
her.
Mike. I see yeah, she's a female version of Mike. Yeah, in my opinion.
She's darker than me.
If Mike was a female, you'd look like her.
She's more native than I am.
Dude, that's the thing, right? Like
It's
whenever
cool.
I like a girl, right, at school, and then I see her brother, it's like, oh my god, like now time to look at some girls with no brothers. Guess who I married? I married a girl with 3 brothers and no sisters. Anywho, so I try not to look at her brothers because I don't want to see their resemblance. It makes it awkward. Shit, am I weird? You guys get like that too, right? Or is it just me?
No, yeah, that's not weird. My sister still got
Okay, cool.
five brothers, She had 6, but one of my brothers passed away. So
No, it's not the same with the brothers. It's more like you're my brother because I guess because my wife is like my sister. What the hell, man? What's going on here? It's called family, dude. It's okay.
I thought I had a picture of how that bitch came totally stock, but I
Yeah.
guess I don't.
No, but you look at their. I
This
eventually look at my brother-in-laws as brothers, real brothers, because of my relationship with my wife. I know them through because I know her. That's what I meant.
This is it before, just with the rims and the tint.
It's like Jesus said, right? You can't know the Father without knowing the Son.
I drove to
So it's almost
Ybor
like,
City to buy that car.
it's almost like by knowing,
Florida.
a sibling. Children are a reflection of their parents, right?
Yeah.
And our wives or husbands are reflections of their parents and families. So it's like knowing your significant other also means it's like knowing their families, where they come from, because
That's
right?
funny.
It's
Listen, you know why I liked my wife so much? When I was 15, her mama was 40, and she was still hot as fuck. I was like, that's what your daughter gonna look like when she gets over. And her dad elbowed me and said, "Yeah, boy, you better marry her," because he knew we got.
Yeah.
He used to say, he'd say, "Y'all got money over there."
Bitch.
I'd be like, not y'all. My daddy. He's like, son, whatever. I know your dad.
Well, it's called making babies. This is called making families. This is how you do it.
My
All
dad
right.
was a lot like me,
Oh,
big,
we
tall,
need to
scary
work
looking
on
guy.
farm.
Talk tough as shit, but help you out in a bind without you even asking.
Well, go ahead and pump out some babies, probably some boys, so we can get some more work done in ranch, right? Okay, but if it's girls, it's all right. We can get something else done.
Dude,
we can get more boys if we get girls. So
we
it's
got
all right.
married. We got married. Listen, it was hard to get the license, but because I was going to the Marine Corps, straight out of high school, I got a license to get married when I was 17. Both of
When
us.
you have to buy for the bankers, of course they're gonna give you
Yeah,
whatever you.
both of us, and both of us we got married, and before we ever went to my first deployment, or I went, and then when I got deployed, brought my old lady. They were already telling me to, when you get out of there, be sea strong, boy. Be sea strong. Get us some grandkids. They was already on it. They said they wanted hey, her dad would say, your daddy got fucking 5 boys, 6 boys. How many daughters? How many sisters you got, boy? I want that many grandkids. I was thinking, damn, I'm not giving you 12 grandkids. My dad did that with 2 women. Your daughter would hate me after the 10th one.
Well,
Maybe the 7th. I
they're
didn't
discouraging people.
know. I was young still. Young and
And
naive.
these days they're discouraging people from having children, man.
I mean,
That's some kind of crime against humanity.
listen, I was a virgin till I was married.
Oh yeah. I kind of don't want to talk about that too, but that's cool.
Look, this is my son's car.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, actually, both of
I
these
know what it's like.
are my sons. The Charger and the Challenger.
Yeah, I had girls coming at me. I just couldn't click with any of them. You know,
I
just
painted it.
the magic wasn't there, man. You know, it's like
This is
well, I met my wife that
this is his fucking
the old spot.
Challenger, and
Dang, that's a nice green.
he got the same rims I got. He don't now though. He didn't. He don't like the blacked out rims.
Is the green one finished? No, it's not.
Yeah, he owned the green one first. I just painted that when I took that picture. You like them Keystone Classics, man? That shit's from the 70s.
Tracy's back. She comes and goes. She's always here for ladies' night. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's tomorrow, right?
Tracy's cool, but actually, I think she got an old man.
Gonna talk to Tracy? Yes, she's very fun. Here we go.
Tracy.
Hard. Yes. Flat Earth is very fun. You get to make fun of NASA, the government, just about everything, you know. You can just because everything is a lie. You probably make fun of everything and be correct, right?
Probably.
No, people say, "Oh, what do you mean everything's a lie? What is this rock a lie?" It's like what? What? Like this. Never mind. I was like, "But like this rock is not real? Is that what you mean?" So stupid.
Are we talking about a spacewalk? Or a moonwalk? Or a moonwalk, motherfucker?
Can you be more specific? What do you mean this rock?
Yeah,
of
you
course
gotta be specific. Oh, now they're talking about that Samoan that wore the dress.
The fairy. The tooth fairy.
They landed on the rock.
Dwayne Johnson is the tooth fairy, but who is Santa
No
Claus?
true Samoan wears a dress.
Say it, Bong. Say it.
Fine. It's Samoan who wore a dress.
He's a fucking traitor.
Hey, everyone wears expensive, right?
He ain't even worthy to climb a tree. Coconut, that son of a bitch.
And I mean a dress. I'm not talking about a kilt. I'm not talking about lava.
Say it right. I clarified that for you. You know that's not a dress. It's a tutu, right?
Tutu. I didn't know that.
He fucking ferried out. He wore a pink tutu.
Is that what those are called? Pink tutus, yeah. Worse than a dress. It's a pink bikini with tights and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, who is this? That's The Rock. No, it's not. It's some kind of gay ass fucking person. It's a grown ass man in a fucking tutu, dude. What the fuck? And it's just not just a grown ass man. It's a grown ass man with fucking muscles that I used to cheer for as The Rock. What the fuck is happening
It's a
right now?
TU.
Why? Why are you so paranoid, bro? Why are you so upset over nothing? It's like, fuck you too, bitch. like, fuck. Do you wear tutus? You sing guys in tutus, muscular guys in tutus? Are you
Fucking
serious?
pink fucking tutu.
Are you? Who's watching this? Who is watching this? Your kids? Are you fucking serious? You don't see the problem here? You don't see what's wrong with this? You don't see the evil? Are you fucking? You're so paranoid, Bong. Gosh, I'm fucking so judgmental of people. Fuck you.
You gotta be inclusive, man.
Serious? What's next?
Inclusive.
Yeah, what's next? Men are pregnant? Huh? What's next?
Look. I'm gonna show you the pink fairy tutu. Look, little girls buy this shit.
Don't mess with my tutu.
Put the tutu down, bitch. Or The Rock has to slap you quick. That's my tutu.
Who let the tutus out?
Who let the fairies out? Who? Oh, the party was pumping. Everybody was having a ball. Hey, who let the bags out?
If any other dude was caught
Did I
wearing a
say
tutu,
that?
you call him a fucking pedophile and all these fucking names, but not The Rock. Not Dwayne Johnson. No,
Well,
he's
he is kind of big enough to kick your fucking ass. Better
Yeah,
remember
he's
that's a man in a tutu before you
just
say
trying
some
to start
dumb
the
shit to
director's
him.
vision of what men should be fucking doing.
You say, look at this homo, he's wearing a fucking tutu. Excuse me, little white man. What did you just say? You know I'm The Rock, right, motherfucker?
And he's
Oh,
not
you
even
ain't The Rock,
pretending. Right?
you
Look,
tutu wearing motherfucker. You ain't even Samoan, dog. My boy said so. Fuck you and your boy.
and he's not even pretending to play the character. He's straight
How
up
about
acting like The
get
Rock
you a
in a
lawyer?
fucking tutu,
Buy you a lawsuit.
giving the people's
I'll
eyebrows.
buy you a wardrobe and slap the hell out of you.
Yo, don't touch me, bro. Like, what? You're tutu and shit, man. What's
I
wrong with
know
you?
Eminem got he got my
Or maybe
attitude.
good.
I'll slap the fuck out of you, dog. Go ahead and hire you a lawyer. File you a lawsuit. I'll buy you a wardrobe.
Or you can't. Why are you so harsh? Why are you so just? You could go to jail
But
for
if
that.
I
Right?
see you in that new outfit and you talk shit again, it's gonna be another lawsuit, homie.
You can't judge people like
Maybe
that. You can't. Go ahead, Josh.
this time I'll sue you, little son bitch.
Oh, you're so racist, Bong. You're so ignorant. You're so judgmental, and you have offended all these people who like to wear tutus. It's like, what? Chop head off. that was a joke. That was a joke.
You want to see his new rims? His new rims are blue.
The most masculine, right? The most electrifying masculine man in sports entertainment. Wears a fucking tutu. So he's not anymore. You see how your most masculine idols in Hollywood are fucking gay, wear tutus. There's no such thing as masculinity. I mean, look at the fucking Rock.
You got the Tooth Fairy and Mrs. Doubtfire.
But you're not as masculine as Dwayne Johnson, so why don't you go wear a tutu, bitch? Right? Oh, you're not a man like The Rock. Yeah, I don't wear a tutu, motherfucker. Is that what you mean? No, I mean the muscles in a tutu. Ew, sick.
Look, you can't see it in the pictures of our cars, but these rims weren't cheap. That's an up close on my rims. I thought they
listens to this, right? Dwayne Johnson listens to him.
I thought they was pimp as hell, but
yeah, listen.
My son likes these ones, but you know they look good on the car. I can't. Hey, it's his fucking car. You know.
I don't know about that blue though, man. I've never liked blue or red, on cars, or like black.
Yeah. Personally, I think that's a little too much blue, but he likes them. But whatever. It's not my car. I can't say shit. I'm not gonna tell him. You know what I mean? My dad would have. My dad said, "Bitch, I paid $2,000 for your rims. You better take that shit back off." But I won't do it. I mean, his girl.
Like the NFT phone, man.
He actually is already like me because he doesn't even drive his Challenger RT that much. His old lady drives it because he likes he likes what he gets when he comes home from a hard day's work. He drives his
Little
truck.
fat skippity pops.
You know what I'm saying? And his old lady likes some rims, and that's why I don't say shit. I built that Batman, and my old lady said, I don't fucking like that color. I was like, whoa, motherfucker, that's a complete color change. I don't like that color. I don't even like them rims. I was like, well, how about the exhaust system? You like that? Because I put a thrush system on there, if you know what that is. Got the side pipes come out the sides, chrome pipes that go down it. Then she was like, yeah, I like the exhaust. I just don't like your taste in rims and colors. Fuck, all right. I mean, I got offered quite a bit of money for that fucking car looking like that, but hey, whatever.
I could probably get in trouble from Samoans for saying this, but it has to be said, right? In Samoa, we've always had the problem with gay people, but it's not gay. They're not. They're called. Well, you know what the real word is? That is very accurate. Tranny. Yeah, so they're cross-dressers, but they're more trendy in that they believe that they're women. So it's something culture. They're called fa'afafines. Fa'afafine, the way of woman, right? And they're treated that way. So yeah, man. So I always try to.
It almost sounds like Rahaim.
Fafine means women, right? Fa'a means the way of doing something, right? Fa'a Samoa, Samoan way, or Pa'a Pa'alangi, the Pa'alangi way. Pa'alangi means sky piercers, white people. but now that this LGBT whole thing has come out, right? Right. It's even harder now to talk to this community and in our culture called the Fafines because they're isolated. They can't. Now they've been empowered by the government, so much so that they're sitting in front of churches, like right in the front, the assemblies of God Church, giving money to all the communities. And like, where the fuck did these people get all this money from? And how the fuck did this community organize itself to have so much political power in American Samoa, in our whole culture, all over the world? It's scary. And when you look at the LGBT being there, it's called the Sophias. It's
the
a real
gay
problem.
mafia takeover, man. What are you talking?
I know, man, and it all started with the
they started their own skull and bone society, but it's nuts and butts.
That's what my grandma said. My grandma told me
it's a nuts and butts society. Yeah.
When my grandma was alive, I was in the military. She called. We had a phone call, and she said, "Bong, there are people here having church at 12, 3 o'clock in the morning. I really believe it's the satanic people that have come down. They're very wealthy people. They drive these very nice cars. I thought she lost her mind. I was a blue pill. I was in the military. I was blue pill. I was like, man, what's wrong with ground? What does she
Yeah,
mean?
she was telling you because she wanted you to come home and take care of the problem. Ain't you trained in combat, boy?
Look,
ain't you?
But look, man. Now see how it's all seems to be. See the Rock, dude. Like see the Rock. Wearing a tutu. Okay, like this culture of football players and soldiers and warriors. This culture of wear a tutu. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Demasculine. Just it's taking away masculinity from cultures or people or you know what I mean? They do it to all our
I do.
cultures. Yeah, and then
And no one no more warriors.
all right, and then they they take advantage of this Fafine community problem that we've had. So
well, that's
like,
the new form of division, Bong.
yeah, man. And if I try to speak against it, I get told off. The governor. They have these fucking pageants, fucking drag queen pageants, and the governor and the cabinet, all these fucking the lieutenant governor sitting right in the front, watching these fucking drag queens walking across and doing their stupid fucking dances. I couldn't believe it. It was on TV. It's like, fuck this shit, man. I had to. I was like, I don't know what to do here. I got to go back to Australia and look after my family first, man. You guys will be alright. I'll be back. I gotta go look after my son, man. Fuck this. As I came back, man, and I told her I promised I'm never gonna leave you again, man. Next time I go, you come with me. We can solve some shit. Fix some shit, man. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's happening in your community too, right? In your culture, and you'll see it. You will see it. If it can happen in the middle of the goddamn South Pacific Ocean on some island in the middle of nowhere, then it can happen anywhere, right? They found us. They've always found you. They've always known where you were. Like, did you think you were safe out here? This is the national park of the United States of America, bitch. It's federal land. What do you mean they found you? You were born on their land. I know, right? You thought this was your island. Silly child. All this was given. The prince of the power of the air. You're owned. We're born in a prison. Yeah. Doesn't matter where you go. You know what I mean? It's in your mind. You are not your fathers or your grandfathers or your great grandfathers. You're something else. Something new. Right? Something that can't survive without technology and service. Supermarkets and shopping malls and shit. Fast cars. Computers. Right? Phones. A new breed, a new species. A new man, right? Neo, the new man, the new Adam. The Antichrist. And they lived happily ever after at the end. How about them cars, man? Shit. Why is it so quiet? Just want to hear another one? In the world. Or it takes forever to pull a bong. Because there's no container. You can never pull a bong. In the world where you can't smoke your bong because no containers. World where there is no low pressure or high pressure because no containers. Comes a world with no containers. So you can just keep doing this forever and people just keep believing you. I mean, it's so fun, dude. Like, watch this, watch this. In a world where aliens come from a place with no containers. You see how I did that? Like, just throw in the no containers part. Like,
In a world where aliens come from a place where they grow avocados. No, I love my alien brothers. Come on over, man. Texas is
In a
great. If you
world
don't like
where
tornadoes and snow,
you guys are missing the whole no containers part, man. I'm trying. In the world where you can't grow avocados because no containers to come. Avocados with no containers. Are you thinking? Are you getting?
well, if you could have gas pressure without a container, maybe you could smoke a bong without a bong.
In a
You know?
world. Exactly,
that's
Sasha.
right.
What you just said.
That's right.
In a world where
You
you
can
don't
just
need
hold the
anything
stem
to smoke anything because there's nothing.
and the lighter, and you don't have to worry about the carburetor.
In a
Like
world
holding
where
like 3 feet away from your face. Sorry, go ahead.
where nothing exists, but everything exists. Because nothing exploded into everything. Comes a world with everything.
You ever heard Lawrence Krauss talk about nothing?
I know. Who? The Crass? Yeah,
Lawrence Krauss. Yeah.
yeah, freaking muscular nerd looking guy.
A cheeky little nerd guy from like New Mexico,
Yeah,
Arizona, somewhere.
the
Yeah,
nerd body.
he's such an asshole. He's like, nothing doesn't really mean nothing. He's like, what if there's like little black holes popping in and out of existence? It's like, what?
So
Why would
why
you
call it
say
nothing?
something like that? Like, who told you that?
So it's not nothing. Well, it is nothing, but nothing doesn't really mean nothing. No.
Shout out to Helio, wherever he's at.
Okay.
I know he
So
likes that Lawrence Krauss. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. So something equals nothing, right? But nothing doesn't mean nothing. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Cross pushes my glasses up.
Dude, he said it with such a cheeky smile. It's like, is that Duper's delight? Is he really that happy to like teach his students, or
Was
is he
that a
like
riddle?
tricking them on purpose?
Right. Was that a riddle? Because I just saw you smirk a little bit. Oh no, no, no. Was that a joke? No, no. Is that literal? Did you really mean that though? Okay. So nothing. Yeah, I know, man. He's little green man.
I'll see if I can find the video.
Yeah, you could put him next to Michelle Dollar. Kind of edit their clips into each other. Like nothing. Like there's such thing as life. Yeah, nothing doesn't really mean nothing. Yeah, little black holes coming. So why not just call it that? What's a black hole, by the way? What are little black holes? Are they nothing too, or are they like nothing equals little black holes? Okay, got it. Are you following? Yes, I'm following. Nothing means little black holes. You know what else is nothing? Well, Michelle Thaler thinks life is also nothing. So maybe life plus little black holes equals nothing, right? That's a good idea. We should develop that theory. Maybe come up with some math for it, like I don't know, scribble something real quick, see what it looks like. So if we have time here, and we have space here, and then we have little black holes here, then we have life here, equals nothing. Okay. And then what? And then Big Bang? So confusing, I don't know which theory to go after, this one or that, or the other thing. Every time I think about this stuff, astrophysics and astronomy, I feel like I am leaving reality and going into my crazy cave. You know how we have crazy caves where we laugh hysterically because I don't know, right? That's what it feels like, when I think about astronomy or outer space. It's like Star Wars. I've seen Star Wars. I've seen Star Trek. But when you talk about it, it's like you're in your little you know, anything is possible, guys. Like anything is like magic. No, it's more like what? Imagination. What are we doing? We're doing science. Pretty sure this is not science. I'm pretty sure this is what people in fucking Hollywood do. Fucking sit around and wait for some fucking spirit to fucking inspire them with some fucking hypothesis and some fucking bullshit explanation for everything and fucking assume some kind of bullshit number. Where'd you get that number from? Where'd you get that number from? 3959 miles. Where? Where did you calculate it? Did you pull it out of your ass? Did you find it in one of your books? Did you convert something? What does it mean? Like, is that how big the world really is, though? Is that why it looks too small? Is that how far Antarctica is from the North Pole? Is that how far Antarctica is from the equator? The equator from the north? Where'd you get the number? Why doesn't anybody care about the radius of the Earth? Why do people who believe in the ball not care about the thing that makes it a ball? You know what I mean? It's like saying, I'm a Christian, but then you don't care about who Jesus is. That's like totally stupid, right? It's like, why don't you know Jesus? You say you're a fucking Christian. Who's that? Why should I know that? I don't have to know that. I just know the Pope tells me stuff. Like the Earth is a ball. The Pope does it's a ball. The Pope gave you the Earth, the ball Earth. That's not true. You're just being religious. Oh, you flat earthers are so religious just because you believe in God. Yeah, and the Pope doesn't. What does the Pope have to do with anything? Everything. And the Pope and the ball has everything to do with everything. You know what I mean? It's like can't separate that. It's like Hollywood and the movies that they produce. You can't have one without the other, right? It's like, yeah. Like Mike and his cars, you can't separate them. Mike made the cars. Catholic Church made the globe Earth. Am I still talking? Anybody there?
Yeah, but I posted something for you. I asked you to look at it. I'll ask you to look at it. Sorry. So Lawrence Krauss said he wrote a book about nothing. And I'm thinking, man, this is like the hugest ripoff of like mankind, right?
What was that? Thanks.
Lawrence Krauss wrote a book about nothing. You know, virtual particles popping in and out of existence.
Virtual particles don't exist. It's
I
a
know,
paradox.
that's why it's funny.
It's a paradox. Virtual and particles, nah, that's Mary Bachelor. And he wrote a book about nothing. Is he describing what's in between his ears?
What does virtual particles even mean?
It doesn't. It's a paradox.
It's a question only God can answer, or the creator
No,
of
it doesn't. No,
something can
no one.
answer.
I can answer it. It's a paradox.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I meant.
You just violated the law of non-contradiction. Simple as that.
The law of non-contradiction.
Yep. Violation. Like married bachelor, achromatic rainbows, military intelligence, bright darkness, along those lines. In that vein.
Why is there something and not nothing? Why is there anything and not nothing?
That's
is
easy.
the question.
Quantum mechanics. Got to have a knower.
Okay.
So it's over. They've known this since what, circa 1925. They knew it back then. We don't know it now because we got numpty dipshits pontificating, right? They knew this back in the day. Go listen to Werner Heisenberg way back there in the day, tell you.
Yeah. So once you have a knower, you don't, you can't. Everything else is speculation after that,
No,
right?
you
Like
must
only
have
the
a knower
knower
for
knows?
matter to. No, listen. You must have a knower for matter to exist. Period.
Yeah.
End of story. Validated by experiment till the cows come home without exception. I can, right at this point, over 3,000.
So us just being knowers.
Wait, but aren't knowers themselves made out of matter?
Well, it must have a knower initially. Knowing itself is immaterial. Right? Knowledge. What is the chemical formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, or kcals, or kilojoules for knowledge? There isn't any.
So us knowing is why, we're experiencing what's existing is why things, like that. Why things exist because we exist.
For us to know, but the initial one, to get into not religion because it's not religion, creator. I don't know. From what I've heard, he's spirit, not matter.
Yeah.
So we can go down that road. But for us, you're right. For us to know anything, yes, the matter has to be there. Yeah. But initially, where'd all the matter come from?
From nothing.
You got to have information. Basically, it's not knowledge. It's where it gets a little tricky. It's not knowledge. It's not tricky. The foundational framework is information, but you can't have information without a knower. It's an incestuous feedback loop.
Is it the same the material from the immaterial? The seen from the unseen? Is that the same? Like
you need to put the bong down.
Yeah, just Bible stuff I read. I'm just trying to see if it's saying the same thing. Or it sounds like they're hijacking some of these things from the
There,
Bible.
who were there?
These guys like Crass, the scientists,
Krauss, he's not scientist.
I mean,
this is not science.
The yeah, the ideas that they talk about, something from nothing, or the
That's
material.
not science. That's Alice in Wonderland shit. As far away from science as you can get. Natural science. Okay, let me state this. Natural science. What we're talking about here, right? We don't want to equivocate, so we're talking about natural science. We're talking about physics, parts of chemistry, parts of biology, biochemistry, genetics. That's science. Right? Not all of those. Chemistry and biology have some problem areas, so it's not an all or nothing type of thing.
And quantum mechanics too?
Quantum mechanics is purely experimental.
Okay.
Unless one of the numpties come out that stand behind with quantum mechanics behind their name and they start making claims without experiment, that's horseshit.
Mm.
It must have experiment validation for every single claim. Every single one. I don't care who it's from. So, with paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, yes, I'm still laughing and whatever the fuck that is, theoretical physics, cosmology, astrophysics, and astronomy, there is none, zero, zippo, nada, natural science in it friggin' ever. They're all religions. Every single one of them. The standouts are quantum mechanics, experiment, chemistry, parts of chemistry. Some parts are synthetic chemistry. Those are ruled out. That's not natural science. Biology, you got a lot of glorified friggin' secretaries, collators, dreaming up conventions and shit. So that's not science. There is some natural science in biology, obviously, but it must be experimentally validated. Right? Genetics. Right? It's got to have experiment. Every single claim, I'll say this one last time. Every single claim or postulate, if it's a postulate, they're going with a hypothesis. It's soon to be tested. But every single claim must be backed by experiment or it's not natural science. Period. End of story. There's no discussion. It's either a 1 or a 0, black or white. No opinions, nothing subjective. Right? It's all empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. If it's not that, it's not natural science. End of story. Next subject. If you want to go into it, if you think they are, then you're going to get your ass handed to you within about 10 seconds, 15 to 20 with interruptions.
A quick question. Do you think quantum computers are real?
Quantum computers, I'm out of the loop. It's not natural science.
Okay, yeah, okay. Not natural, not experimental?
It's not natural science. You can't have anything natural. Can you show me a natural
Yeah, quantum computers are applied science.
Yep. Applied, not natural science. You could call it science, but that just, you can do it, but you're going to get your ass handed to you at some point.
So they're real?
I don't know. I've never seen one.
Me neither. Yeah.
They will be real in the future, yes.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because they either are or they're not, right? And if they're not, that's why I'm wondering, like, is it related to quantum mechanics?
Sure, but that's not natural science. Follow?
Yes.
Okay.
So, QE, do you have any confidence in observed science, or does that not count?
Observed science, that is a fallacy. In fact, it's I always get even myself, I get them mixed up because they're really close together. Observational science is a composition fallacy. Do you know what a composition fallacy is?
No.
Or what's the twisted little sister? Getting some feedback here. Wait 1 second. I want to make sure we got our T's dotted and I's crossed. I could have got here faster, but in fact, I'm going to be going over this on Saturday, by the way. If you missed the first one, it's a logical fallacy presentation. The second one, I don't even know where I left off. That's why I'm behind the power curve here. Hold on 1 second. I know I have it here close somewhere. All right, fallacy of composition, also known as composition fallacy, exception fallacy, or faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. So, example, observational science. Number one, it's not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious, because a hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Another example is empirical. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, not just observable. So you're inferring something to be true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. So empirical, observable is part of it, but not the whole. Just like observational science. It's part of it, but not the whole. Fallacy of composition, textbook. Good? Yeah. Its twisted little sister is fallacy of division, the opposite side of the coin. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example, atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy of division.
How is everything not natural? That doesn't make sense.
Atoms are, no, that's the statement they make. Everything is made of atoms, so therefore everything is natural. Follow the progression. Atoms are natural.
But the saying that everything is natural is true, though, right?
It's not. No, synthetic.
Right, but humans are natural, so like.
No, synthetic.
Technically natural, like even if humans make it.
I just debunked you. You just whistled past the graveyard. What is synthetic?
Synthetic is made by humans, but like
that's
I feel like
so that's not.
But humans are natural, so I feel like it's still kind of natural in a way.
Humans are not natural. Yeah. Well, so what?
Okay, is something made by beavers? Like, is a dam natural? That's made by beavers.
Yeah. What's the definition of natural?
I don't know. What is the definition?
You should know. You just made a claim about it. What's
I mean, I have a connotation. I don't have the denotation.
Man. What the fuck? What's the difference? You made the claim. You should know. Right? You ain't gonna talk your way out of this. You're debunked already. You think you can talk your way out of it, but you can't.
Okay, existing or caused by nature.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not complete though. What's the rest of it? Did you just skip that intentionally? Natural, existing or derived from nature, not made or caused by humankind. That's Oxford. Vocabulary.com. Natural, something that comes from nature rather than being man-made. From Dictionary, Cambridge. From nature, not artificial or involving anything made or caused by people. Get it?
Yes, sir.
Are beavers people?
No.
Then I guess it's fucking natural then.
But it's beavers, not beavers.
Yeah, it's beavers. They're not man.
People.
Yeah. There you go.
So beavers can naturally take over the world if they wanted to, right?
So what's an antonym for natural? What's the opposite?
Unnatural.
Supernatural.
Synthetic.
Synthetic.
Yep.
I would say artificial.
Nope, that's different. So from Nielsen, Peter, natural, synthetic, and artificial from DNA, PNA, XNA. 2010. As in all scientific communication, precise language is essential for giving and receiving messages correctly. Where have we heard that before? From me. Thus, artificial would mean something not found in nature, and synthetic would mean something that is man-made. To make a chemistry analogy, chemically synthesized B12 vitamin would not be considered artificial, as it is chemically, analytically, and functionally indistinguishable from naturally isolated B12 vitamin. But it is not natural either, obtained from nature. It is synthetic. End of citation. Next. Who am I speaking to here? Is that numpty Sasha dipshit? Nope. Sorry, Sasha. Sasha 2.0, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, that is you. I didn't say. I knew it was you. I just feel numpty within like 500 meters.
Your numpty senses are tingling.
Yeah, they tingle all the.
But what if I'm a flat earther? Then wouldn't you be insulting your own kind?
There's a lot of numpties. I know more pretender clown flat earthers than I know baltards.
That's funny.
Yeah. About 3.5 years ago, I made a little statement on a show that somebody interviewed me on. And they asked the question, what's the biggest problem with flat earth? And I told them back then, I said, the biggest enemy to flat earth are pretender clown flat earthers. 3.5 years ago. I'm a prophet.
And so how long have you been a flat earther for, Kiwi?
2016, May 15th, 2016.
And so, okay. And what was there a specific event that triggered you to become a flat earther?
I was reading tea leaves.
Okay.
It wasn't one specific thing. It was a collection of. I'm getting feedback from somebody. Probably Bong.
Sorry, hold up. I don't know why.
Ollie oxen free. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
What about, because they're saying, is it possible for people to look after nature, like a garden, right? And then produce something that's not synthetic, like cultivate the natural. Would that be considered a synthetic?
No.
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 It would be natural?
Depends on what the end product is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So if it's according with nature, then it's natural, taking care of nature.
Yeah, you're not making it. You're just trying not to fuck it up.
Is it possible for nature to be better off if there were no people to?
Those are philosophical questions.
Right. I think it would be like a garden that gets overrun, where certain plants or animals will eventually throw off the balance of things. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Yep, that could happen. Yep.
So I guess it's up to people then. Face palm hard.
Yeah, so nothing. The moral of the story is nothing synthetic can enter the scientific method. That is, I don't want. That could probably be misconstrued. Your dependent variable must be natural. How about that? Can't be man-made or anything to do with man. It has to be a natural phenomena. Why? Because the dependent variable is the effect. In a hypothesis, you're trying to find a natural cause and effect relationship. So let's say we put an IndyCar as our dependent variable. What's the independent variable? That is the cause of the IndyCar. Man. Duh. So you see where it's an endless feedback loop that you can never do anything. You don't need a hypothesis. You already know the cause. It's man. Follow? Simple.
Yep.
Yep. So that's what you do. You say, okay, well, science need hypotheses. What's your naturally observed phenomena? That's your dependent variable in your hypothesis. We're getting ready for the hypothesis in step 2, where you add the independent variable. So you have to ask yourself a question. So what did this monkey just tell me was his natural phenomenon or dependent variable? If it has anything to do with man, or it's an existence question, like a what is question, that's category error. You're looking for strictly and only cause and effect. Nothing what is.
Is man the only knower, or animals and plants all knowers?
No, we're not getting off the subject. Getting off the subject, you're kind of going down another path. So if you're looking for electron, like the mass, whatever that is, mass of an electron, is that a cause and effect question or an existence what is question? That's an existence what is question. That falls outside the scientific method. Therefore, it's not science. It's attached to science, chemistry and physics, but it's not science at all. Zero. Follow? It's not a cause and effect question. Simple.
What about, can man get pregnant?
Yeah.
This question?
This one's getting long in the tooth.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out if it's a what is question or a cause and effect.
It's existence questions real easy. Just ask yourself the question that's being asked to you. You can answer it within microseconds.
Crazy town.
Oh, that's sweet. Do you hear that? Here, I'll give it to you again. Ready? Hear that? If you do hear that out in nature, that's your ass. You probably won't hear that because, well, how fast does sound travel? Let me see. Speed of sound. It's probably faster than the arrow. I'm thinking much faster. Speed of sound. 343. Yeah. Yeah. Disregard that. Disregard that. As you were. 343 meters per second and feet per second. Let's try that.
Eddie.
Yeah, that's right. 340. Go meters to feet per second. Oh, shit.
So it's the quantum question hour. I got one for you.
Nah, it's not. I'm getting ready to get up here in a second. You better make it quick.
I'll try not to be too numpty about it for you. So, are there any quantum experiments dealing with the electromagnetic field, the compass kind of, and
electromagnetic field
that from the ether?
Electromagnetic. What's ether?
I don't know. Is there something? Yeah. Is there a quantum experiment that besides the double slit, perhaps?
Double slit. Is there a quantum experiment besides the double split? I keep on saying double split because everyone says it. It's fucking moronic. You're asking, you're going off on two different directions. Number one, you said ether, whatever the hell that is. You're going to have to define that. And number two, is there any other experiments besides the double slit in quantum mechanics? Yeah, but everything will boil down. All the mystery is within the double slit experiment with quantum mechanics. But there are other experiments beside the classic double slit, of course.
Yeah, I was just asking if there's anything to do with the electromagnetic field or what we see being affected by the compass.
See, when you say electromagnetic field, secularly speaking, in context, you're talking about light, which is incorrect in actuality. So you're going to have to define electromagnetism.
Well, I'm using the example of a compass, right? The compass alignment.
Is that electromagnetic?
It is.
Well, how would it be described in a...
I thought it was just magnetism. For me. I don't know. That's why I'm saying you have to define it. Right? I thought I was pretty clear with the secular take on things. Electromagnetic. Did you ever hear of the electromagnetic spectrum? Yes?
Okay. Yes, I've heard.
Yeah, that's all light, right? Correct?
Okay.
Is magnetism light? Don't think so. So we got a problem here. We got big problems, right? Because there's multiple definitions floating out there. I don't speak to things with multiple definitions because it's a fool's errand. Follow?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So magnetism of the Earth, we have not found a magnet, correct? Like, are we studying this with quantum experiments? Is this something that would fall into that field?
I think there, magnetism is relatively well known, I would say. I know when I pull my compass out, that son of a bitch twists and turns and points to sort of magnetic north direction. I know that. Can I explain that?
It has to do with motion.
But how do we know?
Explain that? No.
Well, what would be causing magnetism on a flat Earth?
On a flat. What would be causing magnetism, right?
Yeah.
Flow of electrons. That's the definition.
Yeah, but like, where's that coming from?
Where's the flow of electrons coming from? That's why we love you. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD like.
Well, here's my question, right? Where does the globe get its magnetic field if there's hot lava deep inside it?
Yeah. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. I got to take care of a couple things.
Yeah, all right. So it's not like anything makes sense on the globe Earth. So how can we know if it's not a globe? Then how can we know the answer to that question? I mean, it's not like you dug deep into the Earth and found out, oh yeah, there's molten lava here, and yet we still have a magnetic field. That makes sense. What causes a magnetic field? Not molten lava, right?
Well, the globe model claims that it's from the iron core, but I don't know if I believe that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's way too hot, and it's not something that can cause a magnetic field. And who says it's an iron core?
Well, it would seem like it's probably iron because that's kind of what happens.
Because how can it be that?
Well, I think what happens is it gets so hot that the atoms, like they almost lose their electrons and protons and stuff, turn to iron.
That's not even my question. It's like, how do you know what's deep inside the Earth, beneath us? How does anyone? How can anyone? How did anyone? I mean, don't you know that these are just guesses? People are guessing, coming up with things, like putting ideas together from what they know, and then coming up with stories that they think could explain how things could come from nothing. You see, like the way this works. You're trying to figure out cosmology. You're trying to figure out a story, how everything what caused everything to happen.
Right.
But yeah, you can't know what's in the earth unless you dig down or go down there to find out, right?
Exactly.
And then there's the curvature problem that, you know, it's like, well, how can we even theorize what could be deep in the ball when we can't even confirm or verify that it is a ball?
Right. That's a good point.
Same thing with the stars.
Well, I don't know about the stars.
It's the exact same thing. How can we say anything about them if we cannot go up there to confirm or verify what they are? It's just
Well, we
people
can
trying to
observe
put
them.
together. It's the same thing people are doing with the core. The same thing that people are doing with what's up there. They're just they can't experiment on them, right? Like Quantum said, like these physicists, these people. Michio Kaku said it too. He says it all the time. They don't do experiments.
Hey, can I be heard okay?
Yes.
Bong, did you listen to that video?
I got like a little bit through until.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted you to pay attention how he talked about how it sounds a lot like philosophy with how many angels can dance on the head of a needle. Right? So
Exactly.
that's what it sounds like. Right?
Yeah.
So he's kind of insinuating that, it sounds like philosophy, it doesn't even sound like science.
Yeah, and then the Kabbalah is right around the corner too. Like people just not ready to hear about the Kabbalah. That's why. That's why they're putting it in these terms, and then slowly, building up to it, and then it's Kabbalah time. Oh, that makes so much sense now. The Kabbalah, the Bible is such a lying book. The Kabbalah is correct. You know what I mean? I think because the Kabbalah, okay, the Hindus, the atom, they all have the same idea. That the origin stories. This tree. That you have to say. Man, apotheosis. You know what I mean? Evolution, transhumanism, aliens. Jesus was one of us, aliens, and now you too can be like one of us if you do this thing here called science. It's like, so aliens brought us science.
Well, you have to look for the similar elements in the lie. A person isn't going to tell you we're worshiping fallen angels or demons from hell. They'll repackage it in similar terms. They'll say these are, like you say, aliens or ascendant masters or something else, but ultimately it will reduce down to the same thing, the same lie. With evolution, it's the same lie repackaged if you're talking about evolution. That we will evolve and become gods if given enough time and enough.
Given enough Windows 11 updates.
Well, evolution doesn't say we will become God. It will say we will become similar to God.
Well, if evolution doesn't stop, then where is it going to end? If it doesn't end, then why can't you become a god by evolution or something
Well,
godlike?
perhaps in
At
some
least
ways,
more than what you were.
perhaps in some ways we could become gods. Like, what if we create a simulation of our own universe? In that
When you say
universe, we would be God.
when you say gods, do you mean like literally become gods?
No, not not like an actual god, but like if we created a simulation, we would be the creator of that universe. Like in some ways, we would be that universe's god.
No, I'm talking about like real, like stuff, simulate.
Well, I don't think we're ever going to become a real god. Like, I think that's kind of silly. God has like powers and stuff.
Well, a god is merely just a very, very, very super intelligent being that can't die.
No, he's so much more than that. He's
Well, what I'm saying to
super
us,
powerful.
an ascended master, a transhuman, whatever, one of these super AI is virtually a god. Anything super smarter than us, is God. And if they are indestructible, then why not? They are gods. You know what I mean? Like angels and shit. Nephilim, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, God, but just the description of something that's superhuman, right? Superman. Or yeah. Right? Because evolution doesn't believe in God.
Well, not all
Evolution does.
evolutionists disbelieve in God. There are some people who believe in evolution and God.
Well, then
Well,
evolution is God to them.
evolution just appears to be kind of a repackaged sort of Hindu mysticism. You have the avatars in Hinduism that evolve from like fish to man to God, and you see something kind of similar in evolution. Rather than these Western men admitting that they were basically apostate Hindu mystics, they just gave.
And if you live a good life as a fish, then you might reincarnate and evolve to become a lizard, or maybe one day a human.
Yeah. And the thing is, we know about what a thing is by its legacy, its heritage. We know that you are of this family because of your last name or who your parents were or who their parents were. Evolution implies no heritage, no legacy, effectively no being. How do we know what a thing is if it is constantly becoming something else? Philosophically, this is a nightmare. And it's just like Greg Bonson said, becoming is not being. Being is not becoming. What are we becoming exactly with evolution if it never stops or never has an endpoint? It would be a pointless process with no telos, no point, no endpoint, no purpose. Being is not becoming, and evolution appears to imply that you can become eternally but never be anything. It's very problematic.
It's more like becoming a beast, becoming less than human.
Well, take an insect. An insect is the being of an insect. It may go from being a pupa and become, a butterfly. But what is it in its essence? It is an insect. It doesn't go from pupa to, dog or anything like that. Its telos, its ultimate purpose, its ultimate endpoint is pretty prescribed. It's an insect, little to nothing more. Evolution implies no being, just an infinite becoming into what? And if you have the capacity to become anything, how is that in any way different than being a god or an avatar? There's no difference at that point.
Dogs are cannibals, man. They're brutal.
So these
Someone's
lies can
echoing.
be. What was that?
I think I see you, Sasha.
Someone's echoing.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn it off. I'll mute.
I was just saying these lies can be repackaged with a bunch of gobbledygook, some nice little science speak and stuff like that. But when you peer through, the veil and dig below the surface, they appear to come from the same root deception that we can become gods with enough time and enough scientific language via quote unquote evolution.
That matter exists because there's a knower. I was wondering, like, what about cats? What about plants? They all have senses, and they all have to know. They all have to measure the weather, the humidity. The seed has to know that winter is here, right? Now it's germinating. Now it's getting ready because it's cold. It knows it's cold when you put it in the fridge. And then when you take it out of the fridge and you put it in the ground, it knows it's summertime, right? And then it reacts. So is that not a knower? A plant even? And does that mean matter exists also because of those knowers? And then what is not a knower? What inanimate objects have to materialize like matter? Like what the knower is also matter. Does he exist because he knows he exists? Does a baby know it's a baby? Does the seed know it's a seed? Like when does the knower come about? When you're what, 1 years old, 3?
Well, knowledge is kind of a two-way process. You need to have a framework to know something so that when it happens or when the conditions are met, you know what the heck it is. And then the other half is acknowledging what it is or is not. You know, basically, since both parts need to be engaged, there's no real point at which, a knower can be, known to become a knower until they participate in both parts, accepting the framework to know something and then acknowledging it that it's the case with, trust, faith, and, declaring it as knowledge. That's a two-way process.
I didn't know I was in the womb, right? But God said to Isaiah, or was it Ezekiel, or one of when you were I knew you when you were in the womb. Is that the knower that causes everything to exist, all matter and everything?
Well, you weren't able to participate in that process of knowledge yet. Your mind hadn't been formed, and you couldn't assent to it being knowledge. Not yet. Your mind wasn't formed, and you weren't formed fully enough for that to be, as far as we can tell.
So it is God, and that's the knower. That he was like, he moved upon the waters. That's what it said, and he moved upon the waters. You know what I mean? Like the knower. Because I was wondering about that. This experiment where the knower causes matter to be whatever it is when you look at it or observe or measure.
It's a two-way process that people have to share in. If we haven't participated in that process by either accepting the framework for knowledge or acknowledging that it's known as true or that the truth is the truth or whatever, well, then there's little to no knowledge at that point without that two-way process, basically. Like a person can see, an object fly off the bookshelf and, uh, look at the frameworks to explain what's going on without a magnet or without some, visible hand there to reach out and throw it. And the frameworks to know what happened is either the invisible man threw it with some sort of inviso suit on or something based off of the movies, or it's a poltergeist or a demon or, or some sort of spirit that moved it, you know. But a person on the other half of knowledge could refuse to acknowledge those frameworks and accept that as knowledge. They could say, I refuse to acknowledge that as true. I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to acknowledge that that's what happened. So, knowledge at that point would be a two-way thing between the frameworks that explain what's going on, if anything, and whether or not we assent to it or reject it as being true or knowable. Option 3 would be just saying, I'm not going to go with any of those frameworks and I'm just going to put a question mark here. And hopefully in the future, there's a explanation that will help me know what's going on that I can accept.
They're called the Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm. Ghostbusters.
Option 4, called the Ghostbusters. I better call a priest or something.
Well, the main thing is to have no ability. There's a little bit of faith. We have some frameworks that are revealed to us to help explain what's going on, or we could just totally reject it, put a question mark, and say, I don't know what it is, but I'm just not going to acknowledge this. So it all kind of works together: faith, framework, acknowledgement, acceptance, rejection, all that.
Oh, that's a little bit like dissociating, right? Like, when you're being abused and then you start not acknowledging it to protect yourself and you start, not being there until it's over, right? But it's always there. So it's almost like that, I think you have to acknowledge.
Yeah. The verbal acknowledgement would probably come after a mental or a spiritual assent, where on some level you're able to talk to yourself and say, okay, this did or did not happen. And if people don't even want to work that out mentally, then the truth is there and knowable, but it's buried deep in their psyche and not really resolved in a consistent way.
Yeah, I think it also depends on what they know about, that kind of stuff. Bible. Demons.
Having stuff that's knowable essentially means that, we can state it, we can declare it, and we can lead our life as if it's true.
I think for some Christians, if they see evidence of demons, it's just going to strengthen their faith. So demons have to be careful not to be indirectly strengthening the faith of Christians, right?
I mean, it goes both ways. People say because there's evil in the world, there can't be a God. But I see Pizzagate and these pedophilic elites, cannibalizing and eating the baby and other people. And I know that God exists, that he will judge this evil, and that he is good while this world is evil. So I guess you could go both ways with it.
Yeah. Well,
when I saw that the Earth was a flat, motionless plane, counter to what scientism said, I knew at that point that science has an element that's running kicking and screaming from the evidence of Scripture and trying to make anything but the Bible true. Materialism, the cult of quantum mysticism, Hinduism via evolution, anything else but the hated Christian scriptures. I knew that it was true, and the world was running away from the one thing they can't stand, Jesus Christ and the God of Scripture.
Doing good. Yeah, it kind of felt like this whole light thing where the knower causes matter, right? I first heard it, I thought it was like, is this like witchcraft?
It does
we
have
talking
that
about
element there.
we're talking about turning lead into gold? Like, what are we talking about here? We're talking about transforming men into gods. It's so weird. It still feels weird, right? So I'm asking questions about it, like, hey, is this science? Is this science?
You got to declare it and state it. Because once you put it in the form of a proposition, a true statement that you can, figure out whether it's true or false by some sort of action or some sort of meaningful course of action, once you put it in the form of a proposition, that lets people know what the end road of this sort of thinking is. Like you say, they're going to try to convince us that we're these witchcraft magicians that can make the world behave the way we want based off of our own knowledge and power or something. So unless we want to end up at the end of that road, well, we're going to need to look out because we're being turned into, scientific materialist witches, essentially.
It almost feels like it's also a recording system, like how in the books were open. You know how God knows everything, He's everywhere. It almost feels like something like that too, because I'm eating crackers, right? There's Ritz breaks crackers, and this has to be a cracker, not because I'm looking at it, but because that's just things, right? That have to materialize matter, right? And we manipulate it into a cracker, synthesized. I mean, But you know what I mean? Like how manipulating matter, like, or what do you mean, like observing something or knowing? Like, is it us knowing that causes matter to be, or is it the creator knowing?
I don't know. Some of these interpretations from quantum, whatever, I just, frankly, to me, it's just quantum mystical quackery. But
Shut the
I don't know.
fuck
Maybe
up.
I'm missing something.
Shut the fuck up. Tired of listening to your philosophical dumbass. Quantum mysticism. Get the fuck out of here.
Hello?
Kiwis,
I'd like to
Shut
see a
up.
conversation.
Stop blowing out your blowhole. You don't have any clue what you're talking about.
You don't think this stuff kind of smacks of
Fucking
quantum
shut up.
mysticism?
Excuse
Shut the
me.
fuck up to ask me what I don't think.
Yeah, I'm asking
Shut the
you.
fuck up.
You don't
Prove
think
it.
it's kind of mystical to say that the knower
Mystical? No, I
influences
got
events?
experiments till the cows come home. What do you got?
I'm just trying to see the interpretation of what they're putting
I
out
got
there. That
There
smacks
is
of
no
something kind of
interpretation.
suspicious.
There is no interpretations. That's religion. Black
Not
or
even
white.
the Copenhagen
Black or
interpretation.
white. That's exactly correct. Yes.
The Copenhagen interpretation is one of many interpretations of what's happening at this quantum level. As far
Let me tell you this again, blowtard. There are no interpretations in actual natural science. They are either validated by experiment or not. It's either a 1 or a 0, black or white, yes or no. Got it? You know what an experiment is?
science is a materialistic philosophy.
Natural science.
So the question of how it's being interpreted.
Shut the fuck up. The fuck out. Where you been? You just come back here with blowtard philosophy and shit, not supporting anything. Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what an experiment is, do you? What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment?
You need to know how to interpret the experiment, though, and that's where philosophy.
Get the fuck out of here. Interpret an experiment. Carry your interpreting ass somewhere else. Interpret this. Fucker. Just a blowtard. Just as bad as fucking balltards. I don't know. Let's take a vote. You want to listen to this numpty dipshit? What's up? Hey, Lou, what's up, man? I didn't see you in here. What's going on, man? Well, you're stonewalling me, huh? You might be sleeping. All right. You guys want to listen to this numpty dipshit?
Sorry, I was talking to my son.
I mean, I kind of liked it, but it's up to you.
All right. No, that's fine. Go ahead, man. I'm gone. Put up with this fucking idiot.
I don't want
Alright.
to hear what you guys need to conversate about because I have something I've been itching to talk about.
No, no, don't. No, I don't cue you to leave. What the hell, man? I just got back. What do you guys do?
Well, he said he's leaving regardless.
Why? What happened?
I think he's mad at Meadowlark.
Oh.
You can run it back in the chat. I think it's on YouTube. But the interpretation of the evidence and the experiment is where the philosophy comes in.
Yeah, I mean, flat earthers, they're so passionate about the subject, they get upset with each other, but really, I mean, we're all on the same side, you know?
What?
We can't get mad at each other just because we disagree.
Who's we? What, Globers and Flat Earthers?
No, flat earthers.
You know, it's just people being people.
I think what Sasha is trying to say is his in-group preference has changed, and he considers us flat earthers along with him. Is that right, son?
Yeah, I don't really know what you mean by in-group preference. What does that mean?
Oh, it's like, my people. These are my family. These are my homies.
Oh, yeah.
So, what about the shape of the Earth, Sasha?
What about it?
What is it? I mean, is it a globe like you were taught in school? I mean, they showed you pictures.
Well, I mean, sometimes I think this might sound kind of weird, but sometimes I think depending on what you believe it is, that's what it actually is.
No, I'm talking about outside, the actual, like, outside stuff, like dirt and earth. Do you think it's a ball, or do you think it's like,
Well, like I said, quantum physics says that matter is not materialized until it's observed. So what if the observer has the effect on the matter itself? What
I don't
if
think
the
it says.
observer...
How does quantum physics say? How does quantum physics say that?
That's what it says, dude. It says if it's not observed, it's a probability distribution, I think.
It's a different pattern, and if you observe it does the opposite.
Is that strain of quantum physics just theoretical or quantifiable?
Well, it's part of. I think it comes from the double slit experiment, if I'm correct.
It's like, how two waves, right? You got
Whoa,
these two.
hold on. That's not double slit. Okay, sorry, Bong. Forgive me, brother. Let me just straighten this out. The results of the double slit experiment are the knower of the which path information collapses the wave function. Right? That's the results. So when there's a knower, right, even if it's delayed or even if it's going to, be written down on the computer, right? Even if the knower doesn't know yet, if there's a camera or a knower of any kind, the wave function collapses. It doesn't say anything about if you're not in the woods aren't there. Like, I'm getting feedback. It's like the new video game where you're only processing what's on the screen and everything else behind you. The 200 degrees or something behind you. The computer's not processing because you're not looking at it like that.
Well,
That's
that's how
not
it
theory.
is.
This is an
That's literally
experiment.
how it
This is
is.
This is the literal result
No, I
of the
was talking
experiment.
about how this guy was thinking, like, you can alter reality to whatever you believe. I just thought that was an
I can't
interesting.
even do that in my dreams. So I can do just about anything in my dreams when I'm
Have you ever
lucid.
tried
I
lucid
couldn't.
dreaming?
Yeah, I said I couldn't turn the mountain into a desert. I could not do it. I had to turn my head.
You've never had a lucid dream before?
Dude, I just said I'm a lucid dreamer.
Can I ask a question?
So you can control your dreams.
Yeah, but I couldn't turn the mountain into a desert. I couldn't change it. Like it's
not
impossible to
yet. You
change
gotta
that state.
practice, dude. It's like a muscle. You gotta
So
practice it.
I had to look over there, like to the right and down a little bit into the desert.
I don't feel the urge to interfere with it.
When you don't know, how do you know that it is a wave function, right? How do you know it is a wave function by not knowing? How can you say, okay, when we don't observe it, when we don't know it's a wave function, but when we know it's not a wave function, then how can knowing that it's a wave function without knowing not be knowing? Because if you know it's a wave function without knowing, then you know. Therefore, it must be affected by you knowing that it's not being observed. Therefore, it's a wave function. Does that make
I
sense?
mean, I don't even know, dude. That's kind of a weird question.
Is that a question?
How can you know without knowing? Is what I'm saying. How can it?
Oh, it's recorded in the computer. The computer records it.
Right, and that's what I mean. It must have been in a different state and not a state. It must have been. The looking and measuring must have affected.
Right, so that's why they
something.
started doing the delayed choice quantum racer experiment, where they delay the choice because it's either going to record it or it doesn't.
It's a glitch in
Right?
the matrix.
And the scientist doesn't know. So the science sets the test off. He walks away. He doesn't know which way the experiment's going to go. There could be a knower, there may not be. and it still doesn't.
Core wave function is like, what are these guys doing to me? What are you guys trying to do? I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just different.
So that actually disproves what he said. He said that what you believe is going to happen, you create reality. Actually, it's still the same way, whether he doesn't know which way it's going to go. It's either going to record or it's not. So if it records, then it'll collapse the wave function. If it doesn't, then it won't. So he doesn't know which way the test is going to go. He just sets a button and walks away, and the test goes A or B. B, okay. And subsequent,
It's like we're trying to
this is what
figure out how
happens.
God knows everything. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like we're probing.
I just think it's amazing.
We're treading where angels fear to tread. It's a joke. It's just an expression. Sorry.
Yeah, I think people just like to get real theoretical, and there ain't nothing wrong with that as long as you're right. I'm postulating, or this is my.
On the spectrum, it seems that light is just another like sound. You know how sound. Like imagine no sound. You know, have you ever thought about being in such a quiet? It'll drive you crazy, right? Same thing with being no. If there were no light, was no light. So it's like a range, right? And we just so happen to have these sensors that can pick up the perturbation of the medium that we call the electromagnetic spectrum or field or.
So I think it was important to clarify, what exactly the results were from the experiment before we get into the implications, right? But I think there is something to implications of an experiment, right? It presents more questions. And what are those questions that are being derived from the double slit is really, where the speculation begins, right? Because we have to speculate. So what are those questions that arrive when you say, okay, collapsing wave function occurs only when observer, knower, whatever you want to define it, variable A, changes reality, right?
Feels like the Cavendish experiment all over again, or the Henry Cavendish thing all over again. But I don't know. It's the gardener.
Only happen with light. You're just now including sound. Do we affect sound by hearing it? It's the whole tree in the woods, right? Is there an experiment that addresses that?
Well, I think people produce light as well, like that you can't see. I don't know.
And then the whole question started with mass or matter or things that on a more physical level, not just frequency, right? The implications being, at what level does this stop? And what are the experiments that go to that next stage and do these things? I don't know.
Gamma rays.
But there's a lot of experiments out there that I didn't know about before I got into this topic. So
microwaves.
We keep asking more questions, and hopefully there's.
Can we feel microwaves in high doses?
Radiation.
Yeah. Fire is radiation, right? Like.
I definitely saw, that Samoan in a pink tutu radiating. That was definitely how it described.
It's like a black light type of thing, like a dark light.
I see people are still grieving for it, so I had to put it out there.
Yeah, that guy. So it's like sad. I used to be proud to be Samoan. Now it's like, does it matter anymore? Does it really matter?
Bro, that's your family.
I'm proud to be.
Hey, you should, Bong. I was listening to this comedian, and they were talking about. I forget how he segued into it, but he was talking about don't fuck with the Samoan, and he went into this bit about that you fuck with one then they'll blow their horn and get all their family, and then you're
tutus and come get you, right? We'll get
yeah, so you'll call your tribe, and then whoever called upon you will be they'll just be
Imagine being chased by a bunch of Samoans wearing tutus. Like, who's scared of that, right? You just bang, bang, bang,
no
bang.
thanks. No thank you. So yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, I'll have to try and find. I don't know if I could find it. Maybe I did a screenshot. I'll have to check.
Yeah, man. Out here in LA, the Samoan gangs were definitely ones you didn't want to mess with. They're big boys.
I think a well-organized gang is,
There you go.
the best gang.
That
No
sounds
matter-
accurate to me.
For example, the Italians, they're pretty cool.
There you go. The epitome.
They know how to organize, right? They gave us the internet. They gave us online banking. Did you guys know that? Yeah. They hired some. Yeah, anyways.
Bank of America, right?
Capitalism.
Was that Bank of America?
Yeah, I think so. Vegas.
Owned in Italy? Yeah.
Yeah, they hired some computer scientists to write up some program that we now use today in banking to secure stuff. Yeah. It's pretty cool, man. It's like, hey, Italian mafia is pretty cool, right? Pretty American. Very military complex-ish vibes, you know? I'm saying Vatican vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Quote unquote. You got to use your air quotes, dude.
Quote unquote, making the hands, fingers. You know what I'm saying?
Did gangsters die with Gotti? I mean, I haven't heard of a good gangster in a while, man.
All kinds of rituals.
Who's the biggest, baddest gangster right now? Do we even know?
Nope. Who is?
Well, the most
What's the name
famous.
of the guy who invented Bitcoin? What's his name?
Satoshi Nakamura.
He's the gangster.
I forget. If he was a real person, I'd remember.
Well, that was in 2009. There were bank transactions way before that.
Yeah. You sure it wasn't? Are you sure it wasn't Obama bin Laden? Osama bin
There's a big nugget right there.
Rolling my boulders here. We have a Glober alert.
Oh. Hey, rolling my boulder. Sorry about the crazy talk. What's up, man? Welcome back.
They're making Julian Assange look pretty gangster. You know, like what's this all about?
He is gangster. What do you mean, dude? Julian Assange is epic and based.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a member of the he can't use his mic. He's on the no mic gang.
Who is?
Roland.
Oh, maybe we should give him the broken mic.
It's no mic.
Let's give him broken mic gang tag.
He does have that?
No, we got to give it to him.
No. That's for people who refuse to speak on VC. Roland has spoken in VC. He just can't talk at the moment. Is my guess.
Oh, okay. Wait, could I get that? Could I get that one?
Get what?
The broken mic gang, just for fun.
No.
So do you think all his boulder uphill or downhill? And do you think he blames gravity when he goes downhill?
Okay, so we got a thumbs up from Roland. My guess was correct. Thank you. You're welcome.
He's at work.
I don't know. I didn't ask him that. I just said he couldn't use his. He had to be on mute. I mean, it happens.
Yes, flat Earth is
He
very
does have a working microphone. We have
Can't
verified that, people.
You can't stop wondering if it's a ball or not, right? Like once it bites you, you start transforming into this obsessed
Well,
person
have
about.
you guys ever had a dream about the flat Earth? Like a dream?
Have you ever had
I got that.
a dream that
I
you
got
really
that. Hey, well, hold up,
explained?
Bong. Let me connect here.
Sorry.
Dude, I know what you're gonna. I know what you're saying. Hold on.
Have you ever had the whole world to be smacked together
Naughty, naughty.
ever?
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could you do you want you could do so you do you want him to do you so much you could do anything.
I love that kid, man. Did you guys hear that good?
Space. Have you ever had a dream that you went to space and looked down and saw that it was a ball?
Now listen to that innocent child trying to say lucid dreaming, but she don't know the right words. How could anybody think that's evil? Have you ever had a dream that you could, do anything? She's
That you
trying to
could
talk
do
about lucid
anything?
dreams.
I could go with that.
I also had a dream that the Earth could be a
Yeah, that was
ball.
very relevant to the conversation
But
because
then
we were
it
talking
wasn't.
about lucid dreams. Yeah, listen to her again. Listen to what she's actually trying to convey. She don't
Wait,
know how to
oh,
say
what?
it.
It's a him. He was a child. He's grown
You want
up.
me to play it again?
He says it's all right because he's a star now, but it's cool. He's funny.
Here, are you guys
Yeah,
requesting I
play
play
it
it
again.
again? All right, hold
Yeah,
on. Let
listen.
me turn it up. There we go.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could you do you want you could do so you do you want him to do you so much you could do anything.
Oh my God, Hank, you're right. Oh wow, I've never thought of it like that. You just blew my mind off.
Have you ever had a dream
Dang.
where you could do
That you
something?
I
could
was
do what you want,
funny.
whatever you want, that you could do anything. I
Yeah.
think that's what she was trying to say.
I think he was talking about the line that he was told to memorize because his mom made him do it when he was little.
No, I don't know, man.
8-year-old, 7-year-old kid? No, 6-year. I don't know.
He's stuttering, but it's almost like he's trying to say different words, but he's like stopping himself.
Now you can watch the interview of him
I
talking
mean,
about
think
it when he
about
was
it. A
older.
child trying to describe what Hank was making an educated
Well,
guess upon.
he actually
I mean,
described what he was trying to do when he was older. You can watch the interview of it. Like it's on YouTube. Like
no,
yeah, you have a dream interview, kid interview. And he told you what he was doing. Yeah. It
OMFG.
was an audition for a commercial.
No shit, Bong, are you serious? So what was he talking about? Was
He's
all
trying
right?
to the line.
So he just memorized the line.
Yeah, he was trying to remember the lines he was supposed to say, and then that's why he was mumbling so much.
Oh,
Whoa.
Oh,
now
come
my
on,
mind's
guys.
blown. Now my mind's blown.
Nice! Oh my gosh, I need to write this day down on the calendar. Holy cow.
That's like propaganda, man. I'm talking about not just this. This is kind of like we just but when you actually look at where it came from, yeah, it's in the '90s. It's the '90s. So that's why I
So
was
did
laughing.
that sound bad, you guys?
No, it sounded clear.
Oh, man,
It
it's
was a
awesome.
little high, maybe 5%, 10% too high, but it was good.
Oh, really? Okay, good to know. I'll turn it down a little. Thank you.
Uh, yeah, it's cool. I might sample that for a beat. Have you ever had a dream that the Earth was a ball and you could do anything?
Hey, why not?
There you go.
Like for the Hulk, I had a dream, throw in some Martin Luther King, right? I had a dream. I have a dream. So you could do anything. Go to the moon.
That little
Go to
kid is
space.
actually really cute.
Anything but go to space. Yeah.
Or that he was a little
Well, you
kid.
know, Martin Luther, his dream is realized that one day your kids and my kids will play together.
Yes.
That's already a realized dream.
Yes, but your dreams of going to space will never be realized. The dream shatterer, like we're here to shatter your dream. Have you ever had a dream shattered? Yeah.
Oh,
No, we're shattering psychosis.
Like, oh, flat Earth shattered. What's up? Dream to go where? To go where? To space? Shattered. Like, no, it's flat, dude. Like, how can there be space? Like, no, I had a dream. Martin Luther King had a dream, yes. Realized. Your dream? No.
You ever
I
hear that? Hey, you ever hear that rap song, Space Cowboy?
Cowboy.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
I'm bad. I'm mean. I'm a space cowboy with a laser machine or space machine. I'm bad. I'm number one. I'm a space cowboy with a laser gun.
Some dreams can never be realized. Like,
Wait,
for
I know
example,
another song. They call me the Space Cowboy.
Oh, that's
some
way different.
dreams can never
Some
be
call me
realized.
the gangster love.
For example, my dream to be a Jedi Knight, it can
Some
never be
people call
realized
me Maurice.
because Jedis don't exist. That's why.
'Cause I speak
So
of the
space,
property of love.
you never go to space, right? Well, did you ever have a dream where you were taken to space to prove that the Earth is a ball? Every night
Yeah,
I
I'm doing
dream.
you wrong, doing you wrong.
I dream of going to space and looking and see the Earth as a ball, and then it could do anything. What about you? What do you dream about? Dream about Bitcoin. I dream about the metaverse. I dream about the future.
Metaverse. Meta.
I
The
dream about 50 years from now when
genie.
space goes to the moon and prove
I
to you
dream about
guys.
genie, damn it. I ain't gonna lie.
I dream about. I dream
I ain't
about
gonna lie.
one and helping Mars.
That sounds good.
Yes.
That's
Helping
that
Mars
song.
to be a beautiful planet like the Earth and give it lots of water from the Earth and help all the aliens. I want to help the universe know about us being
Oh my god, you know help
people.
universe, you be quiet.
I
You
want to talk
you
to all
stuck
the
on
aliens
Earth. You no go
about
nowhere.
my
Where does
my
you
crop.
go? Chinese restaurant on corner get popcorn, chicken and rice.
What are you talking about?
I know see your cat.
I want to have a pen pal with aliens from Mars, so it would be nice if people can go live there,
I know
so we
see your
can be
cat.
pen pals.
Popcorn, chicken and rice. Sweet and sour complete.
And I can only send
10
one letter
minutes. 10
to
minutes.
get there.
Hey, yeah, I ain't seen your cat in 10 minutes.
And my dream is to go to space and save the Earth from whatever threats that may be out there that could destroy a planet. Maybe build a wall or something. I don't know. Harvest the sun. What, I don't know. So whatever you're doing, right? Gathering diamonds from Neptune. The moons of Jupiter. Sorry.
Oh, there are 3 full moons out tonight.
I just want to bring all the diamonds from space and give it to all the poor people on Earth so they can have food to eat and houses to live in. That's why I want to be an astronaut, to save the world. With diamonds? Yes. This is what the scientists showed on the TV. Oh, the scientists showed you.
Can you imagine being those people that were supposedly on the rocket when it supposedly exploded and they all died? They're like, it's the end of the world as we know it. Because, where do you go after you die on a rocket? Like, you can't just go back in the public and become like a professor at college, can you?
I
That would
felt
be crazy.
I was crushed, man. I believed the shit out of it. I was like, the price people must pay so that, to do the things, to go to space, man. These poor people, man. And a few years later, you see their picture in the thing. It's like, what the fuck? They all had twins. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, of course. It makes sense to leave one, but they were all astronauts. Wait, how many astronauts have twins? What are the chances that two many be astronauts? Well, I'm not smart enough to do this math. I'm gonna go play football. Let's go, boys. Yeah, yeah, bitch. What'd you do today? Nothing. Watch cartoons. Don't lie, you fucking nerd. I saw you looking at that NASA shit. So weird, dude. Man, fuck that weird shit, dude. Let's go play football. Drink some beer. With some girls. Yo, fuck that NASA shit. Did you guys know the Earth could be flat? It's like, that's what it is, man. It's like, hey, do you know the Earth could be flat? Hey, do you know we can't be friends anymore? What? Sorry, go ahead.
The Earth, it is what it is.
Look, man.
Ain't no glow.
Yeah. Man, now you're talking about flat Earth. What the fuck, dude?
What?
You're not cool. You're one of those. You're like those crazy people now, man. You're always stuff. Just want to be a normal blue-pilled person, man. Gosh. I just want my thing. I just want to be somebody important, man. Damn. I don't know about that flat Earth stuff, dude. Like, shit.
You
crazy.
Everybody's trying to get crypto, man. What are you talking about?
You were important from the day you were born. You need only realize it. None but love.
How does that put crypto in my wallet?
Oh, well, crypto's the devil's lettuce. You need to stay away from that shit.
Devil's lettuce.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
God got cheddar. Cash is king. All them preachers got cash, right? They ain't taking crypto.
Bambi. Dollar bill, yo.
Hey, your father was a preacher. Did he pass around a plate and ask for your e-wallet? Boom!
E-wallets. It's a plural. E-wallets. Wallets.
Okay, well, he wasn't asking for either one of them.
Yeah, I got wallets in different area codes.
I got 9 on the motherfucking hole. Want me a girl, ain't digging for gold. I love what I know, and I know what I love.
Qcoin is in Asia.
Two crypto wallets ain't shit, nigga. What?
Cuban coin from Asia. Asia.
Listen.
Forget the area codes there.
I got a bunch of silver dollars, man, that are worth something, but them they ain't e-wallet ain't shit.
That e-wallet ain't shit, bro.
It ain't
Can I
shit.
survive a splash of
Ain't
water?
not there a motherfucker ever got rich off a e-wallet.
Can I drop it in the water though? Can I splash water on you though? Oh,
I
you lost all your
don't
you
know.
lost
Drop
all
it
your
in the
money.
toilet and see.
Well, you know,
Don't lose your password. Yeah,
if
dude. Listen, I got Liberty coins. I got a
you should
lizard.
know
Man.
this. What?
My
Well, you can't
grandfather,
just.
when he passed away, he had 6 pigs, man, that were fucking as big as a footstool, just stuffed full of fucking Liberty coins, dude.
Sure. Make a certain amount of money and then liquidate it. I mean, use it to buy, assets.
Shalem and
Real.
shellac, you know what I'm saying? That's the money of God. Shalem and shellac, you know. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. You know what I'm saying?
Chanel.
Even
Chanel.
so it would be silver, food and commodities. That's what God said. Shalem, silver and gold, precious metals, and shellac, food and commodities, household goods.
Water?
Not dollars, not e-dollars. Silver and gold, brother, silver and gold.
Yes. Or food.
But they killed Saddam for trading oil for gold. What the fuck? Hey, you ever seen a Morgan silver dollar?
Yeah.
That's what these are, Morgans. I ain't never even cracked a bank open to see what they still sit where Grandpa left them.
I saw a few when I was little.
I let my brothers and sisters go in his room, but
My
nobody
aunt,
nobody
my
moves
aunt, my
in
auntie
my
had a
grandpa's room.
store.
That's gonna
Yeah,
be like
my auntie owned a convenience store. I saw all the
that's gonna be
coins come
it's gonna
through
be an
there.
altar for future generations.
Coins from Western Samoa, from New Zealand, from Hawaii, from
I
America.
was gonna put it in the estate bylaws that nobody can even fuck with Grandpa's room. They gotta leave it the way it is. Whoever lives on the family estate property, they have to maintain Grandpa's room and his belongings.
She saved the $2 bills. All the rare ones. They
Yeah,
don't
I
have
don't
any.
want none of these future motherfuckers to melt my grandpa's coins down, I don't even want him to get rid of his clothes.
Dude, they have coins here in Australia. It's weird.
There's still a zoot suit in there. I mean, if somebody can fit in a zoot suit and they want to pimp around and maybe shoot pool with my grandpa's hustling stick, cool. But don't touch his shit. Other than that, like he gave everything to my dad, but the shit he loved, he took to his room. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And it was an addition on the house, and his room was small, so me and my brothers added on to it. Put a bathroom in there, made him a little kitchen, where he could have his own stuff. My grandpa was 70. He smoked 2 cigars a day. He'd get up, eat bacon every morning, drink beer, and he lived to like 92.
Damn.
On beer, bacon, and cigars.
Damn. Must be some good bacon.
Yeah. So listen, that would be the only meat he'd eat all day, though. The rest of his meals, all he ever said is just bring me garden stuff.
Yeah.
I'd bring cucumbers in and fucking tomatoes. He'd green fry the tomatoes. He deep fry a cucumber. He'd deep fry a carrot. Grandpa's why I like to pickle carrots with peppers. Peppered carrots. Pickled peppered carrots. He would eat pickled pig's feet and pickled eggs sometimes.
Viper pickled.
I hated that shit too. Grandpa kind of stunk sometimes with, beer, bacon, and pickled eggs.
What, is farts?
And all that raw garlic. Well, farts and sweat, bro.
Garlic sweat. Shit.
I mean, like in a week, man. I mean, Grandpa bathed, but like I had to have 2 recliner chairs for him, man, because once a week I had to take one outside and power wash that motherfucker and OxyClean him. Grandpa had some garlic BO, man. My grandpa ate garlic till he was 90. Eat
What
raw
about chili
garlic.
pepper? What about hot chili pepper?
He'd eat anything you bring him out of the garden raw except for squash. Squash had to be double baked, double cooked squash, or whatever the hell they call it.
If you eat chili hot food, right, it's like comes out with the flaming asshole.
You had stuffed peppers. You can make squash like that, twice cooked squash with peppers in it, but you stuff it. Stuff it full of shit. It's good.
I got some basil. Is that how you guys say it? Basil?
Basil.
Yeah, it was yellow.
Chives.
It
You
was
grow
yellow.
chives?
Yeah, I got chives. I still gotta get the freaking coriander diet, man. Yeah.
We do our own chives and herbs. I got a lot of herbs that grow right in the windows in the house. Them herb hanging pots.
And my basil, it was yellow and now it's green. It's like, yeah, it's green.
Well, basil's
like happy for the
basil's
basil.
all right. It just depends on what you're putting in, like parsley.
Yeah. It's like you need some nitrogen in there. Go, dog. Pee on the
Basil
basil.
is really good with tomato sauce for spaghetti.
Yes.
So if you just take like basil and just chop it up in there with that, and do a little hint of garlic, that's all you need. 3 items, your sauce is done.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm trying to get these Roma tomatoes going. You know what I'm saying? Roma tomatoes. Sauce. Yeah. And trying out that Italian way of doing it where you
How
save the
about
stems.
asparagus? You guys like steamed asparagus?
Oh man, I grill mine. I like it almost black, like jalapenos.
Yeah, grilled is good too. I like them steamed. I'll steam peppers though too, man.
No. You drop it into the boiling water for 30 seconds. You take it out, and then you put it into a pan with some olive oil. Yeah, and then you toss it a little bit, and then put it on the grill. Okay.
Oh, you do
and
both.
You
He
salt
does
and
it
pepper.
both of our ways.
That's what I was
Okay.
going to say.
Maybe salt and pepper.
I do them both.
Texture and that smoky flame. That flavor is
Yeah.
all there.
Fuck
That's
yeah,
the
I do.
gourmet style.
See, I can eat both of them with a barbecue. I can eat a steamed piece and then a barbecue piece.
Just have a little boiler going, drop your veggies in, you steep for 30 seconds, take them out, drop your dumplings in, take them out.
You just
and
steam
keep it
them
in
with.
olive oil. Yep, and then
Yeah,
chuck it
you
on
steam them
grill.
so they absorb all the flavors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can add the spices and
I'm
oil.
hip. I'm hip. I like to steam them first. Steaming them releases all the nutrient shit that's in the core.
Yeah.
Like
And,
carrots.
It just softens it enough for the texture, you know what I mean? But it's not
It
too
does.
soft. The grill. So it comes off the grill nice.
Well, if you're grilling a bunch of meat on the grill, you should get some flavor of the meat in your asparagus or whatever it is you're steaming and then grilling. You can grill a carrot, dude. You can grill.
You can do all your veggies up,
You can grill cucumbers. You know what I like about cucumbers? You take them out of the garden lightly, rinse them, chop them up. Some people peel them. I leave the skin on them. I chop them up. Even
And
with
then-
ranch, I can still taste the dirt in them.
After you grill your veggies that way, you can then
And I
chop them
actually
up.
like that.
You can chop them up after you grill them and chuck them in an omelet, or in some kind of use it as a garnish or filling.
Yeah, you've heard of a farmer's omelet, right? We put everything in there.
Yeah.
Anything that's in the fucking fridge, dude, and the garden.
Anything that's available.
Yeah.
Just make it as big as possible without looking weird. There you go.
Well, yeah, man. Listen, dude, you're gonna go bale hay for 8 hours in the back fucking 40. You want to be full, right? You know what I don't like? I don't mind baling hay, but what I hate is when you bail up a water snake.
Oh,
and then
snap.
one of them snakes get bailed up in there. Maybe the babies. You grab the bail, you go to throw it, and you got snakes trying to bite you.
Well, that's why you gotta have that sidestep reflex. You know what I mean? Sidestep
Yeah,
reflex.
I'm not a dick though. When that happens,
Well, you don't
I'll
have to kill the snake. You
I
can pin
stop
the
the
snake with a
track.
pitchfork.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I'll stop
Pitchfork
the
and drum it out.
tractor and just cut the bail and let them out. I'm
You
not a
just
dick.
pin it. You can pin it, then grab the tail, pull it until the
I
head is under the pitchfork, and then grab the head and take it. Stick it in a bag or
I
whatever.
don't kill them. I just fucking
Yeah.
cut the bail, flip them out, and then have them rebail it before we leave.
The
I
snakes
just
are tough, man. They'll be alright.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't cut them in half, you know what I'm saying? When you're bailing it, but that doesn't normally happen. Normally, they're just kind of beat up and pissed off, and
Yeah, just don't get bit.
I
It's more
I
important not
bailed
to
up.
get bit.
Man, they bailed up a fucking 4-foot water snake once. Man, this motherfucker got me too. It bit my arm, and
Yeah.
the ones we got, they're not real poisonous, but they will make your shit swell up, and the fang holes will get infected, and some of the meat will rot. You know, if you don't treat it right. But this motherfucker bit me, and I'm like, fuck, I still gotta bail all this shit, you know, I gotta get it done. I wanna get the snake the fuck out of here, but plus I wanna go get a shot, you know? Because I know what kind of fucking
Venom.
snake it was. They
I have
rinsed it
anti-venom
out.
in your pack, in your emergency kit.
No, I ain't got no anti-venom in my fucking... Farmers ain't got all that. You gotta go... Well, first off, the water snake isn't poisonous, deadly poisonous. But it is fuck your meat up on your arm where it bit you poisonous, you know?
Dude, venom, yeah, it's really interesting how it's made. I had to look
You
at it.
can
Oh
end up
shit,
with
you need a lot of
scars.
venom for
I mean,
this.
I got fang scars on my bicep if you look real close.
Damn.
From the one that, like I said, though, it was fucking 4 foot long. The motherfucker had big fangs, man. It fucking hurt. And I still bailed fucking 5 acres of
You probably
hay.
have antibodies for it now.
Yeah, I still bailed 5 fucking acres of hay, and by the time I went to the hospital, I could barely open my fucking right hand, dude.
Well, yeah, you have to practice. Practice what? Getting bit. What do you mean? Don't worry. If you don't die, you'll be okay.
My son was like, I'm killing that damn thing. It bit you. I was like, man, just let the motherfucker go. And it's got a purpose out here. He's like, what? I said, man, we'd have a million rats if it weren't for these damn snakes. We got corn silos, man. What the hell? Let the
Oh, just
damn
get
snake.
cats, man. Get
I mean,
cats.
it it bit me. Yeah. Well, yeah, they eat the cats too.
I
Uh,
get
like
cats, not
like I
snakes.
said, people think dairy farmers, they got milk. They want every cat you can drop off.
Snakes in the wild, good. Snakes on the farm, evil. Feel it.
Well, yeah, you just move it out of the
Yeah,
hayfield, man.
but
It's not
it's trying.
really.
It's trying to take over your place, man. You gotta
No,
like look, man.
listen. There's a reason I don't fucking kill them, and it's because they eat the damn rats, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you bailed up a rat snake, I'm not letting you kill that. Fuck no. I'll
Cats
probably
are like the perfect farm animal for rats, man. It's like you should have
I
lots of cats.
probably take the rat snake and let him go in the corn silo. Maybe even leave him the bale of hay so he got someplace to hide.
But when
'Cause
you go in, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, where's this snake at?"
hey,
It's probably
rat
big now.
snake. Hey, I read some shit said a rat snake can smell a rat from 2 miles away. Well, if I
That
put him
snake's
in
gonna be
corn and
big.
cover his ass up with hay, he's gonna be like, I smell rats everywhere. All I got to do is lay here. Yup.
Don't
Just
get
lay
too close to bite your ass. I'll do it.
there. Right.
That snake is gonna get big.
Rat snakes are kind of, man, I don't know.
They're venomous.
Some can be, but not deadly venomous. They just
They strangle.
fuck you up deadly.
Yeah, constrictors in it.
I don't think so.
Well, then they're venomous. Then.
No. Not all snakes are venomous.
Oh, They must do Wing Chun then or something. A snake.
Oh, that's hilarious, bro.
Have you ever seen a snake strike? They will put half a rat in their mouth before the rat knows it. They're not, but they're non-venomous, dude. They just overpower the fuck.
How do they kill the rat?
I mean,
How do they
listen,
kill the rat?
most snakes do constrict. I mean,
Oh yeah,
they'll
they wrap
coil up on it so they can eat it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a boa constrictor, but they strike at the head. All snakes do, and then they wrap their tail around. They do it to you when they bite your ass. They'll bite your arm and wrap around your damn arm so they can just sit there like a pit bull and go. Ah.
Try to choke you to death.
Yeah, I mean, rat snakes are crazy looking too, man. I don't like snakes, dude. Listen, rat snake, big, long, black motherfucker, silky looking motherfucker. Some of them look like a large gardener snake.
Are you talking black snakes? Like the grass snakes?
Yeah, those are rat snakes, dude.
Yeah, we got those here. We call them grass snakes.
Well, they eat rats. Those grass snakes eat field mice and rats, yeah.
Are you talking about trouser snakes?
Trouser snakes.
Not yet. Not yet. Let my
Jen,
on the Hooters.
just open the door every time you come in here and get mad when I walk through. I'm gonna leave that there one alone.
You are such a good man, Michael. Thank you, but I had to do it.
I could have said there's an anaconda in the trousers, but hey. My anaconda don't want none unless got fun.
Dude, you were in my brain just now. High five, brother. Yes.
That's a Michigan rat snake right there. And we got the black and white rat snakes too. So
yeah, shout out to Jay and Silent Bob. Yes.
I rather Doug and Bob McKenzie, hoser?
No, dude, that's not Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah, Silent Bob don't talk enough. That's why I prefer Doug and Bob McKenzie,
Well, I just want to state that for the record for anyone listening.
Hoser.
You're a hoser.
Those two right there are the kind of rat snakes we have. The black and white ones, I don't like them. They're scary looking motherfuckers. And the black one,
put that on your car.
The pure black one, you
wrap it
almost
around your
can't
arm.
tell them from the water snake.
See my hand? It's like in your face.
My dog just chews them motherfuckers up. He don't even fuck with them. He sees a snake. It's like you see them cats with the cucumber videos. My dog sees a snake and he leaps 5 foot in the air and turns as he's jumping, and then when he lands, he's right on it. He as soon as it tries to snap at him and it goes back, that motherfucker's chewing its head off. My dog hates snakes.
Black tongue.
I'd be like, no. I
pellet.
always tell him too. I'm like, no, stop, Milo, and he's like, fuck you, kill it.
You know what kills snakes? What you call it?
Mongoose.
Yeah, mongoose. Yeah, man, those are really.
We got those out here too. So
like lightning reflexes, dude. It's like what? And I think they're immune to venom.
Everything.
And they're what?
All life has a purpose here.
I can't hear you because of Michael J. Smith.
They are immune to venom.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mongooses are. Yeah.
They actually, in fact, it's the opposite. They even enjoy it. They actually enjoy getting bitten sometimes by snakes. I've seen a video of one of these motherfuckers getting bit like 12 times in a row, and he's high off of his head.
Yeah.
Just lying there, buzzed, just like loving life from like 12 rattlesnake bites.
Dude, we got like 24 different kinds of mongoose in Michigan.
Let me just bite
The
the
honey
snake.
badger don't give a shit either.
Yeah, they get high on it too. They get high on it too.
They'd be like IDGAF.
Oh, you gotta play with first to get high.
Hey,
Oh, you got that good shit. I don't even have to pay for it. I just get you
honey
some stuff.
badger's a mean bitch in the woods.
I gotta try.
I don't care what no one else thinks, but honey
I don't
badger,
give a fuck.
honey badger is like the
Tough.
one of the toughest motherfuckers in the world.
Tasmanian devil, toughest animal going.
Obviously, cats and big wolves, you know, they're the kings. But
Nah, a Tasmanian devil, I've seen
yeah,
honey badgers, I've seen them chase away big badgers.
wolverines, badgers.
Yeah, a
these
Tasmanian
things
devil,
are,
bro.
well, they're just it's a meaner
It's
species.
heart. It's their heart. It's like I'll fight anyone. I don't give. Fuck you. You want to fight me? Like fuck
Don't
you.
give a fuck.
Generally, badger don't run from anything.
A badger chased me for 2.5 miles once. I had to shoot it in the head in the end. I didn't want it, but it was following me home. It wouldn't stop following me and my dog. Like all I did was walk past this burrow. I walked past this burrow. That was it. All she wrote.
Yeah, I used to want one of them as a pet, dude. The ones with the black and white faces.
Nah, yeah, the black and white badgers. That's what we get here, dude. Yeah, the traditional badger.
Well, ours are like brown, but they still got the black and white face.
I gotta go because I was in a conversation and I accidentally joined the wrong thing. I'll come back in a minute.
Yeah.
TTFN.
Fuck you too.
Talk to you later, motherfucker.
The honey badger. Like, look at this featherless.
TTFN. What the fuck does that mean? Like
Ta-ta for now.
GTFO, man. GTFO. GTFO.
Now you made it like that.
Get the fuck on, man. That's how it's playing right now. Cause no, you didn't.
You
didn't, motherfucker.
What's up,
Jenny? Jenny.
What's up? What's up?
What's up? Want to be king? What? You?
I'm not a smart man, Jenny, but I know what
Know
love
what
is.
love is. You sure do. Well, you think you do.
Oh no, I know what.
Honey badger is.
No.
Everybody, get the fuck out of my way! I'm walking.
If you told me go fishing, build a car, do something.
Honey badger's like, why is this tree not moving? I said, move, tree. She's like, I can't, honey badger.
This is where the creator put me.
Okay. You can accept the trees. Everybody get the fuck out of my way. I'm walking.
I'll be back later to piss on you.
What are these, rocks? Are these rocks? Moving rocks?
You know them motherfuckers, why they call them honey badger, right? Motherfucker gets stung by the whole hive and he's still eating some honeysuckle.
There we go.
Yeah, a little bit to the left. Oh, yeah, right there, right there.
Okay, the badger be chilling like a villain. It's like, come on, bitches, bring it on.
My dad said that they used to the black bears would let the honey badger get all the honey and then they'd come up and rob them out of it. Because they
come on, you want to fight? You want to fight? I'll fight you.
Like, bitch, you just got stung 1,000 times. I know you ain't gonna fight that much. Run that honey, bitch.
The black bear was like, I don't think this guy's bluffing. Nah.
I know. Black bear got a thick hide.
Yeah. I heard one of these guys beat up my uncle.
In the wild, you could almost mistake a black bear for a fucking Rottweiler. They're really
black bears and Rottweilers. Who's scared of who?
Are you being serious?
Yeah, in Michigan the black bears aren't very big. Black bears aren't as big as you would think they are.
Well, when I was in Michigan, I saw a bear like 2-3 different times. It's in Mayo, Michigan is where I used to live.
Yeah, my dog will fight a Rottweiler. My dog fought 2 Great Danes at the
About the
park. They
listen,
freaking attacked him out of nowhere, man. I was like, oh, get
the
him, Loki.
biggest
Bitch.
male I ever seen was 500 pounds. You know, don't get me wrong. A
I
female
broke
can
him.
get 300 pounds, but that's not the average.
Yeah, I think we can take the Rottweiler.
Yeah, those are big. Those are big bears. Normally, they're small. A lot of them are small. I mean, but
Okay, I stand corrected. It wasn't in Mayo, Michigan that I saw the bear. I'd have to look at a map. It's been a long time.
Oh, dog and man will win versus any bear, right?
I mean, the rug I got is probably from a 300-400 pound male.
Because while the dog is distracting the bear, you can shoot the bear.
Yeah, on a bear run, you do use blue tick hound dog. If you've never been bear hunting,
No, if you have one dog, like I think a man and dog team can take out bear, lion.
we generally take 3 or 4 dogs with us. But it's called a push then, a bear push or a bear run, because the dogs make them run.
Yeah, just have like a knife, a bayonet on your rifle, and you should be all right, right? I mean, bang, bang, stab, bang, stab.
I don't know. I don't do no bayonet. I just don't want to shoot at their head. I want the dog chasing him so I can get a side shot. You know,
Shoot
bear
him.
skull is thick, man. A brown bear,
Where's the softest place to shoot at?
oh,
In between them? Where?
right
The side?
behind the front legs or the belly. I mean, the chest is good, kill
So when
shot.
they stand up, right? That's
Yeah, a brown bear. Yeah, you almost if he's looking at you with his head down, a fucking 8mm Magnum can bounce off his fucking head, dude. Their skulls, pit bulls and grizzly bears are about this. Their skull, neither one of them, their skull never stops growing. It never stops getting thicker. You know what I mean?
It's a similar thing with crocodiles, right? And alligators. Like I used to watch this show back in the days with they called it Swamp People. You guys ever watch that?
Yeah, I watch
It's
Swamp
like
People. My
yeah,
brother.
I was watching that, and like they catch
My brother.
gators, and I guess this guy shot the gator in the head, and the shrapnel literally came back to him.
Yeah. Hey, you know who Sarah Landry is? Laundry. My cousin is married to her. It's actually Sarah Keller now.
What's up, Jose?
Yeah, that's my
What's good,
cousin.
everyone?
Lives in Louisiana. Personally,
Greetings, Jose.
if you look at a brown bear, I personally think that brown bears and pit bulls are related. Their heads are shaped about the same.
Yeah. So
Hi,
anywhere.
Jen.
Hello.
Everyone. Good to hear from you guys.
Same.
Cool,
I mean,
man.
Grizzly bear, they just look like a big ass hungry pit bull to me.
Yep. Just shoot them in the belly or side area. That's where it's so to get.
If you want to know how to hunt, Bong, just download the app. There's an app where like you shoot deer, and it tells you like where to shoot them. Like the heart is usually the best place, which is like right behind their like one of their legs from the front. One of the front legs. It's like a little area that's kind of like where the chest starts. It starts to look like the chest, right there.
Yeah, and if they're running, you want to aim,
nice.
like 6 inches in front of that leg, in front of the front leg.
Right, because the bullet will meet there eventually because it's moving, right?
Yeah, so you.
Can we make this into a flat Earth thing, like reference frames? It's like.
Oh yeah, because there is no Coriolis.
Yeah.
And only on a flat Earth. Imagine if the deer was running. and the damn Earth was spinning, and you have multiple axes of movement. Now you got a deer running on Earth that's spinning at 800 mile an hour or less, depending on where you're at, even at 200 mile an hour. So you're talking about if you shoot 100 yards, you got a 1 second travel time. Well, how many feet move in 1 second? At
Too
400
many. You missed your
miles,
target by a lot.
yeah, at 400 mile an hour, we're talking about 25 to 200 foot per second. And it would be dependent of every latitude, right? It changed. So you'd have to know exactly where you are on Earth to know where to shoot. Because if it's spinning 1,000 at the equator and I'm shooting north to south, that means the Earth's moving one way, east to west, right? So now everything's spinning to the right. And I'm going to have to say, well, this is a 2 second travel time at 200 yards, right? Now 500 foot's going to move. So I'm going to have to shoot 500 foot in front of the fucking target. And it's running? Shit.
Can you imagine if, that was reality and hunters and gatherers had to hit a deer while calculating all this in their head?
Yeah, we'd have never
Like,
made it if they was hunting with rocks and sticks, my nigga. I got to throw this rock a football field in front of him. You know what I mean?
When rocks were not so complicated.
Jose, have you heard the 10 flat commandments yet?
Oh, no, he ain't heard that.
By Creation Bear?
Yeah. Sounds like yeah.
Yeah, I heard him.
Oh. Just wondering. It just popped in my head.
Is it the one where he shouts out everybody at the end? Is it that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah, it's a banger. That
I
one's
gave
a banger.
you the
Yeah.
damn lyrics. I gave you the lyrics. Let's hear it. Can you bust
Hey,
the
Michael. I think you missed it last night. I sang it. I rapped it last night.
Oh, did you? All of it?
one
I
try,
sure
too. She didn't mess up. She
No.
never
Well,
left the beat, never left the rhythm.
Well, when I'm by myself, I can do it all by heart. But because I was so nervous, I did it. It was written. So yeah.
I can't do it by heart. I didn't memorize it, though. I just gave it to you. Oh, it's a 10 flat commandments. It's a
Okay,
10
so
flat
if you want to do a karaoke night Saturday, I'll do more than one song.
Well,
Well,
you
not
can't tell
better
me
song.
nothing about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed from a real truthers. Truthers on the beach, I ain't forget you, brothers. My Nikon P shooters.
I love it. The whole thing. It's just like so extra fun.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm glad I got to hear that first
me an
before the
animal.
original. Because I think he does better than the original. That's my personal opinion.
Well, it's the 10 crack commandments, so.
Right.
He puts his own flavor on it, yeah.
I think it's better than the original. That's my opinion.
I like it. But you know what? That motherfucker can't fuck with Biggie.
Know that? But he wasn't my thing, I kind of was like the early
Biggie had
rap,
to take him to Who Shot Ya?
like after the 90s, really, I didn't really listen to rap. So that's my problem. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
The notorious Big be a rapping motherfucker. He said, "Who shot ya, CB? Separate the weak from the obsolete. Hard to creep them flat earth streets. It's on, nigga. Fuck all that bickering beef. I can hear the sweat trickling down your cheek. Your heartbeat sound like Sasquatch feet, thundering, shaking the concrete." No, I just like Biggie. I do like CB's song, but
I got you. I got you.
Everyone has to like Wu-Tang Clan, though, right?
Wu-Tang, protect your neck. right?
Yeah, I grew up listening to everything, bro. Nas, Wu-Tang. I even liked underground music, like Immortal Technique. I don't know if you guys know who that
Yeah.
is. Like names that most people wouldn't even know. Like there's this guy named I can't remember his name right now actually, but yeah, just like a bunch. I listen to everything, man. I love music.
How about Dub C in the Mad Circle?
No, I haven't heard that. Dude, if you were like, if my playlist were to play like at a party, everyone would be like, dude, should I fucking dance? Should I cry? Is this a fucking? Is this an op? I like what is it? Orchestra? Like when it's like all the instruments playing together. I like all that shit, dude. I like everything. The one thing I really haven't clicked with is country for some reason. There are some country songs like I've been to a bunch of bars like in my younger days, and I like the country music at those bars. Like they had good country music, but I haven't came across like a song that I'm like, yeah, I'd bump that
Dude,
shit, But
I'll tell you why.
why?
It's a lot like rap, right? There's gangster rap, and then there's conscious rap. And then for country, there's Tennessee country, and then there's Texas country. So once you learn about outlaw country, you start looking at stuff like Shooter Jennings, right? Willie Nelson.
I like
these Merle Haggard, Hank Williams Jr., of course.
I like
This is outlaw country.
Jerome.
So check out outlaw country, Merle Haggard. And I would say like
Johnny Cash.
check it out. Of course,
Johnny Cash is country. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Dude, I love Johnny Cash. I like his. See, I like stuff like that. Like Johnny Cash was dope. The Rain of Fire.
Yeah, the Ring of Fire.
Oh, out through my window.
Oh, look up bluegrass music. That's kind of good. I don't know if that'd be going too far, but that's good stuff.
Yeah, bluegrass is when you got like Appalachian men on the mountains, right? And they're like, I just don't like that all the distortion, but that metal's pretty badass. Let's try it on the banjo. So
Like,
the bluegrass is kind of like metal on the banjo,
Yeah, I like bluegrass.
The Locomotive mix. I think there's
Hey,
like
you like West Side Connect?
What's that connection?
OJ, yeah.
Yeah, I listen to them. Ice Cube, all those guys. Yeah, dude, I'm from.
So think about
I'm
it.
not that far from Los Angeles, so I grew up listening to a lot of
listen,
rap and shit
you
like
should
that.
know this. Think about it. Dub C, West Side Connect.
I'm not getting it.
This is the original West Side Connection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Dub C, Mad Circle. It's got Ice Cube, Mac 10. That.
Mm-hmm.
West Side is a clique. Can't get enough of this gangster shit. I'm bombing on common sense. Chicago is mine, nigga. It's a fence. Kingpin.
Listen to Kid Frost.
So that.
Jose.
Yeah, I've heard Kid Frost. He's like he sounds like a little Mexican rapper almost, kind of like that, kind of like a Cypress Hill vibe.
Oh, man. This is for La Raza. You ever heard that song?
Yeah.
That's their first.
Yeah,
West Side. That was the beginning of West Side.
Yeah. And who else? Slash Hitter Brown. You ever hear of those guys?
Yep. Dude, there's a song that I still love to this day. It's actually by The Game. It's like it's called Cali Niggas. I fucking love
The
that song.
Game? Yeah.
The Game, yeah, it's called Cali Niggas. If you guys never heard it, listen to it because I like rap like that because it's poetry. There's a lot of double entendres. Where like one word had two completely different meanings. I love shit like that, dude. Like that it was when Absol wasn't famous, when Kendrick was not even famous. This is from 2007. This rap song, and this called Cali Niggas.
That's what Dub C is. It's Ice Cube, Mac 10, all the guys from the West Side Connection before they were famous.
Dude, you could not pay me enough money to listen to trap music. I think trap music is a disgrace, bro, to like rap.
What's an example of that?
Trap music is like that music where it sounds like they're all on drugs and they're mumbling, like like that's trap music. I hate that shit, dude.
Oh,
It's
that's
like the E
mumble rap.
music, mumble rap. Yeah, it's trap music. Yeah, I hate
Ugh.
that shit. Like literally, like if you go back in the '90s and even 2000s, rap was poetic. Even though like they were talking about killing people and shit, like their flows and there was so much poetry in it. And I love that shit, man. I like the double entendres, like I was saying. I like how you can put yourself in like into the rap almost like the whole flow. Like you can put yourself in it. But now it's just like it doesn't go anywhere. It's literally just Dr. Seuss mumbling rap. You know?
Yeah.
Demons are writing it now.
Y'all think I'm going back to that motherfucker?
Oh yeah.
It all started on a Saturday night. Yo, I was resting my nerves. Cooling at the past, smoking herb. Had a show the next day.
I'm telling you, you probably like this Dub C stuff.
That's too old.
I liked it.
No, it ain't.
It almost sounds
What
like
is it?
NWA. Not NWA. Was it? What was it? Was NWA the thing before Death Row Records and all that shit? Yeah, right. Ruthless Records.
Yeah, Ruthless Records.
Well, Eazy-E he sang solo and then he was in NWA with Ice Cube.
Right.
But that sounded a little funky a little bit. I liked it.
It is funky.
Mm-hmm.
This is like P-Funk.
Can you send me a DM of that song so I can remember you sent? Well, of course I'd remember you sent it to me, but I want to listen to that. I like funk.
Yeah, and they do the Ghetto Serenade. That's a good one. This one is Furlough, and it ends up saying, "Time again, they want to lock me up. A nigga like Mike, they want to lock me up. Finally, I'm out on a furlough, back on the streets in the coupe that's sitting kind of low." But it bumps. This is the beginning of West Side Connect. If you ain't Dub C, you ain't West Side, baby. If you
Dude, I
ain't,
do remember Dub C now. I can't believe it. I had to Google it. I'm like, yeah, I did listen to them, dude.
yeah. If you just listen to a couple of them, you've heard them without knowing
Knowing it was them, right?
Because you
It was actually
thinking, you're just like, oh yeah, that's Ice Cube's group, and it was Mac 10 and Ice Cube.
For the Booyah Tribe. Booyah Tribe. That's West Coast music, back in the
Yeah, I
80s.
really like that Ghetto Serenade. That shit,
Gee,
that
I wonder
shit
who this
bump.
poem is about.
Okay.
Hey, MJ, when you get a chance, not MJ,
I need that
Michael.
one too.
When you get a chance, listen to this one. When I was talking to you about the Cali niggas one, dude, this is. I've been bumping this since 2007. It hasn't gotten old.
I know all the game, bro. I know what you're talking
Yeah?
about. Yeah, that's the shit. The game is the shit.
Michael needs to make me a funk playlist, I think.
See, this is P-Funk. This is the kind of track I'm looking for to lay my raps down. Because it's the kind of flow I'm used to. It's the kind of flow I hear in my head when I'm making them. You know what I mean? Doom, 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 doom.
Okay.
I love that funk bass, because I'm a bass player. I have been kind of slacking off these past few decades, but,
Yeah.
in my teens, I played quite a bit. But it's that bass line. Bow, bow, bow,
Yeah.
bow, bow, bow.
Dude, I run 2 speakers at a quarter ohm in my 69 Chevelle, 2 at 1 ohm and 2 at 2 ohm. So I get low end bass, high end bass, and mid range bass, and that shit bumps in my car. I love that funky music because you get 2 different basses. It'll go boom, because the quarter ohm just sits there and shakes. Just like if you don't
Yeah,
have,
why would be playing that funky music like a white boy and shit?
yeah, if you don't have total harmonic balance, there's certain octave levels you're not even hearing. You can't get it out of this digitized shit. You need electronic crossovers so you can get multiple ranges. A real system has quarter ohm, 1 ohm, and 2 ohm on low, mid, and high. Then you're getting 9 different octave ranges and you have total harmonic balance. If not, you just don't. You only have 3 ranges. If you're running 2 ohm speakers or 4 ohm speakers, the only range you get is 4 ohms. You don't get that low end shit. Quarter ohm bass, man, I can put the stereo on 10 on the volume, and you can hear that quarter ohm bumping 2 blocks away, because it just shakes. And these old school rappers knew something about sound, where the new guys, they synthesize it. You know, it's synthesized. But the old guys had real bass for total harmonic balance. Because remember, in the 80s, we was bumping this shit on high-phonic systems with tube amps. You know, we had total sound separation and high output amps. You had, oh man, in the 80s, your average stereo was 200 watts. 4 speakers, 50 watts.
Are you talking about a stereo you put on your shoulder?
On your what?
On your shoulder?
Hell no, man.
Are you talking about car stereo?
I'm talking about a house stereo that you need a cabinet for, because it's got 8 different pieces. It's got tubes in the stereo. It's got a preamp. It's got probably a 12-band EQ. I mean, I run old Hyphonics in the barn, but I can fill up fucking 120 foot by 40 foot barn. I can fill that shit up with sound. And that's what I'm trying to do, you know? Sounds like a concert in my barn when I turn it up. My daughters don't even like coming in there when the stereo's up. They text me, "Hey Dad, can you turn the stereo down? I want to come in, but I hate that."
They don't like your music?
No, they don't like my audio. They don't like 2,000 watts of sound bumping.
Okay.
I think this is the sound of the West Coast. Like the sound.
Here, I'm gonna share that ghetto serenade with you too. I think you'll like that.
Yeah, I want that.
Damn it, Mike! All I can think about now is a wall pedal and a bass guitar and a bass amp. Wow.
Yeah, a bass cabinet is kicking about the wattage I'm talking about.
The same one they gave, that did the California Love. Same guy DJ Quick learned from, Battle Cat, all these. It's the sound, it's
Fresh
the
out of
funk.
jail, California dream. Soon as I'm stepping on the scene, I'm hearing Hoochie screaming.
On the East Coast, it's more like of
Singing for alcohol, money, the life of a West Side player in Canada. It's all
like a
go.
DJ thing. Like on the West Coast, it's almost like a live band thing, the funk, right? On the East
Yeah.
Coast, it's more like a DJ thing, loops and
Yeah.
boom bap, like loops.
Yeah, boom bap. Yeah,
More
exactly.
lyrical, right? Lyrical on the East Coast and more musical on the West Coast.
That's why I like Too Short bumping out the trunk. I'll tell you what, Too Short got some low end bass at a quarter ohm, man. I got
It has been so long since I listened to that, man. Oh my god.
Trap took over, man. Like, that trap music, that South, trap sound took over. The weight, the
Dude,
Atlanta.
I've won stereo competitions with fucking Too Short.
Yeah, now they call it mumble rap.
I got a
It's like new ATL sound mumble
84
rap.
Dodge Caravan that's full of
Who's the
speakers.
guy that sings "Pick Up the World and I'm gonna drop it on your head"?
Lil Wayne.
Yeah, he's that mumble rap dude. Like, I don't like that shit. It's gotta be like
I like that song, Drop the World.
only because Eminem made it good.
Well, it has to have a meter, right? It has to have like a rhythm to it, and not just a
I
constant
got
like.
ice in my veins, blood in my eyes.
The vintage Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh, it's a cheap way to open up the market to less
Hate in my
talented
heart, love in my mind.
individual writers.
Nights full of pain and days are the same. You keep the sunshine, save me the rain. And I search but never find, hurt but never cry. I work and forever try, but I'm cursed, so never mind.
Let's hack the rap music industry. Just mumble rap. Yeah.
And it's worse but better times, seen further and beyond. The top gets higher, the more that I climb. Spot gets smaller, and I get bigger, trying to get in where I fit in. No room for a nigga, but soon for a nigga, be on, motherfucker. Cause all this bullshit don't make me strong, motherfucker. You don't like that one?
I don't think the art, if like, how, like a lot of the writers of the time were also part of the culture, of poetry. But now, like a lot of the writers of today that are releasing stuff are just are not that. There's something else. So like,
My
do we
daughter
take?
likes she can rap Lil Wayne word for word or Eminem Rap God. She actually is pretty good at Rap God.
No, but the truth
But
is to
hey,
make some of these.
Michael, did you hear me sing, or excuse me, rap? Didn't I do part of Easy E's song "Still Talking" one time?
Mm-hmm.
So
But
yeah.
this thing we call mumble rap is It's a different kind of rhythm, right? Like
Still we talking shit.
straight.
Dun, dun,
But,
dun, 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 dun.
yeah, but it's like a hack.
Easily. Okay. Anyway, so that Little Wayne guy, I've never got a good vibe off of him.
Now
Yeah,
you
this
got the album. What the fuck you gonna do with it, bitch?
Bitch.
beats wouldn't work without. You know what I mean? It would sound like weird without the mumble raps. So there's that. It's like, so why are we listening to this? I don't know, because a lot of people are. A lot of people are jumping off the cliff too, right?
Right? Sad, man.
Well, why are we listening to this? Because it's making a lot of money. It seems a lot of people want to listen to it. Yeah, because you got a lot of these freaking kids wanting to pop these pills and do these drugs because you make all these videos for them to watch, and now they think this is the kind of music that gets them into that whole thing, addiction that's happening to this generation, right?
It's all about TikTok.
Yeah, here's some drugs. Now here's some music to go with it. All right, now self-destruct. Yeah, that's what's selling, right? That's what's trending in music.
I think you would want to see things like that trending, but I think there's a lot of other stuff that's trending too. It's just what are you looking for, right?
You
You're
have
looking for the feel good nows or
influencers.
the feel good laters,
You
right? Because
guys.
sorry, go ahead. Jim.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're out.
Oh, wait.
That's good. It's good. You go ahead.
Okay, so they have influencers on all platforms now because you got to think nobody's buying rag magazines in the aisles of the grocery store or in the drugstore. Nobody buys magazines anymore of any kind that I know of. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, there's probably still a good majority of people who do, but especially new people. So they have to grab the attention and steer them in the way that they want. YouTube is famous for it. Now you have, these TikTok influencers, one of which that was in the makeup or is in the makeup community. She was in some sort of feature film. I'd have to look it up. It's been a while. But these people aren't there organically. I mean, there's nothing you can say that makes me think that would make me believe.
And soon, all they'll have to do is get you to click a button, right, to watch an ad or take you to a website, and that gives you some, and they'll pay you with crypto. So instead of expecting you to go to the shop to get a magazine, right, they'll just pay you to look at a website because it's just crypto, right? But you going to the website gives them a lot of good traffic and might get a sale out of you. Who knows? It all depends on what you want, right?
Hank, whatever you said, did you have anything to say from what I said?
It's not about a salary.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, influencers. Yeah, I'm with you. So the influencers are like the ones where you can the feel good now stuff, right? It's all, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, speed, weed, and birth control, or abortion, because birth control is boring. So the way that I see it, it's like there's so much good information out there, but how many people are like looking for good stuff? And then when people hear truth, it resonates with them. But then people want to be like scared of like governing themselves because what if I fail? Right. So yeah, there's influencers out there, but there's also, other stuff that's good too. So it's like you got to find the good stuff out there.
Blockchain will not fail us. Do not worry.
You have to pull the weeds.
Like you guys seen that like Hindu guy on YouTube, like the old guy with a really big beard. So he told the story. I heard it the other day. He said in Michigan, a bird was happy and it was dancing and it was singing, and it got kind of forgotten. It got cold and then it couldn't fly away because its wings froze. And then a cow came by and took a shit on top of the bird, and its wings hauled out. So it got happy and it